Gwendolyn knew Jorge wouldn't eat food touched by her saliva and quickly took the dish into her own bowl. He has an upset stomach these days. The doctor told him not to eat too much. It's very delicious, Eliana, I will eat more, don't worry about him. Hearing Jorge's stomach problem, the sister-in-law was moved. Stomachache? I should have cooked you some porridge. But it's not too late now. Wait, let me prepare some egg tea for you. As she was about to go, Gwendolyn stopped her again. No need, Eliana. He's not hungry, don't bother with him. Seeing Jorge really didn't want to eat, Gwendolyn also intervened. The sister-in-law understood that they disliked their poor environment and found her offerings unworthy. She sat back sullenly. Why not have some wine? We don't have any good wine at home, luckily you brought your own. Your brother has never drunk such good wine. Drink a little less. Gwendolyn intercepted again, he can't drink, he needs to drive later. You also have a driver's license, right? Let you drive after he drinks. Talking about cars made her eyes suddenly brighten. Jenna, what kind of car does the brother-in-law drive? No other meaning, just a casual question. Trying to set a goal for your brother, trying to catch up with you, asking him to strive to buy the same type of car. Gwendolyn. Her brother glared at her sister-in-law, enough, eat your meal. Even if you squeeze every drop out of me, you can't match them. They drive a Maybach. Her sister-in-law's expression was splendid. Maybach? My God, her sister indeed had good luck, marrying such a wealthy man. Doesn't a Maybach cost millions? Next, her sister-in-law became more solicitous to Gwendolyn. Pouring tea, serving food, handing tissues, treating her almost as an elder. Finally, the meal was finished. With her sister-in-law present, they couldn't talk intimately. Seeing Jorge felt awkward, Gwendolyn suggested going home. He has work to handle, let's go. Damien, sister-in-law, will visit you again soon. Eliana, sure, since you have work, we won't force you to stay. Do come back in a while. Oh, brother-in-law, you haven't given us your phone number. We're all family, it's inconvenient not to have a way to contact. Here. She handed her phone to Jorge. Indeed, being family, not leaving a contact was unreasonable. Jorge gave his private phone number to her sister-in-law. Her brother and sister-in-law took them to the car, repeatedly urging them to visit again before letting them leave. After driving for a distance, Gwendolyn looked apologetically at Jorge. My sister-in-law is like that, don't mind her. You didn't even eat lunch. Are you still hungry? We'll find a restaurant, I'll treat you again. No need. Jorge didn't mind her behavior. Instead, he was glad finally to blend into Gwendolyn's family. I'm really not hungry, not because of anything else. Your brother and sister-in-law are nice, I like them. Don't overthink it. Gwendolyn didn't want to overthink either. But her birth family compared unfavorably with the Mohammed family. She couldn't help feeling inferior. Jorge planned to drive back to the old house. On the way, he received a call from Robert saying he needed a signature on a document. He decided to swing by the company. Wait for me in the car. I'll sign and be right back. He got off the car holding his phone and hadn't reached the company door when his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw a WeChat friend request, note, Eliana Gwendolyn. This translation maintains the original structure and tone of the Chinese text, preserving idiomatic expressions and character interactions accurately. Chapter 97, all thanks to Damien-in-law. Jorge didn't expect her to add him on WeChat so quickly. He hesitated for a moment and then clicked accept. Unexpectedly, his sister-in-law sent a voice message immediately after, sounding anxious with a noisy background. Damien-in-law, I'm really sorry to bother you again so soon. I truly don't want to cause you trouble, but you had just left, and your brother went out to deliver a package. But since he had some drinks today, he scratched someone's car right at the entrance of our neighborhood. They're demanding over $2,000 for compensation. That seems excessive, it looks like we're being extorted. Can you come help us out? Jorge frowned, scratching someone's car. Should he go check it out? He quickly arrived at the CEO's office, where Robert was waiting by the elevator with some documents. Jorge took them from him. Have you verified them already? Verified, no issues. Jorge approved of Robert's work attitude and signed directly. Give me an address. There's been a minor scrape. If it's our fault, please handle the payment. Robert was surprised. Our side. You don't need to worry about the specifics, just take care of it. Jorge turned around and headed back downstairs. Gwendolyn hadn't expected him to return so soon. Did I interrupt your work? No, there's nothing urgent. Philippe is waiting for Ollie at home, go and keep him company. Back home, sure enough, Tracy was eagerly awaiting Ollie. After a warm embrace, they went off to play in the garden. Gwendolyn, thinking she should do something nice for the elder, learned a few dishes from Vanessa that he liked. She planned to serve him dinner in the evening. Meanwhile, Jorge sat down on the sofa alone. Robert called, Mr. Mohammed, the matter has been handled. It was our responsibility, we compensated 2,000 yuan. Good. Is there anything else? Nothing else. Except Chu's sister-in-law mentioned their house is under renovation and asked if we could recommend a designer. Jorge, having heard the details from her brother earlier, immediately instructed Robert. Arrange a renovation company to take full charge. Also, rent them a place for a year until everything is finished. Robert didn't expect the sudden progress in Mr. Mohammed's relationship with Miss Chu. Not only did he bring her back to the family home, but he also helped with her family matters. He felt pleased. Compared to Betsy, he much preferred Gwendolyn. Compared to the efforts made for Betsy's family, what was done for Gwendolyn's family seemed trivial. His only hope was that Miss Chu wouldn't take advantage of Mr. Mohammed's affection and disappoint him. Mr. Mohammed couldn't afford another 4 years wasted. Okay, I'll arrange this now. I'll hang up, Mr. Mohammed. Wait, Jorge paused. Is there any car around 200k you like? Choose one and make a reservation once things are done. Reserve a 200k car? Was it intended for Gwendolyn's brother? Robert paused again, but Mr. Mohammed, Chu brother has mobility issues. I know. He can still drive with modifications. Communicate with sales. After the call, Jorge returned to his study and worked for hours until Ali came upstairs to call him for dinner. Only then did they both head down hand in hand. The dining table was laden with a rich dinner. Vanessa introduced the dishes to the elder with a smile. These were all prepared by the young lady. She's very smart and skillful. I barely had to instruct her. Sir, you're lucky. She's attentive and diligent, you'll often enjoy her cooking. The elder, whose greatest wish was a harmonious family, found Gwendolyn quiet and hardworking, a perfect match for his expectations of a granddaughter-in-law. Tasting the dish, he nodded in satisfaction. It's delicious. Thanks, she. You'll have to take care of this old man. Gwendolyn hurried to respond, it's my honor to cook for you, please don't say that. The family enjoyed a pleasant dinner together, and afterward, Ollie went to the study with the elder to cut paper flowers. Gwendolyn prepared to go back to her room to freshen up when her brother called. I'm sorry. Just meeting Damien-in-law, I caused trouble and embarrassed you. Gwendolyn was confused. Damien, why are you saying this? What happened? You don't know? Her brother sounded dejected. After you left, I accidentally scraped someone's car and Damien-in-law sent someone to handle it, paying $2,000 in compensation. Then he arranged professional decorators to renovate our house. The designer just visited, saying they'd start tomorrow and even rented us a place in Hong Yen Bay for a year. How expensive must that be? Gwendolyn hadn't expected Jorge not only didn't look down on her family but was so considerate and swift in helping them. While she cooked, he did all this without a word. During dinner, he acted nonchalant, revealing nothing to her. Gwendolyn blushed deeply. Didn't he pay for the renovation as well? Design teams aren't cheap. Her brother said, I don't know. When I asked, they refused to tell me. Clearly, Damien-in-law didn't want us feeling awkward. I'm really sorry, I've burdened you. Gwendolyn struggled to describe her feelings upon hearing this. Before she knew it, they had received so much kindness. Could she ever repay it? Yet, her brother desperately needed this renovation, which was all arranged perfectly. She decided to follow Jorge's lead. We're family, stop saying such things. Go ahead and move. Okay. He hung up after apologizing and promised to invite them for dinner once settled. Just then, Jorge walked in, catching her red-faced. You spent money on my brother again? He waited outside to let her finish her call without disturbing her. Your brother called? Yes, he's grateful to you, as is my sister-in-law. Sorry, we've caused you so much trouble. Jorge watched her deferential demeanor, recalling her former indifferent self before knowing his true identity. What choice do they have calling me brother-in-law or sweetie? Don't speak to me like this. If you really thank me, stay home more and keep Grandpa company till he's 100. Please note that while the paragraph structure and line breaks were preserved as much as possible, slight adjustments were made for readability and coherence in English. Chapter 98, Acknowledging Her Place. It was another pleasant and warm evening. The next day, Jorge had to go to the company. He kissed Ollie and said goodbye, then looked at Gwendolyn. So I'm off. You stay here with Grandpa and play nicely. Call me if anything comes up. Gwendolyn held Ollie's hand and saw him off to the door, watching him get into his car. When she returned to the living room, she saw the old man sitting on the sofa, massaging his legs. She hurried over to help massage his legs and check on them. Getting old isn't useful. My legs don't listen to me anymore. They ache all the time. Doctors can't find what's wrong. It seems I'm not far from death, the old man lamented. But before I die, I wish to see Ainsworth have more children. This child didn't know love or family for the first 30 years. It's rare he found someone like you. He likes you, she. Please bear some hardships and help him have more children. I can rest in peace seeing Ainsworth and you build a warm and harmonious family. Gwendolyn, Chuck, what are you saying? You look so healthy to me. Don't placate me. I know my own body, the old man replied. Gwendolyn wasn't trying to placate him but genuinely wished him well. I studied some medicine and know a bit of acupuncture and physiotherapy. My brother was disabled in a car accident. His leg used to hurt when it rained, but through therapy, he improved a lot. If you don't mind, I could try helping you. Really? Johnny's eyes lit up. You know medical skills? Not much, but I hope you won't mind. The house lacked appropriate tools, so they went to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic where Gwendolyn chose some tools and herbs, then brought them home to perform physiotherapy on him. Whether it was a placebo effect or genuinely effective, by noon, the old man was smiling, feeling much better. So let's keep this up every day. In a month, you'll be as lively as a tiger. That'd be great. Maybe I'll live to 100. Ha ha ha. After lunch, the three enjoyed a quiet afternoon. Johnny rested, Gwendolyn gave Ollie her medication, and they both napped. Just as Gwendolyn was about to rest too, she received a call from Scolari. Why did you leave the hospital? I came to see Ollie but couldn't find you. You didn't come to work yesterday or today. Is something wrong? Hearing Scolari's voice, Gwendolyn felt extremely guilty. She knew about Scolari's feelings for Jorge and why she approached her. She accepted Scolari's help because she sincerely wanted to matchmake them, having no ulterior motives toward Jorge. Things changed drastically in just one day. Gwendolyn was pushed into the situation and now struggled to explain everything to Scolari. I'm fine. The doctor said there's no need to stay in the hospital, we can rest at home with medication. We left the hospital because no one was available to watch Ollie. I intended to inform you but got busy and forgot. I'm really sorry, Miss Yao. Oh, that's okay, Scolari politely responded. Are you at home now? Where do you live? I've bought gifts to visit Ollie and chat with you. Gwendolyn didn't want to lie but felt unable to explain their relationship succinctly. She didn't dare say the wrong thing either. I'm temporarily staying at a friend's place, Miss Yao. You don't have to be so polite. How about this, where are you? I'll come find you. Scolari, curious about Jorge's actions that day, gave her the address of a cafe. Gwendolyn informed Vanessa, the nanny, then headed out. Initially, she planned to take a taxi, but the Mohammed family mansion was far from the city center, making it difficult to find a cab. Plus, the Ives forbade her from taking one. Hannah, we have a dedicated driver and plenty of cars. Whenever you need to go anywhere, just ask the driver to accompany you. How can we let you take a taxi alone? Though chauffeur-driven travel seemed inconvenient, Gwendolyn wanted to drive herself. However, the Mohammed family owned only high-end cars like Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, McLarens, and Mercedes-Benz vans. She felt uneasy driving any of them. Eventually, the driver dropped her off in the city center. Not wanting Scolari to see her luxury, Gwendolyn asked the driver to wait at a distance and walked to the cafe. Scolari was already there, warmly inviting Gwendolyn to sit down and pretending to inquire about Ollie's condition before cutting to the chase. What happened 2 days ago? Why did Damien Sion suddenly pull you away? Your relationship doesn't seem as simple as you said. What's going on between you two? Gwendolyn's gaze drifted. Mr. Mohammed is a good person. He likes Ollie, so he adopted her as his goddaughter. Wait, Damien Sion likes kids? Adopted Ollie as his goddaughter? Maybe they have a special connection. But I don't really know him, nor do I have much to say around him. I'm sorry, Miss Yao, but I can't really help with your and Mr. Mohammed's situation. I appreciate you providing me work, but I might not be able to continue due to my circumstances. Scolari knew Jorge well enough to understand that if he liked someone, nothing would change that, and vice versa. She never expected Gwendolyn to speak on her behalf, she merely wanted to connect with Jorge through Ollie. If you don't work, how will you pay for Ollie's medical bills? Mr. Mohammed offered to cover the medical expenses. After Ollie's surgery, I'll work to repay him. Though Gwendolyn's story was well crafted, Scolari sensed the difference in how Jorge treated them. Despite knowing such a single Viviana with poor conditions was far from suitable as the Mohammed family's lady, she still felt displeased comparing their treatment. Really? Damien Sion cares deeply for you too. Meeting him is truly your blessing. Yes, I'm very grateful to Mr. Mohammed. Seeing Gwendolyn had no further value to leverage, Scolari lost interest in being polite. Well then, take care of your child. I've already paid for the coffee and have other things to do. I'll leave now. As she rose, Scolari suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Your commission from working for me hasn't been paid yet. 50,000 yuan, correct? I'll have someone send it to you later. You can quit anytime, but I wouldn't be stingy. Gwendolyn looked at her respectfully. No, thank you. If I quit without notice, I lack integrity. Without your support, I wouldn't have secured that order or earned the commission. That money isn't mine, and I can't accept it. Acknowledging her sensibility and clarity, Scolari dispensed with any unnecessary pleasantries. Since you put it that way, all right. Goodbye. With that, Scolari left. Chapter 99, losing until her face turned green. Gwendolyn was driven back to the old residence. The car stopped in the parking area, and as she got out, her second Misty suddenly appeared nearby and called her over. Gwendolyn, I was just about to go to your grandpa's place to look for you, didn't expect to find you here. Where have you been? Out? Just got back? Come over, come over. She was dressed casually for a day at home and urgently waved her over. Gwendolyn thought something must have happened and hurriedly ran towards her. It turned out that her second Misty wanted her to play mahjong. Oh dear, my luck has been terrible today. Played for more than 2 hours and lost for over 2 hours. It's really like a curse. Adrian and Mrs. Ariel specially came to play with me, and I can't just ask them to leave, so you come over and play for me for a while, help me turn my luck around. Mrs. Ariel went to the bathroom, just taking a short break, but she should be back now, hurry up. Surprisingly inviting her to play mahjong? Without even asking if she knew how. Gwendolyn stopped in her tracks. Joyce, but I don't know how to play mahjong. Don't know? Her second Misty sized her up disdainfully. With such lovely looks and not being dumb, how can you not know how to play mahjong? Not only during festivals, but any time when everyone gathers together to play, this is a guaranteed fun activity. You have to learn. Every girl in your circle knows how to play, it's also important for socializing in the future. It's fine, eventually, you'll need to learn anyway. Learn from me, I'll teach you. Gwendolyn wasn't very interested in learning. She had already been out for more than an hour, she couldn't leave Ollie with Philippe all this time, could she? Why not some other day? I'm afraid I won't get it right away, and I didn't tell Philippe where I'm going. What's there to inform him about? At your age, Philippe wouldn't worry you'd get lost. It's quite simple, I'll explain quickly, you won't have trouble learning, let's go. Her second Misty was determined to have her join and dragged her into her courtyard. In the hall, third Caitlin and the other two madams were waiting at the mahjong table. Her second Misty pushed Gwendolyn into her seat. This is Jorge's girlfriend, just introduced her to everyone yesterday. She's still not familiar with the house, I was worried she might get bored alone, so I brought her over. Adrian, Mrs. Ariel, I've been playing for half a day, my legs are numb, no objection if she plays for a while? Jorge's girlfriend? Everyone started eyeing Gwendolyn. Not at all, truly beautiful. Oh, what's your name? From which family? With Jorge being so excellent, young girls wanting to marry him aren't few, I was just thinking of introducing someone to him, never thought he already had one. You said it, girls who want to marry him aren't few, given Jorge's appearance and capability, having a girlfriend is normal. They began shuffling the tiles, all the while watching Gwendolyn with smiles. Come on, pretty girl, what's your name? Which family are you from? How long have you known Jorge? How did you meet? Where are you in your relationship? Gwendolyn was speechless. If she really ended up with Jorge, would she have to deal with these kinds of people every day? She felt she might go crazy. Not knowing how to handle it nor wishing to, she already had enough with Joyce and third Caitlin. I don't know how to play, Joyce, weren't you going to teach me the rules? Her second Misty knew Gwendolyn's background wasn't impressive. Frankly, based on her elder sister-in-law's character, she doubted Gwendolyn could really marry into the Mohammed family. Cyan only brought her back now that she's grown up, maybe because he couldn't pass his elder sister-in-law's approval. Perhaps she was just back to humor Philippe temporarily, fooling around for a bit. Just forget that, focus on the game. She doesn't know how, I'll teach her. Although it was said Gwendolyn was playing, in reality, her second Misty directed her entirely. Gwendolyn played as instructed by her second Misty. After a few rounds, Gwendolyn finally understood the basic rules but hadn't won any. Just for entertainment, plus she was playing on behalf of her second Misty, so she didn't care much about winning or losing. Her second Misty hadn't told her to stop, so she continued. Until Jorge returned from work and noticed the quietness. He asked Vanessa. Where is everyone? All upstairs? Mr. Mohammed and Ollie went to the garden, Hannah went out to meet a friend and hasn't come back yet after being called by second Hannah. Joyce called Gwendolyn over. Jorge frowned. For how long? Vanessa glanced at the clock. Over 2 hours. Dinner will be ready soon, master, shall I call her back? No need. Given that her second Misty rarely spoke a word all year, her sudden warmth toward Gwendolyn upon entering was clearly suspicious. Jorge decided to check on her personally. He headed for Bohan 2's courtyard and heard chattering as he approached the hall. Upon opening the door, he saw Gwendolyn sitting opposite her second Misty, engrossed in a mahjong game. Her second Misty invited her to play mahjong? Did Gwendolyn actually know how to play? Curious, Jorge quietly stood behind Gwendolyn. At the end of a round, Gwendolyn lost again. She showed no reaction, but her second Misty spoke sarcastically. Wow, this position is cursed today, terrible feng shui. I thought it was just my bad luck, but looks like Jorge's girlfriend has the same problem. Adrian, Mrs. Ariel, hope you enjoyed today. Gwendolyn, settle the accounts with these two ladies. It's getting late, let's wrap it up. Adrian's Gao and Ariel have to go back for dinner, they don't want to miss their husbands' dinners and start arguments. Both Adrian and Mrs. Ariel had won handsomely, smiling widely. Enjoyed immensely. Playing with both of you sisters is always delightful. Alright, since it's late, let's do it another day, we should be going now. That's it. I've won 2.4 million, Mrs. Ariel, you're a bit more, 3.6 million. What's your name? Pretty girl, WeChat or Alipay? Gwendolyn wondered if her ears were deceiving her. What about 2.4 million and 3.6 million? Wasn't she called in to replace her second Misty? She hadn't made any decisions herself, why would she have to give out 6 million? Puzzled, Gwendolyn looked at her second Misty. Her second Misty leaned back in her chair, acting uninvolved. Why are you looking at me? Your Caitlin Gao is talking to you, WeChat or Alipay. They are eager to go home, send the money over. Gwendolyn couldn't see her own expression but knew it wasn't good. 6 million. She didn't have it, even if she did, she wouldn't give it away like this without a fuss. To put it nicely, this was playing for fun. To put it harshly, this huge amount of money was gambling. Her second Misty didn't clarify anything before starting the game, and now she was washing her hands off responsibility. How could a wealthy family be so calculating? Note, the monetary units used here are translated as million, representing the large sums involved. In the original context, it is likely referring to Chinese yuan. ##### Chapter 100, Showing Off Affection. Of course, with so many people around, she couldn't argue openly with her Misty. Saying she had no money might make Jorge lose face again. Gwendolyn retracted her gaze and her mind raced as she tried to come up with a flawless plan to get out of the situation. Suddenly, a large hand rested on her shoulder. I was wondering where you were after work, turns out you came here to play. Didn't you say you didn't know how to play? Why did you suddenly decide to play mahjong? It was Jorge. Gwendolyn felt like she had seen a lifeline and hurriedly looked up at him, feeling relieved when she met his calm, familiar eyes. I told Kira that I don't know how to play, but she said this spot had terrible luck and didn't want to lose, so she dragged me over. I didn't touch a single tile myself the whole time. I have no idea how it ended up being a 6 million yuan debt. Ainsworth, are you angry at me? In a few short sentences, she explained the entire situation and subtly revealed her Misty's selfishness. Jorge glanced at her Misty, who began to look uneasy. What kind of talk is this? You can't play and I forced you? Can't afford to lose? The Mohammed family is wealthy, even my clothes and bags cost more than that sum. Would I care about such a small amount? If not for your loneliness, I wouldn't bother. Trying to be nice and let you join in for some fun, and now. Oh, do you see? It's hard to be good these days, one wrong move and you're labeled evil. Gwendolyn had been tactful, but her Misty's response completely ruined the facade, almost turning hostile. The scene became awkward, and both Haley and Hannah Ariel were uncomfortable. It's just for entertainment, why bring up being good or evil? We don't want to make things uncomfortable between the two of you. If it bothers you, forget the money, we'll leave. Her Misty had already admitted that the Mohammed family was wealthy, and owing mahjong money would only embarrass them if word got out. Jorge laughed, gently nudging Gwendolyn to the side as she leaned partly into his embrace, sitting together on one chair. Losing is losing. Since it's a game, rules must be followed. How can we not pay? Kira is right, the Mohammed family doesn't lack this money. Here, ladies, give me your phones, I'll transfer the money. Haley and Hannah Ariel, who had expected to lose the money, now happily took out their phones. Look at what happened, just playing around and you're treating it seriously. Ainsworth, since you put it that way, we'll take the money today. Invite us another day for dinner. Don't wait for another day, I'm free now. Vanessa has already started preparing dinner. I asked her to make extra for you all. Stay and eat with us. While we're at it, I haven't played mahjong in ages, and my hands are itching. Let's play a few more rounds. The two women exchanged glances as Jorge toyed with a mahjong tile between his fingers. Why not? Don't like playing with me? Ladies, don't worry. How could they refuse? They were just afraid of coming home late and getting scolded by their husbands. But since it was with Jorge, rare that Ainsworth feels like playing. If you're not annoyed by old ladies like us, let's play. Let me call and inform my husband first. They went off to the side to make their calls. Jorge turned to Gwendolyn and gently brushed her hair. 6 million yuan isn't much. Wait until I win back 600 million for you. Don't be sad, smile for me. Gwendolyn. Had he noticed her heartache over losing 6 million? Now he wanted to win 600 million back. You're so skilled. Seeing him offer to help her win, Gwendolyn's eyes lit up. Jorge couldn't help but laugh. It's not about skill. It's about this. He tapped her head. All that talk about feng shui and luck is nonsense. Only idiots who don't use their brains fail at mahjong. Though seemingly addressing Gwendolyn, it was clear whom he was actually hinting at. Her Misty's face darkened visibly. Soon, the two madams finished their calls and returned. The tiles were shuffled, and Gwendolyn began to draw cards. Jorge affectionately guided her, pinching her fingers. I'll teach you how to play. Put this down, leave this one alone for now, put that one down. Even though Gwendolyn still acted as a mere tile-drawing machine while following instructions, the atmosphere changed entirely. Jorge held her close, their youthful beauty glowing as they whispered sweetly, interacting tenderly, exuding sweetness and warmth. The elder ladies couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Normally, they hadn't heard about Jorge dating anyone, yet here he was, deeply engrossed. How did this woman capture him? Such good fortune. Indeed, Gwendolyn's fate seemed fortunate. Jorge's arrival brought back her fortune. Winning the first round, then the second, and the third, until the Ismail couldn't wait any longer and sent Vanessa to call them for dinner, they had won 13 consecutive games. Haley and Hannah Ariel's faces turned green from envy and frustration. Come, let's eat. No more playing, it's more tiring than a full day of work. My waist aches, my legs are numb, and I'm starting to feel dizzy from hunger. Ainsworth, you sure have good luck. As soon as Gwendolyn sat down, we couldn't handle her. Jorge replied, this is just the beginning. If you're still interested after dinner, we can continue. No, Hannah Ariel hastily waved off. My son's school has a parent-teacher conference tomorrow. I need to rest early. Another time, perhaps. When winning others' money made them ecstatic, it was amusing. Now, they grumbled reluctantly as they had to pay up. Though Jorge was a gentleman, to please Gwendolyn, he directly handed over her payment QR code. Alright, let's end it here. Since both of you are experienced, I trust you'll settle up before dinner. Haley and Hannah Ariel thought, as a powerful CEO and a man, Jorge would politely defer. Instead, he was so direct. Both women reluctantly transferred the money. So much effort, and now all the winnings from Gwendolyn, and even the ones from her Misty, were lost to Jorge. Seeing the large sum transferred, Gwendolyn was shocked. Minus the initial $6 million, they had earned over $3 million. Haley and Hannah Ariel, having lost money, found excuses to leave without mentioning dinner. As Jorge and Gwendolyn walked back to the old gentleman's courtyard, Gwendolyn offered to return the money. It's all yours. Your capital, your earnings, I'll transfer it to you. Jorge refused. Keep it as your capital. They might find you again later. Tomorrow, I'll ask Vanessa to practice with you. With your intelligence, learning mahjong can earn more than working. Translation completed as requested, maintaining the original tone, style, and paragraph structure. Chapter 101, Not a Single One Who Brings Peace. After being scolded by Jorge's junior relative in such a sarcastic tone, and losing face in front of her friends, Joyce was genuinely furious. She was so upset that she had no appetite for dinner. The moment her daughter Keisha walked in the door, she was pulled aside for a harsh scolding. Running around all day. When will you do something serious with your life? You're not a child anymore, can't you find some proper work? You don't study well, refuse to work, and your love life is going nowhere. Day in and day out, you loiter around outside. What use are you and your brother? Neither of you amounts to anything. Where is your brother today? Call him. Your father is unreliable. He's useless when it comes to solving small problems and a disgrace when it's something bigger. If I hadn't fought tooth and nail to preserve this marriage, putting up with everything, do you think you two would still be able to act like young masters and misses for long? You should have some sense of urgency. Make your brother come back soon, we need to talk about his marriage. While the illegitimate child your father has outside is still young, and he still cares about your brother, we should quickly find a good family girl for him to marry. And you, I started planning for your happiness years ago. I arranged such a great match for you, but look at how you're treating Ebert. At her age, Gwendolyn has nothing much, yet she managed to hook up with Jorge and even gave him a child. Look at you, oh, it's too infuriating to compare, truly dealing with a bunch of debt collectors. While Amina usually nags, she never rambles on like this before. The cold hearth and her terrible expression made it clear to Keisha that someone had really upset her. She snuggled up to her Viviana, looking very compliant. Amina, what's wrong today? First insulting Dad, then my brother and me, what triggered you? Did someone say something nasty to you? Don't let them get to you. My brother and I aren't old enough to be pressured into marriage yet. Some people just enjoy stirring trouble, don't fall for their tricks. Keisha gently tried to soothe her, but Joyce pushed her hand away. Cut the sweet talk. Besides charming me and making me happy, what skills do you have? Show your stuff to Ebert. Keisha retorted, Amina, I've heard of urging daughters to get married, but not to act cheap. Who got you so riled up today? Actually wanting your own daughter to put on a show for her fiancé. Do you think Gwendolyn and I were born of the same Viviana? Doing anything to marry a man. Regardless of others, we shouldn't degrade ourselves, right? Hearing her daughter insult Gwendolyn lifted her spirits considerably. She tapped her daughter on the forehead. Brat, you only know how to please me. Speak up, where were you today? Playing all day, when will you grow up? Keisha cooed while holding onto her mom's arm. I did play today, but I also made an important discovery. Amina, guess who I met? Who? Scolari. She told me a big piece of news, do you want to hear? You brat. Stop beating around the bush with your mom, just speak. Keisha released her mom's arm and sat up, looking excitedly gossipy. Scolari and I weren't close. We only knew each other by name from school, never interacted before. But today at the mall, she approached me, even treated me to lunch. Know why? To marry Jorge, said Keisha. Not Jorge, Jorge is not her target, this isn't something to be glad about. Do you even have a brain? Waiting to hear gossip, she only heard this, which enraged Joyce enough to push her daughter again. Hey, calm down, just hear me out. Did you know why she wants to marry Jorge? According to her cousin Kian, Jorge is single and looking for a girlfriend. He introduced them, and they went on a date a few days ago. To make a good impression, she was trying to curry favor with me. Joyce was confused. She went on a date with Jorge? How could that be? Didn't Jorge and Gwendolyn have a relationship for years with a child? That's why I said it's significant. Isn't it strange? Worth investigating? Your brother never brought a woman home or any gossip about girlfriends. Suddenly, there's a big daughter. Think about it. Joyce and her daughter exchanged looks, pondered for a few seconds, and suddenly her expression changed. Could it be he knows something about the old man and is bringing a wife and child back to gain favor before he passes? Keisha clapped her hands. That's what I thought. Otherwise, how could this happen out of the blue? With that iceberg demeanor of your brother, no one gets close to him. Yet, on Grandpa's birthday, he was cozy with Gwendolyn. It looked odd from the start. Not only did she find it odd, but Joyce did too. He acted so different, embracing Gwendolyn, whispering intimately. This was unlike him. Stinking boy, just to win over Grandpa and secure more of the family business, he's putting on a show. Good daughter, if you investigate this, you'll have done our family a huge service. Johnny hates deceit most of all. If Jorge lied about marriage and children, it will infuriate him, causing him to lose trust. Then, imagining her son replacing Jorge thrilled her, but only for a moment. Joyce regained her composure. Are you sure Scolari is telling the truth? What if she's overly enthusiastic? Keisha responded, if it's true, I'll invite her over tomorrow for you to ask directly. There's even more drama. After mentioning Jorge's matchmaking with my brother, I intentionally brought up Gwendolyn. Guess what? She also knows Gwendolyn and that little girl, Ollie. According to Scolari, Ollie has leukemia and was hospitalized recently. Gwendolyn worked under her to raise medical fees for her daughter. Really? Joyce was astonished. Enough with the cliffhangers. Call Scolari tomorrow morning, bring her over, I want to ask her personally. Chapter 102, A Scheme with Hidden Intentions. After dinner, with nothing else to do and seeing that the old man was in high spirits, Jorge suggested they all play mahjong together for fun and to practice Gwendolyn's skills. Johnny hadn't touched mahjong for half a year, so he was delighted. Vanessa, Jorge, Gwendolyn, and the old man formed a table of 4. In the past, when the old lady and Jorge's Viviana were around, whenever friends visited and there was a shortage of players, they would often ask Vanessa to fill in. She was an experienced mahjong player herself. 3 seasoned veterans playing against a novice like Gwendolyn didn't gain much advantage. Gwendolyn learned quickly. After 2 hours of play, where she both lost and won, her original stake remained unchanged. Johnny praised Gwendolyn happily. Gwendolyn is quite something. I've never seen anyone get the better of Vanessa except for Cyan, and now you. I finally found a worthy mahjong partner. Let's rest today, but tomorrow we'll call the housekeeper to join us, and we can have a good session with the 4 of us. As long as it made the old man happy, anything was fine, and everyone cheerfully agreed. That night passed without incident. The next day, after breakfast, Jorge said goodbye to everyone and went to the company. No sooner had he left than Keisha came running over. Big sister, do you have time? I invited some friends to come play mahjong, but my mom has a headache, leaving one spot empty. Amina said you're quite good at it, can you fill in for us? Are they all this idle? Gwendolyn thought. They just finished playing yesterday afternoon, and now they are scheduling another game early in the morning. Gwendolyn was planning to give the old man a physiotherapy session. She didn't want to go, but the old man encouraged her to befriend Keisha. Young people should hang out with each other. Why surround yourself with an old man like me? Go ahead, practice your skills, and we'll play together again soon. I and Ollie still need to finish planting the flowers we started yesterday. We'll continue in the garden. You don't need to worry about us. Since the old man had spoken, Gwendolyn could only go with Keisha to Joyce's house. They sat down, tea was served, and Keisha and Joyce chatted idly with her. Minutes later, the nanny brought in 2 young women. Miss Yao is here. Keisha hurried to greet them. Anlin, I've been waiting for you. Come in, come in. Upon hearing Anlin, Gwendolyn felt her mind buzz with shock. Could this be a coincidence? She put down her teacup and looked toward the door. Sure enough, it was. Scolari was dressed elegantly and smiled warmly while holding hands with Keisha. Gwendolyn instinctively wanted to hide somewhere, but Joyce grabbed her hand. Guests have arrived, let's greet them. Anlin, you're here. Last night, Simiao told me she ran into you and had a great chat. I suggested inviting you over since you got along so well. Finally, I get to see you. Just as Simiao said, you're beautiful, and your figure is stunning. Welcome. Though the Yao family was financially stable, compared to the Mohammed family, they were insignificant. Getting the opportunity to meet Jorge through a blind date was already a huge honor for Scolari. Now, to make friends with Keisha and visit their home, she was overjoyed. Thank you, Caitlin. I've heard from my mom how beautiful and kind you are. It's true. I love you. I came hastily and didn't bring any gifts, but I brought a small token, hoping you wouldn't mind. Oh, what are you saying? Just coming is enough. I'm very happy you're here. Don't worry about it. Come, sit down, sit down. After the formalities, Joyce led Scolari toward Gwendolyn. Scolari then noticed someone beside Joyce. Glancing casually, then more closely, she asked, Gwendolyn? She looked back and forth between Keisha and Joyce in surprise. How are you here too? Are you working for the Mohammed family now? Gwendolyn initially wanted to avoid Scolari, but she realized there was no reason to hide. She hadn't stolen or taken anything. Though she had received help from Scolari a few days ago, she hadn't accepted money afterward, balancing the favor. Facing Scolari sooner rather than later might be better. So, she looked calmly at Scolari. Hello, Miss Yao. I didn't expect to see you so soon. They indeed knew each other. Keisha exchanged a look with her Viviana, feigning surprise. You two know each other? What a small world. Scolari looked at Keisha, puzzled. Didn't I tell you yesterday? She's Annabelle, whose daughter was seriously ill, and our meeting with Mr. Mohammed happened in her daughter's hospital room. Oh. So the person you mentioned is her? I didn't expect it to be the same person. But, how could that be? Are you sure you didn't mistake her for someone else? This is my big brother's wife, whom he introduced to the entire family. What? Scolari suspected she had misheard. Big brother's wife? That's impossible. Gwendolyn, what's going on? Why are you with the Mohammed family? Gwendolyn steadied herself and, suppressing her guilt, replied. It's hard to explain briefly, but ultimately, I'm now with Cyan. I apologize, Miss Yao. Scolari almost fell apart right there. She's with Jorge, Who is she? A single Viviana with a sick child, no family background, no job, essentially nothing. And she claimed to not know Jorge well just a few days ago, earning a living by selling jewelry under Scolari's patronage, yet she ended up with Jorge? I must be missing something. Am I losing my mind, or, how could this be? Seeing Scolari's disbelief, Keisha tried hard not to laugh. You heard right, Anlin. She's indeed my big brother's wife, and they've been together for a while. They even have a child who is a few years old. My grandfather has acknowledged them and wants them to get married soon. Is there any misunderstanding here? How could my brother have set eyes on you if he already has a wife and child? Scolari couldn't believe her ears or what she was witnessing. She trembled as she pulled out her phone and called her cousin Kian. Upon hearing Jorge had a wife and child, Kian found it even more unbelievable. Did you drink too much last night? Where did you drink? Did you drink fake alcohol and damage your brain? Saying such nonsense early in the morning. Go back to sleep, turn off your phone, and stop embarrassing yourself. She's married with a child? Almost like he's a grandpa already. Fine, I'm not arguing. Sleep if you haven't woken up fully. Turn off your phone and don't embarrass yourself. With speakerphone on, Keisha and Joyce heard Kian's adamant denial. They exchanged glances. Chapter 103, My Woman, No One Has the Right to Command. Kian hung up the phone and turned over, ready to go back to sleep, but suddenly couldn't. Thinking about how many days it had been since he spoke with Jorge, he grinned wickedly, getting the urge to tease him. At the Mohammed Corporation president's office, Jorge was working when he saw Kian calling. He answered casually. Glancing at the documents, he asked, What's up? Lao Mohammed, what are you doing? Kian's voice immediately gave away that he had just woken up. Jorge responded with irritation, working. Do you think everyone can lie around all day like you and still make money? Got something to say, Eustace? If you have business, speak. Otherwise, go back to sleep. I don't have time to entertain you. People often have a bit of an ornery streak, especially after being surrounded by those who humor and flatter them for too long. Kian found such behavior dull, and he enjoyed Jorge's teasing responses. Hee, we've been friends for years. Can't I call you just to chat? Lao Mohammed, you're not being fair. Remember when you kept quiet about your previous girlfriend until she came to the club to make a scene? And now there's another one you're hiding? Are you worried that if you announce her, I'll snatch her away, or do you genuinely enjoy keeping things secret? Jorge paused in his work. I have a new girlfriend. Who told you that? Never mind who told me. Is it true or not? I remember you didn't have one a few days ago. I even suggested introducing my cousin to you. What happened now? Understanding dawned on Jorge. Did Scolari tell you? Why would she bring this up so early? Kian, half asleep, intended only to play a joke. But upon hearing Jorge's question, he suddenly became alert. Sitting up abruptly from bed with his phone in hand. Damn. You're serious? Lao Mohammed, you really got yourself a new girlfriend? That woman has known you for years, and she even has a child. How could I have never heard of her? Shit, who is she? If you don't think highly of her, then why take back her child? Damn, that's a lot to take in. Lao Mohammed, what the hell is going on? Why hide this from me? Don't you consider me a brother? Jorge knew Kian would gossip incessantly once given the chance. Uninterested in explaining further, he sternly asked, how did Scolari find out? Who told her? Where is she now? When Scolari met Gwendolyn, nothing significant existed between Jorge and Gwendolyn yet. Scolari went to the hospital to see Ollie, befriended Gwendolyn, and helped her find work, presumably for ulterior motives. With those unfulfilled, and seeing Gwendolyn grow closer to him, Scolari certainly wouldn't react favorably. Jorge's tone was icy, compelling Kian to answer truthfully, she's at your place. She apparently heard it from your Misty. She called me because she didn't believe it. I thought. The call was abruptly cut off by Jorge. Robert. Robert rushed in. Mr. Mohammed, you called? Is Scolari's number on my phone? Yes, Mr. Mohammed. Should I contact her or would you prefer to do it yourself? Hand me the phone. Back at Caitlin's house, Caitlin and Keisha were more convinced something strange was happening after Kian firmly denied any knowledge of it. Despite their suspicions, they refrained from showing their delight and dared not let Scolari create a scene, knowing it was Jorge's private matter. They wouldn't shield him either but felt they must handle the situation carefully. Keisha attempted to soothe Scolari. Anlin, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding. Your cousin and my brother are close friends. He wouldn't deceive you. Forget this for a moment. Let's chat about happier things. As Keisha pulled Scolari to sit down, Scolari's phone rang. Seeing Cyan Gu, elder Damien Cyan, appear, her heart leaped. Damien Cyan. So soon after? Jorge called. Beside her, Gwendolyn saw Scolari happily answering, using a petulant tone, and involuntarily clenched her fists. Miss Yao, where are you now? Jorge's deep, magnetic voice sent tingles through the line. Scolari blushed. I'm at your place. I bumped into Simiao yesterday and agreed to visit today. We just arrived. Is something wrong? There is indeed. Miss Yao, sorry to inconvenience you for a few minutes. No problem at all, just tell me what's going on. Alright, I'll be straightforward. Miss Yao, do you think we have any relationship? Scolari was stunned. What? Jorge's tone remained cold. We barely qualify as casual acquaintances, let alone anything else. Therefore, you have no right to pry into my affairs or say anything about them. I don't want to hear about you again from your cousin. Please delete my number after this call. Thank you. Scolari's face paled. So many people watching while Jorge publicly disassociated himself, it was almost as humiliating as being stripped naked. Tears welled up instantly, bewildered. Damien Cyan, what do you mean? Interrupting her, Jorge asked, is Gwendolyn nearby? Who else is with you? Please put this on speakerphone. Scolari was speechless. Jorge continued, I know Caitlin and Keisha are with you. If you won't use speakerphone, please relay this message. Gwendolyn belongs to me, exclusively. Please respect our boundaries. Don't summon her to meet people or do things unnecessarily. I cherish her too much to let anyone else command her. In the future, I will check on Gwendolyn daily. If I hear she's been taken away by them again, don't expect me to treat them nicely. Got it? Scolari wasn't the only one whose face turned pale. Caitlin and Keisha's faces darkened. Jorge was utterly arrogant. All this for a woman? Speaking to them like that. Was he cursed or losing his mind? What makes Gwendolyn so special? Translation continues with maintaining original structure and tone while ensuring grammatical accuracy and natural flow. Chapter 104, Proposal Rejected? Scolari had initially planned to wrap up her visit with some casual conversation with Caitlin too and Keisha before gracefully leaving. But now, the call ended, and she could no longer hold back her tears, running out of the hall. Anlin. Anlin. Keisha pretended to chase after her a few steps but stopped when Scolari didn't slow down. She stood there, face falling. What is going on this early morning? While she didn't chase after Scolari, Gwendolyn did. Regardless of the situation, Scolari hadn't turned her back on Gwendolyn when she was in need, even visiting Ollie, buying gifts, and offering her a job. Gwendolyn felt that it was her fault first for not standing up for herself earlier, and now she had made Scolari lose face by being publicly rejected by Jorge. If she didn't apologize and earn forgiveness, she would never be able to live with herself. Miss Yao? Miss Yao. Gwendolyn quickly chased after her, blocking Scolari's path. Scolari reluctantly stopped, looking at her through tear-filled eyes, clenching her teeth. What do you want? You didn't let me come in the first place, and now you won't let me leave. What do you want now? Seeing her cry so bitterly, Gwendolyn felt deeply troubled. I'm sorry, I don't mean anything by this, I just feel very guilty and want to sincerely apologize. Miss Yao, this wasn't intentional, Not intentional? When I first saw your daughter, I noticed she looks a lot like Jorge. I asked you then what the relationship between them was, and what did you say? I asked you several times after that, and how did you respond each time? Your child is already this old, and you've been with Jorge for years, yet you tell me this isn't intentional? Gwendolyn, what do you take me for? A monkey to toy with? Do you think it's very satisfying to see me go crazy over your man, happily doing things for you, being fooled by both of you? Do you think it's fun? Gwendolyn was speechless. At this point, it was really hard to explain, but the reality wasn't as she imagined. No, Miss Yao, please believe me, I never meant to play tricks on you. I am truly sorry about everything. Shut up. Bitch. After Jorge insulted me so badly, are you still putting on this show here? If you love acting so much, go join the entertainment industry. Scolari was livid and wouldn't listen to any explanations. She wanted to hit her if it weren't for being in the Mohammed family's house. Or is this your special way of bragging? Pretending to apologize while actually showing off that you got Jorge without a struggle? And me, Scolari, wasted all my efforts and lost face for nothing? Fine, you win. But pray that Jorge loves you forever, otherwise, the day he kicks you out will be the day I finish you off. Gwendolyn returned home dejectedly. Her mind kept replaying Scolari's cries and accusations. The guilt lingered, making it impossible to smile or eat properly. In the afternoon, Jorge called Vanessa to inquire about Gwendolyn's condition. Upon learning how upset she was, he came home early. Ollie was fascinated by plants lately, taking a nap after lunch, then dragging Chuck to the garden to plant. Alone, Gwendolyn sat by the window reading, but her mind was too agitated to focus. Just as she stared blankly out the window, Jorge approached, suddenly snatching the book away. If you can't read, don't force it. Why do you look so terrible? Upset? Gwendolyn was surprised by his early return and his voice, but immediately thought of his harsh words to Scolari earlier. Her joy faded quickly. Not busy today? Why did you come back so early? Who said I was upset? Don't need anyone to tell me, your expression gives it away. Jorge sat opposite her, scrutinizing her face. Is it because of this morning? Did Caitlin too and the others gang up on you? Women have no other skills but excel at bullying others. They've been doing this since I was a kid, they haven't changed. You're usually tough, right? No one can hurt you. What happened today? Alone and powerless, unable to retaliate? Need me to help? Should I turn the tables? After all, you're mine now. Hurting you means hurting me. Saying this, he tried to take her wrist, but she avoided him. Who dares hurt me? I don't use influence to bully others, which is pretty good of me. Jorge was unexpectedly pleased by her response. Really? No one hurt you? None, Gwendolyn sighed. Especially Scolari, who has always been kind to me. I already feel bad for ruining our relationship, and you spoke so harshly to her in front of Caitlin too. Jorge understood. So you're upset about Scolari? Gwendolyn was too kind-hearted. Perhaps because of the awful environment she grew up in, surrounded by too many bad people, she was deeply grateful to anyone who showed her kindness. He wanted to analyze Scolari's intentions towards her to ease her conscience, but reconsidered, it might only break her heart further. Alright, I admit I was inconsiderate this morning and spoke too harshly. If you feel really guilty, I can call Scolari and apologize. Gwendolyn knew apologies wouldn't help. Unless Jorge married her, Scolari would never forgive her. Forget it, all is lost anyway. Jorge couldn't possibly marry her. So what? Now, she was unhappy again. What exactly did she want? Jorge really couldn't understand women's thoughts or how to cheer them up. After some thought, perhaps he should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Get the marriage certificate, announce it officially to Caitlin too and the others tonight. Then Gwendolyn would be officially part of the Mohammed family, and no one would dare hurt her. Do you have your household registration? The sudden change threw Gwendolyn off guard. What? These days, Ollie seems happy here, and Chuck likes her so much. Go get the marriage certificate with me. Although they had once registered before, and it was under unusual circumstances, hearing Jorge propose again startled her. He just broke up with Betsy, and his relationship with Scolari was ambiguous. They barely knew each other and had no emotional foundation. Why would they rush into getting a marriage certificate? Sorry, I'm not in the mood for jokes today. I'm going back to my room. She picked up the book from the coffee table and headed upstairs. Watching her slender back leave, Jorge's brow furrowed. He, Jorge, proposed for the first time, and it was rejected? #### Chapter 105, the one she loves most is Bohan Gu. Suddenly, thoughts of Dustin uncontrollably surfaced again. She remembered how he placed Gwendolyn on the horse, and how tender they looked riding together with her in his arms. She recalled the scene in the hospital ward when he supported Gwendolyn's back, causing her to blush and silently acknowledge his affection. A lump seemed to form in her chest. Goldie Calm suddenly took a few steps forward, his voice stern as he asked Gwendolyn. Why do you think I was joking? If it had been Dustin saying this, would you have agreed without hesitation? Gwendolyn hadn't expected him to chase after her to ask this question, especially not mentioning Dustin. It had been days since she last contacted Dustin, she didn't know how he or Dolores were doing. Dolores loved her so much, as well as Pandora. She had promised to be good to him and play with him all the time, but she had broken that promise. Gwendolyn imagined what it would be like if Dustin proposed to her. To be honest, she might actually say yes. Dustin was kind to both Pandora and herself, and most importantly, Dolores liked them too. If the four of them formed a family without any complicated relationships, they could be very happy. But Gwendolyn didn't dare say this aloud. Thinking about Dolores's cute yet stubborn little face made her feel even more downcast. Seeing her pause and ignore him before going upstairs, Goldie Calm was almost enraged. Heartless. He had never met someone as heartless as Gwendolyn. After treating her so well, she still thought about another man and treated him, Goldie Calm, like nothing. The dinner that night was unusually quiet. Neither Gwendolyn nor Goldie Calm spoke, only Pandora and Chuck continued their usual interactions. After dinner, Pandora keenly sensed that her parents were upset and didn't go to the study with Chuck. Instead, she pulled Gwendolyn's hand and returned to their room. Gwendolyn washed her face and dried her hair, then they lay in bed telling stories. It had been a long time since Goldie Calm showed any signs of coming back. Aminami, why isn't Daddy coming to sleep? He seems unhappy today. Did you guys argue? No, Gwendolyn said honestly, he might just be busy with work. Go to sleep, he'll come once he's done. But Pandora had gotten used to sleeping with him and couldn't fall asleep without him. Can I go check on him? Dad is so good to me, it feels wrong not to care when he's upset. Pandora went to Goldie study wearing her pajamas. Inside the study, Goldie had unbuttoned a few buttons on his shirt and rolled up his sleeves. He stood by the window drinking wine, looking grim. Under the dim lighting, the red wine swirled gently in his glass, making him appear sinister. Pandora found him somewhat unfamiliar and a bit scary, but she suppressed her fear and walked over to him. Daddy, why aren't you going to sleep? It's so late, and you're still drinking? Goldie looked at her upon hearing her voice. Seeing the small girl in her cute pink pajamas with her shiny black hair, and her innocent eyes gazing at him, his irritable mood instantly eased. He set down his glass, grabbed Pandora's hand, and pulled her into his embrace. Do you also know it's late? Then why aren't you sleeping? I slept too much during the day and am not sleepy now. You smell heavily of alcohol. Why did you drink so much, Daddy? Are you upset? Goldie didn't answer her directly. He stared at her beautiful little face, imagining a future where he could never see her again or where seeing her wouldn't mean anything to him. He sighed deeply, resting his head against her neck. Pandora, tell me honestly, who do you like more between me and Dustin? Pandora didn't understand why he was asking this. Pushing his face up, she cupped his chin with her tiny hands, her gaze firm. Of course, I love you. You were the first handsome Ricardo I met growing up, and I've liked you since the first moment I saw you. So she liked him because he was the first handsome Ricardo she met. He had only an advantage of time. If you had met Dustin first, wouldn't you like him instead? Pandora blinked her big eyes, confused. But there's no if, Daddy. Why are you being so strange today? Why make yourself sad with non-existent possibilities? Meeting you first means meeting you first, loving you means loving you. Why compare you to others? How can I answer something that hasn't happened? Don't make yourself sad over such things, okay? Goldie was momentarily convinced by her logic. Though the child spoke in simple terms, her words were profoundly true. Yes, why should he speculate about something that hadn't happened? Making himself uncomfortable over non-existent scenarios? Should he abandon Gwendolyn and Pandora for such trivial reasons, giving them to Dustin? No, that would be stupid. Tweaking her nose, he lovingly lifted Pandora into his arms. You're truly a little angel sent from heaven. Daddy isn't upset. Let's go back to bed. Back in the room, Gwendolyn sat alone under the covers reading a book. Seeing them walk in laughing, she felt a bit bewildered. Goldie truly cared for Pandora. During dinner, his mood had plummeted, but after talking to Pandora for only a few minutes, he seemed so delighted. Goldie put Pandora to bed, then glanced at Gwendolyn seriously. Come here for a moment. Gwendolyn didn't know what he wanted but complied, putting down her book and slipping on slippers. What's going on? Goldie surveyed the room, then moved the right nightstand to the corner and pushed the bed against the wall. After checking, he retrieved a blanket from the sofa and placed it between the bed and the wall. In the future, we'll sleep like this. This way, Pandora can roll around freely, and I won't worry about getting pushed off. Yay! Pandora excitedly did 2 somersaults on the bed. She had always wanted the bed to be against the wall, so she wouldn't worry about falling off while rolling around. After setting up the bed, Goldie went to shower while Gwendolyn lay back down, tucking Pandora into sleep. You stayed up too late. Go to sleep now. Pandora drifted off to sleep as Gwendolyn patted her. By the time Goldie came back from the shower, Pandora was already sound asleep. Gwendolyn hugged her, closing her eyes peacefully. Quietly climbing into bed, Goldie gently picked Pandora up from Gwendolyn's arms and placed her closer to the wall. Then, he lay down between Gwendolyn and Pandora. In her half-asleep state, Gwendolyn felt Pandora moving and instinctively patted her. Unbeknownst to her, she was patting Goldie Chapter 106, The Mermaid Princess Gwendolyn. Jorge's chest enjoyed her gentle patting, and his eyes watched Gwendolyn's serene and sweet face. His gloomy mood was finally completely relieved at this moment. He let out a light sigh, closed his eyes, and leaned closer to Gwendolyn, falling asleep soon after. Gwendolyn slept deeply and soundly, but when she opened her eyes, she found herself alone in bed. She quickly changed clothes, washed up, and went downstairs. Outside the door, Jorge was playing and laughing with Ollie in the garden. A tea table was placed under the eaves of the hall, where the elderly grandfather was sipping tea, breathing in the fresh morning air, and watching the father and daughter play, a perfect scene of family bliss. Gwendolyn watched them for a while from inside the house, then walked out shyly. Before she could greet her grandfather, he turned to look at her as if she were his greatest contributor. Why don't you sleep a little more? Why did you wake up so early? From now on, you don't need to get up so early. Whenever you want to get up, just do it. You are our greatest contributor, I won't say anything. Gwendolyn. Jorge's mood today was visibly good, and he looked spirited in his white shirt. Halfway through breakfast, he said to Gwendolyn. You've been staying at home bored all day. Tonight I'll take you somewhere. This afternoon, Ebert will bring an evening gown and help you with makeup. Philippe, sorry to trouble you again. We'll be back late tonight, so Ollie will be in your care. As long as they were happy together, everything else would be fine. The elderly grandfather ladled some soup and offered it to Ollie. Did you hear that? You and great-grandpa will have to rely on each other tonight. Can you behave properly? Ollie also supported her Viviana going out. Seeing her parents get along made her happier than anything else. Yes. Can you support great-grandpa's work? Yes. Can you cooperate well with great-grandpa? Yes. Then let's clink glasses. Clink glasses. Gwendolyn couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jorge was taking her to a charity gala organized by Mr. Tang, the president of the Fabiancheng Red Cross Society every year, fundraising among different enterprises in Fabiancheng. The funds raised were used to sponsor education and medical care for children in impoverished areas of Fabiancheng and orphanages. The Mohammed Corporation always donated large sums every year and had VIP status, but Jorge never attended, finding it boring. This year, for Gwendolyn, he went to great lengths. In the afternoon, Ebert came to the house with the evening gown and makeup supplies. This kind of gala, essentially, was a gathering of leading figures from various enterprises to exchange business information, working in a different format and location. Ebert, who found it boring, didn't plan to go. But upon hearing that Jorge and Gwendolyn would attend, he became interested. While applying makeup to Gwendolyn and joking with her, Keisha rushed over. Ebert brother, I heard the nanny saying you came here. I thought she was mistaken, but it's really you. You're so biased. We've known each other for so long, yet I've never worn a gown you designed or had you do my makeup. This is the second time you're doing this for my sister-in-law. No way. I want it too. Ebert gave her a scornful look. My gowns are paid for by your brother, and the makeup services are also paid for. Your sister-in-law is my client. If you want, pay me, and I can do your makeup anytime. Keisha. Our relationship isn't the same as hers. What's our relationship? Ebert had a stay away from me expression. Are you my sister or married to me? Even brothers need clear accounts, okay? Keisha. All right. I don't want your gown or makeup, but I want to go with you tonight. Unsurprisingly, Ebert refused. Sorry, I only have one invitation. Sure. You have an invitation. Bringing a date isn't excessive, right? Those places are for old men and women talking business, not for socializing. What do you need a date for? You won't last there anyway. Stay out of trouble. Go somewhere cool. But I didn't cause trouble. I really want to go with you. Usually when I ask you to hang out, you're always busy. It's rare that you're free today. If you don't take me, I'll ask Damien. Anyway, I must go with you tonight. With that, Keisha called Jorge for help. But Jorge was very busy and ignored her, leaving assistant Robert to answer. He only promised to convey the message after Jorge was done, giving no definitive answer. What a rotten Jorge, unwilling to help his own sister. Keisha then asked her Viviana for help. Since her daughter wanted to go with Ebert, as a Viviana, she should fully support her. She managed to get 2 invitations, give the other one to Scolari. Isn't she into Jorge? Give her a chance to talk to your brother. Keisha's eyes lit up, thinking her Viviana's idea was brilliant. Yesterday at her house, Gwendolyn and Scolari's meeting felt like a battlefield. With so many people tonight, another public confrontation. Keisha carefully dressed herself at home, put on a dress, and went to find Ebert, just as he was leading Gwendolyn out of the house, about to get in the car. Seeing Gwendolyn beautifully dressed by her fiancé, Keisha was almost blinded by jealousy. Too beautiful. Ebert dressed her in a white strapless long evening gown. The skirt flared into a mermaid tail, highlighting Gwendolyn's long legs, shapely hips, slender waist, and luscious bosom perfectly, making her appear incredibly elegant and radiant. The top of the dress was decorated with delicate pink feathers, balancing its elegance and sophistication. Gwendolyn, with her wavy hair and sparkling crown, resembled a beautiful mermaid princess. Comparing her outfit to Keisha's blue strapless tight dress, it seemed low quality and tacky. Never had Keisha felt such a blow to her confidence. For a moment, she wanted to rush up and kill Gwendolyn. All these things belonged to her, and even Thornton belonged to her. Why did Gwendolyn deserve it? Losing to a girl from a similarly prestigious background was understandable, but to this woman, humph. Gwendolyn found walking in heels difficult, so Ebert kindly held her hand to help her into the car. Facing away from Keisha, Gwendolyn lifted her foot when Keisha stepped on her dress train. Ah! Feeling a chill, almost exposed, Gwendolyn quickly covered herself. Keisha jumped off innocently. Sorry, Eliana, the gown is too long. I accidentally stepped on it. Are you okay? Gwendolyn straightened her dress and nervously told Ebert. I told you, I'm not used to wearing such dresses. They give no security. Ebert, can we change into something else? What if someone steps on it again? Ebert had almost seen her exposed, feeling somewhat apologetic. It's this late, where would we find another gown for you? Just bear with it. Don't worry, your figure can carry it off. If you're still worried, I'll sew a few stitches once we arrive to prevent any mishaps. Okay? Gwendolyn had no other choice. You better remember to sew it once we get there. Chapter 107, Take him down tonight. The weather wasn't great today, with the ominous signs of an impending storm. Ebert personally drove them to the magnificent banquet venue. The event hadn't started yet, and there weren't many guests around. Jorge had to rush from the company. The journey was quite far, so he hadn't arrived yet. During this lull, Ebert took the opportunity to help Gwendolyn adjust her evening gown. Under the guidance of a waiter, he led Gwendolyn and Keisha to the lounge. You wait here first. I'll be back soon to get some things. Meow, stay here with Dage. As soon as Ebert left, Keisha received a message from Scolari. She had rushed over and was already there. Dage, wait here. I'm going to welcome someone who will surprise you. Gwendolyn didn't know what kind of surprise she could have but noticed something odd in her expression. Before she could say anything, Keisha ran off. At the door, she met Scolari and approached her with a mock scowl. Amlin, you really messed me up yesterday. I called you here specifically to apologize to my brother and sister-in-law. Please be respectful or else my life will be miserable from now on. Scolari never expected that Keisha would ask her to apologize. Her face immediately twisted. What? You want me to apologize? What did I do wrong? Keisha explained, because Gwendolyn has such a strong hold over my brother now. Yesterday, I inadvertently introduced you too and you said some not so nice things. After that, she complained to him, and I got a huge scolding this morning. My brother even said he would settle accounts with you if he saw you again. But I think we all made mistakes unintentionally, so I called you over to resolve it amicably. Please, just apologize and keep your head low, let's move past this. Scolari was almost furious. Why should she apologize when she did nothing wrong? Her family might not be as wealthy as the Mohammed family, but that doesn't mean she should humiliate herself like this. If you'd told me to apologize, I'd never have come. Why should I apologize to that woman? I'm leaving, I refuse to suffer this humiliation. Don't go, Keisha pleaded, grabbing her hands. If you leave, my life will be terrible. Please, for me, just soften your words. Scolari was surprised at how pitiful the proud Mohammed family lady looked. Meow, why are you like this? Are you content to live such a miserable life forever? Keisha sighed, what can I do? I can't stand up to her. Scolari remembered Gwendolyn's submissive behavior before. What was so special about her? Jorge treated her like royalty, but without him, she was nothing. The more Scolari thought about it, the angrier she became. The weaker you act, the bolder they become. How foolish are you? Your brother and Gwendolyn aren't officially married yet. You're still the mistress of the Mohammed household. Haven't you thought of? Keisha's eyes lit up. What do you mean? You don't mean. Why not? Honestly, do you think she's worthy of your brother? To be the future Hannah of the Mohammed family? Keisha feigned righteous indignation. Of course not. You're much better suited, 10,000 times better than her. If we can drive her away and bring you in. They agreed and returned to the lounge. A waiter followed the guests inside with a tray. Ladies, what would you like to drink? Scolari pretended to be gentle, picking up a glass of orange juice and walking toward Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn, I'm sorry. Yesterday was sudden, and I lost control. Now, I deeply regret my actions. I heard you were here today, so I came to apologize. You're not angry with me, right? Gwendolyn didn't expect Keisha's surprise to be Scolari and certainly not her apology. Yesterday, she seemed determined to hate Gwendolyn forever, but today, she had reconsidered. Friends are valuable, so Gwendolyn stood up. How could I be? I also handled it poorly. It's understandable that you didn't understand. Good, I was worried you'd never speak to me again. Since you're not mad, let's toast. May you and Damien Sion have a long and happy life together. She handed Gwendolyn the juice while pretending to take another glass. Gwendolyn reached out to take it. As their hands almost touched, Scolari suddenly dropped the glass. Smash. It shattered on the floor, spilling orange juice all over Gwendolyn. Oh, I'm so sorry, I slipped. Are you okay? Gwendolyn wore a pure white dress with a long train, making the orange stains very noticeable. But since it wasn't intentional, she couldn't say much. It's fine, your dress is stained too. Did you get hurt? I'm fine. Scolari's red dress showed spots from the juice, but not as obviously as Gwendolyn's. Turning apologetically to the waiter, she asked, is there a restroom here? Can she wash up? Sorry about this. Then she squatted down, as if to wipe Gwendolyn's dress, so humble that Gwendolyn felt uncomfortable. No need, no need. I'll wash up. Your dress is stained too, please clean yours as well. Alright, I'll do that. Waiter, please take her to the restroom. Leave your bag here, I'll watch it for you. The waiter quickly escorted Gwendolyn to the restroom inside the lounge. The moment they entered, Scolari slammed the door shut and locked it. She triumphantly jingled the key. Stupid woman, trying to compete with me? Watch how I embarrass you tonight. Meow, let's lock the outer door too. She won't get out tonight. Even if she does, it will look like she emerged disheveled after rendezvousing with a man. Everyone will see what happens next to her reputation. Her series of moves stunned Keisha. Amlin, if you say you didn't plan this, I wouldn't believe you. This is incredible. You'd make an excellent sister-in-law. Let's take down my brother tonight. Hashtag chapter 108. No way, we can't break the door down. The two women locked the door from the outside and happily linked arms to go to the front hall. They had barely stood still when they saw Ebert. Keisha hurriedly intercepted Ebert. Damien Ebert, where did my elder sister-in-law go? I can't find her anywhere, did you see her? Ebert was taken aback. Wasn't she with you in the lounge? How could she be missing? She left to take a call right after you went out. I waited and waited but didn't see her, so I came out to look for her, but I couldn't find her anywhere. I thought she went to look for you. It was such a large banquet hall, if she wasn't inside, she must be outside. Ebert assumed she had gone out to take a call. I'll go check outside. You stay here, don't run around recklessly. Watching Ebert's hurried departure, Keisha spat. Blind dogs, all of them. What's so good about her that she's bewitched my brother-in-law and even ensnared the soul of my fiancé? Just see how anxious he got when I said I couldn't find her. Dead woman, if I don't embarrass her tonight to vent my anger, I won't be done with her. In the bathroom, Gwendolyn had just entered when she heard a loud noise behind the door. Realizing something was wrong, she rushed to pull the door handle. It was already too late. The door was locked from the outside. Every word of Scolari and Keisha's conversation reached her ears. She now knew that their apologies and offers of friendship were all fake. These two women were trying to harm her. How foolish she had been to fall for such a simple trick. Looking at her thin dress and then at the young, tall waiter beside her, Gwendolyn felt awkward. Do you have a spare key? Can you open the door? What waiter kept a spare key? He too was embarrassed upon realizing the two women outside had deliberately tried to harm her. I don't even have my phone. We're not allowed to use our phones during work hours, so I can't even make a call. What should we do? If someone really opens this door from outside and sees us together, it will be impossible to explain ourselves. This young man hadn't thought of a solution yet and was already panicking. Gwendolyn glanced at him. Don't panic. Is there any toolbox or something inside? If not, let's break down the door. I don't believe we can't get out. Break down the door? The waiter thought this method was a bit outrageous, but it was better than sitting here waiting to die. But after searching everywhere, they found no toolbox. Apart from 2 packs of tissues and a bottle of hand wash, there was nothing they could use as leverage. Let's try kicking the door open. We can't sit here doing nothing. Don't worry, once I'm out, I'll explain everything to clear your name and make sure you don't lose your job, Gwendolyn suggested again. Fortunately, the waiter was young and strong. He took 2 steps back. Okay, I'll kick it. You move aside, don't get hurt. With that, he tensed his entire body and kicked the door hard. The frame shook, but the door didn't budge. He prepared to kick it again, but suddenly a deep male voice came from outside. Stop kicking. I'll open the door for you. Another person in the room? Great. Gwendolyn and the waiter listened intently. After some rustling sounds, the door lock turned and opened. To Gwendolyn's surprise, standing outside was none other than Dustin, whom she hadn't seen for days. Shaw. Dustin was dressed formally and as suave as ever, but beads of sweat lined his forehead, and his face and lips were pale. Opening the door seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He leaned against the wall. Everything is fine, come out. Gwendolyn instinctively looked at his leg, which trembled slightly. Given the weather, his condition must have worsened. Does your leg hurt again? Are you okay? She hurried to support him. I'll help you rest on the sofa. Where were you just now? Why didn't I see you? Dustin, feeling weak, was helped to the sofa. Closing his eyes, he rested for a while before his Adam's apple moved faintly. There's another lounge inside. I didn't want to be seen, so I stayed in there. Who knew I'd meet you here? Thinking about how she had been tricked, Gwendolyn felt somewhat embarrassed. So you heard everything we said? Dustin didn't answer. A new wave of pain hit him, and he closed his eyes in discomfort. His fists clenched tightly, and his whole body trembled as the sweat on his forehead became denser. Gwendolyn quickly grabbed some tissues to wipe his sweat. If it hurts, don't speak. Let me have your leg. Waiter, can you find a basin and fill it with hot water? The waiter, having forgotten about the inner lounge earlier, responded. I'm not sure, but I'll try. He ran off, and Gwendolyn lifted Dustin's injured leg onto her lap, removing his socks. She rubbed her hands until they were warm, found the right acupoints, and began massaging him. Dustin, in pain, allowed Gwendolyn to do as she pleased. Gwendolyn massaged vigorously as the waiter rushed back with several plastic bags. No basin, but can these plastic bags work? I'll double bag them. Sure, it'll do for now. Thanks. The waiter fetched a bag of hot water. Gwendolyn placed Dustin's foot into the warm water and continued massaging it. A few minutes passed, and Dustin finally regained some strength. Much better, thank you. You can stop now. Gwendolyn had been massaging for several minutes and was sweating from exertion, but she didn't stop. Just a little longer. I'm fine, you just lie still. Sorry, Shaw. Earlier, I said I would treat your leg, but how is Dolores doing recently? As they talked, noises suddenly came from outside. Someone pushed the door handle, shaking the door, but it didn't open. Jorge's agitated voice followed. Who locked this door? Open it. Sorry, Mr. Mohammed. It might have been a careless service staff. I'll find the key right away. Minutes ago, Ebert had searched the entire banquet hall for Gwendolyn, planning to call her when Jorge arrived. Hearing that Gwendolyn had vanished immediately upon arrival, he walked in with a stern face. Keisha insisted that Gwendolyn had left to take a call and didn't know where she went. Jorge glared coldly at her. You better be telling the truth, or I'll check the surveillance later. At the mention of surveillance, Keisha panicked and exchanged looks with Scolari. Maybe I was mistaken. Could she still be inside somewhere? I came out to meet Anlin and didn't see clearly. Should we check the lounge again? Jorge shot an unpleased glance at her and Scolari, and everyone followed him to the lounge entrance. Chapter 109, Don't embarrass yourself anymore. Ah. What is my sister-in-law doing? The banquet hall manager quickly found the key. To his surprise, when he pushed open the door, Gwendolyn was really inside. Not only was she inside, but she was kneeling beside a man in a white shirt and black vest, both bowing their heads over another man lying on the sofa. From this angle, it gave everyone much room for speculation. Keisha shrieked first. Following her scream, Jorge walked into the lounge with a stern expression. Gwendolyn, what are you doing? Gwendolyn had already heard the commotion outside and knew that Jorge was looking for her. She wasn't panicking and didn't stop her actions. I'm helping someone. Shaw isn't feeling well. Since you've opened the door, could you ask a server to bring me a basin of hot water? Everyone followed Jorge's footsteps, moving past the coffee table to the side of the sofa, finally seeing what she was doing. Apparently, a server was kneeling beside her holding a bag of water, while she massaged Dustin's feet in the water. This. Keisha and Scolari exchanged glances. How could there be a third person in the room? Damn, they were careless. Jorge knew that Dustin suffered from leg problems. Seeing him pale and lying there, his brows still furrowed. What happened to him? An after-effect from a previous car accident. When the weather turns bad, he suffers excruciating pain without painkillers. Gwendolyn's forehead was dotted with beads of sweat as she explained while continuing her massage. Call a doctor to give him some painkillers, don't mess around like this. It looks terrible kneeling here dressed like this and massaging a man's feet. Jorge tried to pull Gwendolyn up, but she dodged. At this moment, why worry about appearances? Where's the basin? Have you fetched it yet? Sure, I'll get it right away. The manager hurriedly went to fetch it, but Dustin slowly opened his eyes. No need. He lifted his foot out of the water, supported himself with his arms, and slowly sat up straight. I feel much better. Thank you, Miss Chu. You've been kind. Only when he sat up did he realize that many people had come in. Dustin's demeanor remained composed as he adjusted his pant leg elegantly. I'm sorry for causing embarrassment. I'm fine now. Everyone can leave. The server took the water to the bathroom. With his condition improving, Gwendolyn also stood up. Why don't you skip the rest of the event? Let me take you home. Dustin reached for a couple of tissues, gently wiping the sweat off his face as he looked at Gwendolyn. I'm already fine. Who did you come with? Where's Elida? Facing so many people, they were reminiscing. Jorge pulled Gwendolyn's arm. Still not going to wash your hands? Massaging feet is one thing, but why lock the door? Mentioning this, Gwendolyn cast a cold look at Keisha. You should ask your sister. Meow, have I ever offended you? If it weren't for Shaw, I would still be locked in the bathroom with this server. What did you intend by locking us together? Keisha's face paled abruptly. Panicked, she stammered. What are you saying, sister-in-law? About locking you up? Didn't you say you stained your dress and needed to go to the restroom? Scolari and I went to another restroom. How could we have locked you? Did you accidentally lock the door yourself? Gwendolyn sneered. Wasn't this something you two carefully planned? Why didn't you practice beforehand? If I had locked the door from the inside, wouldn't you have used the key to open it? Moreover, why would I want to lock myself in with a male server? Are there no other guests here that I can't wait to create scandalous gossip about myself? This. Keisha didn't know how to explain. Quietly, she tugged at Scolari. Scolari detested this lucky woman deeply. Stiffening her neck, she retorted. Who knows? Anyway, we didn't lock you. As friends, why would locking you benefit us? They clearly knew whether it benefited them or not, but without evidence, they couldn't expose them publicly. Gwendolyn had initially intended to maintain good relations with these two, but now it seemed unnecessary. Glancing coldly at them, she was too lazy to argue further and prepared to head to the restroom. Unexpectedly, Dustin spoke calmly. Weren't you two talking about how much you disliked her and that locking her with a male server would embarrass her in front of everyone later? Already forgotten? What? He heard what they said just now. Weren't there only a few of them in the room? Where did this man come from? Scolari and Keisha exchanged panicked glances. But Scolari insisted he had no proof and refused to admit it. Sir, I don't know your relationship with Gwendolyn, but you shouldn't help her twist the facts just because she helped you earlier. How do you know our relationship? Do you know I helped Gwendolyn a few days ago? Public defamation carries legal consequences. Think before you speak. Hard-headed indeed. Dustin glanced at her coolly. Legal consequences? Not thought through. Impressive, you know basic law. But since you're aware that slandering others has legal repercussions, yet you still acted, it seems you feel entitled. Miss Chu, I have a video. Since she's so stubborn, turn it over to the police. I'd like to see just how tough her backing is. He had a video? Could it be that he recorded them locking Gwendolyn up and talking about her behind her back? Scolari was utterly panicked, rushing forward anxiously and angrily towards Dustin. You secretly filmed me? That's an invasion of privacy, do you know that? Where's the video? Show it. Delete it immediately. Dustin looked at her coldly. Your face would only disgrace my phone. After showing it to the police, I'll throw the phone away without hesitation. You. Seeing a black phone next to him on the sofa, Scolari reached to grab it. Jorge extended his arm, blocking her. Scolari, haven't you caused enough trouble? Scolari's eyes widened as they met colder ones. Damien Cyan. Boring. Childish. Did I not make myself clear before, or is there something wrong with your brain? Do you think this is fun? In Swanson Fabian's name, I won't hold tonight's incident against you, but stay away from me. And you, Keisha. His glare shifted coldly to Keisha's pale face. To do such a reckless thing to family shows you're beyond redemption. Go home and try not to embarrass yourself anymore. Chapter 110, A Fine Pair of Legs. Scolari and Keisha slunk away from the crowd, while the banquet hall manager and staff tactfully exited. Gwendolyn emerged from the restroom after washing her hands. Only then did Ebert notice how her dress was utterly ruined. How did your dress get like this? The party hasn't even started yet. Thanks to your fiancé, she spilled a glass of juice on me. Gwendolyn glanced down at the stained dress. But it doesn't matter. This dress wasn't really suitable for me anyway. It's fine if it's dirty now. I won't be attending the gala anymore. Since Shaw is not feeling well, I'll leave with him. She intended to leave with Dustin? Did he not exist? Dustin had already put on his shoes and socks and looked presentable again. Jorge gave him a cold look. Gwendolyn, did you forget who you came with tonight? Ebert, don't you have a spare gown? No, but that shouldn't stop Ebert. He took out a pair of scissors. Just make a few adjustments. There's no need to miss the entire event because of this. Come here, let me help you. Ebert squatted in front of Gwendolyn and began cutting where the juice had splashed, crisp, rip, and suddenly, the long floor-length dress became a short knee-high one. Gwendolyn's slender, fair, and straight legs were instantly revealed. Ebert admired her legs with satisfaction. You shouldn't have worn such a long dress in the first place. It was hiding these beautiful legs. Now, it looks just right. He stood up, smirking at Jorge triumphantly. How does it look now, old Mohammed? Doesn't it look perfect? Indeed, it was quite beautiful, highlighting Gwendolyn's great figure. Unfortunately, Dustin also saw her legs. What kind of shoddy design is this? I won't hire you again. He offered his arm to Gwendolyn. Come, let's go. With the dress suddenly so short, both top and bottom felt exposed, leaving Gwendolyn feeling insecure. Besides, she didn't know anyone outside. She genuinely didn't want to attend. Can we not go? My alcohol tolerance isn't good, and I don't know many people. Besides, Shaw. Was she still so preoccupied with Dustin? She kept glancing at him and mentioning him. Thinking back to their previous scenes together, Jorge's anger surged. So, what do you want? To stay here and reminisce with Shaw? Should I not have opened the door earlier? Am I getting in your way? Gwendolyn was speechless. Dustin realized Gwendolyn had come with Jorge today. He had never figured out the relationship between Gwendolyn and Jorge. Jorge used to dote on Ollie, and now he spoke to Gwendolyn with such possessiveness. Didn't Gwendolyn say the child's father had been found, and she wanted to reconcile with him? Could Jorge be Ollie's father? He slowly rose from the sofa. Gwendolyn, should you explain? You said the child's father returned and asked me to stay away. So, is the child's father Mr. Mohammed? She hadn't expected to be asked this question in such a scenario. Her eyes flickered, unsure how to respond. Why so many questions? Let's go, I'll go out with you. She held on to Jorge's arm. Since entering the room, Ebert had noticed Dustin sitting on the sofa. Despite his poor complexion, his features were strikingly handsome. Wearing a black suit, though slim, his proportions were excellent. What impressed Ebert most was his aura, clean, dignified, and composed, fitting the ideal of a perfect boyfriend. Previously, Ebert thought he liked Jorge, but today meeting Dustin made him realize how shallow he was. There were plenty of good men out there, many suited for him. Why didn't they meet earlier? Ebert blushed slightly, his heart pounding. With only Dustin left in the room, Ebert approached and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Ebert. May we get acquainted? Ebert was equally tall and handsome, with sharp, elegant features. Though slightly feminine looking, giving off an innocent vibe, he appeared clean and youthful, exuding charm. Dustin's cool fingers gently held Ebert's warm ones. Dustin. Ebert, which Marvin family are you from? The Jilly Cosmetics Marvin? Surprised that he knew about his company, Ebert felt delighted. Yes, does Shaw know my father? In recent years, as women's beauty consciousness has increased, almost everyone wears makeup, expanding the cosmetic market significantly. Jilly Cosmetics, being a renowned brand, capitalized on this trend by acquiring several companies and setting up new factories. As a real estate tycoon, Dustin naturally had dealings with President Marvin. Of course. President Marvin is talented and forward-thinking, and it turns out he has a harmonious family. Your abilities are truly commendable. Hearing praises for his father and himself, Ebert was thrilled. I apologize, but I've only returned from studying abroad last year and am still unfamiliar with the Fabianching business circle. If Shaw doesn't mind, could I get your phone number? There might be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Today, Dustin had attended despite his leg pain to exchange information and wouldn't miss such an opportunity. They exchanged numbers and added each other on WeChat before leaving together. I only know Jorge, who has a female companion and isn't interested in me. If Shaw doesn't mind, would you join me for a drink? Each holding a glass of champagne, they clinked glasses. Ebert grew more fond of Thornton beside him. However, his gaze kept wandering to Gwendolyn beside Jorge, whose expression was indifferent yet filled with unspoken emotions. Unable to resist, Ebert asked, Shaw, pardon my curiosity, but you and my sister-in-law. Oh, I mean Gwendolyn. My sister-in-law? Dustin's eyes darkened. When did Gwendolyn become my sister-in-law? Just a few days ago. Jorge suddenly announced he had a 3-year-old daughter and a longtime girlfriend, whom he brought back to the Mohammed family. Ali is Jorge's daughter? Dustin's eyes darkened further. Impossible. If it were true, why hadn't he acknowledged Ali earlier, letting Gwendolyn struggle alone? If it were true, why had he been so cold towards Gwendolyn recently? Seeing Gwendolyn standing beside Jorge, holding a wine glass, looking lost, Dustin didn't believe they had shared deep feelings. A couple who had truly loved and had a child couldn't possibly be so distant. But if not, why? Chapter 111, Uncomfortable Feet? Let me see. Dustin walked straight toward Gwendolyn as he thought. Jorge was discussing tech information with a business tycoon. Gwendolyn couldn't understand and didn't dare interrupt. She held a glass of champagne, standing beside him quietly. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder, and Dustin's voice came from behind. Gwendolyn, I need to talk to you. Can I borrow you for a moment? Gwendolyn turned around, looking into his eyes. She had also been wanting to talk about Anan. Just as she was about to agree, Jorge grabbed her wrist. It's inconvenient. The dance party has started. Gwendolyn should dance with me. Gwendolyn. Dancing was not her strong suit. Before she could protest, Jorge interrupted her. I'll teach you. Then he placed his hand on her waist, pulling her tightly into his arms. You're so smart, you'll learn quickly. And you'll look beautiful dancing. His claim over her was evident. Dustin couldn't comprehend how their relationship progressed so fast. Before he could ask what was going on, Jorge put his champagne glass on a waiter's tray and nodded to the business tycoon. Mr. Marvin, we are going to dance. Would you like to join us? The elderly businessman laughed and waved his hand. Too old to keep up with young people like you. You go ahead. Never seen Brantlyville President Mohammed dance before. Today will be an eye-opener. Jorge led Gwendolyn into the dance floor without glancing at anyone else. The dance party had just begun, and many were eager but hesitant to start. Jorge wasn't usually one to attract attention, but today he made an exception. Gwendolyn felt her cheeks burning as she placed one hand on his shoulder and the other in his grasp, meeting everyone's gazes. I really don't know how to dance. And no one else is dancing yet. Aren't you embarrassed? What's there to be embarrassed about? This is a dance party. They'll all join soon, no one will have time to watch. Follow my lead, yes, just like that. Gwendolyn reluctantly started dancing. Strangely, she seemed to have an innate sense of rhythm. As soon as Jorge instructed her, she found the beat. Although she didn't know how to pose, she followed his lead, forward, backward, and spinning, all steps perfectly in sync. I told you, you could do it. Jorge smiled at her blushing face. See, they're all complimenting you. Gwendolyn dared not meet anyone's gaze, especially under Jorge's gentle, affectionate stare. She kept her eyes on his shoulder, moving instinctively to the music. They matched perfectly in height, looks, and physique, dancing gracefully and beautifully. Everyone watched for a moment before joining in. Feeling more comfortable as the crowd grew, Jorge danced more passionately, leading Gwendolyn through one song after another. After dancing for what felt like hours, Gwendolyn felt hot all over and her feet began to ache. Can't keep dancing, my feet hurt, I'm too hot, can we take a break? Without looking at anyone, Jorge guided her through a few more steps and surprisingly moved out of the dance floor. In the center of the banquet hall, there were trays of exquisite pastries and drinks. He brought Gwendolyn there, lifted her gently, and sat her on a high stool. Which foot hurts? Let me see. He grabbed her feet right there in public. Wearing a short skirt and surrounded by people, Gwendolyn panicked. Could you pay some attention? Why fear? Everyone knows you're mine now. Let me check your feet. Is this one? Not only did he not let go, Jorge took off her shoe. The arch of Gwendolyn's left foot was red, and he held her foot in his broad palm, rubbing it lightly with his thumb. Didn't you wear heels before? How come you're so useless today? How high were the heels before? How high are they today? Gwendolyn felt ticklish and tried to pull away, but Jorge held her too tightly. You're not short. There's no need for such high heels. I'll tell Ebert to make shoes in a height you can handle. Next time, this won't happen. As he spoke, he continued massaging her foot gently. Gwendolyn's face felt like it was on fire. I get it, let me go. Others might laugh. You don't know, in this circle, the more harmonious and loving the family, the more respected they are. Jorge said this calmly. After speaking, both looked at each other. Loving wife? Had he subconsciously already considered Gwendolyn his wife? Gwendolyn couldn't imagine ever becoming Jorge's wife. The sudden mention of those words made both feel awkward. They met eyes and then quickly looked away. Just then, a waiter passed by, and Jorge called him. Do you have band-aids? Bring two. Yes, sir, one moment please. Gwendolyn tried to get down from the stool. I'm fine, my feet aren't that sensitive. Do you not want to dance anymore, or just not with me? Jorge kept her dancing to feel Dustin's eyes on Gwendolyn. He was sure that if he let go, Dustin would whisk her away. He wouldn't give him that chance. Mid-movement, Jorge lifted her back onto the chair. Just as they were getting intimate, Ebert and Dustin walked over with wine glasses. Ebert teased, who would have thought, old Mohammed, you'd have such a romantic side, rubbing your wife's feet in public. Really surprised me. Not embarrassed by two men watching him rub a woman's feet, Jorge replied calmly. I've always been romantic, just with women. If you want to experience it, change genders next life. Changing genders would help. There are plenty of women here, yet you only rubbed one foot. Lucky, lucky sister-in-law. At this point, Ebert glanced at Dustin. Gwendolyn wasn't just lucky, she was skilled. Not only did Fabianching's golden bachelor Jorge dote on her, even the aloof Dustin favored her. How envious he felt, wishing he weren't a man. The waiter arrived quickly with the band-aids. Jorge took two pieces, applied them to the arches of Gwendolyn's feet, and helped her put her shoes back on, guiding her down from the stool. Try it, see if it feels better. Chapter 112, Explosive Possessiveness. Surrounded by two men watching as Jorge massaged and put shoes on her feet, Gwendolyn felt so embarrassed she could explode. She moved her foot slightly and said in a perfunctory manner. Much better. It's not early anymore, let's head back. Jorge had brought Gwendolyn out tonight just to cheer her up. After drinking, dancing, and declaring his territory, he felt content. You're sleepy. All right. Ollie is waiting for us at home to sleep. Let's go back then. As he spoke, he grabbed Gwendolyn's hand and placed it into the crook of his arm. Gwendolyn instinctively looked towards Dustin, wanting to say goodbye, and found him staring at her all along. Shaw. Gwendolyn, are you free tomorrow? Dustin's face was gloomy, clearly, he was feeling low as he interjected before her. Dom has been very unwell recently. Since our last encounter at the hospital, he hasn't attended school. I promised him something but failed to keep my word, thus losing his trust. Now he won't listen to me no matter what. If it's convenient, I hope you can visit him tomorrow. Hearing this, Gwendolyn felt very distressed. She knew it was all her fault that Dom had turned like this. He craved maternal love, and she had promised it but reneged halfway, deeply hurting his innocent heart. I have time. I'll take Ollie early tomorrow. Should we go to your place or? Not even consulting her own opinion. Immediately agreeing and suggesting going to his house. Jorge frowned and pulled Gwendolyn behind him. Who said you're free tomorrow? You have to come with me. Gwendolyn was taken aback. What was she coming along for? He hadn't mentioned anything before they came here. Seeing her puzzled expression clearly, Jorge explained. Chuck isn't feeling well, and I need to take him for a medical checkup tomorrow. You and Ollie need to accompany us. Using Chuck's health to pressure her? Gwendolyn. Then the day after tomorrow. Shaw. Dustin gave her enough face, not making her feel too awkward. Alright, one more day won't hurt. The day after tomorrow then. Early in the morning. The day after tomorrow, he also isn't free. Jorge's control freak tendencies exploded. He couldn't stand the way Dustin gazed lovingly at Gwendolyn. The day after tomorrow, my friend is getting married, and Gwendolyn needs to attend with me. If the earlier part about Chuck going to the hospital was true, this was obviously deliberate. Before Dustin could say anything, Gwendolyn pulled her hand out from his arm, displeased. Is it going to be never free whenever I plan to go to Shaw's house? How can you be like this? I'm just visiting a child, don't I have some personal freedom? Mentioning not letting her meet Dustin infuriated her. Since she liked Dustin so much, why did she run pitifully to Scolari to work after being abandoned by him a few days ago? Furrowing his brows and showing signs of anger, Jorge was interrupted by Ebert stepping in between them. That's not what I meant, big sister. Old Mohammed really has to attend a friend's wedding, and I've received an invitation too. Considering you two have only recently gone public, he wants to introduce you to more friends. His love for you is shown through his actions. Alright, if you don't want to go, you don't have to. The day after tomorrow, I'll accompany you to Shaw's place, alright? On the way back, Jorge sat silently with a cold expression. Gwendolyn couldn't find appropriate words to break the ice and remained silent as well. The two didn't exchange a single word until bedtime. That night, Jorge didn't move Ollie to the wall side, leaving her between them as they lay silently throughout the entire night. Early next morning, Gwendolyn woke up, dressed and cleaned Ollie, then went downstairs to the dining room. When Chuck came down, she quickly asked him where he was uncomfortable and which hospital they were going to today, catching him off guard. Nothing is wrong, and it's not time for a follow-up yet. Why would we go to the hospital again? Did the doctor notify you to go for a checkup? Gwendolyn. Jorge walked up from behind and sat beside Chuck with a stern face. Just a routine health checkup. Luckily, I have time today, and we'll all go with you. Don't overthink it. Though he didn't need such company, it was rare for his grandchildren to be filial, and the Ismail was happy to be accompanied for the examination. Jorge deliberately prolonged the time, ensuring Chuck was thoroughly examined inside out, spending the whole day at the hospital. Although they hardly exchanged a word the whole day, watching Gwendolyn around made him inexplicably comfortable. After dinner, Gwendolyn gave Chuck a leg massage, then returned to the room with Ollie. Ollie, we'll visit Dom tomorrow. We haven't seen him for several days, do you miss him? Visit Dom? Ollie immediately became excited. Yes. I miss him so much. I even dreamt about him last night. Amina, are you finally taking me to see him? Can I bring some gifts I've received lately to give to Dom? Of course. Gwendolyn pinched her little face. While out yesterday, we met Bohangu who said Dom hasn't been in good spirits lately, maybe because we moved out of his house. Ollie, be a good girl, and comfort him when we get there. Speak nicely about mommy to win his forgiveness, okay? Sure. Last time we left, I forgot to leave my phone number. Tomorrow I'll wear my watch and add his WeChat, so we can chat every day. Don't worry, Mom, I'll comfort him well. Jorge's improved mood plummeted because of this conversation. Dreaming about him in her sleep? Both big and small are ingrates. Not only were the two ladies excited to finally go to the Gu residence, but Ebert was equally excited. Early in the morning, he dressed neatly and drove to the Mohammed residence personally. Seeing him talking with Vanessa at the dining table, Jorge couldn't help but sneer. You're so proactive. Didn't seem so eager at work though. Ebert retorted, isn't this for your sake? Accompanying Eliana requires me to be proactive, right? Old Mohammed, don't be upset. With me and Ollie, and his son Dom, those electric lights are sure to prevent any trouble. Do you still doubt Eliana's character? Jorge wasn't doubting Gwendolyn's character, but Dustin's. But at this point, stopping her would make her think he was infringing on her freedom again. So, he acted magnanimous, am I that petty? I just can't stand her carelessly giving massages to others. Is Shaw so poor he can't afford a doctor? If his legs are problematic, he should seek treatment. Wallowing in self-pity before her doesn't show skill. Ebert agreed with him. Shaw should seek treatment. I'll connect him with a few reputable neurologists. Rest assured, with me around, Eliana won't have another chance to give him massages. Jorge felt his statement was odd but couldn't pinpoint the issue. He glanced sideways at him irritably. Call me anytime you need. And tell Dustin that the doors of the Mohammed Hospital are always open to him. Chapter 113, Cautious Heart. The two were talking when Gwendolyn came downstairs with Ollie. Ollie was very excited today, carrying a large bag of gifts for Dom. Watching her small shoulders laden with the heavy load and her joy that couldn't be suppressed made Jorge feel even more displeased. Ollie, that's enough. If you bring all this stuff back for others, what will you play with? Ollie was quite generous. Dom is my best friend, in fact, the only good friend I've made so far. I should share all the good things with him. I don't mind if I can't play myself. Dad, Dom is actually very pitiful. If I come back late today, please wait for me at home and don't be angry. Pitiful, he thought sarcastically, not forgetting how long she herself had lived a good life. Jorge shifted his gaze to Gwendolyn, who wore simple blue jeans, a white t-shirt, sneakers, and her hair tied up into a high bun. She looked neat, fresh, and sunny. Why aren't you wearing the bracelet? He noticed immediately that she wasn't wearing any jewelry, particularly not the bracelet, which was the family heirloom and symbol of her status in the Mohammed family. Gwendolyn felt the bracelet was too precious and removed it right after receiving it from Philippe to avoid breaking it. She didn't expect Jorge to care about such details. She glanced at her wrist. It's too valuable. I'm afraid of knocking it or damaging it. What are you going to do that might cause damage? Are you planning to wash dishes, sweep the floor, wipe tables, or give foot massages? As he mentioned foot massages, last night's scene came to his mind again. I warn you, you're now part of the Mohammed family, representing us. Don't casually have physical contact with other men, especially don't touch anyone's feet again. He spoke as if she was a professional foot masseuse. Wasn't last night an exception? Gwendolyn frowned. Shaw has poor health. I learned some medical skills before, and if he suddenly falls ill, just ask him to see a doctor. If he can't afford it, I'll help. There's no need for you, a half-baked doctor, to treat him. Jorge said, looking sternly at Ebert. Don't forget your mission today. Be back by lunchtime, and no later than 11 o'clock, or else. It was only 7 in the morning, and he wanted them back by 11? Too strict. But Ebert didn't dare to protest. He knew Jorge's temper. Got it, got it. We're just visiting the Gu family, not leaving the province or country. Look at you being so nervous. Done nagging yet? Can we go? You haven't eaten breakfast. Is it really necessary to rush so much? Ebert retorted, what breakfast? Without eating time and travel time, we'd better skip it. Let's go. If we're hungry, we can eat at the Gu family. Or buy something on the way. Let's go. Ebert seemed even more anxious than Gwendolyn and Ollie. He stood up and left. Jorge watched him in puzzlement. Why was he so eager to visit the Gu family? He personally accompanied them and skipped breakfast. Could he have feelings for Dustin? Thinking of this, Jorge's eyebrows furrowed even deeper. He thought Ebert was joking about liking men. Did he mean it? This was their first visit to his sweetheart's house, and Ebert felt great. The music en route made him drive fast, reaching the Gu family's residence within half an hour. The door opened, revealing Dustin in pajamas, seemingly just woken up. You came so early. Have you eaten? He wore deep blue silk pajamas, making him look thinner and more refined. Through the thin fabric, Ebert could see his sturdy muscles and skin almost pale from illness, his concern obvious. Not yet. Ollie missed Dom so much, we came straight here after getting up. Damien Ariel, you're too skinny, you need to eat more. Dustin smiled, pinching Ebert's arm like a brother. Quinn Lane for you, you might weigh less than me. Come in, let's eat together. They entered. Ollie hurried to share gifts with Dom but couldn't find him. Where's Dom? Still sleeping? What a lazy bug. Actually, after knowing Gwendolyn and Ollie would visit, he had been looking forward to it, but he didn't show it. When Dustin checked on him earlier, he was already dressed but refused to leave the room. He's upstairs, hasn't left his room for days. Doesn't talk to anyone or eat properly. Even the psychologist couldn't get through to him. I'm helpless and worried if this continues. Gwendolyn, thanks for coming today to talk to him. I hope you can help open his heart. Gwendolyn felt deeply sorry hearing this. I'll go check on him now. You guys start eating. Gwendolyn and Ollie went upstairs. Inside the room, Dom was quietly building Lego blocks on the floor. Ollie knocked politely on the door. Dom? It's Ollie. I've come to see you. Can I come in? There was no response. Dom, I brought many gifts for you. Please let me in. Still no response. Dom, if you don't open, we'll go to the amusement park without you. With a bang, the door finally opened. Dom asked sullenly, who asked you to come? Ollie replied, we came because we wanted to. We're friends and missed you. Isn't it okay to visit? Friends don't lose touch so suddenly or abandon each other, do they? Dom blocked the door. I don't need your concern. Didn't you find your dad? Your mom wants to reconcile with him. When are they getting married? Now you're happy? Having both parents, maybe soon a younger sibling, coming to show off, huh? Even though misunderstood, Ollie wasn't upset and hugged him generously. I know you like my mom and want her to be your mom. We're sorry for surprising you by finding Dad, but life changes unexpectedly. Not everyone will follow your wishes. Dom, don't be sad. Since we can't change facts, try to accept them. How about calling my mom your God Viviana? We can still play together forever. Calling Gwendolyn God Viviana? Dom hadn't thought of that. His round eyes looked tentatively at Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn also liked Ollie's idea. She squatted down, hugging Dom and Ollie. I'm definitely willing. Dom, please do this favor for me. Chapter 114, can't go without seeing her all morning. Since she couldn't marry Dad, but could still play with her often as his God Viviana, it was a good thing after all. Dolores accepted this idea inwardly but refused to admit it out loud. I don't care about having a God Viviana. You betrayed me and now you expect me to forgive you so easily. Humph. Gwendolyn cupped his little face in her hands, then what do you want? How about I take you to the amusement park and play all the rides you like? Dolores was slightly moved but retorted, no. I'll visit you at least 2 days a week. Once Ollie is old enough for school, you two can be in the same class. I'll pick both of you up every day, okay? Being able to see her every day and get picked up by her? Finally, Dolores was convinced. Add one more condition. When you come to see me, you must bring homemade food. She finally coaxed him into agreeing. Seeing the sparkle in his eyes, Gwendolyn breathed a sigh of relief. Not only will I bring homemade food, but I'll also bring you a gift each time, okay? Dolores finally hugged Gwendolyn too, don't trick me again. I swear, if I lie to you again, I'll turn into a puppy. Let's pinky promise. Ebert was interested in every nook and cranny of Dustin's home, examining this and that, and Dustin stayed by his side explaining everything. As they were talking, children's chattering and cheerful footsteps echoed down the stairs. Dustin turned quickly to look. Chujin truly had a special talent. She solved problems even a psychologist couldn't fix in just a few words. The two kids bounded down the stairs, Dolores running over to Dustin. Dad, I'm so hungry. Is breakfast ready yet? Let's finish eating and go to the amusement park. I want to ride the roller coaster and Buzz Brantley cheer today, don't stop me. It turned out Gwendolyn had promised to take him to the amusement park. Regardless of where they went, as long as it opened his heart, Dustin wouldn't try to stop him as an adult. After a happy breakfast, Dustin went upstairs to change, and Gwendolyn was a bit worried about his leg. Is it okay? Are you feeling any discomfort today? Dustin usually took painkillers when not going out in public. It's fine. He came down in a black casual outfit. His hair was neatly combed, and he wore sunglasses, making Ebert almost want to throw himself into his arms. How could anyone be so handsome? What poor judgment, he used to think Jorge was the most handsome man in Fabiancheng. Dustin drove them all to the amusement park in a business car. Even though they bought VIP tickets, there were still many people, and each attraction required queuing. After playing only 2 attractions, it was already 11. Gwendolyn held hands with the 2 kids wherever they went, and Ebert naturally stood beside Dustin the whole time. He loved this feeling so much that he didn't notice the time. Just as it hit 11, Jorge called. Seeing the number, Ebert felt annoyed for the first time. Do you have to be so punctual? Say 11, and it must be 11. A bit late won't hurt, right? Jorge heard the noise on the other end and frowned in his office. Where are you now? At the amusement park. We've only played 2 attractions, it's impossible to leave now. Old Mohammed, don't be such a buzzkill. Ollie is having so much fun, if we made her leave now, she'd cry. Jorge knew Ebert wasn't reliable. Telling him to watch over Gwendolyn? If he didn't make trouble, that would be a miracle. With who? Is Dustin there too? Of course, bringing his son to the amusement park without accompanying them? People would gossip about Gwendolyn and me taking the kids. Relax, Dustin has no interest in Gwendolyn, and they hardly talked during the trip. Plus, I'm here to keep things under control, what could happen? Can you please stop nagging? Not a chance. Jorge dared not imagine what excuses Ebert might come up with next. Now that Gwendolyn entered the Mohammed family, she belonged to him, Jorge. Mixing Ricardor relations together was unacceptable. Which amusement park are you at? Ebert, old Mohammed, you. I asked which amusement park. There was only one Disneyland in Fabiancheng. Upon hearing this, Jorge hung up. The weather was fantastic, the sun blazing down, and everyone's faces were flushed red from the heat. After another couple of rides, Dustin noticed Gwendolyn's forehead hair sticking to her cheeks and said to Ebert. I'll buy some cold water. Stay here with them. Buy cold water? One person can't carry it all. Let me go with you. The 2 went to a nearby store. As soon as they left, Jorge arrived. Spotting Gwendolyn pulling the 2 kids alone in the crowd immediately caught his attention. Thankfully, there was no sign of the kind of intimate scene he had imagined. Jorge walked towards them, Ollie. Seeing him suddenly appear, glowing under the bright sunlight, looking so handsome, young, and tall, Ollie jumped excitedly. Dad? Why did you suddenly come? Are you here just for me? Ah. Wish you had told me beforehand. So happy. This is the first time my parents are together at the amusement park. She ran forward and hugged Jorge's thigh. Jorge enjoyed being needed by her, picking her up and lovingly wiping her sweaty forehead. Look how crazy you are, your hair is all wet. Are you hot? Ollie wrapped her arms around his neck happily. Not at all. Dad, I'm so happy, I missed you so much just now. She pressed her warm face against Jorge's cheek, making him feel that coming hadn't been in vain, his heart warming. You little brat, your mouth is so sweet. Then, he looked at Dolores. The little guy's face was equally red from the heat, holding Gwendolyn's hand and blinking at him with big eyes. Though his dad was detestable, the kid was indeed cute. Jorge asked from above, where's your father? Are you hot? Do you want Bohan to hold you? Dolores saw Ollie being held in Jorge's broad embrace, happy and content. He had never been so close with his dad before. He wanted to refuse but found he couldn't. Jorge read his thoughts clearly, squatted down, and opened his arms to him. Gwendolyn also knelt down, gently pushing Dolores forward. Bohan is gentle, his hug is very comfortable. Dolores, why don't you try? Hesitantly, Dolores fell into his embrace and indeed felt very comfortable. Jorge carried both kids, one on each side, and stood next to Gwendolyn. You should check the weather before coming out to play. Look how sunburned you are. Gwendolyn touched her heated cheeks. Jorge's gaze was oddly gentle on her, as if saying the word hot would make him want to hold her too. Knowing it was hot outside, he still came. So, you're here to bring us umbrellas? Chapter 115, just a drink with her would do. Jorge was truly baffled by her thought process. Send an umbrella? He, the president of the Mohammed group, had left his work, braved the scorching sun, and crossed half of Fabiancheng just to appear in front of her. Yet she couldn't sense any other meaning behind it. Was she genuinely clueless or pretending? Jorge let out an exasperated huff. Just passing by to see Pearl? And bring her an umbrella. I saw you enjoying the sunshine so much. Gwendolyn. While they were talking, Dustin and Ebert walked over with a few drinks. At a glance, they noticed Jorge standing out prominently among the crowd. Ebert was truly impressed by him. He had specifically called to ask which amusement park they were at, only to chase after them. What kind of past did Gwendolyn have with Dustin that warranted such caution? Dustin also saw Jorge. Seeing him hold the two children tenderly, looking down at Gwendolyn with gentle eyes, while Gwendolyn looked back at him just as warmly. They matched so perfectly, appearing as harmonious as a family of four to an outsider, stirring up a wave of envy within him. Old Mohammed, why are you here? Ebert approached them first. You didn't tell us beforehand, so I didn't buy a drink for you. Are you thirsty? Shall I get you one? Jorge glanced at their hands. Indeed, there wasn't one for him. Just a drink between Gwendolyn and me will do. No need. Dustin. The two kids jumped out of his arms and happily went to drink their beverages. Jorge took Gwendolyn's drink, inserted a straw, and handed it to her mouth. Have a sip first. Though they had known each other for some time and shared intimate moments together, sharing a drink under broad daylight was indeed unprecedented. Gwendolyn felt awkward. I'm not thirsty, you can have it. Jorge frowned. Why? Do you despise me? Gwendolyn. She reluctantly took a small sip. Good enough. This would do. Jorge kissed the spot where she had sucked, then handed the drink back to her, naturally placing his arm around her shoulders. What ride is next? Did you enjoy the last one? Watching them kiss indirectly and hug in front of them, Dustin felt even more envious. But Gwendolyn and he had always been natural around each other, leaving no room for jealousy. Soon they arrived at the ticket inspection point. A staff member asked for their tickets, and only then did Jorge realize he hadn't bought any. Ebert. He turned and extended his hand towards Ebert. Give me your ticket, you place somewhere else. Ebert nearly fainted. He had been patiently accompanying them all this time, only to have his ticket snatched away at the end. Didn't you buy a ticket when you came in? Of course not. Why would I ask if I did? You're no longer needed. Go home. Being discarded like this was heart-wrenching. How could he say nothing when he had important matters with Dustin? Only he could date but others couldn't. But with the kids and Dustin present, Ebert hesitantly handed over the ticket. Jorge accompanied Gwendolyn and Pearl, while Dustin brought Sienna through the rides, leaving Ebert staring longingly until his eyes watered. One game ended, and they moved on to the next, with Ebert trailing behind, discontentedly following. I'm already here, isn't it unfair to leave me out? These games aren't really interesting. How about we do something else? In fact, Jorge found the amusement park too childish and wished Gwendolyn and Dustin would split sooner. Sure, what do you want to do? How about we go horseback riding? He squatted down, using a tempting voice to persuade the two kids. Bohan Mohammed has a few beautiful and strong horses at the stable. Have you ridden before? Marvin to try? I'll sit behind you, running very fast. The kids immediately remembered the last time they rode with Dustin. Yes. Riding horses sounds great. My dad also knows how to ride, and he's very handsome doing it. Dad, shall we go horseback riding? Sienna, being a boy, loved challenges and thrills, instantly agreeing. Seeing the kids agree, both Jorge and Ebert wanted to join, so Dustin had no reason to decline. Gwendolyn, do you want to go? Since everyone wanted to go, Gwendolyn agreed. They exited the amusement park, got into the car, and Jorge opened the passenger seat for Gwendolyn. Pearl and Sienna held hands tightly. Pearl, I want to sit with Sienna. Sienna, come with us. Sienna looked at his dad and then Pearl. I want to be with you, but also with my dad. Kira, can you sit with us in my dad's car? Kira. Hearing him call her that, Dustin's brows furrowed. When did this change? When did you recognize Caitlin Chu as your god Viviana? Today morning at our house. She said she wouldn't be with you anymore, but I still want to see her often, so I recognized her as my god Viviana. Is that okay, Dad? Can't I? Of course not. Dustin hadn't given up on Gwendolyn yet. If his son recognized her as god Viviana, he'd lose any chance. He ruffled Sienna's hair. It's not about can't, but things like this need proper timing. We'll discuss this later. Gwendolyn. Since you don't want to be separated from Pearl, go with Bohan Mohammed's car, and I'll follow. He obviously didn't want Sienna in Jorge's car but rather to have the kids in the middle, hindering Jorge's intimacy with Gwendolyn. Jorge read his thoughts clearly. You sly dog, trying to take advantage of Gwendolyn without responsibility. Dream on. The car sped off, arriving quickly at the stables. Staff members led out the horses Jorge and Ebert had raised. Indeed, they were beautiful, with shiny coats and elegant muscles, clearly top-tier breeds. Sienna and Pearl couldn't wait. I want to ride this one. Who's coming with me? I can't wait. Jorge placed Pearl on the horse, turning to Dustin. I have a friend who keeps a similar breed here. Remember, Brother Gu, you're quite good at horseback riding. Shall we race? From the moment Jorge appeared at the amusement park, Dustin felt challenged. Regardless of their future relationship, considering his contempt, Dustin couldn't accept defeat. Sure. How do we race? Note, this translation maintains the structure and style of the original text while ensuring coherence and natural flow in English. Chapter 116, Dad, you're so awesome. As everyone was presentable, they couldn't bet on money or physical items. Jorge thought for a moment and said, how about the loser posts on their eminence, WeChat social media, giving an advertisement to the other's company? That's not too much to ask, right? The winner wasn't yet determined, it wasn't certain who would be put in an awkward position. Dustin calmly agreed, all right, as you say. The staff went to get a horse for Dustin. Gwendolyn looked worriedly at Jorge and then at Dustin. Riding horses should just be for fun, why start a competition? Shaw, your leg just flared up yesterday. What if it happens again today? She had come over today to comfort him after discussing Dolores's condition yesterday and constantly cared about his leg injury, warming Dustin's heart. He could feel that Gwendolyn genuinely cared about him. He smiled. It's okay, not as serious as you think. Don't take it lightly. What if? Jorge really didn't like seeing Gwendolyn this way. In her heart, who was her man? If there were risks, shouldn't she be concerned about him too? Just riding a horse. It's not going to war, is it really that serious? Or is your leg really that bad, Gugu? If you can't compete, we won't. The horses were already led out. Dustin glanced at the beautifully colored horse and calmly asked, Ebert, are you participating? Ebert saw clearly the subtle competition between the two of them. Frankly, he wasn't happy either. They came out to have fun, why start competing? With so many women in Fabiansheng, why fight head-on over Gwendolyn? Though he was a man himself, he felt he was pretty great too. Except for not being able to bear children, where did Gwendolyn excel more than him? Why couldn't she look at him instead? I'm here to have fun, not engage in some silly competition. Boring. Speaking with a slight pout, Ebert sounded a bit sulky. Dustin couldn't help but laugh at his huffy expression. Ebert, do you have sisters? Ebert suddenly perked up. What? Are you trying to set me up with your sister? It's not impossible. You're so beautiful, your sister must be stunning too. Ebert didn't know if he was complimenting or insulting him, which made him even angrier. Sorry, I don't have any sisters. Must be a letdown for you. Haha. Dustin couldn't resist pinching his cheek. Not having sisters is fine too. Afterward, they both went to prepare, wearing protective gear and getting similar equipment for Ollie and Dolores. Whoever completes 10 laps first with the child wins. The two children sat excitedly in their laps as the horses lined up at the starting line. Gwendolyn's heart raced. It wasn't that she didn't trust Jorge's skills, the children were simply too young, especially Ollie, whose health was poor. But Ollie showed no fear, charging forward with Jorge after the signal like a brave warrior, thrilled. Seeing Jorge ride, Gwendolyn marveled at his dashing appearance. This was the first time she saw him so spirited and vigorous. Unlike his usual aristocratic charm, he exuded strength and confidence, his hands gripping the reins firmly, legs powerful and straight, face set in resolute determination. Passing by like a gust of wind, he resembled a mighty general. Standing next to Gwendolyn, Ebert shared the same exhilaration. These two men were too handsome, missing out on professional equestrian careers truly seemed a loss for the horse world. Both were equally stunning, thrilling his heart. Both riders' techniques were superb, the horses' stamina evenly matched. The race remained neck and neck, almost indistinguishable. Even after 8 laps, they still ran side by side. Gwendolyn silently prayed in her heart, let them tie. End this farce quickly. However, those on horseback thought otherwise. The stakes were too tempting, and Gwendolyn and the children were watching. Without determining a winner, the game would lose all meaning. Now was the time for the final sprint. Jorge used all his might, whipping the horse hard. The horse neighed in pain and quickened its pace. Seeing Jorge surge ahead, Dustin followed suit, whipping his own horse, which neighed loudly and sped up to catch up. The wind roared in their ears, their legs throbbed from pressing against the horse's sides, while their feet strained against the stirrups. Suddenly, Dustin felt a sharp pain in his leg. With only 2 laps left, he had to endure despite the pain. He continued lashing the horse, making it run even faster. Jorge kept a close watch on him, unwilling to let him pass, continuously whipping his own horse. The 2 horses sped as if flying. With only 1 lap left, the horses seemed aware of the decisive moment. Neighing loudly and racing forward, they suddenly began to lean towards each other, trying to use their heads to push each other away. Neither Jorge nor Dustin wanted them to collide and pulled back on the reins simultaneously. At the critical moment, Dustin's horse became irritated, neighing angrily and lifting its front hooves. Ah! Dolores screamed, nearly falling off the horse. Dustin immediately leaned down to protect Dolores and loosened the reins slightly. The horse calmed down, lowering its hooves. But in that brief moment, Jorge's horse had surged far ahead. Bang! The game ended. Jorge won. Dustin's horse also crossed the finish line shortly after. Despite feeling a twinge of disappointment, Dustin remained composed on the surface. Putting Dolores down, he jumped off the horse immediately after. Unexpectedly, the moment he landed, he felt excruciating pain in his ankle. Jorge, filled with triumph, hugged Ollie and patted his horse. So, we won. Did you have fun? Fun. Ollie loved the feeling of flying while running in the wind against her father's broad and secure chest. Dad, you're awesome. I only knew Bohungu rode horses well, but I didn't expect you to be so good too. You're amazing everywhere. You're my wonderful dad. Jorge found Ollie's acknowledgement more rewarding than winning the match and kissed her cheek affectionately. Lost in their victory, the father-daughter duo completely missed Dustin's discomfort. However, Gwendolyn noticed Dustin's unusual demeanor and rushed to his side. Shaw, what's wrong? Is your leg hurting again? Dustin didn't want to lose face and stood still, forcing a calm expression. Nothing's wrong. Gwendolyn didn't believe him. Are you sure? When you jumped down, it seemed like you twisted your foot. Really, it's nothing. Trying to lead Dolores away, Dustin struggled as intense pain shot through his leg the moment he moved. Ouch. Chapter 117, Can't Even Win a Man's Heart. No. Dustin wanted to insist he was fine, but the stabbing pain wouldn't let him. His voice barely finished before he started to fall sideways. Gwendolyn quickly caught him. You're in so much pain and still say you're fine. Did you sprain it or something? Let me take a look. She squatted down and lifted Dustin's trouser leg. Within seconds of landing, his ankle had swollen rapidly. Gwendolyn touched it gingerly. It's dislocated, the bone is protruding. Get to the hospital quickly. Ebert rushed over. What? The bone is protruding? This serious? I told you not to have that race. Come on, I'll carry you to the hospital. Before Dustin could protest, Ebert grabbed his arm and hoisted him onto his back. Jorge hadn't expected Dustin to be such a good actor, faking a fracture just to win Gwendolyn's sympathy. If he hadn't been there today, she might have been fooled by him completely. Ebert jogged to the car, with Gwendolyn running after him. Without hesitation, she tried to get into the car, but Jorge held her back. Where are you going? To the hospital. Shaw is injured. He didn't believe for a second that Dustin was truly hurt and coldly said, Can't a grown man like Ebert take care of him? You're not a doctor, what can you do there? Gwendolyn. At a time like this, and he's still saying things like that? Seeing Jorge's displeasure, Ebert saw an opportunity and locked the car doors. He turned to Gwendolyn. Old Mohammed is right. I can take care of him alone. There's no need for everyone to go. Take care of Dom, and I'll call you when everything is settled. Damien Ariel, are you okay leaving Dom with Gwendolyn? Pain made Dustin's face pale, and even speaking was difficult. He managed a glance outside at Dom and Ollie holding hands like brother and sister. Thank you, Gwendolyn. Jorge and Gwendolyn brought Dom home together. Johnny was used to Ollie's company. Not seeing her all day, he had been aimlessly wandering the living room in boredom. Hearing children chattering, he hurried out to greet them. To his surprise, another little boy was there. The boy had fair skin and delicate features, looking almost like Ollie's twin. What? To stop Chuck from speculating, Jorge stepped forward. A friend's child. His father suddenly fell ill and has been hospitalized, so the child will stay with us for a few days. For a moment, Mohammed's grandfather thought Gwendolyn had given birth to twins. Oh, how adorable. Wouldn't it be great if they were twins? Gwendolyn led the two children to Chuck. She introduced, this is Ollie's great-grandpa. Dom, say hello to great-grandpa. Dom, finding some resemblance to his own grandpa, politely greeted him. Chuck patted his head. You're quite a clever one. Whose child are you? Jorge replied, from the Gu family. His father is called Dustin. Dustin? Chuck paused, it's actually Xiao Gu's son. Last time I saw him, he was still young. It's surprising how quickly time flies. Gwendolyn was surprised. Chuck, you know Dustin? I don't just know him, I know his father too. Xiao Gu was a remarkable child. At a young age, he achieved much and was among the few outstanding talents I admired in Fabian Cheng. Knowing you're friends with him makes me proud, Cyan. It's beneficial to associate more with such driven people. Jorge didn't expect his grandfather to be so familiar with Dustin and felt a bit jealous hearing him praised. Alright, standing here won't do. Come inside. Ollie enthusiastically introduced the house to Dom, showing him toys. The formerly empty house now seemed warm with two lively children. Chuck enjoyed their company and played with them until dinner. After serving the dishes, Vanessa retreated. Chuck instructed her, since we have another child, we should set up a children's room for Ollie and Dom. Then he gave a meaningful look to Jorge. Ollie is lonely without siblings. It's time to think about adding a sibling. She, thank you for your hard work. Come, eat more. Gwendolyn blushed uncontrollably. Chuck's intent was obvious, she would be sharing a bed with Jorge tonight with the kids gone. Dinner was a distracted affair but eventually finished. Ollie excitedly dragged Gwendolyn and Dom upstairs to see the new room. Seeing the cozy and lovely room, Dom wasn't happy at all. I don't want to sleep here. I want to sleep with my god Viviana. In cartoons, all kids have their Vivianas with them. This is my only chance, god Viviana, can you stay with me? Gwendolyn gladly took him into her arms. Of course, I can. We'll sleep together tonight then. Just as Jorge walked upstairs, he heard Gwendolyn's words and frowned disapprovingly. Seeing the innocent children, though, he changed his mind. There's always tomorrow, these 2 days won't make much difference. The next day, while Jorge went to work, Gwendolyn and Chuck spent time gardening with the children. Their joyful laughter echoed around the garden, reaching the ears of Joyce in her quarters. Strangely curious, she leaned out the window. Why do I hear children talking? What's happening? Did guests come? The maid rushed out to investigate and quickly returned. Master Mohammed brought another boy home yesterday. Chuck likes him very much and is playing with him. Joyce's anger flared. As if the Mohammed family needed any more outsiders. One by one, these illegitimate children were drawing Chuck's attention away. This couldn't go on. Keisha. Come here. Since that night Jorge disciplined her, Keisha had been on her best behavior, afraid Jorge would tell their father and grandfather. Now hearing her Viviana's anger, she obediently walked over. Without preamble, Joyce began scolding. Your brother came back from school and hasn't found anyone yet, so I won't mention him. But you? School isn't easy, and you haven't even started working. Again with the same criticisms, Jorge was sick of hearing it. Suddenly, Joyce added, while Chuck still enjoys children, quickly get married and give me a grandchild. When you bring your child here daily, making him happy, what can you not have? Why are you still hesitating? Call Ebert and invite him for dinner. Today, I'll personally push you towards marriage. Chapter 118, Could there be someone else out there? Keisha had been unhappy at home and had long wanted to marry Ebert. However, despite her many hints, both direct and indirect, Ebert never seemed to take the bait. Just as she was getting frustrated, her Viviana personally started urging her to get married. She quickly grabbed her phone and called Ebert. At the hospital, Ebert had stayed with Dustin all night. Feeling guilty, Dustin insisted that with doctors and nurses around, he should go home. But Ebert refused to leave. Not only did he stay, but he even drove out early in the morning to buy breakfast for him. Dustin's wife had passed away in a car accident years ago, and his son was born via cesarean section, which deeply affected him. To avoid drowning in sorrow, he threw himself into work, overworking himself until his leg injury never healed properly. Yesterday, he twisted it badly, resulting in a fractured tibia, and the doctor said it would take at least 3 months to recover. With his leg in a cast and raised up, daily tasks like washing his face or brushing his teeth were challenging, not to mention using the bathroom. This made Ebert extremely happy because it gave him an opportunity to deepen their relationship. After buying breakfast, Ebert helped Dustin wash his face, brush his teeth, and then carefully fed him congee. This is Marvin's Hits High shredded chicken congee. You should eat it while it's hot. Embarrassed by how much Ebert had done for him already, Dustin extended his hands. I can do it myself. Lying down makes it inconvenient. Let me help, Ebert insisted. No, thank you. I'm not used to having others take care of me like this, and you've worked so hard. I'll manage on my own. As they exchanged words, Dustin's hand accidentally brushed against Ebert's fingers. Although this wasn't the first time they had physical contact, this gentle touch was different. Ebert's heart raced. Though there was nothing romantic about it, Ebert felt incredibly sweet inside. It's no big deal, feeding you won't tire me out. Don't be polite. Seeing Ebert's determination, Dustin smiled and stopped resisting. At your age and status, being this gentle and thoughtful is quite rare. Ebert, whoever marries you will be very lucky. Ebert felt even happier after receiving such praise. Really? You think living with me would be fortunate? Of course. Even I, a grown man, appreciate it. Blakely's must fall head over heels for you. Do you have a girlfriend? Did you tell her you're staying here with me? Don't neglect her because of me. He enjoyed it. He liked being taken care of by him. Ebert nearly jumped for joy. I'm still young, no rush to find a girlfriend. Besides, I don't like women, they are too petty and troublesome. It's more comfortable being with you. No need to bring them up. Dustin thought he was just speaking childishly and laughed, not replying further. Just as Ebert finished feeding him, his phone rang. It was Keisha calling again. Why was she calling so early? He ignored the call. Unable to reach him, Keisha pouted and looked at her mom. He didn't answer my call. Amina, do you think Ebert might have other intentions? Maybe he has someone else outside? Why else would he treat me this way? Her Misty agreed that it sounded reasonable. Men, always wanting more. With Ebert being handsome and young, he surely must be cheating. You, what can I say? Can't even keep hold of a man. Keisha. Didn't I inherit that from you? Didn't you also fail to hold on to Dad? Her Misty decided to call Ebert's Viviana directly, feeling that parental authority was necessary in this situation. After some pleasantries, she said, yesterday, someone sent some specialties from Brantley Aking along with some seafood. Simia misses Ebert and wanted him to come over for dinner, but she couldn't reach him after several calls. I'm worried something happened to him, so I'm checking in. Only now did Marvin's Viviana realize Ebert hadn't returned last night. Since he often spent nights out, she hadn't thought much of it. Hearing this, she became anxious. He should be fine. Let me call him. Thanks for caring, Simia. That ungrateful boy will definitely hear from me later. He'll call you back and visit. Oh, old Marvin got 2 high-quality ginseng roots recently. He can bring them over for you. After finishing the meal, Dustin wanted to work on his laptop, so Ebert drove to fetch it for him. As he was about to leave the ward, his Viviana called. Amina. Relieved, Marvin's Viviana asked, Simiao said she invited you to eat at their place, but you didn't answer any of her calls. We thought something happened. Where have you been? Why didn't you come home last night? Ebert sighed. A missed call and she went straight to his Viviana? How annoying could she be? I didn't want to talk to her, I have a social aversion. Amina, I've told you before, I don't like Keisha, and I don't intend to honor the arranged marriage Philippe set up. You should tell her to find someone else. Marvin's Viviana was taken aback. Why are you saying this again? What's wrong with her? She's smart and beautiful, perfect for you. Don't say things that could harm family relations. If she's not suitable, how could it harm relationships? Ebert sighed again. I've made my position clear. Whether to follow through is up to you. I won't marry Keisha, and I don't want to hear about this again. You. Marvin's Viviana was genuinely upset. Rotten kid, if you don't like her, does that mean you're seeing someone else? Who? No matter who it is, let me make it clear, it's impossible. In Fabiansheng, no girl besides the Mohammed family's daughter is worthy of you. Give it up. How old am I? And our family isn't so desperate for money that we need a marriage alliance to boost our business. Are you really that vulgar? This revision ensures the translation reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. The term is translated as vulgar, which fits the context and tone of the conversation. Nonsense. Who doesn't want more money? Your dad and I worked so hard to achieve this. Marrying into a well-matched family isn't giving away our hard-earned success, right? Everything we do is for you. Anyway, none of them are good enough for you, stop it now. Ebert hung up impatiently. Turning around, he saw Dustin smirking. Do you find it amusing, Damien Ariel? Dustin sobered up. So you're Misty guessed right? You oppose the arranged marriage because you have someone else in mind? Ebert initially didn't want to discuss it, but since Dustin brought it up. He sat next to him. Yes, Damien Ariel, can I ask you a few questions? Chapter 119, haven't seen you in days, but you're rich now? What's the problem? If you were me, what would you do in this situation? Dustin thought for a moment. It depends on what kind of person they are. If the one you like is perfect in every way except financially and can bring you more happiness than the arranged marriage match, I suggest you follow your heart. After all, life is long, and it's not easy to find a soulmate. Money can be earned gradually, but if you miss out on the right person, they're gone forever. Ebert looked at his handsome young face and the calmness and solemnity that exuded when he spoke seriously, which made her love him even more. The one I like is hundreds or even thousands of times better than the arranged marriage match. What you said is right. Money can be earned over time, but if you miss out on the right person, they're gone forever. Damien Ariel, I will persevere. Dustin was amused by the serious look on Ebert's face as if he were swearing an oath. Why do you look like you're preparing to fight the whole world? Is there a huge gap between you and the one you like? So huge that you're sure your parents won't accept him just from your description? It's not a huge gap, it's that I don't deserve him. Before, I was foolish and always thought that I was strong enough and could live my life like this. But ever since I wanted to be with him, I realized there are so many areas I need to improve. Not understanding, Dustin thought that Ebert was gentle, considerate, responsible, and ambitious, a rare young talent. He patted his shoulder encouragingly. Good lad, it makes Damien Ariel happy to hear you think like this. But you don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. Take it slow, she'll understand you. For a moment, Ebert saw a bright future with Dustin and felt highly motivated. Damien Ariel, since we get along so well, I'll work with you from now on. My dad always complains that my makeup studio is frivolous and pushes me to return to the company every day, but I don't want to be around a bunch of old fogies. Teach me how to deal with those old fogies calmly. At least wait until I can control my temper before going back. Is that okay? Given the strength of the Marvin family in Fabiansheng, Dustin didn't take Ebert's words seriously. He believed that such talk from a young and irresponsible boy who had no idea about seriousness in business, and whose parents wouldn't let him act rashly, shouldn't be taken literally. I'm fine, go ahead if you're not bothered. To Ebert, these words sounded like he had gotten an entry ticket to a happy future with Dustin, immediately feeling optimistic about his prospects. The sun was getting hotter, unsuitable for staying outdoors any longer. The elder and Gwendolyn took the 2 children home. The 4 sat on the floor in the living room, ready to play paper-cutting games, when Violet called. Where are you? I went back to my hometown a few days ago and haven't been in touch with you. How's Ollie? Are you free? I want to visit you guys. Gwendolyn dared not let her come to the Mohammed residence, fearing that if Violet found out Jorge's identity, it might give her a heart attack. Briefly telling her that Ollie was fine and urging her to tend to her own affairs, Violet scolded her for being unkind. How could you not miss us while I've been worrying so much about you? You're clearly neglecting friends because of men. Humph. My heart hurts, Gwendolyn. Can you come out and keep me company? Violet rarely used the word hurts in front of her after knowing each other for so long, which alarmed Gwendolyn. She quickly asked her what was wrong. Violet said, my mom has been feeling a bit unwell recently. When I went back to see her this time. Seeing Gwendolyn's expression growing more worried during the call, the elder guessed that something had happened. After hanging up, he told Gwendolyn, is a friend looking for you? Go ahead if you have something to attend to. Don't worry, with so many people here, watching the two kids won't be an issue. Gwendolyn was immensely grateful to the elder. Soon, she met Violet at a mall entrance. Violet's complexion was pale and listless, making Gwendolyn think she had heatstroke, so she ordered her an iced coffee. What's wrong with Kira? Is it serious? Don't be upset, tell me everything. Violet replied, if you ask, we went to several hospitals, and they couldn't figure out what's wrong. But she has headaches daily and feels weak all over. I don't know what to do. Our family only has me as a daughter. During such times, I wasn't by her side. My career hasn't amounted to anything, and I can't help her financially. I feel like such a failure. Gwendolyn understood her feelings but luckily had some money recently. Why don't you take Kira to a bigger hospital? I have some money now. Use as much as you need. You? I don't have anything, it costs no less than 100,000. Do you have it? Gwendolyn transferred 200,000 immediately. Use this first, let me know if it's not enough. Violet didn't expect Gwendolyn to become rich in just a few days, offering 200,000 easily. Gwendolyn, you. Gwendolyn interrupted, don't worry, it's clean money. Spend it freely. You should have just told me over the phone that you needed money instead of rushing back. Now you'll have to travel back and forth. Please take care of yourself. Touched, Violet hugged Gwendolyn tightly. Just as the two best friends were bonding, Violet's eyes flickered upon seeing a man and woman enter the mall entrance while leaning on Gwendolyn's shoulder. Her heart raced as she pushed Gwendolyn away. Gwendolyn, check if I'm seeing things. Why does that person look so much like my dad? Following her gaze, Gwendolyn saw a fashionable couple entering the mall entrance. The woman appeared to be in her 20s or 30s, with glamorous wavy hair, a tight-fitting dress, exquisite makeup, and carrying a Gucci bag. Although Thornton beside her was decently dressed, his protruding belly and wrinkles betrayed his age, around 50. Those features were so familiar. Who else could it be but Violet's father? Isn't that your father's assistant? What are they doing here at this hour? Gwendolyn didn't want to think badly of Me's father, but Annabelle held his arm affectionately, and their every gesture showed unmistakable tenderness. Right? You also noticed it's my dad. Didn't he tell my mom he was on a business trip to Shangqing? Wasn't he saying how busy he was? Instead, he's out finding a mistress. Violet was on the verge of breaking down, her eyes reddening and voice trembling. He can't wait for my mom to die. I must ask him for her today. With that, she leaped off the chair and rushed out the door. In her hurry, Violet left her bag and phone behind, so Gwendolyn quickly grabbed them and ran after her. By the time Gwendolyn caught up, Violet was already attacking Annabelle. Where did you come from, shameless bitch? Too young to learn good behavior, luring someone else's husband? Let go of him. This translation preserves the original structure and style, ensuring continuity with the previous content. It captures the emotions and interactions between characters faithfully, providing a natural and fluent English version. Chapter 120, Critical Eminence and BFFs as Origo. Aisha shoved Annabelle forward, pointing at her nose and started cursing. The woman was confused, thinking Aisha had a similar background to her. She looked astonished at Aisha's father, then back at Aisha. Hit me? Where did this tramp come from? You dared to hit me? Lao Mi, who is she? What's going on? Explain it clearly. Aisha's father hadn't expected to meet his daughter here, even less that Aisha would start making a scene in public and even resort to physical violence. Feeling embarrassed, he glanced around, moved Annabelle behind him, and lowered his voice. Aisha, what are you doing? Talking nonsense in public? Aisha had always felt very happy since childhood. Although they lived in a small city without abundant assets, it was enough for them to live comfortably. Her Viviana was gentle, and her father considerate. They had loved each other for half a lifetime. But today, she couldn't imagine her father being that kind of man. Did I hit the wrong person? There's nothing between you two, right? Are you here for work? Why would you work here, Dad? Alright, I don't care why. Just tell me yes, and I will believe you, and apologize to her. Dad, you tell me it's a misunderstanding, quick. Aisha's dad. He glanced around again, reached out to pull Aisha. Krista, you've been sensible since childhood. Dad has always believed in you. Look at now, in broad daylight, let's not lose face here. Go home first. He wanted to push Aisha away, but Annabelle behind him wasn't pleased. So she's your daughter? Not as good as you say. Lao Mi, your daughter is asking you questions. And I've been waiting for an answer from you too. Let's clear things up together today. What's our relationship? When do you plan to marry me? Aisha and her father both turned around to look at Annabelle simultaneously, their steps halting. The young woman's face was filled with defiance and satisfaction. I'm already 3 months pregnant with your son, soon it will show. I still want to wear a wedding dress at my wedding. If we delay. Anyway, sooner or later it will happen. You might as well tell her the truth now. Aisha felt like not only were her values shattered, but her whole world had crumbled. Not only was her father seeing a much younger woman behind her back, but they also had a child and were discussing marriage. Oh God, is this the father she knew? And how shameless was this woman? Knowing he had a family and a grown daughter, yet still trying to be his mistress. Originally, Aisha didn't want to dig deeper, didn't want to believe this reality, but now, even pretending to herself wouldn't work. What did you say? Who are you to my dad? What does he owe you? Say it again. Aisha's whole body was shaking, her eyes full of disbelief looking at Annabelle. Seeing her almost broken state, Annabelle felt extremely pleased. Say it again if you want, I am your dad's girlfriend. He said he loves me and wants to marry me. Soon I'll be your stepmom. You're Aisha, right? Slap. Unable to control herself anymore, Aisha rushed forward and slapped her hard. Bitch. Shameless. Ruining someone's family and you have the nerve to talk. Watch me not beat you to death today. Slap. Slap. Slapping left and right, Aisha hit Annabelle's face fiercely. The woman hadn't expected her to be so fierce, immediately hugged her head and screamed. Aisha's father rushed over. You're crazy. Aisha. Stop it, stop it. She's pregnant. Don't hit her. Let her go. Aisha was pulled away by her father, Annabelle was protected behind him again. Brant listening to her father admit his scandalous actions, Aisha lost all reason. Willis. You're my dad. My mom has lived with you for more than 20 years, now she's sick at home alone, no one to even get her water, look what you're doing. She's pregnant. Did I hit your little darling and precious son, breaking your heart? Good for nothing. Do you know I'm your father, how can you speak to me like that? People stopped to watch as they made a scene. Aisha's father was also enraged. I don't need your food or drink, nor am I incapable of moving. It's my freedom to do what I want. It's none of your business. Roll out, or I'll thrash you. Saying this, he turned back to hug Annabelle, wanting to take her away, but Annabelle insisted while crying. I won't leave. Didn't you see her hitting me just now? To let her go like this, are you fooling ghosts? Get her back. If you don't, I'll go after her myself. Let me go. Aisha's father. If you don't get her back now, I'll go to the hospital and abort your son. Your child isn't even born yet and is already bullied, will you let this continue after birth? Better not be born at all, sniff. Having yearned for a son for half his life, how could Aisha's father let this slip away easily? On one hand, he consoled Annabelle kindly, on the other hand, he glared at Aisha harshly. Your mom has been ill, she couldn't give me a son I've dreamed of for half a lifetime. Shouldn't others give me one? You know we've been together for over 20 years. I've endured for 20 years, haven't I done enough for her? And you? I've raised you with care for so many years, now you dare to oppose me? Come over and apologize immediately. No matter what, this is your brother. If anything happens to him. Being scolded by the father she admired for over 20 years and hearing such unreasonable words in front of everyone, Aisha felt like her heart had been ripped out, hurting enough to make her want to kill someone. He's not my brother. You two illegitimate creatures produced a bastard. Don't forget, you haven't divorced my mom yet, this is bigamy. If you dare to let her give birth, I'll sue you for bigamy right away. You. Originally, he didn't want to hit her, but seeing her behave recklessly, Aisha's father clenched his teeth and rushed over, ready to slap her. At a critical moment, Savannah held her bag in front of Aisha. Slap. The bag flew away after being struck by Aisha's father. But Annabelle was still unsatisfied. No use. Are you too old to even hit someone, or intentionally faking it for me? You're sparing her. She picked up the bag, ran to Aisha, and aimed to hit her face. Savannah couldn't stand seeing Aisha getting hit, subconsciously shouldered her. Ah. The woman staggered backward 2 steps, losing her balance and falling on her bottom. Rona. Are you okay, Rona? Ah. Blood? A bright red stream flowed down her thigh quickly. The woman was carried into her father's arms. Brute. Look what you did. Call 120 now. I warn you, if anything happens to the child, neither you nor your mom will live. Translation notes. Chapter 120, Critical Eminence when a best friend is Brant like Arrigo. Aisha pushed Annabelle and started cursing at her, pointing an accusatory finger. The woman was puzzled, initially thinking Aisha had a similar relationship to hers. She looked back and forth between Aisha's father and Aisha in surprise. Hit me? Where did you come from, you lowlife? You dare hit me? Old me, who is she? What's going on here? Explain yourself. Aisha's father hadn't expected to run into his daughter there and certainly didn't anticipate her causing a scene in public or even resorting to physical actions. Embarrassed, he glanced around and pulled Annabelle behind him, lowering his voice. Aisha, what are you doing? Stop making a fool of yourself in public. Aisha had always felt very fortunate growing up. Although they lived in a small city with modest assets, it was enough for them. Her Viviana was gentle, her father considerate, and they were affectionate for half a lifetime. Yet today, she couldn't imagine her father as that kind of man. Did I hit the wrong person? There's nothing between you two, right? Are you here to work? Why would you be working here, Dad? Okay, I don't care why exactly. Just tell me yes, and I'll believe you. I'll apologize to her. Dad, tell me this is all a misunderstanding. Tell me now. Willis. He glanced around again and tried to pull Aisha away. Krista, you've always been so sensible. Dad has always trusted you. Look around, let's not make fools of ourselves in public. Go home first. He tried to push Aisha away, but Annabelle behind him wasn't pleased. So, she's your daughter? Not as good as you said. Old me, your daughter's asking you questions. This is a good time to answer us both while you're at it. What is our relationship? When do you plan to marry me? Aisha and her father paused and simultaneously turned to look at Annabelle. The young woman's face was filled with defiance and smugness. I've already been pregnant for over 3 months. It's showing soon, and I still want to wear a wedding dress. Better confess everything to her sooner rather than later. Aisha felt not just her values, but her whole world shattering. Her father was not only seeing someone much younger behind her back, but they also had a child together and were planning to get married. Good heavens, was this the father she knew? And how shameless could this woman be? Knowing full well that Thornton had a family and a grown daughter, yet she still insisted on being his mistress. Aisha originally didn't want to believe this fact, but now it was undeniable. What did you say? What did you call yourself to my dad? What do you expect from him? Say it again. Aisha's entire body shook as she stared at Annabelle with disbelief. Seeing her almost broken state, Annabelle was gleeful. Say it again, I will. I'm your dad's girlfriend. He says he loves me and wants to marry me. I'll be your stepmom soon. You're Aisha, right? Smack. Losing control, Aisha rushed forward and slapped Annabelle hard. Bitch. Shameless. How dare you break up a family? Watch me not beat you to death today. Smack. Smack. She slapped Annabelle's face relentlessly. Startled by Aisha's aggression, Annabelle began screaming, holding her head. Willis rushed over. You're crazy. Aisha. Stop it, stop it. She's pregnant. You can't hit her. Let her go. Aisha was pulled away by her father, who then shielded Annabelle behind him. Hearing her father admit his misconduct, Aisha was infuriated beyond reason. Willis. You're my father. My mom has been with you for over 20 years. She's sick at home all alone, without anyone to bring her water, and look what you're doing. She's pregnant. You care so much about your precious fiancé and baby, don't you? You ungrateful brat. Still remember I'm your father? How dare you speak to me like that? People stopped and stared at the commotion. Willis was furious. I don't rely on you for anything. I'm still able to do as I please. It's none of your business what I do. Get out of here. Keep making a fuss, and I'll beat you myself. Saying this, he turned to hold Annabelle, trying to leave, but Annabelle refused tearfully. I won't go. Didn't you see how many times she hit me? If you let her walk away like this, you're just fooling me. Hit her back. If you won't, I'll do it myself. Let me go. Willis. If you don't get her back, I'll go to the hospital now and abort your son. The child hasn't even been born and has already been bullied like this. Don't you care? We'll be bullied to death if he's born. Might as well end it now. Waya. Willis had yearned for a son for half his life. Seeing it might actually happen, he couldn't lose it now. On one hand, he gently comforted Annabelle, while angrily reprimanding Aisha. My wife is ill and couldn't give me the son I've wanted all these years. But isn't it fine if someone else can? And you know we've been together for over 20 years. I endured for 20 years. Isn't that enough? And you? After all these years of taking care of you, you defy me now? Come here and apologize immediately. No matter what, he's still your brother. If anything happens to him. To hear such disrespectful words from the father she had admired for over 20 years made Aisha feel like her heart was being ripped out, pain coursing through her veins. He's not my brother. The bastard offspring of your affair is just a stray. Don't forget, you haven't divorced Amina yet. This counts as bigamy. If you dare let her have this baby, I'll sue you for bigamy. You. Initially unwilling to strike her, Willis snapped under the humiliation and lunged towards Aisha with a raised hand. At the critical moment, Savannah stepped forward, blocking Aisha with her bag. Smack. The bag flew out of her hand from the impact. But Annabelle was unsatisfied, ineffective. Are you too old to hit or just pretending for me? You can't bring yourself to hit her, can you? Picking up the bag, she rushed towards Aisha, ready to swing at her face. Savannah couldn't stand by and watched Aisha get hit, instinctively shouldering the blow. Ah! The woman staggered backward, losing balance, and fell on her butt. Lulu. Lulu, are you okay? Lulu. Oh. Blood? A stream of blood quickly flowed down her thigh as Willis scooped her into his arms. Animal. Look what you did. Call 120 now. I warn you, if anything happens to the child, neither you nor your Viviana will live. Note, literally translates to, in critical moments, best friends are like husbands, which may not fit naturally in English context. For narrative consistency and natural flow, the chapter title was kept untranslated. Effort was made to maintain the original tone and style. Paragraph structure and line breaks follow the original text closely. Natural and fluent English has been ensured, with grammar checked thoroughly. Storyline and logic are coherent with previous content. Hashtag chapter 121, take it to buy a coffin. Aisha saw the bleeding. Was she going to miscarry? That was wonderful. Evil will be punished by evil, this was heaven's retribution for her. Call 120. As if. She didn't want this cursed child to even come into this world. Without hesitation, she grabbed Gwendolyn's hand and started walking away. Let's go, ignore them. They got what they deserved. Saying this, the two of them pushed through the crowd and ran out. When Aisha's father saw that both had run away, he forgot all about Annabelle on the ground and hurriedly chased after them. You hit people and then just walk away? Nice try. Aisha, you stop right there. You ungrateful brat. You've disgraced me today. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Ignoring her father's shouts, Aisha kept running, dragging Gwendolyn out of the mall. Seeing the mistress come out, the driver rushed forward. Before he reached them, a tall man caught up and yanked at both of them. Deaf? Didn't hear me calling you? You hit someone and now you're just leaving? Impossible. Take her to the hospital, or I won't let either of you off the hook. Aisha felt nothing but disdain for this despicable father. She sneered at him. You're turning against your own daughter for some mistress. Fine. Let's see how you plan to hold me accountable. If you dare, call the police and have me arrested. Don't think I can't. Aisha's father glared at Gwendolyn with malice. She did it, not you. Fix her up and save the baby, or I'll report her and make sure she pays. The driver realized the gravity of the situation and quickly called Jorge. Gary, bad news, the mistress is in trouble. When Jorge arrived at the entrance, a crowd surrounded the scene. Inside, a large man was holding on to Gwendolyn and Aisha, partly lying on the ground, loudly arguing with them. Furrowing his brows, Jorge walked over and freed Gwendolyn from Thornton's grip. Let her go. Gwendolyn, what happened? Gwendolyn was surprised to see him. Why are you here? Don't worry about why I'm here. Tell me what happened. Who is this man, and why is he grabbing you? Why didn't you call the police? After Gwendolyn explained the situation, Jorge frowned, but before he could condemn the despicable father, a spectator yelled out, Stop. Quickly check on that woman. She's losing too much blood, this could turn fatal. Jorge made the decision to take her to the hospital. Due to the delay in the early stage of pregnancy, the fetus couldn't be saved. Aisha's father knelt down in the hospital corridor and wept bitterly. What a disaster. I waited my whole life for a son, and now you've beaten him out of existence. Disaster. Aisha, are you satisfied now? This is a direct attempt on my life. By now, Aisha barely spared him a glance, coldly staring at him. If you like having sons so much, divorce my Viviana and keep having sons with her. But I warn you, Mr. Willis, you're at fault here. Don't even think about taking a penny from my Viviana. You're over 50, with no assets left. We'll see if that woman still wants you when she wakes up. Beast. Upon saying this, Aisha's words infuriated her father, causing him to lunge towards her. Before he could strike, Jorge caught his wrist. Shaking with anger, Aisha's father ranted, Do you know how much I sacrificed for this son? All that money spent on her is gone now, all because of you. Divorce my Viviana if you want, but do you think I'd stay with that sickly woman? She's always on the verge of death. But you can divorce me, don't expect to get anything else. Aisha couldn't believe that after over 20 years with her Viviana, he would be this despicable. He, who was clearly at fault, could brazenly speak such nonsense. So what? Sue my Viviana? Do you think a judge will side with scum like you? It doesn't matter. Aisha's father wriggled free of Jorge's grasp, laughing bitterly. Rona is over 20 years younger than me. What does she follow me for if not for stability? I can't promise her empty words, so I mortgaged our house and car to settle her. We've been together for over a year, and I've spent over $4 million on her. Besides the mortgaged assets, it's all on credit cards. I planned to break up with her after getting her pregnant, but now. He glanced at Aisha. No money for me. Just take my life. Go ahead, sue me. Apart from joint debts, I can give her nothing. Aisha nearly collapsed in shock at his words. You mortgaged the family house and car for her? Used credit cards? How much exactly? How much debt do you have? Over $2 million. I maxed out a dozen credit cards. I can't pay a cent of her medical bills. If you don't handle it, the doctors will call the police. Still accusing me of being a beast? You're worse than an animal. Infuriated, Aisha tried to rush at her father, but Gwendolyn pulled her aside. At this point, fighting won't help. Don't get upset. Focus on your health, your Misty needs your care. Aisha buried her face in Gwendolyn's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Gwendolyn, what should I do now? What can I possibly do? Gwendolyn had never encountered such a situation and didn't know what to do either. Instinctively, she looked at Jorge. Jorge remained expressionless. I'll handle this. Take her to rest at a hotel first. Once everything is settled, I'll call you. Remaining here would only further stress Aisha without any real benefit, so Gwendolyn agreed. Sorry, thank you for the trouble. The driver took them to a hotel while Jorge paid for the medical expenses at the hospital and transferred 200,000 renminbi to Aisha's father. This 200,000 isn't a payoff for hitting someone. It's for you to buy a coffin. Stay away from them in the future, or... Knowing Jorge's identity, Aisha's father dared not offend him and obediently accepted the money. As Jorge walked out of the hospital, he instructed Robert, go to Aisha's hometown and settle the mortgage on their house and car. Robert replied, sure. It's a substantial amount. Wheel. Jorge handed him a card. Charge it to my personal account. #### End of chapter 121. Chapter 122, secretly showering her with money. At the hotel, Violet was utterly exhausted. Coaxed by Gwendolyn, she managed to sleep for a while and her mood improved slightly. But just slightly. Sitting on the sofa, gazing at the glittering cityscape outside the window, she still felt depressed. Once, I thought I was lucky, at least luckier than you. I had parents who loved me, a warm home, and a safe haven when I was tired. But now... It's so hard, Gwendolyn. Why is life so difficult? Some people are born into wealth with countless properties. Yet, we strive our hardest but can barely secure a place in Fabiancheng. Now my father is deeply in debt, and my Viviana is sick. Do you think I will ever be able to buy a house of my own? Gwendolyn didn't know how to answer this question because she herself was very confused. Her greatest daily hope was for Ollie to find a suitable bone marrow match soon so that she could get better quickly, allowing Gwendolyn to work and eventually buy a house for them in Fabiancheng when Ollie turned 18. But she didn't want to burden Violet with her pressures right now. She patted Violet's shoulder and tried to comfort her with an optimistic voice. It will get better, believe me. As long as we don't give up, one day we'll be able to buy our own houses. If you lose confidence or feel too tired, then let it go to me, I'll buy one and gift it to you. Don't lose heart. Violet's mind was preoccupied with her father's situation, and she hadn't even remembered to ask about Jorge. She continued murmuring, even buying a small house outside the 5th Ring Road costs 2 to 3 million yuan, 2 to 3 million. Gwendolyn laughed, trying to lighten the mood. We might earn 20 to 30 million instead. We're only in our 20s, why rush? Once I earn 20 million, I'll give you 10 million. We won't settle for the outskirts, let's buy spacious flats inside the 4th, 3rd, or 2nd Ring Roads. One for you and one for me, neighbors. Ha! Violet chuckled through her tears. You're such a good friend. Thank heavens you're always beside me. Right. You're absolutely right. It's just one house after all. As long as we don't give up, we'll earn enough one day. Jorge stood outside the door, hearing their entire conversation clearly. Marvin a house? Why didn't she ask him? The Mohammed family has properties everywhere. When he confirmed that their conversation had ended, Jorge finally rang the doorbell. Gwendolyn opened the door, and he handed over 2 sets of clothes. You don't need to go back tonight, stay here with your friend. I brought some fresh clothes for both of you. Gwendolyn was surprised by his sudden consideration and that he allowed her not to return home. But what about the children? I'm here with Chuck and Vanessa. Everything will be fine. Calm her down as soon as possible and don't bring any worries back home. The hospital has been settled. Relax, I'm here to ensure nothing goes wrong again. I told your friend's old house is taken care of. No need to worry, I've already sent Robert to handle it, so her Viviana can rest easy. Gwendolyn was taken aback. What do you mean by sending Robert? Mortgage with the bank. Jorge didn't provide a direct answer. Didn't you say her Viviana is ill and can't afford more stress? Think of her Viviana. That's it. Remember this, no use coming inside now. Take care of yourself, and call me if there's trouble, alright? Though he stayed for only a minute, every word he said touched her heart. He paid the medical bills, calmed down Violet's father, and now had Robert deal with the house. Despite causing delays and expenses, Gwendolyn felt very guilty. She wanted to say thank you, but felt these words were insufficient. Looking into Jorge's gentle eyes, Gwendolyn hesitated, opening her mouth several times before simply nodding obediently. I remember. Seeing her sweet submission, Jorge's heart melted. He wanted to pinch her cheek, but it wasn't appropriate. His tone softened further. Good. Then I'll leave now. Gwendolyn followed him out unconsciously. Be careful on the road. I know. As Jorge took 2 steps, he suddenly turned back with concern. Remember, no matter what happens in the future, call me immediately. Don't bear it alone. After leaving the hotel, Jorge sat in his car and pondered before finding Gwendolyn's brother's number. Damien, are you free now? They met soon after. Gwendolyn's brother brushed off dust nervously and reluctantly entered Jorge's Bentley. "A.I. Ainsworth, what urgent matter do you have?" "It's not urgent. Since I have time today, I wanted to visit our hometown. Are you available?" He wants to visit the hometown? Not available isn't an option, the brother nodded eagerly. Driving for over 2 hours, they arrived at Gwendolyn's neglected hometown. Located in a village near a small county under Fabiancheng, the house consisted of 4 large rooms, 2 kitchens, and a spacious courtyard covering over 200 square meters. Typical yet ordinary rural living. The brother opened the rusty iron gate, leading him inside. Haven't been back for 5 or 6 years, the house is almost collapsing, filthy. Watch your step. A.I. Ainsworth, may I ask why you suddenly want to visit the hometown? Jorge glanced around, improvising. I have a friend from abroad who finds the city air unhealthy and wants to build a villa in the countryside to live reclusively. He asked me to find a suitable spot. Thought of you since I couldn't think of anyone else. Damien, are you willing to sell the house? Honestly, he hadn't considered it. Their house was run down and located poorly. Even if he wanted to sell, who would buy? Your friend would travel so far to live here? Can he be interested in this place? No problem. He specifically wants a place like this. If you agree to sell, I can tell him now. Of course, sure. Regardless of the money, for your sake, I must help your friend. Just, I don't know about the price. A.I. Ainsworth, if we really sell, how much would be appropriate? Jorge looked sternly at his brother. I'm not distrusting your wife, but sometimes withholding certain things helps ease her burden. Damien, don't tell her about selling the house. The next day, the brother got into Jorge's car again. Jorge handed him a property purchase contract. The buyer offered 40 million yuan, half for you and half for Gwendolyn. Since he doesn't have cash, he's using 2 properties as payment. They're well located, perfect for Zongzwang's wedding house. Review it, sign if everything's fine. The brother couldn't believe their shabby rural house could sell for 40 million yuan. 40 million. That's 40 million. How? How can this be? Are you kidding me, A.I. Ainsworth? Jorge slid the already prepared deed towards him. Gwendolyn probably won't believe it either. Follow my instructions closely. Note, names like Gwendolyn and Jorge are kept in pinyin as requested, reflecting their proper English pronunciation. Chapter 123, Old War, You Have No Heart. The next morning, after Violet completely recovered her spirits, she returned to the county town, worried about her Viviana being alone and without anyone to take care of her. Gwendolyn packed her things, checked out of the hotel, and was just about to call a taxi home when her brother called. Jenna, are you free? There's something I need to talk to you about. Can you come out for a bit? They met up soon on the way to her brother's workplace. Gwendolyn thought he had encountered something serious, but her brother immediately handed her 2 property deeds. I sold our old house in the hometown and bought 2 apartments in Fabiancheng. This is one for each of us, take a look. Gwendolyn thought she was hallucinating. Sold the old house in exchange for 2 apartments in Fabiancheng? Was she dreaming? She flipped through the deeds. Though the quality, content, and stamps were all convincingly realistic, she still couldn't believe it. Damien, you weren't like this before. Why are you beating around the bush now? Did something major happen? Damien. As Jorge said, Gwendolyn wouldn't believe easily. I'm fine. The house really was sold to an overseas Chinese who didn't lack money and was interested in our land, so they paid more. Why don't you trust me? If you don't, let's go see the house now. He invited Gwendolyn onto his electric scooter. Still not believing, Gwendolyn noticed her brother's abnormal behavior. Do you mind if I call Ainsworth first and ask him to come with us? Damien, of course not, call him if you want. Gwendolyn walked to the side and dialed Jorge's number. He had just arrived at the office and immediately answered seeing it was Gwendolyn calling. What's wrong? Is there something you need? Gwendolyn lowered her voice. Can you speak freely? There's something I need to ask you. Sure, what happened? My brother seems to have been scammed. Waiting by the roadside for 10 minutes, Jorge arrived personally. Upon entering the car, her brother exchanged glances with Jorge before explaining to Gwendolyn. I know about this. The person I introduced your brother to is genuine, not a scam. Gwendolyn, you introduced him? So what exactly happened? Jorge drove them towards the houses, explaining casually along the way. This man is my client's grandfather, an old resident of Fabiancheng, originally from your area. He went abroad to work when he was young due to poverty and later settled there and made a fortune. Johnny is now 70 and wants to return to his roots. His descendants asked me to find someone to help, hence contacting your brother. Gwendolyn felt a great deal of sentimentality at this revelation. Earning money isn't that easy. Since he's your friend and you're involved here, we can't accept so much money. 40 million yuan exceeds the actual value of the house by many times. When he returns and learns about local housing prices, he will have complaints against you. So Gwendolyn treated him like family, thinking on his behalf. Looking at her kind eyes and her delicate hands resting on her knees, Jorge wanted to reach out and touch them but refrained under her brother's watchful eyes. It won't be a problem. Elders value feng shui and the 8 characters most. They only chose after thorough research. Rest assured, they're not as naive as you think. He works in real estate abroad and knows more about property prices than I do. If he agreed on this price, it means the house is worth it to him. Don't worry. Though Jorge tried to reassure her, receiving such unexpected wealth without any signs left Gwendolyn uneasy. Damien, did you tell your wife? Her brother paused. No. Jenna, you lived with us for a few years and understand my wife best. She can sometimes be. Thanks to you and Ainsworth recently, life has become more comfortable. But she's increasingly bold about taking things to her own family. And her Viviana heard you married an older man, even hoping she would marry her son to him. In short, these apartments are intended for Taj's marriage when he grows up. No one should take them away. Telling her would only cause trouble. You should understand. Gwendolyn understood her brother more than anyone. Her sister-in-law was plain-looking, poorly educated, and from a similar background. Her parents had no significant income or pensions and relied on odd jobs to get by. To top it off, they had a good-for-nothing son who loathed working. Thinking about her in-laws gave Gwendolyn chills. A few years ago, when visiting her sister-in-law's place, they suggested selling Ollie and marrying her to their son. They even accepted her child despite her having already given birth once. It wasn't hard to imagine that if they knew the brother suddenly had millions, they'd swarm over like leeches. Although it goes against marital principles, Damien, if you don't plan on telling her, hide the deeds carefully. Damien, don't worry. I'll handle it. They visited the site, and it turned out the apartments were ready to move in. Located in a high-end community near the Second Ring Road, stepping into the complex felt like entering a different world. Gwendolyn was deeply grateful to her parents for leaving her such a valuable asset. Unexpectedly, her dream of buying a house had come true. She also felt indebted to Jorge. Since meeting him, earning money didn't seem as difficult anymore. Her brother went back to work, and Jorge drove Gwendolyn home. As she was contemplating how to thank him, Jorge suddenly received a call. Old War, what are you doing? It was Carlo calling. Jorge's tone was unfriendly. Working. What does the great Master Godwin need? Just knew you'd be heartless. Carlo exclaimed in mock annoyance. I was expecting a gift from you, but nothing. I knew you wouldn't remember unless I said it outright. Dismaying, we've known each other for 28 years, and you still don't remember my birthday. No wonder he called early. Today was his birthday. An adult man making such a fuss about it every year. Jorge was speechless for a couple of seconds. Sorry, so what does Master Godwin want? I'll send it right away. Carlo, fuck. Do I need anything I don't already have? Asking you specially? Jorge, you're just a wooden post. I want you. Ebert and Kian are going out together. We're leaving soon. If you dare not show up, we're cutting ties. I'm done with your emotionless robot self. That's right, Kian added fuel to the fire. Do the Mohammed family need money so badly that you're always working? Wait until you come, and we'll each give you some points. Just look at how eager he is. Note, please inform if any part needs modification or if you have specific preferences for names Pinyin transcription. Chapter 124, taking her to meet his childhood friends. The call ended, and Jorge helplessly shook his head, turning to look at Gwendolyn. Did you hear that? Gwendolyn had heard it. His friend had invited him out to celebrate a birthday, and Ebert was going too. I heard. They all miss you so much, you should go. There's no need to take me, I'll just get a taxi to the hospital to see Shaw. Since Ebert isn't here today, there's no one. With a sudden roar, the car accelerated. Shaw, thinking about someone surnamed Gu all day long. Jorge pressed down on the accelerator slightly. I will definitely go, and you are coming with me. Stop mentioning Dustin in front of me. If his leg is broken, find someone to take care of him. If he's too poor to hire anyone, I'll help. No need for you to be involved. Gwendolyn knew she had spoken out of turn again. Jorge had already warned her last time not to mention Dustin in front of him. Feeling guilty, she stuck out her tongue. Is it appropriate for me to come? Jorge glanced at her with a hint of annoyance. Why wouldn't it be? I overheard that it seems like only guys are attending. Don't worry, they aren't all saints. They will bring their female companions. I'm the only one without a companion, which might lead to some teasing from them. That made sense. Yesterday, Jorge had done such a huge favor for Violet, and now when he needed her, she couldn't refuse. Then we should buy more gifts to shut their mouths. The two of them went shopping and bought an abundance of food, drinks, and other items, filling up the entire trunk of the car. Arriving at Carlo's house, they piled everything in front of him, almost making him laugh. Is this to make up for the past 28 years' worth of missed gifts? Old Mohammed, you do care about me. Actually, you're scared of losing me, right? Jorge replied, I'm more afraid you'll die from being too petty. Is this enough? If not, I can send a truck full tomorrow. It's enough, thanks old Mohammed. Let's head out. Strange, everyone seemed to have changed their minds. It was just these few men in the room, no female companions at all. Leaving so soon. Are you sure nothing's left behind? What could be left? We're heading to Yunding Resort. What else could we possibly need? Let's go. The group drove in 2 cars, chatting and laughing along the way, quickly arriving at their destination, a well-known resort in the outskirts of Fabiancheng City. After getting out of the car, Carlo put his arm around Jorge's shoulder. You never bring a female companion, but today you've brought one at a critical moment? I was planning a surprise for you, not knowing it might turn into a shock. Just so you know, it wasn't intentional, don't flip your lid. Jorge didn't understand until they walked into the lobby of Yunding Resort. Renata? You're here. Hi, Ainsworth. On the sofa in the lounge area sat a young, tall woman reading a magazine. Hearing their voices, she put down the magazine and gracefully approached. She wore short, neat hair, a smog blue dress with a shirt-like collar, and flat leather shoes. With no jewelry and minimal makeup, her confident, composed, and elegant demeanor was undeniable. Kian and Ebert both froze momentarily upon seeing her, then rushed forward to hug her. Hell, no wonder old Godwin insisted I couldn't bring a female companion today. So, you're back. When did you return? Renata, you're no brother to us at all for not telling us. Yeah, why didn't you tell us? Did you and old Godwin have something secret going on? Forget it. What could those two have? Renata works for old Mohammed. As Kian spoke, he glanced back at Gwendolyn. Well, old Mohammed, aren't you coming over to say hello? Everyone was dressed casually except Jorge, who wore a black shirt, black suit pants, and shiny leather shoes as if he were inspecting work. Hands in his pockets, he didn't move. No need. I asked her to come back. I've known for a while. What? You've known for a while? Renata, what's going on? Renata hugged each of them, laughing heartily. Heard I lost my job over there. Ainsworth felt sorry for me and offered me a job. So, I came crawling back. Ignore him, I just got back a couple of days ago and spent time visiting relatives first. I thought of you guys immediately. Kian couldn't hide his excitement. You're working for old Mohammed now? Not going back overseas? Wow, this is great. Our little gang is finally complete. You have no idea how much we missed you. Every gathering, we'd say, if only Renata were here. You were the only flower among us, the beloved member of our group. Why did you choose to suffer abroad instead of staying here happily? That's true, Renata laughed, patting her own head. My brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Finally, Ainsworth enlightened me, and I figured it out recently. Better late than never, right? Not late at all, perfectly timed. Another hug. How do you not look a day older at 28? Look at how beautiful you are. Gwendolyn watched the men interact warmly with Renata, listening to their playful banter. She felt like an intruder, awkward and out of place. Without the same family background or shared childhood memories, she felt especially vulnerable. In search of reassurance, she instinctively looked toward Jorge. Fortunately, he didn't seem inclined to join Renata's group. All right, since you'll be seeing each other every day in China now, you'll have plenty of chances. Let's go rest, the ride was exhausting. Let's go, then. They were about to move inside together when Renata noticed Gwendolyn. This is Gwendolyn, right? Didn't expect you to bring her along today. She's beautiful. Hello, Gwendolyn, I'm Renata. Please take care of me in the future. Gwendolyn hadn't expected Renata to recognize her, nor had she expected Jorge to mention her to other women. A warmth surged through her veins. Had Jorge introduced her to all his friends? Was he truly prepared for her and Ollie to fully integrate into his life? Looking at this tall and robust man, recalling all he had done for her, her heart pounded with uncontrollable emotion. Warm currents rose from her feet to her head. Jorge was serious. Did this mean that with just her nod, Ollie could have a complete family and become the young mistress of the Mohammed family? How blissful. Being protected and acknowledged by someone strong filled her with immense happiness. Gwendolyn felt like she was smiling sweetly. Hello, I'm Gwendolyn. Nice to meet you. Renata came over and affectionately took her arm, whispering as they followed everyone. Ainsworth mentioned you're his family doctor, and you're amazing. I twisted my ankle accidentally while getting too excited earlier. Can you check it for me somewhere? Note, the translation follows the provided guidelines, maintaining tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 125, Misinterpreting. Gwendolyn was taken aback. A family doctor? So this is how Jorge introduced himself to her. Renata, not waiting for a reply, loudly greeted the gentleman. You guys go ahead, Gwendolyn and I will be right there after using the restroom. Gwendolyn was pulled into the bathroom by her. Once the door closed, Renata leaned against her, revealing a pained expression. It hurts so much, I twisted my ankle as soon as I got off the car and it has been hurting since then. If not fearing they would laugh at me, I couldn't have held on. Sorry Gwendolyn, embarrassing myself in front of you the first time we meet. Gwendolyn didn't find anything amusing about her sprained foot, she was still recovering from what Renata said earlier. A family doctor. Who knew how fast her heart pounded when Renata called out her name, assuming Jorge had disclosed their relationship to her. It turned out she was just misinterpreting. Quickly help me check if any bones are hurt. Otherwise, I can only let them laugh at me. Gwendolyn, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to examine my foot? After speaking non-stop, seeing no response from Gwendolyn, Renata suddenly realized something and took out her phone. You're right. That's thoughtless of me. Asking you to treat me on our first meeting and especially for an injury on my foot, without even offering treatment fees, how would that work? What's your rate, monthly or hourly? Or per visit? How much should I pay you? Although unintentional, Gwendolyn, realizing her misinterpretation, felt embarrassed and angry. Renata repeatedly mentioning money made her feel like a greedy, lustful clown. No worries, I didn't think that much, no need to pay. Just take off your shoe and lean against the wall. Let me check. Renata leaned back on the wall, taking off one shoe. Gwendolyn squatted down, lifting her foot onto her knee, gently pressing her ankle. There should be nothing major, just a twist. Moving it around should fix it. If you're really worried, ask staff for some spray. That's reassuring, thank you. Renata put her shoes back on, tiptoeing to the sink, washing hands and checking herself in the mirror. I rushed out today, barely applied makeup. Gwendolyn, do I look alright? Gwendolyn needed to wash her hands too after touching Renata's foot, heading to a nearby faucet. Looking at Renata's face in the mirror, although lightly made up, every detail was meticulously done, like naked makeup, perfect to the bone. You look good. Miss Meng is pretty with great skin. You must be beautiful even without makeup. Renata smiled and looked at her in the mirror. You're also very pretty, more than I imagined, with such good skin. No wonder someone as picky as Jorge chose you as his doctor. Gwendolyn never found the term doctor so offensive until now. She regretted coming along with Jorge today. Exes and childhood friends reuniting surely have much to talk about and reminisce about. What was she doing here? The birthday party hasn't started yet, leaving now wouldn't be too late. Thank you, Miss Meng. Let's go out. Hold on, I have many things to discuss with you. Renata shut off the water, walked smilingly towards Gwendolyn, holding her hand affectionately. Don't know why, but you give me a warm feeling like we are long-lost sisters. I like you. Gwendolyn, having returned from abroad for years, I barely have any friends in the country. Marvin to consider being my friend? This scene seemed familiar to Gwendolyn. Initially, she and Scolari got acquainted like this, harmoniously and warmly, who would have known? Smiling, she withdrew her hand. It's an honor for Miss Meng to want to be friends, but I'm often busy with miscellaneous matters. No worries, I also have work. We can catch up during leisure times. Add my WeChat, let's grab coffee and go shopping when free. No matter what the future held, her present kindness was hard to refuse. Gwendolyn had no choice but to add her on WeChat. Renata put her phone back in her bag, held her hand again, and while walking out, asked numerous questions. Which university did you graduate from? How old are you? Are you specialized in orthopedics? How did you meet Ainsworth? How long have you known each other? Why don't you work in hospitals? Did you choose to come to the Mohammed family for higher salary? Then what happened to your position at the hospital? Or did Ainsworth arrange for it to be kept for you? Gwendolyn didn't expect so many prying questions, none she wanted to answer. She desperately wanted to leave but hadn't greeted Jorge yet, and Renata was half relying on her. Pausing, Gwendolyn threw the ball back. Didn't Mr. Mohammed tell you? Renata teased, that dense straight man, he's as wooden as a log, hardly interested in discussing these. But since I like you and want to understand you better, naturally I ask. Tell me. Cutting straight to the point, Gwendolyn replied, we met just a few months ago. God went to the Mohammed family by chance, I haven't sought jobs at hospitals yet. Oh, that's why. Renata nodded. Then during your acquaintance with Ainsworth, do you think he's nice? Gwendolyn, baffled, replied, question mark. I mean, do you find him easy to get along with? What's his temper like? Gwendolyn finally understood. Renata wasn't trying to befriend her, she was playing the same tactics as Scolari, attempting to gather information about Jorge through her. She liked Jorge too. Really impressive. Never thought she'd encounter someone who attracts women like flies. I said, Mr. Mohammed doesn't talk much. I don't know him well. Having said that, despite knowing she shouldn't ask, she couldn't resist the sour feeling and asked. How long have you known Mr. Mohammed? Not just many years. At this topic, Renata's face lit up. He, Kian, Carlo, and I have known each other since birth. We went to kindergarten, elementary, middle, high school, and university together. Even studied abroad together. Isn't that many years? Gwendolyn knew they were childhood friends but didn't expect they were this close. Renata continued, you must be curious, since we studied abroad together, why I stayed there and he returned alone, right? In fact, initially he didn't want to return either, but with Grandpa's poor health, someone had to take over the Mohammed family business. We were separated for 4 years. Luckily, I'm back now, ready to make his work and life easier. Chapter 126. Try toasting to her again. They had been forced apart for over 4 years. Looking at Renata's beautiful, delicate face and listening to her recount their past, Gwendolyn suddenly realized how utterly foolish and naive she had been. She, a woman without formal education or background, with only an ill-fated, sickly daughter, had actually entertained thoughts of marrying Jorge. Ridiculous. This was Jorge. In Fabiancheng, there were countless single, beautiful, wealthy women, each one far superior and more suitable for Jorge than her. Who had given her the audacity to entertain such thoughts? Jorge was truly a decent man. Despite having a childhood friend who was so fond of him and equally matched, he still brought her home, making Ali call him dad, not fearing that it might anger Renata. Or perhaps in his eyes, wealth and power meant everything. He could do as he pleased, and others had no right to be upset, just to obey? A bucket of cold water seemed to have doused Gwendolyn, snapping her back to reality. Any newfound admiration she had for him vanished instantly. Renata was familiar with the place and quickly led her to Jorge. Several people sat in a garden pavilion, sipping tea, drinking beverages, admiring the blue sky and expansive green fields, deep in conversation. As soon as they entered the pavilion, Renata let go of Gwendolyn's arm and sat next to Jorge. What are you all discussing so happily? Talking about how beautiful your estate is. Ebert saw that the chair next to Jorge was taken, leaving only the one beside him free. He quickly stood up and gestured to Gwendolyn. There's no space over there, come, sit with me. Jorge turned around and noticed Gwendolyn had returned. She wore the black wide-strap dress he had bought her yesterday from a boutique, nude-colored shallow heels, and her long, smooth hair cascaded down her shoulders. She stood stiffly, like an outsider who had mistakenly wandered into someone else's territory, watching them shyly and awkwardly. Meanwhile, Renata had taken her seat and was drinking the beverage Jorge had ordered for her, completely oblivious. Jorge stood up and extended his hand toward Gwendolyn. Why aren't you coming over? Ebert is talking to you. Gwendolyn didn't want to go over. Apart from Ebert, she disliked the two men present today. Initially, she felt grateful and fond towards Jorge, but now, she didn't take Jorge's hand and even took a step back. I have some urgent matters and need to leave. Sorry, I came to inform you. Jorge frowned, not expecting her to leave so soon after arriving. What urgent matters do you have? Gwendolyn knew very few people, and he had already figured out all of them. What unknown emergency could she possibly have? Gwendolyn truly detested his domineering demeanor. It felt like being bought made her his slave, devoid of any freedom to express her feelings. Fortunately, she had prepared an excuse on the way here. It's my sister-in-law. She said something urgent came up at home and asked me to come over immediately. Gwendolyn's social circle was too narrow, and she barely knew anyone, especially not those unfamiliar to Jorge. She initially wanted to use Violet as an excuse, but Violet lived far away and had 2 children to take care of, making it hard to fabricate a believable lie, so she settled on her sister-in-law. But before she could finish speaking, Jorge said, What kind of urgent matter does she have? Besides, isn't there still your brother? My brother is at work and can't conveniently leave. Coming here took us over 2 hours, and going back will take another 2. That's nearly 5 hours round trip. Are you sure it's more convenient than your brother? Gwendolyn. My brother is working, and anyway, I'm idle and have nothing much to do. Who said you're idle and have nothing to do? Is it fun for me to keep calling people to chauffeur you around? Jorge couldn't understand why Gwendolyn was so unwilling to stay with him. She seemed happy when going out with others, yet not with him. Wasn't he trying his best for her? Hadn't he poured his heart out for her? If not for wanting her to change her environment and mood, Jorge wouldn't care whether Carlo would get angry. He wouldn't have come today. He had come so far for her, and now she wanted to leave? Without giving her a chance to argue, Jorge grabbed Gwendolyn's wrist and pulled her to Ebert. You sit over there. Ebert was moved next to Renata, while he and Gwendolyn sat together. Renata blinked her large, bright eyes. Ainsworth, you. She said she has something urgent at home, and you won't even let her leave? Jorge looked at her expressionlessly. Tell me in advance if you have something important. I hate when people suddenly drop out last minute. I treat everyone the same, including you. Now that everyone is here, Renata, if you want to join my company, there are some things we need to clarify up front. To work with me, there must be absolute honesty and fairness. I won't show favoritism based on your name, gender, or anything else. To avoid unpleasantness later, I'm clarifying this now. Renata smiled confidently. Do you really need to say all this? You know my temperament and what I require of myself. Plus, why be so serious? Today is old Godwin's birthday, not in your office. We're not your employees, don't lecture us. That's true, William and Carlo agreed. You're only cute when drunk. Enough talk, we're staying tonight, and we'll drink our fill during the day. Come, get the drinks ready. We're adults, not children, time to stop with the water. Soon, waiters brought a table full of drinks. Everyone reminisced about childhood antics, laughed, and toasted cup after cup, bottle after bottle. By noon, the air was thick with alcohol fumes. Only Gwendolyn remained sober. Initially, Carlo and William hadn't paid much attention to Gwendolyn, just noticing her fair skin and good figure. Upon closer inspection, they found her features stunning. Even sitting next to the once-in-a-century beauty Renata, she didn't pale in comparison. Her gentle, pure charm elicited protective instincts not just from Jorge but from them as well. Each time someone tried to toast to her, Jorge blocked it. She can't drink. William teased, how can anyone not drink? Open your mouth, pour it in, that's drinking. Just control the quantity. Come on, Mohammed, among friends, you're too strict. Jorge showed no leniency. If I say she can't drink, then she can't. Toast to her again, and I'll throw it in your face. Then he refilled her juice glass. If you need the restroom, just tell me. Don't hold it because you've had too much. Carlo almost choked on his drink. Old Mohammed. Have you ever been this meticulous? Indeed, Gwendolyn felt the urge to go to the restroom. Skipping breakfast and drinking so much juice made her feel increasingly uncomfortable. Then I'll go for a moment. With that, she picked up her bag and stood up. Jorge held her bag back as if guarding against a thief. Toilet is fine, why take your bag? Trying to run away? Renata, go with her. Note asterisk names such as Jorge, Renata, Gwendolyn, Ebert, Carlo, William are kept in Pinion as requested. Chapter 127, Did they have a romantic night? Gwendolyn couldn't figure out why he insisted on making her stay. He wouldn't let her drink, and she had no chance to join the conversation. Was it really that entertaining to make her sit here like an idiot watching them chat merrily? She really wanted to lash out and ask Jorge what exactly he was up to. But since it was Carlo's birthday, and she was just an outsider, what right did she have to get angry? Gwendolyn suppressed her emotions as best as she could and left the pavilion. Renata soon followed, latching onto her arm in a familiar manner as they arrived. Are you feeling quite unhappy here and wanting to leave? Ainsworth, this dumb and rigid man doesn't understand you, but I do. He isn't close with anyone else besides him, so there's no common ground or shared interests, which indeed can be awkward. Don't be like him. If you really want to leave, then go ahead. I'll inform him later. Let me take you out. Gwendolyn thought how enthusiastic Renata was. If she asked for help going to the restroom, she would come along. It felt like she had an ulterior motive. Taking her away? Was it because she found her presence annoying? Gwendolyn wasn't the type to overstay her welcome. Given the circumstances and now with Renata's suggestion. Thank you, Miss Meng. However, you don't need to escort me. I can call a taxi myself. Thank you for your trouble. After saying this, Renata slipped 500 yuan into her hand and stayed behind with a smile. Without a phone or bag, Gwendolyn only had the 500 yuan. After using the restroom, she sought help at the front desk. Excuse me, my phone is broken, and I need to go out for a while. Could you please help me call a taxi? Sorry, ma'am, our location is quite special. It's not convenient to arrange a taxi. If it's urgent, we can provide a car to take you out. May I have your name? Being treated as a high-end guest, Gwendolyn gave her name. Unexpectedly, the waiter's expression changed. Sorry, ma'am. Mr. Mohammed has given instructions. We cannot send a car without his command. Please talk to him directly if there's any issue. Apologies for the inconvenience. A few minutes later, Gwendolyn returned to the pavilion. Jorge lounged lazily in his chair, holding a glass, his gaze full of smugness as he watched her, yet he asked knowingly. Why did it take so long? Got lost, Gwendolyn muttered irritably, grabbing a glass of wine and finishing it in one gulp. I'm hungry. Can we find somewhere to eat? Carlo had already made arrangements. Since you're hungry, let's start the barbecue. The weather is mild now, enjoying barbecues under blue skies and white clouds sounds delightful. Everything is ready. Come, today you'll taste my cooking. I'll personally barbecue for you all. Staff members quickly set up barbecue supplies on the lawn, erected umbrellas, and everyone sat down except Gwendolyn and Jorge, who watched the others playfully chatter like children. Truly hungry, Gwendolyn realized she wouldn't get much to eat from their novice attempts. Hours later, Renata excitedly handed a chicken wing to Jorge. This seems done. Made according to your taste, Ainsworth, try it. Jorge leaned forward, took the chicken wing, but didn't eat it. Instead, he passed it to Gwendolyn. Aren't you hungry? Eat first. Gwendolyn bit into it. It tasted okay, tolerable. Every piece offered to Jorge eventually ended up in her mouth. By midway through the barbecue, Gwendolyn was full. I'm sleepy. Can I go back to sleep? Seeing her hearty appetite, Jorge was genuinely happy. With the warm sun and a full stomach, being sleepy was understandable. Just as he was about to hand her the room key, Carlo intervened. Didn't expect you'd bring a girl. I booked only one room. Will you two share? Need another room? Just as he finished speaking, Renata gave him a tap on the shoulder. Are you dumb? Haven't you counted properly? 2 girls sharing a room, perfect. Why book more? Here, Gwendolyn, this is your room key. Go back and sleep. Watching the barbecue while paying attention to their situation, Gwendolyn ignored Jorge, took the room key, and walked away. She showered off the barbecue smell, fell into bed, and slept. Awake, she was roused by Renata returning. Renata, having just changed slippers, looked exhausted walking into the room. How long did I sleep? What time is it now? You guys barbecued for hours? It's past 5. Long done, Renata said, flopping onto the bed suddenly asking Gwendolyn. Do I look terrible? Slept the whole afternoon with Ainsworth, my makeup's all ruined. He's still as vigorous as before, tired me out. Gwendolyn froze, hearing such explicit words. Renata, fearing Gwendolyn hadn't heard clearly, turned around, got up, faced Gwendolyn, touching her neck. He insisted on kissing my neck despite my objections. Are there marks? Carlo has more plans tonight. How will I face people? Following her fingers, Gwendolyn saw large, red hickey marks on her collarbone. Jorge had reconciled with her, obviously. How nice. This was what he wanted her to see. Gwendolyn laughed inwardly. There was no need, absolutely none. If he simply told her his girlfriend returned, she would leave happily with her daughter. No need for such a convoluted method. Renata, seeing Gwendolyn's silence, shook her. What's wrong? Confused? Ignoring me? Does it look bad? Can I still meet people? Knowing well what she was doing, Gwendolyn decided to humor her, eager to leave. A little severe, but everyone knows your relationship. No need to hide it. Nothing to shy away from. Hee, Renata chuckled. Well, even though it's true, I am a girl after all and care about appearances. Even minimally covering up is necessary. Luckily, I brought powder. I'll shower, and Gwendolyn, can you help me apply it later? Chapter 128, Mr. Mohammed, did you bring the wrong person? Gwendolyn was sitting on the bed, lost in thought when Renata came out of the bathroom, fresh and excited. Looking at her snow-white and delicate shoulders and arms, Gwendolyn had to admit, she was truly beautiful, not pretentious or vulgar. Jorge really did make the right choice this time. Even as a woman, Gwendolyn couldn't help but admire her beauty. Renata handed her the powder cake, and Gwendolyn carefully helped cover the 2 marks. Your skin is too fair, I can barely cover them up by 60%. They are still noticeable if you look closely. If you really mind, use something to cover them. I guess I'll have to change clothes then. Luckily, I brought several outfits today. Gwendolyn, help me pick which one to wear. She opened her suitcase and laid out different sets of clothes on the bed. How about this? Gwendolyn sincerely advised her. Pretty nice, but it won't cover your neck. What about this one? Also good, but still doesn't cover your neck. Well, this should do it, right? She picked a high-neck short-sleeved knitted sweater paired with high-waisted tight-fitting jeans and nude high-heeled sandals. Not only did it hide the marks, but it also showcased her sexiness and tall figure, quite different from her businesslike morning appearance. Gwendolyn said it looked great. We have the same taste, I think this set looks best too, Renata confirmed after choosing the outfit. She suddenly bent down, her eyes almost touching Gwendolyn's, looking seriously into her eyes. Gwendolyn, I really think if we had met earlier, we could have been friends. After taking a bath, changing clothes, and applying makeup, Renata spent over an hour before finally dragging Gwendolyn to dinner. It was nearly 7 in the evening, and Carlo had already sent a message in their group chat saying he would give them a surprise. Upon reaching the lobby, it indeed turned out to be a surprise. He had arranged for more than 10 pretty girls and a band. The girls were all dressed beautifully and revealingly. The villain knew it was his birthday, so they decorated with colorful lights, balloons, and prepared a cake, making the atmosphere much livelier than during the day. How about that? Carlo waved his hand, pointing at the crowd. Originally, I didn't plan on inviting them, but you guys seemed so bored. People approaching 30 years old like us, each birthday is valuable. So tonight, let's have some fun. I've prepared 2 themes, Grassland Music Party and KTV Hot Party. Which one do you prefer? Choose quickly. William, similar to Carlo, enjoyed lively scenes. He was the first to jump out and high-five him. Why wouldn't we be friends, old Godwin? Our views are really alike. Brantleaf is short, don't let golden opportunities pass. When else will we have such lively times if not now? With such a beautiful night and so many charming ladies, let's go for the Grassland Music Party. Just hearing those words made Gwendolyn feel a headache. If she had known it would be this troublesome, she would never have come with Jorge. Similarly, Jorge's expression wasn't any better. He hated listening to women chattering, and Carlo brought so many of them. You all go enjoy yourselves, I have some things to take care of. I'll leave first. Carlo slid in front of him. Knew you'd say that. Old Mohammed, you're no fun. You're a man, a young and wealthy man, who doesn't know how to enjoy life. What's the point of making so much money every day? I only have one birthday a year, and you should enjoy it too. Can't you just relax and enjoy yourself? Don't even talk, for your mental health, you must stay tonight. Leave tomorrow and we'll call it quits. Exactly, William joined in. Don't be so boring. There are girls following you, don't you want to play? Wouldn't they want to play either? Jorge turned to look at Gwendolyn. It seemed she had a good nap, her big eyes were sparkling, her cheeks rosy, watching a balloon in one girl's hand. Fine, for her sake, he would stay. Just to clarify. You do your thing, I won't participate. Alright. As long as you don't leave, even if you're just a spectator, I'll forgive you. Let's go. In no time, everyone returned to the lawn. Compared to daytime, it was much livelier with festive lights, alcohol everywhere, colorful balloons, sexy and lively girls, and a dynamic rock band. It felt like a small concert venue. Gwendolyn had eaten enough in the afternoon and slept well, so she wasn't hungry or tired. Amidst the crowd, she found a corner to sit, took out her phone, and started reading professional books online. They weren't going to let her leave without using her phone, right? Jorge was pulled into the group of women by William, Carlo, and Ebert. This one called him brother, that one did too, feeding him drinks one after another. Initially planning to stay, he became annoyed after a few minutes and decided to leave. After searching, he found Gwendolyn in a corner. Despite the noise, she was reading on her phone. Seizing the moment when everyone was busy toasting Carlo, he quickly walked to Gwendolyn and grabbed her wrist. Weren't you planning to leave? Let's go now. They quickly ran back inside the hall. Attending a birthday party ended up feeling like an escape. Once inside, Gwendolyn immediately withdrew her hand. After just getting intimate with Renata, shouldn't he be spending romantic time with her instead of pulling her away? Mr. Mohammed, Miss Meng is out there. Jorge frowned and glanced outside. She's not in a hurry to leave, what's it got to do with you? Where's your bag? Are we leaving or not? Of course, they should leave. Although she didn't want to go with him, especially not at this moment, only by leaving here could she go home to pick up her daughter. I'll go get it. Wait for me. When she came back with the bag, Jorge was turning off the car. Handing her the keys, Jorge grabbed her wrist again. Carlo, that bastard keeps coming after me, we need to act fast. With that, he held Gwendolyn's hand and hurried towards the parking lot like a fugitive. Under normal circumstances, Gwendolyn wouldn't dare drive his Bentley, but given the situation, it was special. Maybe this was her first and last time driving a Bentley. The car smoothly left the villa, and Gwendolyn breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning against the passenger seat, Jorge watched her cautiously gripping the steering wheel like a student afraid of writing wrong, finding it inexplicably adorable and unable to stop staring. Gwendolyn could feel his gaze on her and distinctly smelled the alcohol on him, guessing he was probably disoriented. She awkwardly shrugged. Can you put my bag in the back? It's uncomfortable on my butt. She had thrown her bag onto the seat in a hurry and was now sitting on it. Please provide further text if needed for continued translation. Chapter 129, Buying 10 bags at once. She truly felt uncomfortable and was also annoyed by Jorge's constant gaze, so she mentioned it to divert his attention. Jorge finally shifted his eyes from her face to her waist. Why didn't you say earlier? Gwendolyn lifted one side of her bottom as he pulled out the bag and curiously inspected it from all angles. Gwendolyn realized he was really drunk. It was just an old bag that she had been sitting on. Normally, wouldn't he have considered it dirty? But looking at his current expression. Recalling what Renata had told her in the afternoon about the love bites on her neck, Gwendolyn found Jorge even more despicable, hypocritical, and uncouth. He wasn't even as straightforward as Carlo or Kian, who were openly bad men. What's so interesting about a worn-out bag? She reached out to grab it back. Jorge had already noticed. Her bag wasn't from any famous brand and the edges were peeling off. Gwendolyn's reaction clearly showed her embarrassment from being seen through. He couldn't help but feel pity for her again. Even Carlo's warm-up girls each carried Chanel bags. Why hadn't he thought of buying a bag for Gwendolyn earlier? We won't go home first. Let's head directly to Times Square. Gwendolyn had already set the destination on her phone. Why did he suddenly want to change places? And why would they go to Times Square late at night? Jorge didn't reply but casually turned on his phone. He was wealthy and this was his car. Alida was still at his house, so Gwendolyn could only temporarily comply. It was close to 10 o'clock at night when they arrived at Times Square. Mr. Mohammed, we're here. Jorge glanced outside. Get out. So late, and you want to shop? Yeah. Gwendolyn really didn't feel like going with him. I'll wait in the car. You should be quick. Jorge unbuckled his seatbelt, originally wanting to insist on buying the bag with her, but then decided to give her a surprise. Okay. He had previously instructed the store to prepare. All the lights were on, and every staff member was waiting for him. As Jorge entered, everyone greeted him respectfully and followed behind him. This was the first time Jorge had been in such a store and was buying a bag for a woman. He couldn't understand patterns, designs, or women's tastes. After circling around, he couldn't make up his mind. Show me your best-selling models, the ones most popular among young women. The salesperson pointed out several options. These are always sold out and widely adored globally. These two styles are more classic, better suited for collection. Take a look at these, which have a professional style, popular among career women. Jorge waved his hand. Wrap all the ones you mentioned. Gwendolyn called Violet to ask how she was doing after returning home. Unexpectedly, Jorge came out shortly after their brief conversation, accompanied by several women carrying exquisite gift boxes. They soon reached the car. Jorge sat in the passenger seat and asked them to pass the boxes in. Sure, Mr. Mohammed. We'll leave you now, welcome next time. Goodbye. All available space between the front seats was filled instantly. Gwendolyn noticed the brand name CNKT on the boxes. This was a globally renowned luxury brand, especially known for its bags. Even the most basic small bag cost over 10,000, with prices ranging up to several million. Why did Jorge buy so many bags? For Renata. As the first gift after their reconciliation? Thinking this, Gwendolyn felt embarrassed again, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. So he left early to surprise his girlfriend, and she was just a driver. What was she thinking? Mr. Mohammed, your gifts are very beautiful, but can we put them in the back? They're affecting my driving. Jorge didn't expect that seeing these beautiful bags, her first reaction wasn't surprise or restrained excitement, but annoyance that they hindered her driving. This woman. Do you not want to open them? He leaned back, looking intently at Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn ignored him, nudging the boxes slightly toward him, trying to make herself more comfortable. No, I don't think it matters. They aren't mine, plus they're bought, no need for my opinion. Why should I look? I don't know much about bags, nor do I like them. Looking is pointless. Jorge. Where did he hear the rumor that women would always be happy to receive bags, a cure-all? 10 bags, costing him over 5 million, and Gwendolyn didn't even look, saying she didn't like them? Jorge didn't know how to coax her anymore, feeling speechless. You haven't even seen them. How do you know you won't like any? Choose one you like. Look. Gwendolyn suspected her ears were deceiving her. Mr. Mohammed, you're not saying, these bags are for me? Finally showing some surprise, would the next step be joy? Jorge felt accomplished. Why not? They're all yours. Unpack them. Gwendolyn was stunned. Such expensive brands, and he bought 10 bags at once, actually for her? What's happening? Just after being with Renata, is this guilt-driven compensation? But what compensation does she need? They aren't real spouses. After a moment of shock and another glance at Jorge's slightly tipsy, smiling eyes, Gwendolyn realized, it wasn't for her. Jorge was drunk and mistook her for Renata, talking to Renata. Sighing silently, Gwendolyn held the steering wheel. It's too late. We can unpack tomorrow. Let's go home. Jorge had gone to the villa early today just to cheer her up, wasting an entire day for her. Was this her reaction? Knowing Gwendolyn afterward made him experience a lot of frustration. No. I said to unpack now. You must choose your favorite one. Unpack. He was a bit angry and forcefully placed one box on her lap. Gwendolyn looked at the beautiful box, truly tempted to see the legendary bags inside, but resisted. If it's not hers, she wouldn't touch it. It's not that I don't want to, but I really don't like any of them. Suddenly, she wanted to tease this drunken scoundrel. If I don't like any, can I return them? Not liking any? Saying without even looking? Seeing her indifferent and cold expression, Jorge understood. It's not that she disliked his gifts, she fundamentally disliked him as a person. Chapter 130, Who dared to argue with General Mohammed except her? His good mood was utterly ruined. Jorge angrily knocked over the gift box with a clatter, smashing it into the back seat. If you don't like it, throw it away. Jorge, don't do pointless returns that are embarrassing. Gwendolyn. The whole car ride back to the Mohammed family home was filled with low pressure. As soon as the car stopped, Jorge slammed the door and walked ahead. Gwendolyn followed a few steps behind and went straight to the children's room. The room was lit by a warm yellow lamp. On the soft, comfortable bed, Ollie and Dom were sound asleep in their cartoon pajamas, their heads close together. The two kids were so adorable, so well-behaved. Watching them sleep peacefully finally eased Gwendolyn's gloomy mood. Although the Mohammed family home was nice, it wasn't a place for long-term living, especially with a new girlfriend on the horizon for him. Ollie, Aminami will take you away tomorrow. Fortunately, they had already swapped their old home for a large apartment. After leaving here, they wouldn't have to worry about being homeless anymore. It was just sorry for old Master Mohammed. During her stay at the Mohammed residence, he genuinely treated her and Ollie well, along with Dom. If she left abruptly, would he be able to accept it? And there was his leg, she had promised to treat it properly before leaving. Life is unpredictable. She had already broken promises twice. She vowed never to make promises lightly or speak overly boldly again. Tossing and turning on the bed, weighed down by guilt, Gwendolyn only managed to fall into a fitful sleep just before dawn. In a haze, she dreamt. In her dream, the Jamie sat on stage, smiling contentedly. The audience below applauded warmly as the newlyweds walked in. It turned out Jorge was getting married, and Renata was the bride. Wearing suits and a wedding gown, the couple exchanged rings and kissed under the rousing wedding march. Aminami. You're back. When did you come back without telling me? I missed you so much. Ollie woke up, saw Gwendolyn, and eagerly interrupted her dream. Gwendolyn apologized and hugged the two kids. Amidst this warmth, she realized something. Maybe old Master Mohammed would curse her for lacking conscience when she left, and might not accept her lies, but if Jorge brought back Renata later, everything would be better. They knew each other for years, shared similar backgrounds, he'd end up thanking Gwendolyn for being sensible and leaving. So be it. Time to wake up, clear things up with Jorge, and stop beating around the bush. After tidying up, Gwendolyn pulled the two kids downstairs. Jorge and the Jamie were already at the dining table, sipping coffee. The two kids rushed towards them. Great-grandpa. Good morning. Dad. Finally back. I missed you. Jorge lifted Ollie onto his lap and kissed her cheek. I missed you too. Was Ollie well behaved? Yes. Played games with great-grandpa yesterday and even won. He praised me. Forehead to forehead, Jorge adored Ollie. You're so smart, little girl. Previously, seeing Ollie being close to Jorge made Gwendolyn happy. After all, he was Ollie's real father, making up for the absent paternal love these past years. But after yesterday, Jorge seemed like an unequivocal scoundrel, and Gwendolyn didn't want her daughter corrupted by such an immoral man. Quickly, she pulled Ollie off him. Ollie and Jorge were both surprised. Gwendolyn pushed Ollie toward the Jamie. Go play with great-grandpa, I need to talk to him. Mr. Mohammed, can you step outside for a moment? Though he didn't know what was happening, since Gwendolyn had not spoken to him for 10 hours starting from rejecting the gifts yesterday, now that she initiated the conversation, Jorge was willing to give her a chance. They stepped out of the living room one after another. Gwendolyn stood under the eaves, bathed in morning sunlight, breathing in the sweet air. Mr. Mohammed, Buzz, Jorge's phone rang. Who would call at this time, so poorly timed? He wanted to ignore it but looked at the caller name. Director Gao. General Mohammed, there's news from the Bone Marrow Bank. In a flash, Jorge, Gwendolyn, and Ollie appeared at the airport, embarking on a journey to Shangcheng. In M country, photos streamed into Mohammed's Viviana's phone like a waterfall. She glanced through a few and immediately called Renata in anger. Unmarried and having a child? The kid is 3 years old, doesn't even know who her father is, yet A. Ainsworth brought her back? Not only that, he lied to the Jamie, claiming it's his own child, parading Annabelle around, buying her a 5 million yuan bag? Is this my son A. Ainsworth? For such a nobody, someone no one would recognize a second glance in a crowd, he treats her like a treasure. Is he blind? His Misty's mentioned several times recently. I thought they were just stirring trouble between us, but now. Bella can't have a brainless son. Marvin, you've really made me lose face. I'm very disappointed, no, sad. My son has always been the brightest star academically and otherwise, always my pride, the pride of the entire Mohammed family, but now. The Jamie must be old and confused, letting him run wild like this. Isn't this pushing him into the fire, making him a laughingstock? I'm coming back. If no one stops him, that vixen will ruin him. Renata smiled secretly on the other end of the phone. Jorge spent the day in Shangcheng accompanying Ollie through various tests, which matched perfectly with the data in the database. Once the experts were done with their tasks, they could schedule the surgery. Gwendolyn was excited. After the checkup, Jorge had to return to the company to handle official duties, so the three embarked on their return trip. Approaching landing, watching the affectionate father-daughter duo, Gwendolyn hesitated but couldn't hold back. We won't go to the Mohammed house next. You go your way, I'll take Ollie back to the old house. After the surgery, you don't need to bother anymore. Since it's settled, I'll follow up myself. I greatly appreciate your care during this time and helping Ollie find a doctor. I'll pay you back gradually. Jorge's face darkened more with every word. He thought after staying together, assisting with Ollie's tests, communicating with doctors, and sharing a room, Gwendolyn had forgiven him for his rude behavior regarding the gift. It turns out she was still holding a grudge. Not only holding a grudge, but so deeply. Leaving the Mohammed family? No longer caring for her afterward? Heaven knows, except for Gwendolyn, who else would dare argue with Jorge? If not for Ollie's presence, he would have dragged Gwendolyn aside and questioned her incessantly. What does this mean? Turning on me once I've helped. Please ensure any translation maintains the style, tone, and context consistent with the original narrative. Chapter 131, Who's your Velma? Gwendolyn didn't expect him to ask that. Given what had happened between him and Renata, it was obvious she would have to move out. Rather than wait for him to point it out, wouldn't it be better if she proposed it herself? Was he accusing her of burning bridges? Surely not, because she had accepted gifts from their family without returning them and then tried to leave. Gwendolyn wasn't someone who didn't know propriety. He was overthinking things. The gifts from the elder were untouched, all placed in the drawer beside her bed. Gwendolyn wanted to explain, but, meeting Ollie's gaze, she instead showed him a text on her phone. The bracelet and Grandpa's gold jewelry are all in the bedside cabinet drawer. I've never worn them once. Don't worry, nothing is missing. Ollie and I don't have much luggage. You helped us buy clothes and shoes after we moved in. To avoid upsetting Grandpa again, we won't retrieve them. Please tell Vanessa to throw them away for us. I'm very grateful for Grandpa's love and care for Ollie during this time. No matter what, I hope Grandpa is happy and doesn't get angry with me. Jorge read each line she typed, his anger reaching new heights. What was she up to now? How had he wronged her so much that she had to leave the Mohammed family? She even hoped Grandpa wouldn't be mad at her. What right did she have? His heart was practically ripped open for her. How could she act so irresponsibly? Are you done? Can't stand it anymore? If you really hate it that much, return them or buy what you like yourself. I won't interfere or keep buying things for you. Is it really that bad? I've already lied this far and Grandpa believes it. Now you want to take Ollie and leave? Do you want something to happen to him? You said he's good to you and Ollie, yet you're heartless enough to leave? I don't want to see such irresponsible remarks again. Gwendolyn, I have my limits too, don't push me. Staring at his messages, Gwendolyn was speechless for several minutes before accepting reality. After all, he was rich and powerful, and she had used his resources, owing him favors and money. Until the debt was settled, whatever he said went. Upon exiting the airport, the driver immediately approached. Jorge gave Gwendolyn a warning look until she obediently led Ollie into the car, then instructed the driver. Take young lady and miss home first. I have some business at the company. Follow wherever she goes and report back to me. Yes, young master. The ride was silent as Gwendolyn and Ollie returned to the Mohammed residence. Although they had only been away for 2 days, the atmosphere felt different upon arrival. After greeting Vanessa, Gwendolyn barely had time to analyze the change when she noticed an elegant middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa in the living room. Tall and slim, dressed in a black tight-fitting dress with an exquisite pearl necklace around her neck. Her hair was styled into the kind of retro curls favored by wealthy women from old Shanghai in the 50s and 60s, complementing her striking features and snow-white skin. Even without speaking or showing any expression, she exuded an aura of regality and authority. Gwendolyn was momentarily stunned. In the few days she'd been there, she hadn't figured out the entire Mohammed family structure or its relatives. This woman looked to be in her early 30s, yet bore some resemblance to Jorge's facial features. Could she possibly be his sister? At the sound of voices, Jorge's Viviana turned her gaze towards Gwendolyn. Unexpectedly, Gwendolyn was prettier in person. Slim and delicate, though not particularly dressed up, she had fair skin and delicate features. The child holding her hand was equally charming. But that was just youth and a bit of beauty. Women like Gwendolyn, lacking education, money, and social status, held no lasting appeal once past 30. Ainsworth must still be young, inexperienced with women, unaware of how fleeting a woman's prime years were, and maintaining those peak years required substantial financial and time investment. Renata surpassed Gwendolyn in every aspect. While Ainsworth was naive, the elder was old enough to know better, yet he still allowed this pair into the house. Knowing this, one might say the Mohammed family was gracious, overlooking her background. But to others, it might seem they couldn't afford a proper wife. The matriarch hadn't returned in years, now pulling a long face while questioning everything about Gwendolyn. Despite Vanessa's efforts to speak positively of Gwendolyn, the matriarch remained unperturbed. With the elder absent since yesterday, visiting friends, Vanessa understood the matriarch's temperament well. In her younger years, she was a domineering and proud lady in her own household. As the head of the Mohammed family, enjoying immense wealth and privilege, she had little empathy for others. Seeing both Gwendolyn and Ollie looking at her, Vanessa hurriedly introduced them. Young lady, welcome back. Come and greet the Hannah. This is Ainsworth's Viviana, our family's first lady, you should call her Amina. Ollie, go greet Grandma. Gwendolyn's mind buzzed as her hairs stood on end. So young and beautiful, with skin as fresh as hers, this was Jorge's Viviana? Vanessa, noticing her surprise, quickly interjected with a laugh. Unbelievable, isn't it? Our Hannah is incredibly youthful and beautiful. She hasn't changed a bit over the years. Go ahead and greet her. Vanessa was right, regardless of age, the relationship dictated respect. Though hesitant, Gwendolyn pulled Ollie forward step by step. Before she could speak, Mohammed's Viviana interrupted disdainfully. No need. Call me Misty. Gwendolyn. She hadn't called anyone Mom in years and couldn't bring herself to do it now. Gripping Ollie's hand, she pushed her gently forward. Ollie, greet Grandma nicely. Before Ollie could speak, she was cut off again. No need for such formality. You're Gwendolyn, right? Sit down, I've been waiting to talk to you. Ollie clearly sensed the hostility, retreating to hide behind Gwendolyn's legs, timidly grabbing her hand. Bella saw her discomfort and finally softened. Vanessa, take the child outside to play. Don't come back unless called. Chapter 132, with the old man's backing. Not letting her be called Amina, not allowing Elida to call her Erin, and wanting to have Elida leave so she could talk alone. Gwendolyn could easily guess what she was going to do even if she thought with her toes. After many years of not returning to the Mohammed family, as soon as she stepped in, the others followed suit. They seemed so afraid she would marry into their family. Indeed, any wealthy household's mistress would be uncomfortable. She had no money, no education, no family background or connections, only a child from a previous relationship. An average working-class man wouldn't accept this, let alone the Mohammed family. Gwendolyn already knew the outcome and prepared herself for it, then squatted down to comfort Elida. Amina has something to say. Elida, be a good girl and go play with Vanessa first, okay? After we finish talking, I'll come find you outside. Elida clung to her neck, uneasy. Nothing will happen, right? She seems a little intimidating. Amina, who is she really? It wasn't appropriate to say that someone was intimidating to their face, so Gwendolyn quickly flicked her nose. Young children mustn't talk nonsense. Is Elida being naughty now? Not listening to Amina? Fine, Elida didn't want to upset Amina, so she went out with Vanessa. Gwendolyn sat respectfully opposite the sofa. Kira, I didn't know you were back, so I couldn't pick you up. Sorry about that. TSK, go pick her up at the airport? Had they become that close? Amaris rolled her eyes disdainfully. No need for those pleasantries. The only reason I came all the way back from the US is because of you. Gwendolyn, I heard you and Ainsworth started dating many years ago and secretly gave birth to his child without him knowing. That kid just now, is he really Ainsworth's? Gwendolyn. Heard? Heard from whom? Philippe? By her tone, did she believe it or not? Should she admit or deny it? If she admitted it, what if one day Jorge wanted to bring Renata into the house? If she denied it, how could she explain her current relationship with Jorge? Kira, please get straight to the point. What exactly do you want to ask me? Gwendolyn didn't know how to respond, so she skillfully evaded the question. Not honest. Indeed, unlike her appearance, the truth showed after just a few words. Inwardly, Amorous sneered, Ainsworth, how could you not see through this white lotus? What I want to say, you are very clear about. Miss Chu, no matter how you fooled Ainsworth and the old man, we're women. I know what you're thinking. Don't try to fool me. Unexpectedly, just as she had gotten ready to reprimand Gwendolyn, the old man returned. As soon as Vanessa saw the matriarch come home, she called the old man to report the news. The eldest daughter-in-law hadn't been back for over a decade, and he was incredibly moved, immediately bidding farewell to his old friends. Seeing his daughter-in-law sitting on the sofa, still young and beautiful as ever, his eyes instantly welled up. Courtney? You're back. Why didn't you tell me earlier so I could pick you up? It's been over a decade. Bella had always been quite self-centered. When she was young, she felt that being both beautiful and wealthy, she should marry the best man, so she eventually married the distinguished Mohammed father. But because of her strong personality, several years after marriage, rumors began about Mohammed father having affairs with other women. Unable to bear it, she lived in a loveless marriage. Later, after Mohammed father died from illness, although she missed Jorge, she was unwilling to waste her youth, so she decisively left for abroad. She had lived carefree, which helped her maintain her youthful appearance. But seeing the old man aged like this. No wonder Ainsworth didn't stop such a pair from coming in. Turns out the old man had truly grown old and senile. Bella approached and held the old man's hand, looking at him with shock and tenderness. Johnny laughed wryly. It's been decades since we last met. I've aged so much you don't recognize me, huh? There's no helping it. Time doesn't wait for anyone. But, Courtney, you haven't changed a bit. Time has been kind to you. Seeing you makes me feel. Thinking of Jorge's father, his first child, and the one he loved most, the old man's eyes reddened again. At that moment, Bella no longer dared blame the old man. He had strived all his life, losing his Viviana when young, his wife when middle-aged, and his son in old age. He had been through so much already. Jorge doing these ridiculous things and her own long absence as a Viviana made her feel responsible for the neglect. How could she continue to blame the old man? Dad, let's put the past behind us. Seeing you healthy makes me happy. I was too selfish. It's been over a decade since I visited you. Please don't blame me. Johnny wouldn't blame her. He had an open heart and never blamed anyone. On the contrary, he felt apologetic about the deeds Jorge's father did when young. We're family. How can there be any resentment? It's great that you're back. How long are you planning to stay? Did something happen? Originally, she intended to stay for a few days, chase Gwendolyn away, and then leave. But seeing the old man, she suddenly felt hesitant to reveal her true intentions. I'm not here for anything special, just to visit you. I plan to stay longer. You won't think I'm annoying, make me leave, right? Nonsense, the old man turned from sadness to joy, grabbing her hand excitedly. You are my child too. We've known each other for so long, you know what kind of person I am. Stay as long as you want. If you grow tired of staying here, you can leave whenever you want, I won't say a word. Moved by his sincerity, Bella sat beside him holding his hand. Johnny looked kindly at Gwendolyn. This is your Viviana-in-law. Although you and Ainsworth haven't officially wed yet, given how big the child is now, it's fine to address her as Viviana-in-law. Have you called her yet? In front of him, Gwendolyn nodded, yes. Johnny smiled warmly at Bella. Unusual, isn't it? Thinking you're still young and not suited to be a Viviana-in-law yet? To be honest, she felt the same way when you first called her Amina, but she got used to it over time. Have you seen Elida? That little one looks so much like Ainsworth when he was young, so smart and lovable. Brant listening to her call for grandma will become addictive. Trust me, you'll fall in love with that child after living here for a couple of days. You'll miss her terribly when she's not around. Bella. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring naturalness and fluency while respecting the tone and style of the original text. Chapter 133. It's not easy being the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family. As everyone was talking, Caitlin 2 and Caitlin 3 hurried over upon hearing that elder sister had returned from abroad. They were younger than Minerva but did not match her in looks. Coupled with Minerva's carefree nature, she let go of all concerns for her son at just over 30, dedicating herself to self-improvement. As a result, after so many years, she still appeared as youthful as ever. Conversely, she had only widened the gap between them. Seeing her radiant face made the two women even angrier. But it would be inappropriate to show their feelings openly. Thus, they approached her with polite and enthusiastic greetings. Gwendolyn couldn't join in the conversation and listlessly listened opposite. Suddenly, Vanessa returned with Ollie. Hannah's return is a happy event. It's getting late, we should start preparing dinner to welcome you back. Young Hannah, could you look after the child? Second Hannah and third Hannah will stay for dinner tonight. I'll prepare according to everyone's tastes. But I'm unsure if Hannah's tastes have changed over these years. Minerva's tastes indeed had changed. Having been away for years, she was accustomed to a light diet. However, she came back for Gwendolyn. Although it was inconvenient to directly manipulate her due to the old master's presence, she wouldn't easily let her off. It's been over 10 years since I last tasted your lotus root powder dumplings. I really miss this dish. Coming back this time, I suddenly became a Grand Viviana without any preparation, and I don't know how capable my daughter-in-law is. Vanessa quickly spoke on behalf of Gwendolyn. Young Hannah is very capable, Hannah. She takes excellent care of the child, cooks well, works hard, often helps me in the kitchen, and Mr. Mohammed enjoys her cooking very much. He has even praised her skills. Minerva asked, can she make lotus root powder dumplings? Gwendolyn wasn't dumb. With such an obvious hint, she knew she must do something to avoid embarrassing herself publicly. I can. If I don't know, I can learn. If you want to eat it, I'll prepare it in the kitchen now. Minerva glanced at her indifferently. Won't that be too much trouble for you? How could it? It's what I should do. Minerva didn't say more, her aloof attitude signifying her acceptance. Gwendolyn sent Ollie to play with the old master and went to the kitchen with Vanessa. The old master took Ollie aside to practice calligraphy. As soon as they left, Caitlin too chuckled meaningfully. Elder sister, you're truly blessed. Your son is already the pillar of the Mohammed family at such a young age, and he gave you such a big granddaughter and such a virtuous daughter-in-law. Everyone admires you. You don't know how close Ainsworth and Gwendolyn are. Despite entering our family not long ago, she has won his heart completely. Just the other day, while playing mahjong together, Ainsworth invested almost 100,000 in her account within one afternoon. Third Caitlin was surprised. Losing $1 million in one afternoon of mahjong? Oh my, father always opposed extravagance, limiting us to no more than $2 million per month. Did he say nothing about her losing so much? Joyce glanced at third Caitlin. With Ainsworth managing such a huge group, spending $100 million isn't a big deal, let alone a mere 100,000. Father is now charmed by Ollie, so much so that he can't even tell north from south. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't say anything. In conclusion, it's Ainsworth who is truly talented. Elder sister, you're so lucky. Listening to this gossip, Minerva remained outwardly calm but inwardly furious. Spending $5 million on bags, losing $1 million in an afternoon, was Jorge crazy? Although he now managed the company, the Mohammed Corporation was not his personal asset. Each fund transfer required financial approval. He shouldn't be so foolish as to embezzle funds for a woman, but unchecked, her extravagance would drain the entire family fortune. Thankfully, she was back to reign in this harmful fox spirit. Marvin Caitlin. Marvin Caitlin hurried over. Hannah. I want the dumplings handmade and add Emperor's fried rice. I'm hungry, the dishes need to be ready in an hour. Marvin Caitlin rushed back to the kitchen, sweating profusely. There's no time. An hour isn't enough, especially with second Hannah, third Hannah, Mr. Mohammed, and Mr. Ainsworth. Just those two dishes are tough. After washing her hands, Gwendolyn saw Marvin Caitlin's panic and comforted her. Don't worry. I'll help. Just tell me what to do, and we'll try our best. Oh, thank you, young Hannah. Marvin Caitlin wiped her sweat and checked the fridge. All ingredients are here except for Hannah's request. We need to buy 10 pounds of lotus roots and 10 pounds of shrimp. I'll go. Gwendolyn confirmed there was nothing else to buy and raced off, urging the driver to hurry. After 40 minutes of frantic effort, she finally brought back the ingredients. Entering the kitchen, she found Marvin Caitlin busy as a bee. Young Hannah, I need you to grate the lotus root into powder. She provided a basin and a wooden sieve. Gwendolyn accepted, quickly peeled the lotus root, and began grating it through the sieve. This dish was complicated, and it would have been easier to cut the lotus root directly. Gwendolyn was rushing and grated her fingers several times on the iron bottom of the sieve, skinning them. But she had no time to complain or bandage them. After rinsing her hands under the tap, she continued working. After 15 minutes, the lotus root powder was finally done. Marvin Caitlin hurried to wash the powder and started making dumplings while instructing Gwendolyn. Now, prepare the shrimp, remove the veins, peel them, and pinch off the heads for later use. Please hurry, young Hannah. Gwendolyn worked despite the pain, handling live, large shrimp which were difficult to manage. Having lived frugally before, she lacked skill and got pricked repeatedly on her fingers. Soaked in water for a long time, her fingers swelled and hurt. Fortunately, Marvin Caitlin was efficient, and they prepared all the dishes right before the deadline. As Golden Emperor's fried rice filled the platter, Marvin Caitlin declared it finally done. At that moment, Gwendolyn felt drained and leaned against the kitchen wall. So hard. Thank you, Marvin Caitlin. Marvin Caitlin, exhausted and flustered, looked at her sympathetically. It's not easy being a daughter-in-law in a wealthy family, especially when the Viviana-in-law is so young. Les lady, I advise you to have a second child as soon as possible. This can solidify your position and ease the initial adaptation period. I've seen second Hannah and third Hannah do this. It's better to be smart. Translation completed with the same structure, tone, and style as the original text, ensuring natural flow and coherency. Chapter 134. Come, sit on my lap. People at the bottom of society have experienced too much hardship and witnessed too much suffering. Their empathy is always stronger than those high above. Gwendolyn was very grateful for Vanessa's reminder, but... I know, Vanessa. Let's bring the dishes out. The two of them carried the dishes out only to realize that it was already quitting time. The men had all returned and were gathered in the sofa area chatting with Monica, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Jorge also came back. His driver, acting on his instructions, had taken Gwendolyn to the supermarket before calling him to report the trip. Only then did he learn that his Viviana had returned to the country. Worried that his Viviana might fuss over the suddenly acquired daughter-in-law, he immediately put aside his work and rushed back. Upon entering, he saw Pearl playing well with her grandfather. He saw his Viviana, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, but he didn't see Gwendolyn anywhere. Just as he was about to go look for her, Caitlin too pulled him towards his Viviana. When he studied abroad for his master's degree, his Viviana often visited him. Frankly speaking, they had only been apart for 3 or 4 years. He did not miss her particularly. On the contrary, his Viviana was too young, too self-centered, hardly fulfilling her duties as a Viviana while he grew up, and now wanted to impose her thoughts on him, which Jorge found quite repulsive. However, he did not want to embarrass his Viviana in front of Caitlin's 2 and 3. He was absent-mindedly listening to them when he saw Gwendolyn walking from the kitchen to the dining table with a dish. Jorge felt a pang in his heart. No wonder he hadn't seen her since coming home. Why did she run into the kitchen? Gwendolyn. Caitlin too was leaning past him to talk to Monica when Jorge suddenly frowned and stood up. Amina is back and you don't come to accompany her? Why did you run to the kitchen? Amina? Gwendolyn put down the dish and looked back with a complicated expression. Before she could respond, Caitlin too smiled and said, because your mom came back. Gwendolyn wanted to show her filial piety by cooking personally. Ah, Ainsworth, you really found a good wife. Look how virtuous she is. None of us in this generation would ever set foot in the kitchen except for Gwendolyn. She even made lotus root starch balls for your mom-in-law. They were all sitting here chatting idly. Why should she cook lotus root starch balls herself? Did the Mohammed family have no nanny or chef? Couldn't they just order food from a restaurant? Did his woman need to do such things? Jorge didn't want Gwendolyn to be saddled with a reputation for virtue. She'd suffered enough growing up. These foolish things used to brainwash women into willingly taking on more housework shouldn't happen to her anymore. Even a man could see clearly that she was too smart to fall for their tricks. However, it was done for his Viviana's sake, so Jorge couldn't say much. That's enough. Rest for a bit. Let Vanessa serve the dishes. Come over here. Saying this, he extended his hand to Gwendolyn, wanting her to come over and rest. Hearing about her son being bewitched by a vixen spirit was one thing, seeing it with her own eyes was another. Monica tried to keep her composure, but her temper couldn't be suppressed. She stood up abruptly. What are you doing coming over here for? Since the food is ready, let's all go eat. I'm hungry, let's go. Everyone moved en masse to the dining table and sat down in order. Gwendolyn helped Vanessa carry the last 2 dishes out and noticed an empty seat to the left of Jorge, presumably left for her. Just as she was about to sit down, Monica called her. Renata is at the door. Gwendolyn, go greet her. Renata? It was her first day back in the country, and there was a family gathering. Why was Renata here? Seeing Jorge's questioning gaze, Monica explained imperiously but feigned nonchalance. We haven't seen her in a long time. I missed her, so I invited her over. There should be no objections, right? Caitlin too rolled her eyes. Isn't Renata old Meng's daughter? That little girl who grew up with Ainsworth? She used to visit often when she was in college. It's been several years since we've seen her. Mentioning her makes us curious too. If she comes, all the better. The more, the merrier. We have no objections. Gwendolyn, hurry. Anyone who knew what was happening would recognize that she was being ordered around, but those who didn't might think she was representing the Mohammed family to welcome guests. Given the honorific title, Gwendolyn couldn't refuse. Upon reaching the entrance hall, she stood still as she saw Renata approaching with a stack of exquisite boxes escorted by the Ives. Miss Meng. Gwendolyn. Renata giggled and handed her the boxes. It's been a long time since I visited Philippe and everyone else. I brought some small gifts. Thank you for coming out to greet me. You're welcome. We're just about to have dinner. You arrived at the perfect time, join us. Really? Then I timed it perfectly. Let's go inside. With that, Renata walked into the hall first, as if she were the mistress of the house, leaving Gwendolyn behind. From afar, she warmly called out. Philippe, long time no see. This is Renata. I've come back to see you. Lady Zhong, long time no see. Bohan Zhou, Lady Fong, Bohan 2, Bohan 3, long time no see. She was gracious and proper, familiar with everyone as she walked to the dining table, hugged Chuck, kissed his cheek, and then embraced everyone else one by one. It's been years since I've returned to the country. I got back just a few days ago. I originally planned to choose a good day for a formal visit, but hearing that Lady Zhong has also returned, I couldn't resist coming early. Please don't mind. The Meng family was also a prominent noble clan in Fabiancheng. Fred, Renata's father, and Jorge's father were lifelong friends, making the two families close allies. How could they possibly care about such trivial matters? Everyone was warm and welcoming, making room for her. Renata took a seat next to Jorge. Knowing that everyone has everything, I still prepared some small gifts. They're not expensive, but they come from my heart. You have to accept them, don't fuss with me. Only then did she notice Gwendolyn and waved her over. Gwendolyn, bring the gifts over. Gwendolyn. Renata especially brought back art pieces from abroad and introduced them to everyone. Everyone praised her, and even Chuck accepted the gifts. Only then did she attend to Vanessa. Put the things aside. Go, get another chair for Cece. Gwendolyn's nose tinged with tears, almost crying. Everyone sat around, chatting and laughing, treating her like their little girl standing behind them, none paying attention to her feelings except Chuck. Vanessa also noticed Gwendolyn's awkward situation and glanced at her sympathetically, preparing to help move a chair. However, Jorge casually leaned against his chair and interrupted. No need. Adding another chair will make it too crowded. Gwendolyn? Everyone thought he was going to say something earth-shattering and eagerly watched. Jorge stretched his hand backward without turning around and said to Gwendolyn. You come over here. Sit on my lap. You've contributed the most today. I'll hold you while we eat. Chapter 135, Isn't it normal for my wife to sit on my lap? Everyone immediately turned their eyes toward him, wearing a puzzled expression. Jorge remained unfazed, turning to meet Gwendolyn's gaze. I called you over here. Why are you just standing there? Marvant me to come and carry you? Gwendolyn had no clue what kind of craziness was going on in his mind. With Renata, his current girlfriend right next to her and so many elders watching, making her sit on his lap is essentially inviting trouble for herself. Afraid Jorge would actually come over to carry her, Gwendolyn quickly waved her hand. There's no need. If the extra chair is too crowded for you, I'll eat later. Anyway, I'm not hungry now. Jorge felt like he might be driven mad by her. Even after being treated this badly, she still yields. Was she mentally ill or really that timid? She used to be tough when facing troubles and even more capable when against him. But why couldn't she be tough in front of them? A bunch of useless drunkards. He respected them as elders, they act entitled, but without it, they're nothing. What's there to be afraid of? Just do as I say, don't make excuses. Annoyed, he pushed the chair away from the table and turned back to grab Gwendolyn, pulling her into his arms. Seated one on top of the other, all the attention at the table instantly focused on them. This time, Amaris wasn't pleased. She's already grown up. Sitting on your lap while eating, how appropriate is that? Ainsworth, you're becoming increasingly self-willed. It sounded as if she knew him very well, thoroughly understood him. Jorge calmly looked his Viviana in the eye. She is my girlfriend, sitting on my lap is reasonable. Everyone here has been young once, I assumed everyone could understand. The second Misty and third Misty found this amusing and laughed. Sure. Young people have their ways. They missed each other for a day and now express such deep affection, normal. Elder sister-in-law, we are old now, let's not meddle too much in young love. As long as they are happy, enjoy your meal, enjoy your meal. Amaris put down her chopsticks with an unhappy look. Beside her, Renata didn't appear to be in a better mood. Only so many seats were available, adding another seat made things crowded. Jorge seemed to think she was unwelcome. Why did he start hating her now? How she envied Gwendolyn, what does she have that's worth all this attention from Jorge? Being seated sideways on Jorge's leg, Gwendolyn struggled for balance and had to hold onto his neck. Skin-to-skin contact made her blush even redder, especially as her chest pressed against his hard chest, his face slightly grazing under her chin. In addition, her view straight ahead revealed the obvious discomfort etched on Renata's face. Contrastingly vibrant when first entering, Renata now appeared to endure everything with a strained smile. Gwendolyn realized why Jorge acted this way. He was possibly annoyed after leaving Renata alone for 2 days following their intimate moment. Stubborn and unwilling to show weakness before her, both were playing a power game. Dragging her into this situation made no sense to her. Gwendolyn, lost in her thoughts, suddenly saw Jorge reaching out to offer her some food with his chopsticks. Eat. She opened her mouth reluctantly, keeping her eyes fixed on Renata who, though not looking their way, visibly deteriorated in appearance. Sinful. Seeing her son acting immaturely, Amaris ate a bite then laid down her chopsticks, dissatisfied. Marvin E. hasn't improved over these years. Her dishes remain the same, and her cooking style is still mediocre. Can't finish this dish. Especially this lotus root dumpling, looking at it barely stirs any appetite. Marvin E., respectfully standing behind, immediately wore a guilty expression upon hearing this. I apologize, Hannah. As I grow older, my culinary skills decline. Truly sorry. Shame isn't necessary. You're always at home, with no opportunity to improve. Not retreating is commendable enough. No need to be so stiff, I merely said what comes to mind, didn't mean it. Still ashamed, Marvin E. continued, although the dumplings look average, they were meticulously hand-rolled by Lady Chu. Ma'am, please at least taste a bit. Lady Chu prepared them out of filial piety. Since childhood, Jorge knew of his Viviana's fondness for this dish, aware of its complicated recipe. Unexpectedly, today's dumplings were made by Gwendolyn. Brant listening to his Viviana's criticisms, he wondered whether she disliked the dumplings' appearance or disapproved of Gwendolyn's effort. How did she know Velma likes this dish? The lady instructed me about this dish, and Lady Chu heard it and rushed to the market, only to return and personally roll the powder. The dinner got delayed, but she insisted on finishing in time, despite her hands getting scraped. Cough, interrupted Gwendolyn hastily, unwilling to take credit. These are trivial details, don't mention it. Putting down his chopsticks, Jorge grabbed her unoccupied hand, frowning at the sight. What happened to your hand? All swollen. Does it hurt? Truthfully, yes, quite painful. Pricked by shrimp spines multiple times, soaked in water, the pain now radiated, yet Gwendolyn couldn't admit it. It's okay, not that delicate. Don't avoid it, let me see. Trying to pull her hand away, it was caught again by Jorge. Red and swollen fingers, normally slender and white, evoked uncontrollable anger in him. Are you stupid? If you can't handle it, stop. Or tell me, and I'll get a chef. Why put yourself through this? Not painful? Must wait till your hand gets crippled. He blamed her effort on behalf of his Viviana as harsh criticism towards her. Glancing at the elder sister-in-law's worsening look, the second Misty seemed relieved. Ainsworth, how can you talk like this? Gwendolyn, as the Hanson's wife, cooked to show respect for her Viviana-in-law. Elder sister won't judge based on the outcome, the intent matters. Brant, leaving all these years, haven't seen you and Velma cook for Philippe and Aaron. So, does that prove you're disrespectful? Second Misty. Heartfelt, Jorge blew gently on Gwendolyn's fingers and advised. Remember, next time want to honor Velma, tell me first. Fabian Cheng has many renowned chefs. Anything needed, get them to prepare. No need to cook yourself. Taking care of yourself, the child, and grandfather, that's already a great help to me. Everyone fell silent. Chuck agreed. Your Viviana never expected you to do all this domestic work, understanding your lifestyle. At your age, should be wiser. Stop setting unrealistic demands on kids. As long as the kids are fine, couples harmonious, everything else doesn't matter. Isn't that right? Dare do not argue, although displeased, the second Misty and third Misty weakly agreed. Only Amorous, arms crossed, stared at Jorge. Ainsworth, growing up and stronger wings, I can't advise you anymore, huh? Chapter 136, don't tell me you prefer someone else over me. Don't say I didn't ask her to cook for me out of filial piety. It was her insistence to show off. Even if I had asked, what then? Is it really that excessive? The dinner turned sour from the moment she deliberately invited Renata over. Jorge knew that much. He's never feared his Viviana neglecting him but detests when she suddenly cares under the guise of being a Viviana without considering his feelings or opinions, thinking giving birth to him is some immense favor. He finds it absurd. This is a dining table, not a debate stage. With Philippe and the child here, Amina, I don't wish to discuss these matters with you. If you find it delicious, eat. If not, I can have someone prepare something according to your taste or order in, it's up to you. Decide for yourself. Mohammed Velma. After saying this, Jorge acted as if nothing happened, feeding another morsel to Gwendolyn. Noticing the eerie atmosphere, and fearing that this welcome-back dinner would collapse right after her return, the old man intervened. Enough. Let's all eat quietly. Courtney, you've always been considerate. Since your daughter-in-law wants to be filial, give her face by eating a little, no matter how it tastes. I'm old and won't live long. For my sake, let it slide. For the old man's sake, Bella reluctantly picked up her chopsticks again. She managed one bite of the rice ball-like dish before giving up. Seeing her pondering the spread, Vanessa recommended kindly. Hannah, try the fried rice. Made fresh from 10 pounds of shrimp peeled by the young mistress. Mohammed Velma expressionlessly scooped another spoonful of the emperor fried rice. It was just okay. So many shrimp wasted. I really can't eat anymore. You guys enjoy it. No wonder her hands were swollen. 10 pounds of shrimp peeled with no appreciation. Jorge brought the fried rice to himself, holding Gwendolyn. Trying a bite, he said, I think it's good. If you can't finish it, we'll eat it ourselves. Mohammed Velma. Never seen such a foolish son. Arguing with his own mom in front of Caitlin's 2 and 3, his mind must be addled by a vixen spirit. I'm tired. Eat slowly, I'll rest upstairs. Pushing away her plate, Mohammed Velma left the table. Why stay when she wasn't eating anyway? Renata hurriedly followed, I'm full too. Take care, everyone. I'll accompany Caitlin Jong. Back in their room upstairs, Mohammed Velma silently went to the balcony. Although she didn't speak, Renata could feel her loneliness and sadness. Gently comforting her. Ainsworth came back alone at 23, shouldering immense pressure and solitude running the company alone, opening new divisions. We offered no help when he needed us most. Instead, we come back once everything is settled, criticizing him. Frankly, would you react better than him in this situation? He's a person, a spirited young man. If he took any interference passively, would you still recognize him as your son? These words swept away Mohammed Velma's disappointment and filled her heart with understanding. Yes, Renata was right. Ainsworth was just a 23-year-old boy who faced so much alone. How could he not have complaints? His actions tonight were merely seeking comfort and reassurance. Lost in her thoughts, only Renata reminded her. Her heart eased immediately, looking tenderly at Renata. You're right, thank you, Jackie. Otherwise, I'd surely have misunderstood him today. Understanding Renata's implication, Bella gazed warmly at her. So young, beautiful, smart, and considerate. If she and Ainsworth could be together, it would certainly boost his career and life. Why not? Perhaps you understand Ainsworth better than I do. There's no need for thanks. Jackie, previously, with you absent, malicious people exploited Ainsworth. But it's not too late. As long as you stay by his side, he will realize soon enough. I believe so, Renata winked playfully. But Kira, Gwendolyn appeared at a different time, perhaps when Ainsworth needed companionship most. Abruptly removing her might shock him greatly. No rush, let's prioritize Ainsworth's feelings and take it slow. What a wonderful child, thoughtful and caring. Bella wanted to hug her. Regarding Gwendolyn, you surely have plans. Share them with me? Renata did indeed have ideas. First, you shouldn't appear as the villain. With the large family in your sudden return, any conflict might invite ridicule. Let's subtly make things difficult for Gwendolyn, leading her to leave on her own. Then others will have no reason to blame you, nor will Ainsworth or Philippe be upset. What do you think? Bella agreed wholeheartedly. Thank you for enduring tonight. When you and Ainsworth are together, I'll repay you well. They chatted a bit more before Renata left the Mohammed residence. Caitlin's 2 and 3 saw no more drama and also left. Jorge and Gwendolyn headed upstairs with Ollie. Because Gwendolyn sent Dom back to Dustin after checking Ollie, they'd be sharing the same room again tonight. Before, even when he and Renata were close, Gwendolyn hadn't felt repulsed. But witnessing Renata returning in revealing clothes that day, Gwendolyn felt uncomfortable sharing the bed with Jorge. Mr. Mohammed, your mom finally returned. You've upset her during dinner. Shouldn't you apologize? I'll sleep with Ollie first. You. Jorge understood her meaning, she didn't want to sleep with him. She insisted on 2 rooms during the doctor visit and stayed in the children's room while Dom was there. They hadn't shared a bed for days. Was she getting used to separation? Planning to keep it this way? Pushing boundaries? Chapter 137, I'll sleep with Gwendolyn tonight. What do you mean? Jorge was just preparing to have a good talk with Gwendolyn when his Viviana came out of her room, alerted by the commotion. Finished eating? Come to sleep now. I will sleep with Gwendolyn tonight. I've never been a Viviana-in-law before. Though I don't quite understand it yet, I'm very excited and have so much to say to Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn, you won't mind sleeping with me, right? Neither Gwendolyn nor Jorge expected her to say this suddenly. Exchanging glances, Jorge was about to refuse for Gwendolyn, but his Viviana seemed to have anticipated his move and added. Well, if you mind, forget what I said. Now, if Gwendolyn didn't agree, wouldn't it confirm that she was indeed reluctant? Although afraid of her and unsure of what tonight would bring, Gwendolyn had no choice but to agree. How could I? It's an honor for me to sleep with you. His Viviana knew she wouldn't dare to refuse. Feeling triumphant, Amorous nodded approvingly. Then it's settled. Come on up. Given her behavior during dinner and now, Jorge felt something was amiss. Afraid his Viviana might trouble Gwendolyn, he followed them a few steps up. Gwendolyn has been busy all day and is quite tired. You've also been flying all day and must be exhausted. If you're not in a hurry to leave, why not save any conversations for tomorrow? Mohammed's Viviana shot him an unhappy look. This is between us, Viviana and daughter-in-law. Gwendolyn has no objections, so stay out of it. Jorge. In a falsely intimate manner, his Viviana pulled Gwendolyn towards her, leaving the 3 women inside while he was shut outside. Alida wasn't close to Mohammed's Viviana and could feel she wasn't fond of her either. Afraid to get too close, Alida timidly hid behind Gwendolyn as they entered. Locking the door, Mohammed's Viviana ignored Alida and instructed Gwendolyn. There are things I can't discuss in front of the child. Put her to bed first. I'll wait for you on the sofa. Gwendolyn fetched some pajamas and took Alida to bathe. Turning on the shower, Alida whispered nervously to Gwendolyn. Amina, she seems so intimidating. What if she secretly makes it hard for you after I fall asleep? Don't be scared of her. Dad is always supporting you. If she dares to trouble you, send a message to Dad and let him come save you. Gwendolyn felt warmth in her heart. Lovingly stroking her daughter's head, she replied. No, Erin just got back and isn't familiar with us yet. Once she gets to know me, it will be fine. Don't speak poorly of Erin behind her back. Though comforting her daughter with these words, Gwendolyn herself was also anxious. Her Grand Viviana had cut the dinner short and needed rest. How could she still be waiting now? What could be so urgent that she needed to talk at night while sharing a bed? After putting Elida to bed, Gwendolyn rushed to the living room without wasting a second. On the sofa, Mohammed's Viviana lay gracefully, pretending to be half asleep. Thinking she was asleep, Gwendolyn called softly, "Kira?" Her eyes slowly opened. "You're done. It took you so long, and I'm already tired from waiting. I heard you studied medicine and are skilled in therapy. My legs are aching, give me a massage." "Gwendolyn?" Seeing Gwendolyn's lack of response, Mohammed's Viviana looked up. "What? You don't want to?" Indeed, Gwendolyn did not want to. She could clearly sense Mohammed's Viviana's disrespect, but since she was in the Mohammed family and had received much kindness from Jorge and the patriarch, she hesitated to outright refuse even for their sakes. "I'm not that good. I just learned on my own. Not sure if it meets your standards. To find out if it meets my standards, try it and see. Hurry up." With no choice, Gwendolyn moved closer to her. Sitting on the sofa and bending over awkwardly, she started massaging her legs, but found it difficult to apply force comfortably. Yet, there was nowhere else to sit except the sofa. Glancing around, she finally sat on the coffee table beside the sofa. As soon as she sat down, Mohammed's Viviana unhesitantly rested her legs on Gwendolyn's lap. Start. Even though she was young and beautiful, emitting a sweet fragrance and not dirty even without a bath, having just returned from a long flight and meeting only briefly, asking someone to massage her legs without even washing her feet made Gwendolyn feel deeply humiliated. But perhaps this was better. Taking a deep breath, Gwendolyn consoled herself. Originally, she hadn't wanted to stay in the Mohammed family, but Jorge, with unknown intentions, refused to agree. Now, with his Viviana openly disliking her, presumably criticizing her behind her back, Jorge wouldn't have an excuse to keep her around anymore. Maybe she could leave here tomorrow. Good. Mohammed's Viviana claimed she wanted to chat but remained silent for several minutes as Gwendolyn sat there, treating her like a maid while lying lazily like a pampered empress dowager. After massaging for several minutes, then another few more, Gwendolyn's arms were sore, and Mohammed's Viviana showed no signs of stopping. Finally, unable to endure, Gwendolyn stopped and shook her hands. "It's getting late, Kira. You must be tired too. Let's go to bed." Thinking Mohammed's Viviana would agree, Gwendolyn was surprised when she opened her eyes lazily and continued lying down. "It's early, my legs are still aching, and I can't sleep. Your massage is pretty good, you've worked hard. Give me a few more minutes." Gwendolyn. Massaging for who knows how long more, her arms ached so badly they barely lifted, and her eyelids felt heavy. Gwendolyn stopped again. "Kira, I'm tired. Let's talk tomorrow. I need to sleep." Mohammed's Viviana retracted her legs and stood up unhappily, looking at Gwendolyn disdainfully. "AI Ainsworth keeps saying how capable and humble you are. I thought you'd be impressive, but this is it. I didn't intend to trouble you. Today was just exhausting. Normally, I hate others touching my body." Alright. Since you're so unwilling, go sleep. I won't ask you to do anything again." Gwendolyn. She had spent so much effort massaging her, and this was the conclusion? Clearly, when someone dislikes you, even breathing is wrong. She was intentionally finding fault. Not being asked again suited her just fine. They weren't real in-laws, who cared about her approval. Exhausted, Gwendolyn couldn't be bothered to argue and went straight back to the bedroom. Actually, Mohammed's Viviana didn't want to share a room, let alone a bed with her, but to prevent unnecessary contact with Jorge and avoid any pregnancy, she lay down beside Gwendolyn after bathing. Extremely tired, Gwendolyn fell asleep as soon as she lay down. Deep in sleep beside Elida, she felt her shoulder pushed roughly. Gwendolyn? Wake up. Bathing isn't even done, how can you sleep smelling foul? Get up quickly." Chapter 138, Speechless over a cup of tea. Gwendolyn was so drowsy she could barely keep her eyes open. In her semi-conscious state, she heard someone calling her but couldn't wake up. Veda shouted once, no response. She shouted again, still no response. Irritated, she reached out and tugged Gwendolyn's ear. Ah. In pain, Gwendolyn finally opened her eyes. Seeing Veda in her pajamas with a furious look on her face, she felt utterly confused. "Kira, it's so late, shouldn't you be sleeping? What's the matter? What's the matter? You have the nerve to be upset with me? You didn't even take a shower before sleeping, how can you be so messy?" As she spoke, Veda waved her hand in front of her nose. "It stinks. How can I sleep like this? Go wash up immediately, or you won't get any rest tonight." Her mind buzzing, Gwendolyn had forgotten about not taking a shower. Acknowledging her fault, she got up, still half asleep. After a quick shower, she returned to her bed, only to find Veda still sitting at the head of the bed, seemingly waiting for her. "Kira. I didn't eat dinner, and I'm hungry now. Can you get me something to eat?" "Gwendolyn. It's late, so just make something simple. Hurry up, I have low blood sugar." "Gwendolyn. Don't tell Ainsworth. It's late, and I don't want him to worry." "Gwendolyn, sorry to trouble you like this on our first meeting." Wearing pajamas, Gwendolyn grumbled as she went downstairs. Even Vanessa had gone to bed, leaving the whole building quiet. She quietly entered the kitchen and quickly made a bowl of egg noodles. After bringing it upstairs, Veda ate less than 5 mouthfuls. It doesn't quite suit my taste. Forget it, I'm done eating. Just throw it away. Bring me some water. At this point, Gwendolyn realized what was happening. There was no real need for her to talk or to eat because of low blood sugar. This was clearly an excuse to torment her. If she didn't like her, she should just say so directly. Why go through all this trouble? Gwendolyn poured her a cup of water and sat down at the foot of the bed, feeling exhausted. Kira, if you don't like me being here, I can leave tomorrow. There's no need for this. Veda replied, what do you mean? I asked you to massage my legs and cook me some noodles. If you feel it's too much work, you're overreacting. If I knew you were so delicate, I wouldn't have asked you. Alright, sorry, I won't do that again. Please don't be angry. If you say something to Ainsworth or Philippe tomorrow, I'll get scolded again. Gwendolyn. In short, it was a night full of fuss. With her around, Gwendolyn barely slept, staying in a semi-dreamlike state. Just as she hadn't gotten enough sleep, she heard Vanessa's familiar voice. Young lady, it's time to get up. Lady Mohammed got up early and learned how to cook breakfast from me. She said it's for you as an apology. Go downstairs and see. A woman who never cooked suddenly learning how to cook just for her. Gwendolyn wasn't sure what was going on, but she decided not to cooperate anymore. Dragging herself out of bed slowly. By the time she brought Ollie downstairs, Jorge and Philippe were already seated at the dining table. Veda, looking completely different from her domineering self the previous day, wore a loose black dress with an apron and gloves, embodying humility. Jenna, you're up. Sorry for making you cook last night. Ainsworth was right to criticize me. As your elder, I should have been kinder. So, I got up early and learned a few dishes from Vanessa, all your favorites. Come try them and let me know what you think. Gwendolyn. It was almost as if nothing had happened the night before, except for those who knew better. Thank you, Kira, but you really don't have to do this. Why not? Didn't you like it? I just wanted to apologize for yesterday. Do you refuse my apology? Veda then suddenly crouched down and pulled out a thick red envelope from her apron pocket. I didn't expect to have such a big granddaughter all of a sudden. I came back too hastily yesterday without preparing a red envelope. Here, consider it a belated gift. Ollie, come here, my dear granddaughter. Are you mad at Aaron? Gwendolyn saw a red envelope thicker than any she'd ever encountered before. She had no idea how much money was inside or why Veda's attitude had changed so dramatically. Instinctively, she tried to refuse, but Veda gave her a chiding look. Why are you rejecting a red envelope from your Grand Viviana? Are you truly upset with me? Oh, you see, I may be old, but I'm straightforward. I say things without thinking and forget after saying them. Look at you. Dad, Ainsworth, Jenna is upset with me. I tried soothing her all night without success. Could you two help me convince her? The two men weren't sure what had happened, but seeing Veda's good attitude, they were more than willing to support her efforts to become close with Gwendolyn. Jenna, since your Viviana-in-law has extended an olive branch and made food for you, let's let bygones be bygones. Don't hold on to yesterday's incident. Gwendolyn was speechless. It sounded as if she was being petty, but honestly, last night's dinner wasn't a big deal to her. Seeing her remain silent, Jorge took the red envelope and put it into Ollie's pocket. That's settled. Since Amina gave you the red envelope, accept it. We're family now, so let's not dwell on past issues. Let's eat. He led her to the dining table. Across from them, Veda watched her with a smile. I noticed we're about the same height, but you weigh less. I had a designer in another country make a cheapao for me, but it turned out a bit tight. I haven't worn it yet. Why don't I give it to you? We can go shopping later after you try it on. Before having a daughter-in-law, I always dreamed of being best friends with one, going shopping, dining, chatting, and doing beauty treatments together. It seems that dream has finally come true. Gwendolyn. Veda was as excited as an 18-year-old girl. She hurriedly had Vanessa bring down the cheapao and a pair of 6-centimeter heels. See this lotus flower embroidered by hand? Isn't it lifelike? The color complements the skin perfectly. And these shoes, I bought them but never wore them. Eat up quickly, and then show Ainsworth and Philippe how you look in it. If it looks good, we'll wear it while shopping. Translation notes **. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks. Names are transliterated using pinyin, e.g., Gwendolyn, Veda. Tone and style kept natural and fluent in English. Storyline continuity maintained, especially referencing events from previous content where necessary. Chapter 139, What? Think I'm spending too much? Jenna, hurry up and eat. The more we talk, the more excited I get. I can't wait anymore. So, under Veda's enthusiastic urging, Gwendolyn hastily finished breakfast and changed into the clothes she had given her. To be fair, they looked stunning. Top-notch quality, perfectly tailored fit, and a delicate, elegant color scheme. It made Gwendolyn look like a professional fashion model, tall, curvaceous, and with porcelain-like skin. Even without makeup or any hairstyle, her beauty was mesmerizing. Because of his age, the Jamie had a particular fondness for kipeos. Seeing Gwendolyn in such an outfit reminded him of his young wife. His eyes lit up immediately. Beautiful. You have good taste, Jia Hui. It really suits Jenna. Veda couldn't help but admit that there were reasons why Mohammed C. Ainsworth would fall for Gwendolyn. She had flawless skin, a great figure, and although her features weren't exactly to Veda's taste, they were still above average, not embarrassing to show off. Unfortunately, she still fell short compared to Renata. See, even Grandpa thinks it looks good. You should wear it. I haven't been back to Fabiancheng for over 10 years and don't know how it's developed. Wear this and go out with me for a stroll. Though Philippe and she highly praised it, Gwendolyn didn't think so herself. The qipao was a modified version, not as long as traditional ones and only reaching her knees, plus it had side slits. She felt extremely insecure in it. Especially these shoes, beautiful indeed, but too high. Wearing them to shop would probably tire her to death. But most importantly, she clearly understood Veda's unusual behavior and doubted her sincerity, fearing being played again. Thank you, Caitlin. I love the clothes, but going shopping in them is a bit much. Ollie is still young, and I often carry her, which isn't convenient. Besides, Grandpa's therapy has been paused for days. I dare not delay it further. Today I need to treat him at home. Ollie is too young to enjoy shopping. We won't take her today, maybe another day I'll specifically take her to the amusement park. As for therapy, it can be done in the afternoon or evening, no need to fix it in the morning. Please come with me. Veda hadn't slept well last night either, pondering ways to handle Gwendolyn for her son's future. She had planned this far and wouldn't let Gwendolyn refuse. I wanted to buy you some gifts. If you don't come with me, what fun will it be for me alone? Or are you still mad at me? Using those words to pressure her again. Gwendolyn was speechless and could only seek help from Mohammed C. Ainsworth. Unexpectedly, Mohammed C. Ainsworth aligned with his Viviana's stance today. Since Amina has said so, you should go. There's no rush with Grandpa's therapy. Gwendolyn really admired their persistence. When could Ollie's surgery be scheduled? Once Ollie recovered, there would be no need to rely on Mohammed C. Ainsworth, and she'd leave the Mohammed family for good. Early in the morning, Gwendolyn was dolled up with makeup and hair done, wearing a qipao and high heels like a Miss Universe contestant, escorted out by Veda. The driver took them to the largest mall in Fabiancheng, which had just opened its doors. Once away from the driver's view, Veda put on a serious face. Busy taking care of you all morning, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. I'm starving. Let's go for coffee. They entered a cafe and saw Renata smiling brightly. Caitlin, I'm here. Gwendolyn, you came too. No wonder she insisted on coming to the cafe, they had already arranged this with Renata beforehand. Since Renata was accompanying her, why did she have to drag Gwendolyn along? Gwendolyn had a bad feeling but couldn't guess their intentions. They make excellent coffee here, very pure. Caitlin, Gwendolyn, you should try it. You mustn't have had breakfast. I ordered a few special pastries here. Let's eat before shopping. Renata was polite and refined, chatting amicably with them. After about an hour, they left the cafe. The mall was full of luxury brands Gwendolyn knew of but had never shopped at. Veda and Renata were familiar with each store, browsing through various items. Both were casually dressed, less extravagant than Gwendolyn but still maintained an elegant appearance, making the salespeople very welcoming. Soon, Veda found a bag she liked at a brand store. The salesperson introduced it as their flagship product, just shipped from overseas, globally limited to only 3 pieces, and priced at over 4 million renminbi. Without blinking, Veda turned to Gwendolyn after hearing the introduction. Do you like it? If you do, I'll buy it for you. A bag for 4 million? Enough to buy 2 apartments for her brother. Not to mention whether it was a test from Veda, she didn't think such extravagance was necessary even if she were part of the Mohammed family. Gwendolyn dared not accept it and wasn't truly interested. But Veda seemed genuinely sincere, and she couldn't outright reject it. I have plenty of bags. Maybe next time. Veda didn't insist but continued looking at other items, proposing to buy everything she liked for Gwendolyn. However, every item she chose cost millions, and since Gwendolyn planned to leave, she refused everything to avoid owing anyone favors. After touring one store, Veda playfully complained. You're quite picky. Nothing suits your fancy. Since you feel that way, I won't bother showing you anything else. Don't be upset and say I'm stingy. Gwendolyn. Saving money for you ends up wrong? Only now did she understand the saying, taking advantage and then complaining. But she couldn't openly contradict her. How could I? I lack nothing. You choose what you like, Caitlin. Veda and Renata linked arms, leaving her behind. In the second store, they went on a shopping spree. Wrap this one for me, and that one too. These shoes look nice. I'll try them on directly and pack my old pair. Jenna, could you help me carry? By the time they toured 4 or 5 stores, Gwendolyn's hands were full of their purchases. Luxurious packaging was complex and heavy, and Gwendolyn, in her qipao and high heels, felt exhausted, almost collapsing from fatigue. Yet the duo showed no signs of stopping, laughing and chatting, heading towards the next store. Finally, Gwendolyn couldn't take it anymore. Caitlin, you've bought so much already. Are you still planning to shop? Veda turned around, scanning her from head to toe, her eyes slightly displeased. What? You don't want the things I bought for you. I've only started shopping for myself, and you already think I'm spending too much. Chapter 140, Treat Me Brant Like a Monkey? Gwendolyn. The Mohammed family was wealthy and influential. If they were willing to buy something, they obviously had the financial capability to do so. Why should she be so picky? It was just a question. Why did Amaris react so strongly? That's not what I meant. What I meant was. If that's not what you meant, then hurry up and leave. I haven't returned to my hometown in over 10 years, shouldn't I bring everyone a gift? We're not even halfway through. Hurry. Gwendolyn followed them to another clothing boutique. As Amaris had said, she bought each of her female relatives from her hometown a set of clothes, adding 7 or 8 more bags. Kira, this won't do. Let me call the driver to come up and take these things downstairs. He's a man and never comes to such places. He doesn't know these clothing brands and wouldn't find the right store. You might as well take it down yourself. Let's continue shopping, leaving the items here for you to retrieve later, making 2 trips if necessary. Good girl, thank you for your hard work. Amaris paid her a few insincere compliments before continuing her stroll with Renata. Gwendolyn looked at the pile of boxes on the floor, so angry she wanted to call Jorge to complain. But would it be appropriate to report her Viviana-in-law to her son? After 3 round trips to put all the boxes in the car, her high heels had rubbed blisters on her heels, making every step painful. The chauffeur, seeing her exhaustion, offered his help. Hannah, why don't you rest in the car while I accompany Lady Mohammed and go shopping? I'm strong. Gwendolyn thought it was a good idea. She told him roughly where they were going, took off her shoes, and planned to rest in the car. However, shortly after the driver left, she received a call from Amaris. We agreed to shop together. What are you doing waiting in the car? If Ainsworth finds out, he'll think we're quarreling again. Come up quickly. Reluctantly, Gwendolyn entered the mall once more. Her first task was to change into a new pair of shoes. Although the prices here were exorbitant, and she didn't want to waste money, it was better than ruining her feet. She picked the cheapest pair available, costing 17,000 yuan. Despite the pain of parting with the money, Gwendolyn exchanged her shoes and found Amaris. Just as she arrived at a boutique, she heard Amaris chatting enthusiastically with another wealthy lady. I heard that Ainsworth has a girlfriend now, and their relationship seems to be progressing nicely. This must mean his wedding is near, which is why you came back from abroad, right? Congratulations, Courtney. With Ainsworth being so smart and capable, you're about to become a Grand Viviana soon. Brantleaf winner, truly enviable. Amaris replied, is that so? My son only started dating recently. You already knew this? You've been paying close attention. Of course. Though we haven't met often in recent years, I watched Ainsworth grow up since he was little. Whose girlfriend is it? I've only heard from my son that she's very beautiful, but I don't know which family's daughter. Juliet. If you ask such questions, my daughter-in-law might get upset. She's standing right in front of you. Mrs. Juliet froze, hurriedly looking at Renata. So it's her? I didn't realize you two were so close, hugging and laughing like old friends. I thought you were besties. So sorry. Indeed, she's very beautiful. This girl looks so familiar, but I can't recall. Don't blame yourself. Renata was praised, and Amaris visibly brightened up, patting Juliet's hand. Marvin went abroad for both her undergraduate and graduate studies. It's normal you didn't recognize her immediately. Marvin? That name also sounds familiar. Could she be old Mr. Meng's daughter Renata? Oh my, how much she's grown. Truly a transformation. She's even more beautiful than her Viviana. Despite Juliet's age, her respect and flattery towards Amaris were unmistakable. Gwendolyn felt a twinge of bitterness from her sycophantic attitude. Before meeting you, I kept wondering which lucky girl could marry someone as talented as Ainsworth and have such a young and beautiful Viviana-in-law. Now it seems only Marvin qualifies. She and Ainsworth grew up together, and old Mr. Meng is an old friend of ours. A perfect match. Courtney, I must attend their wedding. When and where will it be held? Let me know in advance. Amaris laughed. That information isn't convenient to disclose yet. Ainsworth is meticulous about everything. We need to respect the children's wishes. Yes, indeed. Let's exchange WeChat IDs so you can inform me as soon as it's ready. They proceeded to exchange WeChat accounts. Seeing Amaris publicly acknowledge Renata as her daughter-in-law and announce the upcoming wedding to Gwendolyn, she stood dumbfounded for a few seconds, then turned back to the shoe store. Excuse me, this pair of shoes is uncomfortable. Can I return them? I'm sorry, madam. If there's no quality issue, we don't accept returns. Such a big brand but so petty. Suddenly, Gwendolyn felt a surge of anger. Isn't discomfort a quality issue? Cheap shoes from wholesale markets allow a 7-day no-questions-asked return policy. I won't argue with you. Call your manager. If you don't give me a refund today, I'll file a complaint online. Seeing her stubbornness, the staff whispered to the store manager, who reluctantly processed the refund. Looking at the 17,000 yuan reappear in her phone, Gwendolyn still wasn't happy. Clad in her uncomfortable heels, she stomped back to the car. The driver was surprised by her swift return. Why, Hannah? My feet hurt too much to walk. Please drive me home and come back for them later. Did Lady Mohammed instruct you to do so? Yes. The driver started the car. Just minutes into the ride, Gwendolyn's phone rang again. Grabbing it, she saw it was Amaris. Surely calling to scold her for not being a good servant. Gwendolyn smiled coldly and powered off her phone. Back home, Chuck and Ollie were playing in the living room. Seeing Gwendolyn return alone, Chuck asked with concern. Why are you back so soon? Didn't you buy anything? Where's your Viviana-in-law? Gwendolyn showed him her blistered heels. Renata is with her. The shoes were too tight, so I came back early. I'm like a wild boar, I can't handle delicate things, nor shop in high-end malls. It's better for me to stay home and keep you company. Philippe, you worked hard watching Ollie all day. Let me massage your legs. Chapter 141, Lau Mohammed, you have no conscience. After completing Tracy's physiotherapy and having lunch at home, Amina Mohammed had not returned yet. Gwendolyn, having nothing else to do, took Ollie to the hospital to visit Dustin, whom she should have visited earlier. Feeling guilty for not visiting him sooner and witnessing his injuries firsthand, Gwendolyn felt very embarrassed. However, Dustin did not mind. Over the past few days, Ebert had been with him constantly. Taking care of all his daily needs and discussing work, Dustin's life had been full and without time to overthink. Seeing that he was in good spirits, Gwendolyn relaxed a bit. Let me take you out for dinner tonight. It's been so many days cooped up in the hospital, you should go out and change your mood. It was rare for Gwendolyn to visit and invite him to dinner, so naturally, Dustin did not refuse. Gwendolyn took out her phone and chose a restaurant together with him. Ebert, seeing them lean closely towards each other, felt a strong sense of crisis. He secretly snapped a photo and sent it to Jorge. Tonight we're going out to eat. Do you want to join? Jorge opened the photo, confused. Immediately after, he called his driver. Where are you? The driver gave an address of a beauty salon. Is young lady getting beauty treatments? Driver, no, she went back this morning, saying her shoes were uncomfortable and her feet hurt. I've been with Mrs. all day. Jorge hung up the call, unable to hide his frown. She came back early in the morning? Complaining about her feet hurting when shopping but felt fine running off to visit Dustin? Seeing as how they seemed close even now during dinner, without notifying him first. Did everything he say before count for nothing? Or did he mean nothing to her? That she didn't consider his feelings at all? Getting angrier by the second, Jorge called Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn was just browsing for quality restaurants on Dazongdianping when she saw Jorge's name pop up, startling her slightly. Glancing awkwardly at Dustin, she stepped aside to answer. Hello? Jorge tried to control his anger. Where are you? At the hospital, Go home. Philippe Mrs. Ollie. He called me and wants to see her right away, get back home quickly. Gwendolyn was surprised at how much Philippe loved Ollie, missing her within hours of being apart. But. No buts. Philippe isn't well, what if we upset him and cause health issues? I'm coming back too, don't argue. Gwendolyn hung up, her expression clearly showing something bad happened. Dustin couldn't help but ask. You still haven't answered my question. What is your relationship with Jorge? Why are you and Ollie living in his house? Why does he always manage you? Gwendolyn, you. Gwendolyn did not want to answer this question. Her history with Jorge was shameful, and she didn't want anyone knowing about it. She had initially planned to treat them to dinner, but now due to Jorge's intervention and the relentless questioning, she lost interest. Shaw, everyone has their privacy. Just like you wouldn't want me prying into your affairs, please respect mine. Sorry, I mentioned dinner, but I have an urgent matter, let's reschedule. As she left with Ollie, Ebert stood up and followed her. I'll come with you. Haven't seen Lau Mohammed in days, let me check on him too. By the time Ebert arrived with Gwendolyn, Jorge had already reached home. Sitting on the sofa, his face was as grim as if someone owed him millions. Seeing him, Ebert cheerfully rushed over only to be shoved aside. Did you forget to take your medicine today? Beware, Grandpa might think you're gay and send you to a psychiatric hospital. Ebert clung to his arm despite being pushed around. We've been this close for years, Grandpa is used to it. You never minded our closeness before. What's up lately? Because of Eliana? Eliana? He still considers Gwendolyn his sister-in-law. Annoyed, Jorge pushed him again. Knowing Gwendolyn was his woman, why did he watch her sit and lean close to Dustin? Useless. You've been obsessed with Dustin recently, acting as his personal assistant. Why suddenly here? Leaving Dustin who can't move easily behind, aren't you giving others opportunities? Truthfully, Ebert was concerned. But for the greater good of Dustin's ambitions, he put these worries aside temporarily. Ever since Dustin's leg injury, Ebert stayed by his side for days. Even his Viviana and father urging him to come home couldn't pull him away, especially when his father encouraged more interactions with Dustin. With Dustin immobile, handling company affairs became challenging, so Ebert offered assistance. Helping revealed the challenges in running a big company like Dustin's real estate firm. Amidst macroeconomic adjustments and market saturation, real estate profits plummeted. Billions were tied up in incomplete projects. Real estate facing downturns, Dustin aimed for an international airport project. If successful, it would establish another iconic structure in Fabiansheng and cover financial gaps. However, he faced competition from Mohammed Corporation. Not specialized in real estate, Mohammed still pursued the project. Before knowing Dustin, Ebert wished Jorge success. Now with bias towards Dustin, he wanted to secretly help. Perhaps, through friendship, Jorge could abandon the airport project with some coaxing. Chapter 142, Child Betrothals Are Feudal Residues. I can't care about that anymore. Who told me I miss you so much that I'm going crazy? It's uncomfortable when I don't see you for a few days. Ainsworth, darling, let's go upstairs. I've saved up a belly full of words to tell you. Having acted shamelessly in front of Jorge and Gwendolyn before, Ebert didn't care about his image at all. He climbed into Jorge's arms, clinging to his neck, wanting him to carry him upstairs. Jorge seemed as if dog poop had stuck to him and pushed him away disdainfully. Just as the two were messing around, Kira and Keisha's voices came over. Zay, what are you doing? She hadn't seen him for several days. She called him to come home for dinner, but he either did not reply or did not pick up. She didn't expect to see him here at Jorge's place today. A grown man, talking in such a squeaky voice like a eunuch, wriggling in Jorge's arms. What on earth was going on? Kira was already dissatisfied with him. Seeing him like this made her even more stern-faced. Zay, it's not that your Misty is criticizing you, but you're no longer a child. A proper man, what kind of example are you setting? Look at Damien Ainsworth, his kids are already several years old. Isn't it time you grew up? Your Misty has liked you since childhood. You were matched with our only daughter from a young age. Ebert could guess what she was about to say without waiting for her to finish. What era is this now, still using the term matched? Marventing to scare who? Kira, you're so young and beautiful, how can your thoughts be so conservative? What times are we in now, and you're still judging young people by the standards of your time? How old am I? I graduated less than 2 years ago, haven't accumulated enough social experience yet, can barely support myself, why should I rush to marry and have children? Isn't that hurting someone? Besides, child betrothals are feudal residues and shouldn't be taken seriously. There are so many talented young men in Fabian City, many of whom are better than me. If you're really anxious, let's see Meow date more. Otherwise, it's unfair to her. Kira was speechless. So, this kid refused their Meow in public? Who is Keisha? The only girl of the Mohammed family. A genuine rich miss. With family background, looks, and figure, where does she fall short for him? The two families have had this child betrothal for so many years, parents know each other, but he doesn't acknowledge it? What do you mean? Are you involved with someone outside? Trying to back out? Letting Meow find others? Is this what your parents think too? Understand this well, it's not that our Meow can't live without you, but our Mohammed family is one with principles and integrity. Since it was agreed upon between elders back then, we have always followed the pact. Even if you don't understand, you should know what can and cannot be said, right? Ebert had long wanted to clarify things between him and Keisha. Since they ended up discussing this today, he didn't care about the consequences. It has nothing to do with my parents, it's my own wish. I believe Meow and I are both too young and shouldn't rush to conclusions. I want to give her a chance to find a happier future. Kira almost choked with anger. Over the years, she and Ebert's Viviana always joked about this. Who doesn't know that Meow was promised to Ebert from a young age? Now he refuses in public? If he didn't want to marry Meow, why didn't he do something earlier? Why do Ebert's parents keep acting like this? Taking them for granted? Fine, since you put it like that, call your parents right now and tell them never to claim Meow as their daughter-in-law again. Our Mohammed family and your Marvin family will cut ties forever. Get out of our house and never let me see you again. This thing with Keisha aside, why drag Jorge into it? Why ban him from coming to the Mohammed family? The Mohammed family isn't hers alone. Ebert wouldn't leave or make the call. He got down from Jorge, sat aside with a cold expression. Seeing his defiant look, Kira became even angrier. She grabbed the ginseng box intended for Chuck from Keisha and threw it towards Ebert with a bang. Didn't hear me tell you to get out? Why are you still hanging around here? Have you no shame? The Mohammed family must be blind to let someone like you in. Even if the deal didn't go through, keeping face is important. Just because he doesn't want to marry her daughter, beating and scolding escalated to personal attacks. What sense does that make? Ebert got hit by the box, though uninjured, it hurt quite a bit, and his temper flared. Kira, I'm not arguing with you because of your age, don't push it. What does that mean? Push what? Ebert, you sure are brave, thinking of hitting me? Come on, hit me. What are you, trying to hit me? If you can, kill me today. Saying this, Kira rushed forward, pressing her head against his chest. How could Ebert really hit her? He dodged to the side, but Kira wouldn't let go, chasing after him wherever he went. Just as they were in the middle of this mess, Caitlin War came home after a whole day of entertainment, feeling elated. What's going on here? Ebert hadn't seen Caitlin War for a long time. Seeing her suddenly, especially in this critical moment, he jumped with surprise and immediately ran over to her. Jean Kira? You're back. Perfect timing, save me. I said I'm not suitable for Keisha and can't marry her. Lou, Kira has gone crazy, please help me persuade her. Ebert has been handsome and smart since childhood, excelled academically, and with the steady progress of Marvin family's business, early securing such a good match for his daughter, Kira has always been quite proud, often boasting in front of Caitlin War. Recently, due to Gwendolyn bringing the child inside suddenly, she sent texts to Caitlin War behind her back, adding fuel to the fire, watching quietly. Caitlin War had long been unhappy with her. Unexpectedly, before she managed to teach her a lesson, this comedy unfolded right in front of her eyes. Still talking about you and Simeo? What era are we in now? People still believe in child betrothals? How ridiculous is that? Second sister, not to criticize, but Zay is absolutely right, taking responsibility. Marriage involves lifelong happiness, you can't be careless. If you argue with the Marvin family over this, it will be laughed at. Kira didn't expect her to intervene at this moment. What does the marriage of her daughter have to do with her? Doesn't she know that she wishes Simeo would marry worse? Her kids aren't even comparable to Jorge. Coming to advise her? This is between him and me. Elder sister, you take care of your son and daughter-in-law, don't bother worrying about this. At least she kept some face when speaking. Caitlin Ward dared to talk back to her like this, utterly shameless. Caitlin Ward instantly got angry too. As the eldest in the family besides Dad, I can't just sit and watch you embarrass yourself, can I? Second sister, if I insist on getting involved? Chapter 142, Arranged Marriages are Relics of Feudalism. I can't think of anything else. Who told me to miss you so much that I'm going crazy? I feel uncomfortable when I don't see you for a few days. Ainsworth, darling, let's go upstairs. I have a belly full of things I want to tell you. Ebert was used to acting shamelessly in front of Jorge and Gwendolyn. He didn't care about his image at all, crawling into Jorge's arms, wrapping his arms around his neck, and asked him to carry him upstairs. Jorge pushed him away as if he had been smeared with dog excrement. While they were playing around, Kira and Keisha's voices were heard. Zay, what are you doing? She hadn't seen him for days. She called him to come over for dinner, but either he didn't reply or ignored her calls. She never expected to see him at Jorge's place today. A grown man was talking in such a delicate voice like a eunuch and was wriggling in Jorge's arms. What was wrong with him? Kira already disliked him, and seeing this made her expression even stricter. Zay, not to blame you, but you're a fully grown man. Look at Damien Ainsworth, who has kids several years old. Shouldn't you also be more mature? Kira liked you since you were young and promised you my daughter. Ebert could guess what she wanted to say without her finishing the sentence. What era is this, using terms like promised? Trying to scare someone to death? Kira, you're so young and beautiful, how can your thoughts be so old-fashioned? In this day and age, why do you still judge us youngsters by the standards of your time? How old am I? Less than 2 years out of university, not enough social experience, can't even support myself. Why should I marry and have kids? Isn't that harmful? Besides, arranged marriages are relics of feudalism and shouldn't be taken seriously. There are so many talented youths in Fabiansheng, many more excellent than me. If you're really anxious, make Simeo date more people. It's unfair to her otherwise. Kira. So this guy just publicly rejected their Shaoxi? Who is Keisha? The only girl of the Mohammed family. A genuine princess. Her background, appearance, and figure, why isn't she good enough for him? Both families agreed on this arranged marriage years ago. Now, he doesn't recognize it? What do you mean? Do you have someone outside? Marvin Ting to renege? Telling Simeo to find someone else? Is that also what your parents think? Ebert, please understand, we didn't promise this marriage because Simeo needs you, but our family is one that values education and honesty. Since both sets of elders agreed before, we've always abided by the contract. Even if you're immature, you should know which words should and shouldn't be spoken, right? Ebert had long wanted to clear things up between him and Keisha. Since today led to this, he couldn't care less about the consequences. This has nothing to do with my parents, it's something I've thought through myself. I think Simeo and I are too young to make any hasty conclusions. I'm willing to give her the opportunity to seek greater happiness. Kira was almost driven mad by him. For years, she and Ebert's Viviana joked about this, and everyone knew Simeo was promised to Ebert since childhood. But now, he refused in public? If he didn't want to marry Simeo, why didn't he say so earlier? Why are Ebert's parents pretending? Were they taking them for fools? Fine, since you've said it, call your parents now and ask them to stop announcing Simeo as your future wife. Our Mohammed family and your family will cut ties completely from now on. Get out of our house and never let me see you again. He and Simeo's affair didn't concern Jorge at all, so why was he involved? Why couldn't he visit the Mohammed family? Was it only hers? Ebert didn't leave or make the call. He came down from Jorge and sat aside with a cold expression. Seeing his discontent, Kira became even angrier. Grabbing the ginseng box intended for Philippe from Keisha's hand, she threw it at Ebert with a bang. Can't you hear me telling you to leave? Why are you lingering here? I've seen shameless people, but none like you. The Mohammed family must be blind to have let someone like you in. Even if the deal wasn't sealed, maintaining some respect was still important. Refusing to marry her daughter and resorting to physical abuse was crossing the line. Funny indeed. Ebert was hit by the box. Although not injured, it stung, making his temper rise. Kira, I won't stoop to your level considering your age. Don't push me further. What does that mean? Push you further? How daring are you, Ebert? Marvin to hit me, is that it? Go ahead, try it. You have no right to touch me. Hit me today and see what happens. Saying this, Kira rushed to him, pushing her head towards his chest. How could Ebert dare to hit her? He dodged to the side, but Kira wouldn't let up, chasing after him wherever he went. In the middle of the chaos, Caitlin returned home after a day of leisurely activities, looking refreshed and happy. What's happening? It had been a while since Ebert saw Caitlin. Seeing her at this critical moment, he immediately rushed towards her in surprise. Jean Kira? You're back. Back at the perfect time. Help me, please. I told her that I and Keisha aren't suitable for each other and shouldn't get married. Caitlin Liu is crazy, help me persuade her. Ebert was handsome and smart, excelled academically, and his family's business had steadily progressed over the years. His early marriage arrangement was considered an excellent match by Caitlin. She often boasted about it to Caitlin. Recently, due to Gwendolyn bringing the child home unexpectedly, she had been sending messages to ridicule the situation, which irritated Caitlin. Unexpectedly, she received amusement even before retaliating. You and Simiao's relationship? Seriously, arranged marriages are a relic of the past. Isn't it ridiculous? Second sister, not to blame you, but Zay is doing the right thing and being responsible. After all, marriage concerns lifelong happiness and shouldn't be taken lightly. Causing a scene with the Marvin family will only invite mockery. Caitlin didn't expect her to come in at this precise moment. Her daughter's marriage had nothing to do with her, did it? Didn't she know Caitlin wished Simiao would marry someone worse? Her own children weren't even as good as Jorge. To come and meddle? Ha! This is between him and me. Big sister, take care of your son and daughter-in-law. No need for you to worry about this. At least she maintained some decorum, whereas Caitlin had none left, even daring to speak so rudely. Caitlin instantly got angry too. Whatever I do, I'm the second most senior person in this family after Dad. Can't just stand by and watch you disgrace us. Second sister, what if I insist on involving myself? Chapter 143, Who is making a fool of themselves? Me, Jorge? Clearly it was the Marvin family who betrayed trust and righteousness. Why would I be making a fool of myself? Eldest Eliana, have you been away too long and forgotten which family you belong to? Whose side are you on? Even if I did make a fool of myself, could it be worse then? Caitlin too had obviously been driven to a fury. She actually turned to look at Gwendolyn. Jorge didn't originally intend to participate in this farce, but he couldn't stand anyone having objections about Gwendolyn's presence. Worse than who? Does Caitlin too want to say me? The sky-high anger was instantly frozen by his cold gaze and words. Caitlin too's retort died on her lips as she opened and closed her mouth repeatedly. You didn't do anything embarrassing, so why am I scolding you? I was going to say, never mind. Ebert, please tell your parents today that they shouldn't call me or appear before me ever again. Otherwise, I will ruin my reputation and not let it go. Having said that, Caitlin too stormed out with a sullen-looking Keisha. Gwendolyn and Ebert exchanged puzzled glances, not sure what to say to break the awkwardness, when the old man came down from upstairs. I was sleeping soundly, then heard a commotion downstairs. What are you all doing? What happened? Everyone hurriedly said nothing for fear he would get upset upon hearing it. Minerva helped him sit on the sofa and began showing off her spoils. It's been a long time since I returned to Fabiansheng. There have been huge changes. If it weren't for she and Renata accompanying me, I'd be completely lost. Dad, I bought lots of things. Tomorrow, I plan to visit my parents' house. Can you help me check if they're good? At this point, the old man gave her a reproachful look. You just shop non-stop. How come you didn't think of buying she some flat shoes? She walked so much with you her feet are blistered. Gwendolyn nearly fainted. Those who knew understood that the old man genuinely cared for her. Those who didn't would think she'd complained to him after returning. Minerva was already dissatisfied with her. This made things even worse. She hurried over to explain, but Minerva smiled. Dad is right. I also didn't expect Fabiansheng to be so interesting. Once I started shopping, I couldn't stop. In my momentary oversight, I forgot about Shishi's comfort. Shishi, are you alright? Realizing my mistake, I picked out a pair of flats and a dress for you. Consider it an apology. Do you like them? Gwendolyn was stunned. More clothes and shoes? An apology? What was she up to now? Playing two-faced games, how much further could she push her? Caitlin. Minerva showed Gwendolyn the clothes and shoes, comparing them to her figure. Does it suit you? It's KLG's new autumn collection, the same as what stars wear on stage, worth over 30,000. As my daughter-in-law, you deserve such quality items. Tomorrow, we'll visit the Zhong family wearing these new outfits, introducing them to you. Wearing new clothes to meet her in-laws? Introducing her to everyone? This. Gwendolyn looked at Jorge helplessly. Seeing his Viviana now treating her so kindly and wanting to introduce her to the family, Jorge was relieved. Why are you still standing there? Go thank Amina. At that moment, Gwendolyn finally understood what having bitter tea to drink without being able to say a word meant. With Minerva putting on such a public show, rejecting her offer publicly would label her as ungrateful. As for her true intentions, they'd see tomorrow. Thank you. I also bought some clothes for Ollie. Ollie, take it. Afterward, Minerva happily displayed other items. Uninterested, Jorge thought back to earlier events, lightly nudging Ebert's arm. Come upstairs with me. In the study, both sat face to face. Jorge lit a cigarette and pushed the box and lighter toward Ebert. They smoked in silence for several seconds until Jorge met his eyes. Are you serious? Ebert was confused. Serious about what? Jorge, don't play dumb with me. What's going on between you and Dustin? It turned out it was about this. Ebert wished he could have something with Dustin, but sadly, he was still alone. What can happen between two men? Jorge kicked him under the table. Still playing? I know nothing has happened yet, but it might in the future. Have you really thought it through? Since childhood, Ebert admired Jorge. Despite being 3 years younger, he always followed him around. Jorge treated him well, so he never hid his feelings. This was the first time they seriously discussed this topic. Ebert reflected. It's not about thinking it through. I'm born this way, unable to control it. You don't know how much I envy you all, Ainsworth. I wish I could be normal. I didn't say it's abnormal. It's legal in some countries. Jorge viewed the matter quite openly. But knowing China's national conditions and the background of the Marvin family, if Ebert pursued this path, it would be extremely challenging. You're their only son, with conservative parents. I'm just worried. Thinking of this, Ebert shut his eyes, feeling a headache. Let's worry about them later. I just want to be happy. Sadly, I've lived so many years without even dating. I've tried my best, Ainsworth. I want to try women, marry and have children, but I just can't. Seeing his pain, Jorge hesitated whether to continue. After another pause, have you told Dustin everything? Can he accept you? Ebert shook his head. No, but I think it's possible. He has no parents and has a son. So you liked him because of these reasons? Not really. Recalling their first meeting, Ebert continued. If I say that the first time I saw him, I felt an intense sense of destiny, would you believe it? Jorge got goosebumps. Putting out his cigarette, he looked at Ebert seriously. Whatever decision you make, as a friend, I support you. Just ensure you remain happy and clear-minded. That's all I wanted to say. Let's go downstairs. He finished speaking, but Ebert hadn't begun. Ebert put out his cigarette and suddenly smiled mischievously. How rare for you to be alone with me. Are you ending it like this? Let's chat more. What have you been busy with lately? Chapter 144, sooner or later, Chushi will be the death of him. He knew Mohammed Sayan was a psychologically strong person who wouldn't take such trivial matters to heart today. Seeing him return to his old self, Mohammed Sayan also felt more relieved. What do you have to be busy with? My parents are not as good as yours. Of course, I know you're working. What I'm asking is what you're working on. This was the first time Wanzai actively inquired about his work, and he tried to appear calm about it. Speaking of work, Mohammed Sayan pinched his brow, looking weary. You've probably heard that Jiangxing plans to build an international airport. It's quite a lucrative project. With the real estate market being sluggish now, many people are eyeing this project, but I won't let them succeed. Indeed, he was working on that. Wanzai slid his chair closer, gazing at him curiously. My dad mentioned it briefly. But I heard it's just a rumor, no planning has begun yet, so no one knows where exactly it will be built. Do you have inside information? Mohammed Sayan glanced at him. Why the sudden interest? Wanzai coughed. My father keeps saying I don't focus on my career and should learn from you. Recently, I met Gu Yuechen and realized how far behind I am compared to both of you. But I was just curious since I don't work in real estate. Mohammed Sayan leaned back in his chair. I went to see someone in another city recently. Though they didn't give specific details, I can guess the general direction. Before the news breaks, while the land is still cheap, I plan to buy all agricultural and non-agricultural land in Anha Town under Huanan County. Wait for my good news next year. I'll secure this international airport project and double Zhang Group's size. Wanzai was stunned. Mohammed Sayan was incredibly smart and ruthless. Competing against him would be disastrous. When others were just hearing rumors, he had already prepared the entire project. Compared to him, Gu Yuechen seemed too passive. Not only did he lack information, he also lacked capital. If he couldn't get this project, Gu's funds couldn't be revitalized. Without quick withdrawal from the real estate market and investment into other projects, with hundreds of billions in bank loans, Gu would be in serious trouble even if he didn't go bankrupt. According to the current situation, he had already lost to Mohammed Sayan, meaning bankruptcy wasn't far off. What could be done? Yen, I don't have your ambitions. But seriously, how much money do you need, and how big must Jean Group become before you're satisfied? Actually, he wanted to indirectly persuade Mohammed Sayan to let Gu Yuechen have this project. But as longtime friends, he couldn't bring himself to say it directly. Mohammed Sayan lounged back, spinning in his chair. Though you haven't truly started a business yet, your parents have been in it for years. Why ask such a naive question? Does anyone in this world complain about having too much money? True. Then, he rephrased his question. Wouldn't missing out on this one project impact Jean Group significantly? Not really. Mohammed Sayan replied confidently. The real estate company is just a small subsidiary within Jean Group. I'm mainly focusing on tech products and shopping websites now. The real estate market is dead end, and its revenue means little to me. But I just can't accept losing. I want to win, and in spectacular fashion. Indeed, who doesn't want to win? In this moment, Wan Zhe tipped the scales entirely towards Gu Yuechen. Compared to Mohammed Sayan, he needed this project more desperately and had to win. Sorry, a yen. Wan Zhe left after dinner at the Jean residence. Chu Shi was unusually prompt today, not delaying or avoiding Mohammed Sayan. After eating, she began to make faces at him. Tian Tian was playing downstairs with Chuck. They ascended the stairs alone. Watching her hint for him to follow upstairs, Mohammed Sayan felt warm. He thought she felt guilty and intended to apologize, compensating him properly tonight. But once they entered the room and closed the door, Chu Shi's expression turned sullen. I don't want to accept clothes from your mom or visit the Zhong family with her. Can you please talk to her for me? Mohammed Sayan. He had seen ungrateful people before, but never like this. His Viviana, who prided herself and never softened up for him, was making efforts to please Chu Shi since last night. How could she feel nothing? What do you mean? Chu Shi struggled to explain. She couldn't badmouth his Viviana in front of her son and thus introspected. I have a petty nature, timid and inexperienced. Your Viviana alone exudes such strong presence. Thinking about meeting her numerous relatives tomorrow makes me nervous, fearing I'll embarrass you. Besides, Chuck needs daily physiotherapy. You should accompany her instead. At least stop sneaking around to meet Gu Yuechen without telling me. Mohammed Sayan got angrier with each word, turning to leave. Chu Shi grabbed him. I haven't finished talking. Where are you going? Mohammed Sayan looked back coldly. It's non-negotiable. Follow my instructions, and quit stalling. Again, he moved to leave, but Chu Shi held on tightly. Are you not sleeping here tonight? Though she disliked Mohammed Sayan now and knew she shouldn't involve herself between him and Mengwan, the experience from last night's leg massage by his Viviana cast a deep shadow over her. She didn't want to endure it again tonight. Hearing this, Mohammed Sayan's icy gaze softened, and he loosened his arms. Chu Shi feared misunderstanding and quickly added. I meant sleeping with your mom feels awkward. Last night, I hardly slept. So, used to sleeping with him, others won't do? Glad she finally expressed her feelings openly. Mohammed Sayan's anger dissipated greatly. Then Tian Tian tonight. Of course, she sleeps beside you. She loves sleeping close to you for security. Go shower first, I'll call her up. Don't sneak away. Chu Shi hurried downstairs to fetch Tian Tian. Seeing her rush off as if fearing he'd leave, Mohammed Sayan couldn't help but smile slightly. If she'd been this straightforward earlier, their names would have been added to the Jean household register long ago. Chapter 145, Treating Her as a Nanny. The next morning, after breakfast, Gwendolyn left Ollie at home to play with the old man and accompanied Vedema to the Zhong family residence. The Zhong family had once thrived in foreign trade, enjoying a period of great prosperity. However, due to policy changes and the lack of effort from subsequent generations, they were no longer what they used to be. Still, even a lean camel is bigger than a horse, especially with support from the Mohammed family. While they no longer ranked among the top in Fabiansheng, they remained in the upper echelons, with their mansion still exuding grandeur. As the car drove into the courtyard, Vedema instructed Gwendolyn to carry all the gifts. Just as they approached the entrance of the hall, a group of elaborately dressed men and women welcomed them. Sis. Caitlin. Great Misty. It's been so long, you've finally come back. News of Vedema's return brought together all the Zhong family members, over a dozen of them, and they instantly surrounded her, creating a lively scene filled with embraces and greetings. Gwendolyn, not knowing who these people were or how to address them, stood outside the crowd, holding the gifts. It took several minutes before everyone moved indoors. Quick, come inside and sit down. We haven't seen you for so many years, you should stay for a few days. Who knows if your tastes have changed. I'll have the chef prepare some delicious meals for you. Why haven't you gained any weight all these years? Vedema basked in the attention, settling into the main seat in the living room without paying much mind to Gwendolyn. She began inspecting and praising each of her younger relatives one by one. Gwendolyn's arms grew sore from carrying the gifts, but it wasn't until a while later that Vedema finally acknowledged her presence. I brought a small gift for each of you. I wasn't sure what you'd like now, so I bought clothes for everyone. See if you like them. Gwendolyn placed the gifts on the coffee table, and Vedema distributed them. The girls happily opened their presents, completely engrossed in the activity. No one paid any attention to Gwendolyn, and Vedema didn't offer her a seat. So, Gwendolyn stood behind the sofa, watching the lively scene unfold. After some time, they shifted to another topic. Is Fubao still here? It's been years since I saw him. I miss him so much. Bring him out quickly for me to see. He's here. Fubao is our treasure. Though he's getting old, his health has been good. Bring him out for Kira to see. Two adorable young girls rushed upstairs and soon came back, carrying an old Shar-Pei dog. Vedema embraced Fubao as if he were her most precious possession, kissing and petting him. Truly our beloved. It's comforting to see you're being taken care of so well after all these years. No matter how carefully we take care of him, age catches up. His body is deteriorating, and we don't know how much longer he can hold on. You should enjoy every moment with him. He hardly moves this year, and the doctor says. By the way, today is the day for his vaccination. We've already made an appointment with the animal hospital. Take him there shortly. Vedema hugged Fubao lovingly again. Go ahead. Come back early, and don't delay his appointment. Which hospital did you schedule with? Someone mentioned the hospital's name, and Vedema turned to Gwendolyn. Since you're idle anyway, you can take him. Tell her Fubao's precautions. Have him bathed before the vaccination. I want to sleep with Fubao tonight. From the moment she entered, Vedema hadn't shown any respect for Gwendolyn. Everyone thought she was Vedema's assistant or a nanny from the Mohammed family and handed Fubao to Gwendolyn. Fubao always gets washed at XX Pet Center. Just mention his name when you arrive. Don't let him catch a cold, dry him thoroughly after the bath. Let him play for a bit to warm up before the vaccination. Observe him for a while after the injection, be extra careful, and make sure he doesn't get sick. Gwendolyn had never owned a pet and had no idea how complicated it could be. Moreover, she had never heard of these places. But with Vedema's orders, and considering she was bored, Gwendolyn took on the task. With Fubao in her arms, she returned to the car, which took her to the pet center. Fubao didn't cooperate at all and resisted bathing despite numerous coaxings. The staff spent considerable time cajoling him into the bathroom. After washing and trimming his fur, Gwendolyn took Fubao to the vet clinic. The doctor performed a comprehensive examination before administering the vaccination. Post-vaccination, Fubao looked somewhat listless. Gwendolyn stayed for half an hour to observe him before returning home. She had spent almost half a day outdoors and was parched with thirst. Handing Fubao back to Vedema, Gwendolyn sought a drink of water. Before she could do so, Vedema gave her another order. Help in the kitchen. Caitlin knows I love lotus root balls. She bought a few pounds of lotus roots. Aren't you good at kneading lotus root paste? Go help with that, I want to eat them for lunch today. Gwendolyn felt exasperated. Vedema had criticized her cooking just 2 days ago and now asked her to do it again. And knowing Gwendolyn had injured her hands kneading lotus root paste last time, this couldn't be anything but intentional. However, under Vedema's roof, she had no choice but to comply. Gwendolyn went to the kitchen, where it was bustling with activity due to the large number of guests. With no one paying her any attention and nowhere to sit, she was given a bowl of lotus roots to process in the backyard. Without even a stool, Gwendolyn squatted on the ground, her hands aching as she kneaded the paste. After washing and preparing the paste, she finally got some respite. Taking a cup of tea from the kitchen, she planned to rest in the yard but hadn't finished her drink when Vedema called again. Where are you? Haven't you finished yet? It's time to walk Fubao. Everyone is busy, and you're idle anyway, so take him out for a walk. Bring some paper in your pocket to pick up after him. Gwendolyn sighed in frustration, finishing her drink before returning to the front hall. Someone briefed her on the do's and don'ts, and Gwendolyn took Fubao to the back garden. Midday sun was scorching, making her skin ache. After walking Fubao for nearly 30 minutes, she cleaned up after him and brought him back inside. Entering the hall, she saw the servants bringing out the dishes, and everyone was moving towards the dining table. She felt awkward, realizing no one had noticed her and likely wouldn't provide her a place at the table. Thankfully, she wasn't very hungry. Not knowing where to stand, Gwendolyn planned to slip back to the garden, but Vedema spotted her quickly. Gwendolyn, did you finish walking Fubao? Go wash your hands and come help us. Help? There were so many adults eating, what kind of help did she need? Still, Gwendolyn obediently washed her hands and approached Vedema. Serve everyone. How come I have to say everything? No sense of initiative. Just as Gwendolyn stood still, Vedema cast a stern look at her and pointed to the plates in front of everyone. Chapter 146, reporting the young lady's movements at any time. The Mohammed family didn't have this kind of rule, and Gwendolyn had never known that in such a grand mansion people needed help to serve dishes. Isn't it about liking what you pick? She didn't know what everyone liked. Taken aback by Francesca's sudden command, Gwendolyn paused. Seeing her standing still, Francesca's tone became even stricter. Can't you hear me? Why are you just standing there? With so many people around, being scolded like a fool by her, Gwendolyn felt embarrassed but spoke honestly. Sorry, Kira, I don't quite understand the rules. Can't even serve a dish? Francesca looked at her with disappointment. As expected, someone from a humble background is useless. Never mind, just help everyone pour wine. A uniquely shaped bottle of red wine was placed on the table, seemingly already decanted. Fortunately, she had dined with Jorge a few times and knew a bit about pouring wine. Gwendolyn picked up the bottle and began pouring for everyone. Now finally, someone noticed her. Older sister, who is this? Your new assistant. She looks smart but seems a bit clumsy when doing tasks. Francesca scoffed coldly. Do you think I'd hire someone like her as an assistant? Forget it, let's eat without talking about her. Her disdain was evident. Gwendolyn almost laughed. If she hated her so much, why drag her around everywhere and spend money on her? Was she crazy? If she disliked her, couldn't she just tell her son directly, making her leave whenever she wanted, instead of being so roundabout and nasty? After pouring the wine, Gwendolyn put down the bottle with a cold expression. Is there nothing else for me to do? Can I leave now? What kind of talk was this? What attitude? The food had just been served, and she was getting upset before even starting to work. No upbringing at all. Pulling a stern face, Francesca said, you really lack common sense. The meal isn't finished yet, where are you going? Come here, wait beside me. After all, it had been over a decade since she had returned home, she should give her some face in front of everyone. Especially since she had given Amy a large red envelope yesterday and bought them clothes. Gwendolyn returned to her side. Someone helped Francesca pick up food. Try this roast goose. It's Ainsworth Gang's famous dish, braised in abalone sauce, very tender and flavorful. If you like it, we can make it again. Francesca examined the meat. Though fragrant, the appearance of the dark, sticky sauce did not appeal to her appetite. I'm very light on flavor now, I won't eat it. Gwendolyn, you eat it. Gwendolyn felt like a dog, summoned and dismissed, forced to clean up what the owner disliked. Speechless, she stood there unmoved. Thank you, Kira. But I don't like eating goose meat. Francesca replied, eat what I tell you to. It's cooked in abalone sauce, probably you've never seen an abalone before. Here, eat it, don't be rude. Gwendolyn felt humiliated, her dignity torn and trampled into nothingness. At this point, how much worse could it get? She didn't want to conflict with Francesca. Leaning forward slightly, she opened her mouth. Unexpectedly, Francesca intentionally shook her hand as the meat neared her mouth, dropping it onto her dress instead. Gwendolyn instinctively straightened up. The piece of meat slid down her skirt, rolled off her leg, and landed on the floor. The pure white cotton dress Francesca had bought her yesterday, paired with white socks and black shoes, instantly turned into a mess of sauces, looking utterly absurd. Gwendolyn knew it was intentional but kept calm, glancing at her dress and then calmly back at Francesca. Francesca actually dared to look furious. How can you be so stupid? You can't even catch food when fed? This new dress cost me so much, forget it, go away, you're annoying to look at. It wasn't her money anyway. Returning to the car, Gwendolyn's mood remained unaffected as she played with her phone. Seeing her emerge in such disarray, the driver was alarmed. Young lady, aren't you eating? Your clothes. No worries, I'm not hungry. Do whatever you were doing, no need to bother with me. The room inside was lively. Through the large window, one could see everyone raising their glasses, suggesting the gathering would last long. The driver asked cautiously, should I send you back to change clothes? Minerva may take a while. Gwendolyn didn't want him to be implicated or scolded unnecessarily. I'm fine. You carry on. Turning back dejectedly, he sat in the driver's seat and quietly messaged Jorge. Delivered the young lady to wash the Jean family dog and get its shots, 3-hour drive. Now she's back in the car. She seems not to have eaten, and her clothes are dirty. Jorge was having lunch in his office when he saw the message and frowned. Where is Velma? Eating. Did young lady quarrel with her? She wouldn't let me enter, I don't know what happened. What's the young lady's mood now? She's playing with her phone. Hard to tell, but seems okay. Jorge. After 2 hours, Francesca finally emerged. Surprised by her quick departure, they all expressed their reluctant farewells before letting her into the car. Sitting down, Gwendolyn put away her phone and looked at her calmly. Kira, let's talk. Driving out from the Jean family, the driver found a shaded spot to park. Getting out, they both sat in the car, and Gwendolyn got straight to the point. I know you don't like me, and I don't expect you to. I just want to know what you truly want. Kira, you can speak frankly with me. I'm not someone who clings stubbornly. Just instruct clearly, and if I can, I'll follow your wishes. Francesca didn't expect such clarity after one meal. There was a feeling she wanted to confront her. She wanted to, but wouldn't easily trust Gwendolyn. If Gwendolyn left any trump cards and exposed everything too soon, wouldn't she be outmaneuvered? Looking into her eyes, Francesca innocently shrugged. Why are you suddenly talking like this? Did I upset you? Haven't I been nice to you? With no one else around and after what had transpired, pretending made no sense. Opening her phone screen, hands spread wide, Gwendolyn revealed her honesty. You don't need to guard against me like this. Kira, I'm not as greedy as you think, nor do I enjoy staying in your family. Let's forget the past. Here's my promise, Kira, once we return, I will leave with my daughter, and you won't see us again. Chapter 147, Gwendolyn, did you forget something? Leaving immediately? Monica had been waiting for this. She couldn't appear too happy though. What do you mean by that? Did I drive you out? Or tell you not to stay in the Mohammed family anymore? Surely, you're not planning on telling Ainsworth anything that might hurt our Viviana-son relationship, right? Gwendolyn was speechless. Can you kindly watch me until I step out of the Mohammed family's front door? The two didn't say anything more, remaining silent all the way home. As soon as Gwendolyn got out of the car, she prepared to find Ollie and pack a few clothes before leaving. Unexpectedly, in the living room, Jorge was playing with Ollie. Shouldn't he be working at this hour? How did he return so early? In fact, upon receiving his chauffeur's message, Jorge had rushed back immediately. When Gwendolyn entered the house, their eyes met. Her clothes were indeed dirty, but her expression remained calm, as if she wasn't upset at all. Ainsworth, why are you back so early? Monica was surprised to see him at home. Jorge stood up calmly. I forgot some documents at home. Came back to get them. Have fun today? Pretty fun. Your Misty and Ricardo haven't seen me in a while. They treated me very warmly. Everyone liked Shishi too. It's just that lunch didn't suit her tastes, so she didn't eat much. We stayed for a little while and then came back. Gwendolyn was too lazy to watch her act. You two chat. I'll go change my clothes first. Back in her room, she took a shower, changed, and started packing when Jorge suddenly walked in. Seeing Gwendolyn folding clothes and putting them into the suitcase, he frowned. What are you doing? Gwendolyn lied offhandedly. Isn't Ollie's surgery coming soon? I'll need to be with her at the hospital, so I'm preparing everything in advance. Despite her outward calmness, the stark contrast with her Viviana's warm reception and the fact that she was packing alerted Jorge something was amiss. The surgery date isn't set yet. There's no need to prepare so early. He approached and removed the clothes she had packed. How have you gotten along with Amina these past few days? Gwendolyn really didn't understand why he asked this question or why he tried to stop her from leaving. Renata would marry him soon, and Monica adored her. Even if it was hard to explain Ollie's situation to the patriarch, once Renata became pregnant, his attention would shift. Why make things so complicated by keeping her here? Gwendolyn felt exhausted and didn't want to get entangled with them anymore. Mr. Mohammed, I think we need to have a serious talk. Was she still calling him Mr. Mohammed? What did she want to talk about? Their interactions over the last couple of days? Seeing Gwendolyn ready to speak openly, Jorge braced himself for a conversation. However, just as she started, her phone rang. It was the hospital. Gwendolyn answered, listened for a moment, and her expression turned grim. What happened? Jorge asked. Is there a problem with Ollie's surgery? There's no problem. But the surgery has been postponed again. They told me to continue her medication and be prepared for another month. A VIP guest son who is in worse condition has been placed ahead of Ollie. Jorge's face darkened. What kind of prestigious guest could bump his daughter's schedule? Don't worry. I'll call Josephin. You go downstairs and stay with Ollie. Gwendolyn lost interest in packing and went downstairs instead. Standing at the stairway corner, she saw Ollie sitting on the floor surrounded by toys, looking spotless and playing happily. Suddenly, Gwendolyn realized how rash her decision to leave had been. Neither Jorge nor Monica had explicitly asked her to leave. They must have had their reasons. Since they hadn't said anything, why should she insist on leaving? For her daughter's safety and security staying close to Jorge, she shouldn't have even thought about leaving. Monica also returned to her room briefly and then came downstairs. Seeing Gwendolyn, who had initially planned to leave with her daughter, now sitting on the floor playing with Ollie, she approached disapprovingly. Gwendolyn, did you forget something? Gwendolyn, thick-skinned, stood up. Let's talk over there, Kira. I'm not saying I won't leave. Mr. Mohammed just informed me that I can't go yet. He lied to Chuck, saying Ollie is his biological child. Chuck has already accepted her as his beloved granddaughter. If we leave suddenly, it would devastate him. Monica's expression turned angry. She had been sipping tea quietly but placed the cup down forcefully after hearing this. So what are you saying? Gwendolyn explained, Mr. Mohammed and I agreed that I will stay for a while. He and Miss Meng will try to conceive. Once Miss Meng successfully becomes pregnant, they can bring it to Chuck and divert his attention. This way, there will be no issues. So that was why Ainsworth wanted her to stay. No matter why he lied about the child previously, they had no choice but to proceed this way. Fine, Monica coldly agreed. I'll arrange for Ainsworth and Renata to live together tonight. Luckily, Ainsworth isn't too busy today. Let's go out for dinner. Stay home and keep Chuck company. Don't cause any trouble. After finishing his call, Jorge descended the stairs. His Viviana was sipping tea by the bay window, while Gwendolyn and Ollie played with building blocks on the floor. He looked between them, heading toward Gwendolyn when his Viviana called him over. Ainsworth, come here. He paused and walked to her side. What's up? I've been back for 2 days, and we haven't had a proper chat. Stay with me for a bit. Sit down, son. Jorge frowned slightly and sat opposite her. Monica put down her teacup, eyeing him lovingly, and reached for his hand. You've lost weight, Ainsworth. Jorge shivered and pulled his hand away. Amina, let's skip the formalities. I need to get back to work. Ever since she left him alone at age 12, Jorge never felt close to his Viviana. No matter how hard she tried, every attempt ended like this. Before Renata reminded him, Monica was too proud to acknowledge Jorge's reluctance. But this time, she genuinely intended to change. Alright, I'll drop the act if you don't like it. Just don't go yet, son. I heard Fabianching's cuisine is famous nationwide and even created its own style. Let's try it tonight. Invite Renata as well, let's have a nice chat. If she wants good food, they could eat out or have the chef come. Why did he have to take her personally? Chapter 148, blending into his social circle. Jorge was in no mood. Which restaurant do you want to eat at? I'll get someone to book it for you, or Renata can take you. I don't have time. Amaris was unhappy. You're home doing nothing now. How come you don't have time to have a meal with your Viviana? No matter what, I'm your Viviana and the closest person to you in this world. Don't treat me like an enemy all the time, okay? Jorge. After a moment of silence, he glanced at Gwendolyn. Going out to eat is fine. Bring Gwendolyn along. Amaris. Soon after, Gwendolyn was called over. Amaris asked her in a profound tone. You've been back for 2 days. My son and I haven't had a proper conversation or even a meal together since we got back. We plan on going out tonight. He said to invite you. Would you like to join us? Gwendolyn shook her head vigorously. Go ahead. You two haven't seen each other in so long, you should spend some private time together. I need to stay home and look after the child and grandpa. What Jorge hated most was her using this as an excuse. There will be plenty of time later. We are family now. Which day can't you accompany grandpa? Don't use that as an excuse from now on. If I say you should go, you must go. Go get ready, Ollie can come too. Can't you tell that Amaris doesn't want her to come? Gwendolyn lowered her head and glanced at Amaris, who seemed close to bursting with displeasure, possibly wanting to strangle her. Gwendolyn rolled her eyes and asked, Is Miss Meng coming? I quite like her and would like to be friends, but I haven't found the opportunity yet. Jorge didn't object to her making friends. If you want to meet, I'll ask her to come. In that case, please invite Eustace and Mr. Godwin as well. Last time, when it was Mr. Godwin's birthday, we left quietly. I don't know if they were upset. Let's make up for it by catching up today. Jorge was pleasantly surprised by her latter statement. She was actually taking the initiative to blend into his social circle. Last time she hardly interacted with Kian and Carlo, and he thought Gwendolyn didn't like them. He turned to his Viviana, Amina, you haven't seen Kian and Carlo for a long time either. Is it okay to invite them along? Amaris didn't understand what Gwendolyn was up to. It was supposed to be a private meeting between Ainsworth and Renata, but why did it get so complicated? But since it was said, okay, more people means more fun. Invite them. 2 hours later, everyone gathered at Kian's club. The food and wine were lavishly laid out. Kian politely told Amaris, Kira, nowadays, clubs in our country are not as monotonous as nightclubs in your impression. Besides drinking, singing, and dancing, you can also order meals here. Whether it's Cantonese, Sichuan, Shandong, or Huayan cuisine, as long as you like it, you can order it. Please try it and see if the taste is authentic. Amaris didn't expect Jorge to bring her to a club. However, with Renata and several familiar young people accompanying her, and a separate room just for them, it felt appropriate. Not bad, don't be so formal. I'm not old-fashioned and won't judge you. Just be natural and do what you usually do. Everyone, sit down. Though this was a club, everyone felt somewhat restrained due to the elder present. With her words, Kian and Carlo finally relaxed a bit. Kira, you're so beautiful and youthful, and open-minded. Having you as a son is truly fortunate, and we are also delighted to have such an Misty. Cheers. It's been a while, and we didn't have time to welcome you back properly. Forgive us, let us apologize with this drink. Kira, please don't be angry with us. Kira, you're so pretty. Could you share your secrets of youth? Someday I'll organize a gathering for you and my mom to chat. Thanks in advance. Cheers. Watching the two frequently interacting with Amaris, Jorge noticed how stiff Jorge was sitting upright on the sofa, expressionless. Renata sat beside him without any interaction between them. Gwendolyn couldn't help but feel anxious. Was there too much interference, making them uneasy? Or were they still not reconciled after the last argument? Seeing the awkwardness between them, Gwendolyn felt she made the right choice coming today. Isn't it just a few drinks and jokes? Once the atmosphere is set, everything will naturally fall into place. Since both were shy, she would be the good Quinlan Eriton today. Don't just focus on Kira. What about the rest of us? Drinking alone isn't interesting. Let's play games. Jorge wasn't one to liven up the atmosphere, and with an elder present, Kian and Carlo assumed the evening would be quiet. Unexpectedly, Gwendolyn suggested playing games. What game do you want to play? Gwendolyn didn't know. What games do you usually play while drinking? Let's do them all. We're already here, so we might as well have a good time. Hey. This woman is quite bold. Quite a contrast. The last time they met, she was cold and boring, barely spoke a word during the whole day, and slipped away at some point. They hadn't expected her to be so open once they became familiar. They subconsciously looked at Amaris and Jorge, and surprisingly, Amaris supported it. I said I'm open-minded. Whatever you want to play, go ahead. I won't interfere. But what about A. Ainsworth? Jorge opened his eyes and glanced at Gwendolyn, whose face showed excitement and eagerness. Despite not knowing where this energy came from, it was rare to have such lively moments. If she wants to be happy, let her be. As you wish. With his order, flying discs and dice appeared on the table. Kira, these are the games we usually play. We play casually and then disperse. Kian, feeling slightly uncomfortable, looked at the flying disc and explained to Amaris again. Do you want to join? Amaris smiled. As an elder, if I join, wouldn't you all have to yield to me? Forget it, I'll watch you play. Start. The young people sat in a circle, explained the rules, and started playing the flying disc game. Everyone took turns shaking the dice, with the highest number starting first. Gwendolyn grabbed the dice cup and shook it vigorously, rolling 3 sixes. Following her lead, the others tried their luck, and after a full round, Gwendolyn had the highest roll and went first. Gwendolyn spun the flying disc, and unexpectedly, it created an intense start. After spinning wildly, the needle slowly stopped pointing to drink 3 cups of wine with the person opposite her. That person happened to be Kian. Gwendolyn and Kian glanced at each other instinctively, and Kian couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Carlo watched from the side, laughing so hard he almost choked. Chapter 149, helping Jorge find a match. Fabian Baidu also laughed. Ever since their last encounter, he thought Gwendolyn was quite beautiful and was happy to interact with her, but never intended to take advantage of her. And knowing Jorge's temperament well, he did not rush into action. Old Mohammed, this is a game, don't get mad over it. If you can't handle it, we can switch games now, Fabian Baidu said calmly, looking at the words on the flying disc and then at Jorge. Do I look like someone who can't play? Replied Jorge coolly. He felt that Gwendolyn was the one who couldn't handle it. Despite her initial enthusiasm, she would surely turn to him for help if faced with an overwhelming challenge. But he underestimated her. Today, Gwendolyn not only showed boldness but also had a determination to match him with Renata. It's just a drink, right? Since she suggested playing, there's no reason to back out. Eustace, here goes. As soon as Jorge finished speaking, she stood up and raised her beer glass. Here. Fabian Baidu quickly stood up and raised his glass too. With Carlo's applause and encouragement, the two clasped their arms together and finished their first glass of wine. Oh. Gwendolyn is mighty. Old Fabian is mighty. Let's go. Gwendolyn and Fabian Baidu exchanged glances and inexplicably smiled, then drank their second and third glasses. Jorge tried to be indifferent, but seeing them laughing while drinking, he felt a bit uncomfortable. After finishing their drinks, they sat down, and it was time for Renata, sitting to Gwendolyn's right, to spin the disc. Perhaps due to Amaris being present or Renata's bad mood, she was much quieter today than last time. She gently spun the disc, and the pointer landed on an option to ask any player to do 3 things. This is good, Renata thought silently with a hint of joy, then she turned to Jorge expressionlessly. A.I. Ainsworth, why don't we play this round? Think about what you want me to do. She quickly brainstormed a few interesting games she wanted to play with Jorge. But before she could speak, Jorge picked up his glass with a cold expression. I'll drink. Let's move on to the next person. He gulped down 3 cups in one breath. Renata was speechless, turning to Carlo beside her, who was already eager to spin the wheel. My turn? All right then, let's go. The wheel spun rapidly and slowly stopped on Truth or Dare. Fabian Baidu applauded. Great choice. I have questions. Let me ask, Carlo, when was your last kiss? Pfft, Gwendolyn couldn't hold back her laughter. Yes, this felt more like a game. If everyone played like Jorge, it'd be too dull. Renata also agreed and looked at Carlo with a smile. Carlo, clearly a seasoned frequenter of clubs, laughed and answered openly. An hour ago. PFF. This time even Jorge couldn't hold back, almost laughing. Next, the wheel was pushed to Jorge. Instead of drinking directly, he watched as the needle stopped on Truth or Dare. Wow. Rarely did he get a chance to play such games, so Carlo, filled with gossip, eagerly went to ask but was stopped by Fabian Baidu's glance. Realizing Mohammed's Viviana was present, he held back. How about a truth question? Old Mohammed, haven't seen your Misty for so long, do you miss her? Jorge hadn't expected such a question. He cast a disdainful glance at him and grabbed the glass again. I'll drink. Isn't that hard to answer? Amaris nearby remained silent. The wheel then went to Fabian Baidu, stopping on an option to perform any task as per the previous person's instruction. Fabian Baidu volunteered. I'll sing a song for you all. TSK, who wants to hear you sing? Carlo waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead, give us a hot dance. If it's not spicy enough, you drink 5 cups. That didn't stop Fabian Baidu either. He stood up and gave everyone a lively dance with his flexible waist. Tall with long legs, dressed in black slacks and a white shirt, coupled with his seductive moves, he became a comical sight. Everyone laughed uncontrollably as the wheel spun toward Gwendolyn, landing on asking any player to do 3 things. This was better, punishing others rather than herself. Gwendolyn chose Renata. Miss Meng, may I ask you 3 questions? The atmosphere was set, and Renata agreed easily. Gwendolyn asked, first, did you have a crush during your school days? Surprisingly adept at the game, Gwendolyn asked something intriguing, and both Fabian Baidu and Carlo listened intently. Renata hesitated, then glanced shyly at Jorge. Yes. Of course. Gwendolyn followed up. Is that person here now? Fabian Baidu and Carlo gasped. What kind of question was that? If Renata said yes, it would obviously point to Jorge. No wonder Gwendolyn was so lively tonight. All eyes turned to Renata, expecting her to deftly evade the question, but she responded candidly. Yes. Except Gwendolyn and Mohammed's Viviana, everyone else was speechless. Everyone knew the relationship between Jorge and Gwendolyn. Renata's response was equivalent to confessing to Jorge publicly. Would Gwendolyn be able to handle that? Just play the game, don't make it a battlefield. If old Mohammed got angry, everyone would suffer. But they underestimated Gwendolyn's tolerance. Renata answered, and Gwendolyn didn't seem affected, still asking curiously, does he know? Do you still like him? Oh, this was getting out of hand. Fabian Baidu interrupted before things escalated. We agreed on 3 questions. You've asked 4. Renata, you don't have to answer. But Renata wanted to. Smiling at Gwendolyn, she replied, I don't know if he knows, but I still like him. Fabian Baidu and Carlo observed Jorge's face, subtly moving away. Hope his temper doesn't get too heated. Renata spoke, and Gwendolyn, either unaware or unfazed, gazed dreamily at her. You're so devoted, Miss Meng, so sweet. There must be many interesting stories from your school days. Could you tell me more? Carlo and Fabian Baidu stared. Jorge's face had fallen, and Gwendolyn seemed oblivious. What was she doing? Shipping Jorge and Renata? Did she really not realize or pretend not to? But Renata didn't react negatively and continued answering with sincerity, showing the depth of her feelings. Chapter 150, Gwendolyn, are you challenging my Brantley mitts? Gwendolyn asked innocently, and Renata smiled, looking at Jorge tenderly as if seeking his permission on whether she should speak to Gwendolyn. At this moment, Monica chimed in with satisfaction. Marvin is honest, beautiful, capable, and takes relationships seriously. The boy who she likes must be incredibly fortunate. Seeing the conversation veer off course, Carlo intervened just in time to prevent their pleasant game from turning into a nostalgic recount of Renata and Jorge's young love. He quickly diverted attention by pushing the spinning wheel towards Renata. That's it, you've answered your question. It's your turn now. Renata understood that it wasn't appropriate to reveal too much emotion in front of Jorge and tactfully resumed playing the game. Coincidentally, it once again involved Gwendolyn. The option she landed on was to make the previous player follow her instruction. Renata laughed as she looked at Gwendolyn. I've already played along with you, so now it's your turn to cooperate with me. Bai Chuan danced quite well earlier. You're so beautiful, Gwendolyn, and I bet you'd look amazing dancing too. How about you dance together with him? Carlo was left speechless. One by one, they were courting their own doom, and he couldn't stop them no matter how hard he tried. Jorge sat there with a stern face, staring at Gwendolyn, almost daring her to dance with Bai Chuan. But Gwendolyn avoided looking at him. I'm not very good at dancing, but Eustace did an excellent job earlier. Please, bear with me as I follow you. Don't mind my poor dancing skills. Without hesitation, she stood up and reached out her hand to William. He took her hand and led her to an open space nearby, turning in circles several times. It wasn't awkward at all, and it was even rather fun. When the turns ended, both couldn't help but smile at each other. Jorge's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. The game continued, and Jorge still refused to participate properly, choosing only to drink. Soon, it was Gwendolyn's turn again. Gwendolyn had gotten a feel for spinning the wheel and lightly turned it, landing on the option, choose any person in the room and make them do 3 things. She chose Renata again. I shared a toast with Eustace. Why don't you share one with A. Ainsworth? No excuses. Come on. William and Carlo exchanged puzzled looks yet again. What on earth was happening between them tonight? Renata felt that Gwendolyn's behavior was commendable. Finally, she seemed to understand her place. Clearly, Monica's efforts over these 2 days had been effective, and Jorge would soon be back in her arms. Holding her glass, she stood up without hesitation. A. Ainsworth, I haven't refused, have you? Jorge, watching Gwendolyn laugh carelessly, felt his anger rise. Still holding his glass, he stood up. If she wanted to see this, then he'd show her. They clinked glasses and downed the drink together. Gwendolyn clapped. Great. Another one. They drank 3 cups in succession. Just as Renata was about to sit down, Gwendolyn stood up again. Don't rush. There's a second thing, hug each other. Jorge blinked, clearly stunned. Gwendolyn clapped rhythmically. A hug. A hug. Renata smiled at Jorge, opening her arms wide and leaning forward. Ainsworth, let's have a hug. Jorge barely contained his frustration, giving her a brief embrace like a dragonfly skimming water. Just as he let go, Gwendolyn approached again. Third thing, a kiss. Kiss each other. Hurry up. This was getting out of hand. What fire was she stoking now? Unable to contain himself any longer, Jorge grabbed a bottle of liquor and gulped several mouthfuls. Now are you satisfied? Gwendolyn was taken aback. She had only wanted to mend relations between them. Why was he angry at her? It was like a dog biting Lu Dongbin for trying to do good. Fine, fine. If he wants to drink, let him. We'll continue playing. Gwendolyn pulled Renata back to her seat. The game continued, more rounds went by, laughter and more drinks filled the air. Feeling tipsy, Gwendolyn excused herself to use the restroom. Knowing the layout well from when she worked here, she quickly found the bathroom. After using it, she washed her hands at the sink when someone suddenly grabbed her arm and spun her around. Feeling dizzy, Gwendolyn almost collided with the person. Who is it? What or why? It was Jorge. Where are you going? Men's restroom is over there. Thinking he needed directions, Gwendolyn pointed in the direction of the restroom. But instead, Jorge, with a stern face, picked her up effortlessly and carried her on his shoulder. Where are you taking me? What are you doing? Are you drunk? Put me down. Mr. Mohammed, what are you doing? Suppressing his irritation, Jorge strode through the hallways for 2 minutes, opened William's office door, and carried her inside, dumping her on the couch in the resting area. Another dizzy spell hit Gwendolyn as she felt her stomach churn. Not knowing what Jorge intended, she tried to sit up after a few seconds but was suddenly pinned down by Jorge, who hovered over her, hands braced beside her head. What exactly are you up to tonight? What got you so worked up? Shouldn't he be the one asking her this? What had upset her enough to provoke him like this? I didn't do anything. Didn't you and Miss Meng have a quarrel? I just thought I'd help reconcile you two. You. Who said he and Renata had a quarrel? Who asked her to intervene? Gwendolyn had repeatedly tested his limits, and Jorge was losing patience. He had initially planned to slowly develop things, making Gwendolyn gradually fall for him, but seeing how heartless she was. Jorge could wait no longer. What you did tonight really infuriated me. Gwendolyn, you need to find a way to make amends with me first. Try mentioning anyone else again. Gwendolyn was speechless. Jorge was too close, his warm breath mixed with the aroma of strong liquor fogging her mind, making her feel dazed. Mr. Mohammed, can you move a little further away? Still calling him Mr. Mohammed? Still telling him to keep his distance? This heartless woman. He had been too gentle, spoiling her. Looking at her flushed cheeks, slightly parted lips, and sparkling, damp eyes, Jorge clenched his jaw, grabbed her wrists, and pinned them above her head before kissing her fiercely. Translation completed based on the provided instructions, maintaining the paragraph structure and tone of the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 151, Just Say We Slept. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone, wrapped in clothes on the floor, kept vibrating. Jorge's body was still damp with sweat. He glanced down at Gwendolyn beside him, her flushed face showing she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Quietly, he rolled out of bed. Checking the call, it was from Renata. She probably wondered why he hadn't returned after so long. Too lazy to explain, Jorge chose to hang up as his whereabouts were none of her business. After hanging up, he noticed several missed calls from Renata and also his Viviana. Unwilling to deal with them, and fearing they would disturb Gwendolyn's rest, he powered off his phone. Turning back, he placed the phone gently on the bedside table and went to the bathroom. He turned on the shower and began bathing. Unexpectedly, midway through, he heard Kian and Carlo's voices outside. Gwendolyn was still in bed, unclothed. Wrapping a towel around himself, he rushed out but it was too late, Kian and Carlo were already in the room. She can't have gone far, right? Can't be she went back to sleep. Damn, he suddenly left us high and dry. If Amina gets mad later, Seeing the discarded clothes on the floor and then spotting Gwendolyn nestled in Kian's bed, both men froze. Scared, Kian hugged Carlo. This isn't my doing. You're my witness, she came to my bed by herself. How did she know the password to my office? As they argued, Jorge walked out, water dripping from his bare, muscular upper body. Stunned for a moment, the two quickly caught on. Holy crap, I get it now. So you helped her find the office password. What were you two? Jorge walked over and kicked Kian's calf lightly. Shush. Don't wake her. Why are you two here? Too awkward to look at the scene, Carlo covered Kian's eyes and led him out. Let's talk outside. Outside, Carlo said. Old Mohammed, you left mid-party without returning or answering your phone. Imagine how worried Caitlin must have been. She made us come find you. What do we tell her now? Jorge brushed his wet hair back and gave them an indifferent look. Why worry? Did you think someone kidnapped me? Tell her I just went to sleep. Kian was speechless for a moment. What about Gwendolyn? I can see through this. Caitlin arranged all this to matchmake you and Renata. She clearly dislikes Gwendolyn. Now you're under her nose. I don't dare say it. You should. Carlo also shook his head. I wouldn't dare either. You should. Still unperturbed, Jorge replied, if you won't say, do what you have to. I'm staying here tonight. Old Fabian, if I didn't mind your dirty bed, surely you won't mind me, will you? Kian, who dared to not offend Jorge, felt conflicted as Mohammed's Viviana waited in the private room. Unable to argue, Kian and Carlo returned to the private room. Hearing that Jorge had drunk too much and was sleeping in Kian's office, Mohammed's Viviana stood up, only to be stopped by Kian. Caitlin, Cyan really drank too much and has fallen asleep. There's nothing serious. Let me take care of him tonight, don't worry. Furious, Mohammed's Viviana glared at Kian. Don't fool me. He's definitely with Gwendolyn. They slept together at your place? Such shamelessness. Seducing my son under my nose, does she want to drive me crazy? Move. I'll teach this little fox spirit a lesson. Too scared to let her pass, Kian blocked her path. Caitlin, you know Cyan's temper. Why fight with him? It's rare for him to like someone. You're usually so understanding, why not accept it? Rare to meet someone he likes? Ridiculous. Is this liking? He could like anyone but a cunning woman set on our family business? Is this love? No one stops me. Seeing Mohammed's Viviana growing angrier, Carlo asked Renata for help. Persuade Caitlin. Cyan really drank too much. With his bad temper and alcohol fueling him, conflict between Viviana and son is inevitable. Try to calm her down until tomorrow. Understanding the tension, Renata whispered some words into Mohammed's Viviana's ear, finally soothing her rage. If I knew this sly vixen was setting me up. What use are you friends? Always making things worse. She stormed out of the club, ranting in the car, schemer. Trying to outsmart me? We'll see what I do tomorrow. Don't worry, Renata, I'll get justice for you. Renata hadn't expected Gwendolyn's boldness, especially with Jorge's complicity. Feeling hurt and humiliated, she looked at Mohammed's Viviana pitifully. How about we give up? I don't want to compete. This hurts my pride. No way. Seeing Renata ready to quit, Mohammed's Viviana was almost apoplectic. Why retreat so easily? That vixen counted on this weakness. Are you inferior to her? Will you lose willingly? Rest assured, even if she plots endlessly, she'll never step foot in the Mohammed family while I'm alive. I'll handle this for you. Her fury subsided, she softened her tone, urging Renata. Godwindy, you should be more proactive with Cyan. Didn't I tell you to join his company? Start tomorrow. Daily interactions can leave no chance for the vixen. Next day, Gwendolyn woke at around 10 in the morning. The wine and exhaustion last night left her body aching. Slowly sitting up, she realized where she was, a completely unfamiliar room. And where were her clothes? Note, character names are transcribed in pinyin following the Chinese input. Paragraph structure and line breaks maintained as instructed. Chapter 152, Drawing Ollie as a Ghost. She glanced at the ground, clothes and shoes scattered everywhere, even her blouse was torn apart. This. Gwendolyn recalled some fragmented memories. Before falling asleep, she seemed to have met Jorge at the bathroom door, who then carried her away. Could it be? Hastily, she looked down at herself, covered in bruises. The pain and swelling were undeniable. Heavens. So she had been with Jorge again last night. Realizing this, Gwendolyn felt a surge of nausea, nearly vomiting. Jorge was beyond unreasonable. His girlfriend was just in another room in the club, yet he took advantage of her while drunk. Too dirty. Too dirty. Too dirty. If it weren't for her daughter Ollie, Gwendolyn might have wanted to die. Wrapping herself in the blanket, she got out of bed, searched around, found the bathroom, and rushed in to cleanse herself frantically. But no matter how much she washed, it was useless. That disgusting man, so aloof on the surface but actually a hypocrite beneath. After scrubbing for ages until her skin nearly peeled off, the steamy, suffocating bathroom made it hard to breathe. Finally, Gwendolyn came out. Sitting by the bed, staring at her torn clothes and wondering how to leave, there was a knock on the door. Gwendolyn hurriedly covered herself with the blanket. Who is it? It was a young woman. Miss Chu, I'm here to deliver clothes for you on behalf of Nico. Can I come in? William sent someone with clothes? Why would he send her clothes? Gwendolyn opened the door. The young woman quickly scanned her with a curious look before placing the clothes down and leaving. Gwendolyn stopped her. Where am I? The woman gave her another strange glance. This is Nico's office. Oh, the outside is the office, and inside is the lounge. Gwendolyn understood. Last night, Jorge had brought her into William's lounge. How revolting. How embarrassing. William and Godwin Bo Ainsworth surely knew. Even Mohammed's Viviana and Renata must know. Knowing they were waiting nearby, how could Jorge have such nerve, to actually Heavens, how could she face anyone now? Changing clothes, Gwendolyn hesitated for a while before leaving the club. On the way, she thought about what expression to use when seeing Mohammed's Viviana and whether she should immediately take Ollie and leave. Before she could decide, she was already at the entrance. Hardening her resolve, Gwendolyn entered the hall, only to find her grandfather. "You're back." Her grandfather still had that gentle demeanor, smiling warmly at her. "Ollie has gone out to play with your Viviana-in-law. She said you and A. Ainsworth had matters to attend to and would return later than usual. Didn't expect you to be back so soon. Where's A. Ainsworth? Did he go back to the company?" Gwendolyn felt a sudden dizziness, almost falling to the ground. Mohammed's Viviana took Ollie out to play? How could she possibly do that? Kira taking care of Ollie alone is exhausting. Let me go pick her up. Where did they go? In a flash, Gwendolyn rushed out of the Mohammed family house. In the car, she anxiously called Mohammed's Viviana. No answer on the first call, no answer on the second. Unable to bear imagining what Ollie might be experiencing, she made the third call, and finally, Mohammed's Viviana picked up. Without any pleasantries, she gave the name of a beauty salon. Gwendolyn immediately instructed the driver to head there. Upon arriving, she hurried inside. Mohammed's Viviana was leisurely lounging on the sofa after a beauty treatment, playing on her phone, with a child standing stiffly beside her. If not for being her own daughter, Gwendolyn wouldn't recognize who this was. Completely unlike the usual fair and innocent little angel. Mohammed's Viviana had dressed her in a rainbow-colored spaghetti strap top, paired with a tight black mini leather skirt and red leather shoes. Her hair was curled into waves draped over her shoulders, and her face was heavily made up. Looking more like a miniature version of a flamboyant hussy rather than a child. Gwendolyn felt her heart breaking, trembling as she knelt down. "Ollie." Seeing her, Ollie's rigid body relaxed. Calling out, "Aminami," she swiftly ran into her arms. "Aminami, you finally came. I missed you so much." Gwendolyn held her daughter tightly for a moment before examining her face again. Her cheeks were powdered like a monkey's bottom, and false eyelashes were stuck on. Her small, adorable mouth was painted unnaturally red. Unable to contain her anger, Gwendolyn asked, "Kira, what do you mean by this?" What did she mean? Mohammed's Viviana lifted her eyes haughtily. "Look how much your daughter resembles you. Such a fox-like appearance from such a young age. Isn't this attire suitable? These are all new clothes I bought her today." "What? Are you not satisfied? To say a child looks like a fox spirit? How could a Viviana say such malicious things?" Gwendolyn felt her heart clench in pain. "You can criticize me however you want, but why make it hard for a child? How old is she? Have you considered the psychological damage you caused her today?" Speaking of damage, Mohammed's Viviana put her phone away and glared hatefully. "So you also feel for the child? But did you consider my feelings when my son was being corrupted by you? That's Jorge we're talking about. Do you know what he ate growing up? How precious he is to our whole family. Do you know how outstanding he's been his entire life? Do you know how many wealthy girls want to marry him across Fabiansheng and the whole country? My son, whom I raised with great effort, unmatched by countless women, has been defiled by you, a loose woman who's already had a child. Can you imagine how painful that is for me?" While she had indeed had a child, she was also a victim. Usually, she was extremely virtuous, and who defiled whom wasn't certain yet. Gwendolyn wanted to tell her the truth, but given Mohammed's Viviana's arrogance and belief in her son's excellence, would she believe her? Not wanting to argue, Gwendolyn just scooped up Ollie and coldly replied. "Can't control your own son, yet you blame me? Go scold him if you must." "You!" Mohammed's Viviana almost fainted from rage, rushing at Gwendolyn and slapping her hard. "What right do you have to act superior in front of me? You think having a few nights with my son makes you special? You're nothing but his toy. Once used, thrown away. Marvin to marry him? Dream on. I'll call him to get rid of you. Don't feel too confident. Get out. I don't want to see you one more second. Take your illegitimate child and disappear. If I ever see you again, I'll ensure you and your daughter have nowhere to bury yourselves. Please let me know if you need further assistance or edits." Chapter 153, Gwendolyn disappeared. Gwendolyn left the beauty salon angrily with Ollie, bypassed the driver, and quietly got into a taxi by the roadside. In the car, Gwendolyn asked the driver for tissues and began wiping off Ollie's makeup with trembling hands. Ollie, looking at her silent Viviana, had tears in her eyes, feeling very scared and wronged. "Aminami, I know Erin doesn't like me. I knew it from the first time I met her. She said I'm a bastard because you're not good enough for Bohan because of me, so you can't marry him anymore, right? I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I've caused you trouble again." Before she could finish speaking, Gwendolyn embraced her tightly, stroking her head softly. "Nonsense. You are Mommy's darling. Don't ever say such things again. I don't have to marry Bohan or anyone else. Amy, no one says women must get married in their lifetime, and no one can guarantee that a woman will definitely be happy after getting married. So, Mommy won't get married, and absolutely not because of you. Don't overthink it, okay? You also don't need to worry about whether others like you. In this world, as long as mommy always loves you, and you always love mommy, that's enough. We'll be strong on our own without relying on anyone. Don't be afraid. We now have our own house. Once you get better and can go back to school, mommy will find a good job and earn money diligently. Our lives will get better and better. Don't worry about anything, understand? Ollie wasn't sure if what her Viviana said was true, but seeing her determined eyes, she chose to believe her. Ollie promises to always love mommy. Aminami, you don't need to work so hard. I'll get better quickly and study well. When I grow up, let me take care of you. With such an understanding and adorable daughter, Gwendolyn felt nothing else mattered. She was very happy, and other people's opinions were not worth worrying about. Gwendolyn took Ollie to a nearby mall, cleaned her face in the restroom, bought her a set of pretty clothes, and then they went to a hotel. Due to last night's events, Jorge was in a relatively good mood today. He called Kian in between, exchanged some jokes, and learned that Gwendolyn had already returned home. After finishing urgent official matters, he decided to leave early from work. However, upon returning home, neither Gwendolyn nor Ollie were there, only his grandfather and Viviana chatting in the living room. Where are Gwendolyn and Ollie? Did they go to the garden to play? Jorge asked his grandfather casually, but unexpectedly, his grandfather replied. Last night you and Gwendolyn didn't come back, so Ollie stayed at home bored. This morning, your mom took her out to play. Gwendolyn came back at noon and asked your mom to take Ollie away. Didn't you know? Jorge didn't know. Gwendolyn hadn't given him a call or sent him a message. He looked at his Viviana instinctively, who met his gaze and replied calmly. She seemed to have gone back to her hometown. Gwendolyn said she wanted to take the child out for a walk, so I let her go without asking much. Why are you looking at me like this? Although everything appeared normal, Jorge felt something was amiss. He took out his phone and dialed Gwendolyn's number. But no one answered. He tried again, still no response. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Jorge looked at his Viviana unhappily. Why did you suddenly think of taking Ollie out to play? And why did Gwendolyn suddenly decide to return to her hometown? Did you two quarrel? His Viviana, upset because he suspected her immediately upon encountering any issue, retorted. What kind of words are these? Do you think I'm so cruel? The child was bored at home, so I took her out to play. Is there something wrong with that? Gwendolyn wanted to go back to her hometown, and I didn't stop her. Is there something wrong with that too? Ainsworth, I am your Viviana, not your enemy. Is it appropriate to speak to me like this? Despite it being inappropriate, it couldn't be helped. Not wanting to argue, Jorge stood up and said to his grandfather. I'm a bit worried because Gwendolyn isn't answering my calls. I'll go look for her. Hearing that Gwendolyn wasn't answering the phone and had taken the child back to her hometown suddenly, his grandfather was also concerned. I'll go with you. I miss Ollie. I can't wait to see her. This truly angered Mohammed's Viviana. A single, unmarried woman bringing an illegitimate child was treated as precious treasure? Is it really necessary? How long has it been? What could possibly happen? Is it really necessary for you to go looking yourself? Johnny disliked how Mohammed's Viviana spoke. Ollie is our family's first granddaughter, Ainsworth's first child. How can I spoil her a little? Besides, I'm just sitting idle at home anyway, so I might as well go for a change of scenery. Let's go, Ainsworth, hurry up. Jorge didn't want his grandfather to come along, fearing Gwendolyn might have left in a huff after quarreling with his Viviana, and he didn't want Tracy to tire himself out. However, seeing his grandfather's urgency, he feared upsetting him. Jorge personally drove out with his grandfather. On the road, he tried calling Gwendolyn again but couldn't get through, each call was mid-ring. Had Gwendolyn blocked him? Jorge's temper flared up. He had told her countless times that whatever happened, she should tell him first, and he would help solve it. Yet she never listened. Didn't she trust him? Even if they had quarreled with his Viviana, he would have stood on her side if she were right. Taking the child and leaving home, even blocking him, what was this? With a stern face, Jorge sped to the residential area where Gwendolyn's brother lived. Calling him, fortunately, his brother picked up. Ainsworth, what's the rush to find me? Who's this? Seeing Jorge accompanied by an elderly man with white hair but vibrant spirit, Gwendolyn's brother felt a bit awkward. Jorge introduced his grandfather, and the brother hurriedly wiped his hand on his clothes before shaking hands with him politely. The grandfather only knew that Gwendolyn's family was modest, with a brother working as a deliverman, but never expected the brother to appear so sincere and earnest. He liked such people very much. After exchanging pleasantries and hearing that Gwendolyn and Ollie had gone missing, the brother became quite angry. This girl, what big deal could it be to not face you and run off with the child? I'll definitely scold her properly. Ainsworth, don't worry, I'll call her right now. At the hotel, Gwendolyn bathed Ollie and ordered some takeout. Just as they finished eating, her phone rang. Seeing it was her brother, unsure of what he needed, she hesitated before answering. Her brother spoke harshly for the first time. Where are you? Why aren't you taking Ollie home? Ainsworth is looking for you, did you know? Not answering calls, is something wrong? You're grown up, yet you don't give anyone peace. Not only A. Ainsworth is worried, but even Grandpa is anxious. Can you be a bit more sensible? Chapter 154, Gwendolyn is just a scoundrel. She never expected that her brother would call because of Jorge. He was looking for her, and even Chuck knew. Gwendolyn felt a pang in her heart. It wasn't because of her brother or Jorge, but because of Chuck. Such an accomplished person not only had never looked down on her and her Viviana, but had poured all his love into them. She could leave at will with Ollie, and the person she hurt most was Chuck. How do you know Chuck is also worried? Did he tell you? How should I know? Ainsworth brought Chuck to my neighborhood entrance. How else would I know? Don't be stubborn anymore, Jenna. You are usually such a sensible person. As her brother spoke, he turned back to glance at Tracy with silver hair, feeling very sympathetic. Chuck is extremely worried about Ollie. Where are you? Come back quickly. The hotel room was small, and the speaker on Gwendolyn's phone was loud. Ollie heard great-grandfather mentioned over the phone and couldn't help but cry out. Wah, Aminami, will I never see great-grandfather again? I miss him so much. He is the person who has been best to me other than you. I really can't bear to lose him. Ollie's crying made Gwendolyn almost shed tears too. She longed to give Chuck a face-to-face explanation, but given what had been said, she had to be tough. Ollie and I are fine. Tell them not to worry. Don't call me anymore in the future. Jorge snatched the phone away. No nonsense. Where are you exactly? Don't think that blocking my number makes it impossible for me to find you. Gwendolyn, there is no place in Fabianshing where Jorge, cannot find you. Don't wait until I scare Ollie while searching for you. 40 minutes later, Jorge brought Chuck to the hotel where Gwendolyn had booked a room. As soon as the door opened, Ollie threw herself into Chuck's arms. Great Chuck. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave you. Forgive me. I miss you so much. No matter where we go in the future, I will always remember you forever. Please don't be angry with me. Chuck, a steel-hard man in the business world, was heartbroken by Ollie's departure. His eyes were also reddened. What happened? He sat on the bed holding Ollie, trembling with anger. Did you argue with your Grand Viviana? What issues can't be cleared up face to face that you have to take the child and leave? Jenna, you are usually such a sensible girl. What is wrong with you today? Gwendolyn dared not tell the truth. Looking at the tearful old man and the Jorge whose face was dark like a pot bottom, she hesitated. I haven't argued with anyone. Kira has been good to me these past few days. I just aren't arguing. Then what about your face? Her eyes dropped, fiddling with her fingers in front of Jorge. The bright room light clearly revealed 5 finger marks on her face. Jorge, irritated, lifted her chin. Gwendolyn didn't expect the slap marks to still be visible and quickly covered her cheek instinctively. It was my fault. I talked disrespectfully and provoked Kira, making her angry. I seem incompatible with her. I angered her greatly today and truly don't have the face to return. Saying this, she suddenly fell to the ground, kneeling before Chuck with red-rimmed eyes and knocking her head. Chuck, I am incredibly grateful for your care for Ollie and me during this time. But I really don't want to go back. I hope you can understand and forgive us for being unfilial. We have nothing to repay you. With this, she reached for Ollie, wanting her to kneel together. Chuck hugged Ollie tightly. What are you doing? If you quarreled, then that's it. People encounter many others in life, not everyone will get along perfectly. It's normal to have some clashes. Why end things with Ainsworth just for this, causing our family to split apart? Jenna, you are usually gentle and considerate. Today, your behavior has disappointed me. Gwendolyn was speechless, kneeling on the floor and silently crying. Through this act of kneeling, Jorge sensed her helplessness. His Viviana, after all, was a junior to Chuck and had shown respect in her usual demeanor, so Chuck might not fully understand her situation or the pressure she faced. Jorge understood this. He was well aware of his Viviana's domineering and tyrannical nature. If she could be strong against him, her own son, how much more toward Gwendolyn? No wonder she insisted on sleeping with Gwendolyn and taking her everywhere, probably training her. Stupid Gwendolyn. To hide for her Viviana and endure humiliation, willingly becoming a soft, oppressed person. She used to stand up to authority. The cold floor of this hotel was dirty and might harm her body if she knelt too long. Jorge pulled Gwendolyn up. Chuck, I understand Amina's temperament. Gwendolyn must have suffered greatly today. Please don't blame her. This issue stems from my failure to handle it properly. It's all my fault. He tried to calm himself and look at Gwendolyn calmly. If you temporarily don't want to return, then don't. I'll arrange for you to stay elsewhere. My mom won't stay long in Fabianshing, she will leave after some time. Wait until she leaves, and then you can return. Gwendolyn didn't expect Jorge to arrange for her to stay elsewhere and allow her to return to the Mohammed family afterward. He and Renata. Seeing her about to refuse again, Jorge frowned. No nonsense. Your actions today already upset me enough. Don't provoke me anymore. Chuck thought for a moment and agreed with Jorge's suggestion. Since you two had a disagreement, it's better to avoid seeing each other for now. Let's do it as Ainsworth suggested. I feel bad for me and Ollie. I've gotten used to being with her. I miss her when I don't see her for a moment. Jorge replied, then I'll just have to trouble you. Make a few trips more often. When you miss her, let the driver take you to see her. Jorge and Chuck arranged for Gwendolyn and Ollie to move into another villa owned by the Mohammed family, giving them many instructions before returning home. Since they left, Mohammed Velma had been uneasy. Seeing them return without Gwendolyn and Ollie relieved her, though she pretended to be calm. Is everything alright? Maybe they just went back to visit relatives? I said they would. How could she pretend nothing happened when Gwendolyn was forced to kneel? Chuck looked at Mohammed Velma with slight anger. Who said they went to visit relatives? They couldn't be found. What exactly happened between you two? Indeed, not found. This woman finally showed some tact and left. Mohammed Velma felt secretly pleased inside but feigned grievance. Father, what do you mean by that? She left and couldn't be found, meaning it was premeditated. Her heart wasn't in our family. Why should you bother with such a person? This translation maintains the structure and style of the original text, providing a natural and coherent flow in English. Chapter 155, General Mohammed lacks Brantleaf skills. So from the start, you looked down on Gwendolyn, believing her intentions were impure. Even after having a child, you couldn't accept her, right? Since the conversation had come this far, Amaris wasn't afraid to speak frankly with Tracy. Child? As long as Ainsworth is around, will our family ever lack children? We are people destined for great things and shouldn't be tied down by petty romantic affairs. If you truly love children so much, you should let Ainsworth marry Renata sooner. How many children can Renata not give birth to? She is truly the perfect match for Ainsworth. Marrying her would benefit him in every way. Dad, how could you be so confused about such simple matters? I'm confused, or do you have no heart? No wonder. At this point, the old man suddenly understood why his son had fallen out of love with Bella back then. As a woman, she was only concerned with benefits and calculations, completely unappealing. Forget it. Ainsworth, decide for yourself, I'm too tired to argue more. Feeling he couldn't communicate clearly with Amaris, the old man grew increasingly angry the more they talked. He angrily left the hall. Watching his departing figure, Amaris was momentarily speechless before turning to look at Jorge again. Your grandfather is old and doesn't think clearly in many ways. Ainsworth, you're young with boundless prospects ahead of you. Don't be confused like him. I know you've been kind to Gwendolyn and her daughter, but after all these years by your side, she's gained enough to last them a lifetime. Now that they're gone, leave it be. Come, sit down, let's talk about you and Renata properly. Jorge felt utterly speechless at his Viviana's words. Stepping back, he dodged her extended hand, his face stern as he said. Considering you're my Viviana, I won't hold today's actions against you. Please don't interfere in my life anymore. Amina, you know I detested your constant interference since childhood. If you keep meddling recklessly, I can't guarantee what I might do. You. With that, Jorge turned and left the hall, driving off without looking back. Seeing her son's determined departure and thinking of his words, Amaris trembled with anger, nearly falling to the ground. Didn't they say they hadn't found that vixen? How did he know she hit her? Did that vixen call him to complain? She truly underestimated this schemer's capabilities. She thought this vixen would be scared, but instead, she was standing up against her. Fine, Amaris's fighting spirit flared up entirely. Rant leaving this long, letting a vixen lead her by the nose? Impossible. If she didn't expose this woman's true nature, making the old man and Jorge see through her, Bella could write her name backwards. Jorge drove back to Gwendolyn's place. Though the villa was spacious with all necessary facilities, it had been vacant for a long time, lacking many essential items. Gwendolyn lacked transportation, and going out was inconvenient. Without necessities, even eating would be an issue for her and Ollie. Parking the car, Jorge entered with a code, finding Gwendolyn and Ollie cleaning. Seeing him return, Ollie was excited. Dad, why are you back? Jorge walked over, seeing her hands red from the water, holding a towel, and frowned in concern. Why are you doing this work? You're so young, your mom shouldn't overwork you. Stop now. He led Ollie to wash her hands and returned to Gwendolyn. You should also stop. Tomorrow I'll hire a cleaner. Let's make do for today. Are you never able to relax? Gwendolyn didn't stop her movements. To stay here, we need to clean. The dust everywhere needs clearing. Why are you back? What did Grandpa say? Is he feeling better? Taking care of Ollie well is the best thing you can do. Jorge snatched the towel from Gwendolyn. I told you to stop, so just stop. Robert will send people over immediately, okay? Gwendolyn gave in under his persistence. Jorge watched her wash her hands. There's nothing in the house. Let's go shopping. Put on shoes, and let's head to the supermarket. Gwendolyn had already noticed the lack of daily necessities and planned to clean and take Ollie shopping herself. Seeing him back, she felt conflicted. She didn't want to go with him. Firstly, she hadn't forgiven him for last night. Secondly, she didn't want to use his money. Lastly, didn't 3 people going to the supermarket together seem too intimate? We can go alone. Kira and Grandpa are upset because of me today. You should stay with them. Jorge hated when she distanced herself like this. After coming this far, was she still unsure if he was her man? Refusing everything together made no sense. Do you enjoy talking nonsense? Can you say something else besides don't need and unnecessary? Ollie watched silently. To avoid scaring her, Jorge suppressed his anger and looked at Ollie. Marvin to go to the supermarket with Dad? Ollie wanted to but dared not say. Jorge saw the desire in her eyes and picked her up. Come, let's buy some toys. They left together. With her daughter taken, Gwendolyn had no choice but to follow. Using GPS, Jorge quickly found a nearby supermarket. Parking in the underground lot, he carried Ollie and arrived at the entrance first. Ollie stared at the rows of shopping carts. Dad, I want to ride in one. Usually, I see other kids pushed in the baskets by their dads, and I've always envied them. It was a simple request to fulfill. Carrying her over, Jorge faced a dilemma. Each cart was chained together in a neat row, impossible to move. He had no practical experience in shopping and asked Ollie, bewildered. Why are they all locked? Do you know how to use them? Ollie found him amusing in his confusion. Amina knows. Let her help us. Amina, come quickly. Gwendolyn hurried over, noticing Jorge's embarrassment. How does this work? Do you know? Gwendolyn didn't expect him to lack such basic knowledge. General President Mohammed seemed very disconnected from daily life. We need to find someone to get a coin and put it in. Wait here while I get it. She approached a security guard, and Jorge followed closely behind. Let me handle it. This translation maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks of the Chinese text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Chapter 156, Your daughter is so cute. The security guard had a box of coins specifically for exchanging, and all they needed was to scan the QR code for payment. Gwendolyn wanted to scan, but Jorge beat her to it. In his worldview, a man should never let a woman spend money, even if it were just 1 yuan. After getting the coins, Gwendolyn demonstrated how to unlock the shopping cart. Jorge placed Ollie in the cart and pushed it into the supermarket. Surrounded by a dazzling array of goods and people milling about, Ollie was thrilled. This supermarket is so big and beautiful. It's such fun to ride in this cart. Dad, you're so nice to me. Children were sitting in carts everywhere, and even young couples had their girlfriends in the carts. Jorge glanced around and then suddenly turned back to Gwendolyn. Do you want to sit in here too? Gwendolyn was momentarily stunned by the unexpected question. At 23, she had never sat in a shopping cart, nor had she ever imagined doing so. But she didn't expect that Jorge, so stern and domineering, would offer to push her. No, it's fine. She was only 23, without Ollie around, no one would know she was a Viviana. What was there to be embarrassed about? Seeing other couples being intimate and the bright smiles of girls in shopping carts, Jorge decisively stopped. He lifted Ollie out with one hand and, without hesitation, picked up Gwendolyn with the other, placing her in the cart before seating Ollie on her lap. I don't feel comfortable leaving Ollie alone. Hold her tight, so she doesn't fall out. Gwendolyn. They certainly stood out with this arrangement. They hadn't walked far when people started giving them curious glances. Feeling increasingly awkward, Gwendolyn protested, it's too heavy and inconvenient to push. There's also no space for groceries. Let me get out. Just then, a young couple finished shopping and was preparing to check out. The boy carried his girlfriend out of the cart. If you don't mind, you can use ours. Then you'll have space for your things. Jorge couldn't juggle pushing the cart and carrying people at the same time. Before Gwendolyn could decline, he took over the cart. Thank you. I'll pay you. Don't worry, it's just 1 yuan. The boy waved it off with a smile. Your family looks so lovely. Your daughter is so cute, I really like her. My girlfriend and I are getting married soon, and I hope we can have such a lovely child in the future. Wishing you all the best. Gwendolyn. Jorge pushed the cart while asking Gwendolyn what to buy. She first picked essentials like towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, and soap, then moved on to groceries. When the cart was only half full, she said, that's all. Let's check out. Looking at the small pile of items, Jorge asked, don't you want to buy something to eat? These are food, Gwendolyn pointed at the colorful vegetables. I meant snacks. Don't you want to buy some for Ollie? Ollie doesn't eat snacks. Nonsense. Which kid doesn't love snacks? Jorge steered them toward the snack aisle. Ollie, what do you like? Pick anything. Accustomed to being sensible, Ollie refrained from spending much and kept shaking her head, insisting she didn't want anything. Jorge felt a pang of sadness. You must not know how wealthy your father is. I could buy 10 supermarkets like this easily. Pick whatever you want. Ollie's eyes widened in disbelief. Buy 10 supermarkets? You're that rich? Yes. And since you're my only child, whose money would I spend it on? Choose now. Suppressing her excitement, Ollie picked a few inexpensive snacks. Jorge noticed her restraint and tossed several more items into the cart, then wheeled them to the toy section. Let's get some toys. Otherwise, you'll be bored at home. Do you like this one? Seeing the price, over 200 yuan, Ollie shook her head. Jorge put it in anyway. How about this? 800 yuan? No, no. It went into the cart as well. Without further ado, he filled the cart until it was bursting. Gwendolyn felt a headache coming on. Even if you're wealthy, you shouldn't spoil her like this. If she develops wasteful habits. Wastefulness, then. Jorge wouldn't believe that the prestigious Mohammed family couldn't afford a bit of extravagance. At checkout, they spent over 3,000 yuan, most on Ollie. Holding a small bag, Ollie walked hand in hand with Jorge, nearly jumping with joy. I felt so sad this morning, thinking I might never see you again. Dad, will you always be good to me and Amina? Will you never disappear or disappoint me? Jorge didn't know what had transpired between Ollie and her Viviana earlier, but he guessed it wasn't pleasant. His heart ached for this poor child, and he nodded resolutely. Yes. You can always trust me, Ollie. In the car, Ollie chattered happily from behind the driver's seat. They talked about everything under the sun, laughing and joking, but Gwendolyn's mind was elsewhere. She kept watching the streets outside, looking for a pharmacy. Last night had been an accident again. She needed to take medication quickly to avoid any complications. Spotting a pharmacy after some searching, she asked him to stop. I need to go buy something. What do you need? Did you forget anything? No. I'm not feeling well and need some medicine. Wait for me in the car. Jorge parked on the side of the road and turned to her with concern. What's wrong? Are you hurt? What medicine do you need? Gwendolyn couldn't tell him directly. My stomach feels a bit off. I'll just get some antacids. Wait for me here. No wonder she looked unwell. Should I go with you? No, I'll be quick. Gwendolyn hurried into the pharmacy and returned shortly afterward. Jorge noticed her empty hands. Where's the medicine? Didn't you find it? I bought it and put it in my pocket. What medicine could be so precious that she'd keep it in her pocket? Jorge felt it was odd but didn't insist on seeing it. They drove home. Upon entering, Gwendolyn stored the groceries in the fridge and started boiling water to take her medication. Meanwhile, Jorge and Ollie played with the new toys in the living room. Sometime later, while Gwendolyn was cutting vegetables, she heard loud barking accompanied by Ollie's voice from outside. Frightened, she rushed out. #### Chapter 157, Unlike some people, an ungrateful wolf. In the courtyard, Jorge and Ollie were crouching by a black fence in one corner of the garden, seemingly playing with a dog. Aminami. Seeing her come out, Ollie hurriedly waved to her. Come help quickly. This puppy is stuck, it's going to die. It's so pitiful. Gwendolyn walked over and saw that wedged between the slats of the fence was a dirty black dog of an unknown breed. Half of its body was trapped, unable to go in or out, and its back was bleeding from rubbing against the fence. The puppy whimpered in pain as soon as Ollie got close. Children seem to have a natural compassion for small animals. Ollie tried to reach out several times but was stopped by Jorge. Don't touch it. We don't know where the stray dog came from. It's filthy, and it might have diseases. If you touch it, you could get infected. Leave it alone. We're not vets. Even if we free it, we can't treat its injuries. I'll call the property management and let them handle the dog. Don't worry, everything will be fine. But Ollie couldn't bear to do that. She had always wanted to keep a dog or a cat. In her Misty's house, this was never possible. Later, at the Mohammed family's residence, she once mentioned it to Vanessa, who told her that Philippe and Jorge both liked cleanliness and didn't like keeping pets. So she held back. Now, they lived in such a big house by themselves. Could they not add another small life? Gwendolyn saw clearly how much Ollie wanted the puppy. She knew about her daughter's wish to raise a dog. However, this dog was too big for Ollie to handle, and it might have an owner. I can help free it, but you can't decide to keep it right away. Okay? Ollie, maybe it just got lost and ended up here. Its owner might be looking for it. We should take it to the property management and return it to its owner. Or wait until we confirm it has no owner and then adopt it if it can't live on its own. Does that sound fair? Ollie thought her Viviana made sense. All right. As long as you save it. Hurry up, Mommy, it looks like it's being choked. Jorge, who had a severe aversion to dirt, had no fondness for this ugly and dirty stray, especially since it was covered in blood. He didn't want Ollie to touch it, nor did he want Gwendolyn to. But Gwendolyn didn't mind. She comforted the dog while carefully massaging its belly and abdomen, helping it relax. She slowly freed it from the fence. Aminami is so amazing. I knew you could do it. Is it okay? Gwendolyn placed the dog on the grass and checked its wounds through the fur. Just some minor injuries. Let me see if it's a boy or girl. She put her hand on the dog's belly again. Unexpectedly, upon touching it, the dog urinated into her hand. Ah. Gwendolyn wasn't averse to animals, but having it pee directly into her hand was hard to accept. She stood up feeling quite nauseated. It peed on me. How impolite. Ah. Puppy, Mommy just saved your life. How could you do this to her? Seeing her mom bullied, Ollie picked up the dog with her little hands to educate it. But the dog struggled, emitting a foul odor. Aminami, it pooped on me too. Jorge was disgusted and immediately stepped back. Let go of it. I told you not to touch it. Your clothes are ruined. Go take a bath. Ollie hadn't expected the dog to be so ungrateful, ruining her brand new dress with poop. Aminami. Ollie looked at Gwendolyn pitifully, fearing she would be angry. Gwendolyn was still feeling disgusted. Seeing the yellow mess on Ollie's dress made her gag. Oh. Unable to stomach it, Gwendolyn turned away, dry heaving. All right. I'll call property management to handle this. You two go inside and clean up. Her stomach felt terrible, so Gwendolyn went back to the bathroom first. Once there, she vomited intensely. After washing her hands, brushing her teeth, and composing herself, she finally felt better. Thankfully, Jorge had taken care of Ollie. After calming down, Gwendolyn resumed cooking. When the food was ready, Ollie, now dressed in fresh clothes, was brought downstairs. Velma and daughter caught each other's eyes and couldn't help laughing. Do you still want a dog? Isn't it different from what you imagined? Ollie nodded. Dad was right. Dogs are too silly, pooping and peeing everywhere. Let's not get one. I won't think about getting a cat or dog anymore. Are you okay, Mommy? Sure, it's fine. It's valuable that this experience helped you make the decision not to keep a dog. Let's eat. Ollie happily pulled Jorge to sit at the table while Gwendolyn followed after a pause. The medicine she had taken earlier was already expelled, probably ineffective. She should have gone to buy more, but she had taken it before recently. Emergency contraceptive pills are harmful to the body, especially when taken frequently. They can reduce contraceptive effectiveness and even cause ectopic pregnancy. Forget it, it wasn't the first time. Since nothing happened before, this time should be fine too. Besides, Jorge led a healthy lifestyle, so there was no need to worry about him having any diseases. After dinner, Gwendolyn put the dishes in the dishwasher, glanced at Jorge's expression, and subtly reminded him. It's not early. Driving to Grandpa's place must take a while, right? Jorge was playing Go with Ollie and replied casually. About 40 minutes. That sounds tiring. Why don't you rest a bit before leaving? Jorge finally understood what she meant. He raised his head, glaring at her. What do you want? Given that it was their house, it wouldn't be appropriate to ask him to leave directly, so Gwendolyn spoke diplomatically. Nothing. The house isn't fully cleaned yet, and many things aren't available. I'm afraid you won't be comfortable staying here. Why can you and Ollie stay, but not me? Ollie chimed in, Aminami, Daddy can sleep with us. The room is clean, and we even bought him a toothbrush and slippers today. He doesn't need anything else. Did you forget? Gwendolyn. Kids, please don't say unnecessary things at such moments. Jorge, however, appreciated Ollie's response. Only Ollie treats me well. Unlike someone, an ungrateful wolf. Gwendolyn. Chapter 158, Feed Me. Ultimately, Jorge stayed overnight. Thankfully, with Ollie sleeping in the middle, Gwendolyn didn't have to be close to him. But a rift had formed in her heart, she couldn't sleep soundly. At the old Mohammed residence during dinner time, hearing that Jorge hadn't returned, Chuck ate alone in his room. The once lively villa felt eerily quiet today, almost like a mistied house. Mohammed's Viviana was left alone, feeling miserable. She asked Vanessa if the young master had returned at 8 and again at 9, but he still hadn't come back. She returned to her room, clutching her chest, pretending to be in pain. Call Ainsworth. Tell him I haven't eaten tonight, my stomach hurts, and I need him to come back immediately. Gwendolyn slept on the inside, Ollie in the middle, and Jorge on the outside. He had just patted Ollie's little shoulder and got her to sleep when his phone rang. It was Vanessa. He guessed it might be about his grandfather, so he got out of bed quietly and answered. Vanessa, what's wrong? Master, where are you? Can you come home as soon as possible? Hannah didn't eat dinner tonight, her stomach is acting up, and she's not feeling well. Jorge frowned. His Viviana had developed a gastric problem from arguing with his father and skipping meals when she was younger, and it hadn't improved over the years. If she's not feeling well, let her take some medicine. Call a doctor if necessary, and prepare something for her. I can't treat her anyway, so what good would me coming back do? Although Vanessa thought Gwendolyn was fine and supported Jorge being with her, she was also a Viviana and felt instinctively sorry for Mohammed's Viviana upon hearing such words. Why do you speak like that, master? I know you're not a doctor, and your return won't help much, but why did I call you? Because you're her son. When a Viviana isn't well, her son should come see her, it's only natural. How can you? She endured labor pains for 10 months to bring you into this world, don't be so hateful toward her. As an outsider, Vanessa spoke impartially, making Jorge feel ashamed. Indeed, his Viviana who gave birth to and raised him, no matter how distant their relationship had become, was still the closest person to him. How could he say those things? You're right. I'll go back now. Gwendolyn, half asleep, heard his voice and opened her eyes to sit up. Are you leaving? Yes. My Viviana's stomach is bothering her. While dressing, Jorge instructed her, I'll come back after she feels better. It's too quiet here, there's no surveillance system, and Ollie is still young. I'm worried about you two staying alone. Gwendolyn, isn't this too troublesome? It would take him 40 minutes each way, 40 minutes to drive back to care for his Viviana, then another 40 to return. No need. It's already late, and traveling back and forth would be exhausting. I'm not a child anymore, nothing will happen. I'm telling you, not asking. Gwendolyn, don't say no need to me again. Jorge finished dressing and stared at her beautiful face. Sleep well. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Rushing all the way, Jorge returned to the old residence. His Viviana lay on the bed, looking frail without makeup. Vanessa held a bowl of congee beside her, trying to persuade her. Hannah, not eating is bad for your stomach. Please eat a bit, I've been cooking for more than an hour. Don't want to eat. Raising such an ungrateful son makes life meaningless. Forget about getting better, I might as well die. Jorge stood by the door, hearing this made his expression darken even more. Ah. Upon seeing him, Vanessa sighed in relief. Young master, you're back. Thank you, Vanessa. You've worked hard today. Go rest now, I'll take care of it. Taking the bowl, Jorge sat beside his Viviana. Unadorned, her true age showed more clearly in the evening light. Realizing his Viviana wouldn't always be young and healthy, a flood of thoughts rushed through his mind. He rarely pondered the bond between Viviana and son or felt compassion for her, but seeing her fragile state truly touched him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Amina. Please eat. Mohammed's Viviana wasn't planning to cry, but for the first time, her son apologized, showing vulnerability and empathy towards her. Tears welled up instantly. Ainsworth, I am your Viviana, your biological Viviana. You're the only child I have. Even though we weren't close these years, you mean everything to me. Why can't you understand me? Seeing her tears for him, Jorge felt even more pain, wiping them away gently. I inherited my temper from you. Once angry, I lose control. Okay, you said it, you're my Viviana, and Vivianas never quarrel with their children. Stop crying. Haha. Unexpectedly moved by his words, Mohammed's Viviana smiled despite herself. My boy, she affectionately observed Jorge. So young, handsome, caring, charming, he was indeed a perfect creation. She refused to allow anyone to belittle her greatest work, a flawless biography with no shadows. Feed me. Jorge fed her the congee mouthful by mouthful, chatting about childhood memories afterward. Gratefully, Mohammed's Viviana handed him a cup of water. Thank you for taking care of me today. Talking so long must have made you thirsty. Here, drink some water. He took 2 sips. Alright, if you're okay now, I'll leave. Get some rest. Just as he was about to leave, Mohammed's Viviana held him back. You only drank 2 sips. Drink more, your lips are dry. Although I feel better, I can't sleep yet. Son, can you sit here and pat me? It was nearly 11, and Jorge was eager to get back to Gwendolyn, but he complied patiently, patting her. A few minutes passed, and he grew drowsier by the minute. Seeing his hand grow heavier and eyelids droop, Mohammed's Viviana started patting him gently. My poor child, exhausted. Velma will pat you to sleep. Jorge eventually fell asleep by her bedside. Marvin, he's asleep, come out. Hashtag chapter 159, no way you're forcing me with such childish tactics. The next morning, Jorge was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. Knock knock knock. Sir, are you awake? Breakfast is getting cold. It's not good for your health to eat late. Why don't you finish eating and then go back to sleep? If you really don't want to get up, I can bring it up for you. Sir, can you hear me? Jorge usually had a very regular lifestyle and never stayed in bed too long. He didn't expect to wake up so late today. Hearing Vanessa's words, he immediately became alert. He rubbed his forehead with his hand and prepared to sit up, but upon moving, he realized that the other arm was pinned down by someone. Instinctively looking down, he saw a woman's face resting on his shoulder. It wasn't Gwendolyn, it was Renata. Before Jorge could figure out what was going on, Amaris pushed the door open and walked in directly. He's sleeping deeply, no amount of knocking will wake him up. Let me call him. Ainsworth, my son, why are you so sleepy today? You have to eat breakfast. As Amaris reached the foot of the bed, she saw the 2 people on the bed and her eyes widened. Marvin Juan? Why didn't you go home last night? No wonder Ainsworth. What exactly is going on between you two? Renata pretended to just wake up and opened her eyes groggily, looking at Amaris, then raising her head to look at Jorge. Meeting his stern gaze, she blushed furiously. Kira, why did you come in so suddenly? I feel so embarrassed. I didn't plan to stay over last night, but Ainsworth wouldn't let me leave, oh dear. Amaris also felt embarrassed. If I had known you were inside, I wouldn't have come in like this. I'm sorry. Don't be shy, if something has happened, it has happened. You're both unmarried, so Kira can understand. I won't disturb you further. If you want to sleep more, go ahead. If not, I'll bring up your breakfast. As she turned to leave, Jorge pushed Renata aside, sat up, and called out in an icy tone. Don't go yet, Velma. I fell asleep last night. I didn't drink any alcohol. I remember everything. Is it amusing to use such childish tactics against me? What? Amaris looked back in disbelief. Using childish tactics against me? What do you mean? You know what I mean, Jorge said expressionlessly. I've never felt anything for Renata. From childhood, I've always considered her a friend. If I had feelings for her, they would have surfaced long ago, not now, and certainly not with your constant reminders. So stop trying to force us together and stop using such trivial means. Although I haven't married yet, I already have Gwendolyn and Ollie. By doing this, you're disrespecting Gwendolyn and Ollie, and even Renata and myself. Amaris was speechless. She thought that by arranging this scenario, he might feel some guilt toward Renata when he woke up. Instead, she got this reaction. Amaris felt humiliated and regretful toward Renata. Ainsworth, do you know what you're saying? Do you even listen to yourself? It was you who insisted on calling Renata over last night and wouldn't let her leave. Now you two ended up in the same bed like this. Instead of explaining, you make accusations. Have you considered Marvin's feelings? Jorge glanced down at Renata. She was exposing smooth shoulders, clutching the blanket tightly with her hands under her chin, her face showing a mix of shame and sorrow. Jorge felt no pity or guilt, only absurdity. Calling her over? Insisting she stay? Accusations could be made with any pretext. Even if I were that delirious, it's because you orchestrated it. Renata knew I was unaware but still complied, indicating that you both worked together. Being manipulated, I've already been generous by not confronting you about this. Do you think I'm 3 years old? Amaris was silent. Get Renata's clothes and help her dress, so she doesn't run into Chuck. I'll keep today's events confidential. But if you think this can force me to do anything, you know my temper. Seeing her plans crumble before her, Amaris felt utterly defeated. Renata couldn't bear to listen anymore. Caitlin Zhong, stop. Give me my clothes. Marvin Wan. Hurry up. Or do you want me to die here? Jorge leaned against the headboard, arms crossed, eyes closed, while Renata quickly put on her dress under Amaris's watchful eye and stormed out angrily. Amaris chased after her a few steps but couldn't catch up. Enraged, she turned back and pointed at Jorge. Ainsworth, hurting Marvin's heart for a non-existent fox spirit? Truly disappointing. Aren't you afraid something will happen to her? With you around, isn't that enough? If you're so worried, go comfort her. Don't waste time here. You. Amaris stormed out in anger. Vanessa hadn't expected Minerva to rush her upstairs to announce breakfast only to witness this scene. She stood there, unsure whether to stay or leave. She glanced inside. Sir. I'm fine. Go downstairs quickly. If Chuck asks what happened, tell him Renata had an emergency at home and nothing else. Downstairs, Chuck sat by the window, sipping tea, hearing footsteps from above. Turning back, he saw Renata running down crying, followed hastily by Amaris. Strange, why was Renata in the house this early? Why wasn't she seen during breakfast? Why was she crying? Brant little Marvin? Brant little Marvin? Vanessa hurriedly ran downstairs. Sir. Am I seeing things? Was that Renata rushing down? Why was she in our house this morning? Did she stay overnight? Why didn't Courtney mention it? With whom did she stay? Even if she did, why is she crying? Chuck was a shrewd man, clearly suspecting something about Jorge. Vanessa quickly explained. Neither you nor Sir ate downstairs last night. Minerva was upset and asked Miss Meng to accompany her. Miss Meng spent the night with Minerva. Today's young people love to sleep in, so Minerva didn't call her for breakfast. When I went up to call Sir, I heard Miss Meng on the phone with her family, seemingly reprimanded for staying out last night. Minerva was eager to explain. Translation maintained paragraph structure and tone as requested. Chapter 160, The men of the Mohammed family are all romantics. Understanding the situation, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. This Courtney, young as she is, can't be as open-minded as an old man like me. She's too eager to meddle in her children's romantic affairs. It's clear she doesn't like Gwendolyn. Even though Ollie has grown up, she still doesn't want to acknowledge her. She only wants to bring Renata into our family. I thought. Xiao Marvin, in this family, I've never treated you as an outsider, and I won't hide anything from you. I understand Courtney's temperament. She won't easily let go of what happened between Ainsworth and Gwendolyn. If she finds any excuse to bring Renata back home or get her close to Ainsworth again, tell me. I'll take care of it for you. Hearing the old man's words, Vanessa felt some relief for Gwendolyn. Both coming from humble backgrounds, she could relate to the humiliation Gwendolyn faced due to others' disdain. Fortunately, the old man was reasonable, which made Gwendolyn feel vindicated. Yes, sir, I understand. Renata ran all the way to the parking lot before Monica caught up with her. Monica sat beside her in the car, looking at Renata who had been sobbing onto the steering wheel. She felt deep regret and pity. I'm sorry, Renata. This was entirely my fault. I didn't expect Ainsworth would be so heartless. Don't worry, no matter what, I will give you a satisfactory answer. I won't let you suffer in vain. Please don't be upset. Your tears are making me want to cry too. After comforting her for a while, Renata gradually stopped crying and lifted her face from the steering wheel. Kira, it's not your fault. If I blame anyone, it should be myself for not being competent enough to win over Ainsworth. He said he never liked me. Monica responded, who else did he ever like? Except for that vixen, who went to great lengths to catch his attention using every trick in the book. Have you seen him pay attention to anyone normally? I suspect this boy might have emotional issues. He doesn't actively like people unless they show their affection towards him. Renata's eyes filled with tears again. So, you mean I'm not being forward enough? Should I throw myself at him more? Ah, my precious Renata. How could you think that? Can't you tell how much Kira cares about you? Monica quickly consoled her again. I just meant Ainsworth has a proud and cold personality. If you don't make efforts to catch his attention, he won't notice you. At the end of the day, Kira loves you and wants you to become my daughter-in-law. After calming down, Renata felt that Monica had a point. Why hadn't Jorge ever noticed her despite knowing each other for so long, but he suddenly paid attention to Gwendolyn, who brought along an illegitimate child? Wasn't it because Gwendolyn used her wits to charm him? She was too concerned about maintaining her dignity and being too formal. Kira, you're right. I won't dwell on this today. Instead, I'll grow stronger after every setback and engage more with Ainsworth. I refuse to believe that whatever Gwendolyn can do, I can't. Monica breathed a sigh of relief. That's my Renata. If you'd thought this way earlier, you'd be the one Ainsworth holds dear. But it's not too late. Whatever you decide to do, tell Kira. I'll create every favorable condition to help you. Renata's mood improved as she hugged Monica. There's another, even more important issue between me and Ainsworth. Will you help me with this too? What is it? I had someone check Ollie's hospital records these past 2 days. It turns out she really does have leukemia. Moreover, Ainsworth has already arranged for her bone marrow transplant with the country's top treatment team. Kira, Ollie has nothing to do with the Mohammed family, yet Ainsworth is going through such lengths to help her. What if people find out? Chuck may not be able to stop him since he's unaware, but we cannot just stand by and watch. Since returning, Monica had been focusing on Gwendolyn and hadn't had time to investigate Ollie's illness. Hearing this, she felt angry and disappointed. Jorge. My foolish son. You become such a doormat. Arranging doctors, contacting marrow banks, paying for surgery, you're practically pampering that illegitimate child to the skies. That fox spirit won't leave you anytime soon. I deeply regret being too self-absorbed and leaving the country when you were young. If only you had received more love, you wouldn't be so naive and pure now, pure like a fool. Renata was right. Jorge's actions toward Gwendolyn, bringing her and the illegitimate child into the Mohammed family, stemmed from the old man's advanced age and fondness for children, giving them support and silencing others. Without that little girl, Gwendolyn wouldn't have gotten anywhere in the Mohammed family. Johnny certainly wouldn't have favored her otherwise. I see what you mean. I won't let my son play the role of stepfather to an illegitimate child, making the Mohammed family a laughingstock in Fabiancheng. Give me that expert's number. I'll handle this. Jorge packed up downstairs and greeted the old man. He didn't rush to the company but instead asked Robert to bring surveillance equipment to Gwendolyn's place. He had promised Gwendolyn last night that he would come back, but he ended up sleeping until now. Surprisingly, Gwendolyn and Ollie were busy tending to the garden and yard, showing no signs of displeasure. This saved him the trouble of explaining. Jorge personally installed the cameras around the villa. Just as he finished, the hospital called. Mr. Mohammed, it looks like Ollie's surgery will be delayed again. Professor Marving has been assigned to attend an international academic seminar, and as the leading authority on leukemia in the country, it's hard to find a substitute. What do you think? How long will he be gone? It's uncertain, at least a month, possibly up to 3 months. Jorge's expression darkened. If it's going to be that long, why wasn't it planned in advance? How could it be a last-minute assignment? Do you think I'm stupid? Or does your institute not want funding anymore? Using such absurd excuses to fob me off. Is this like last time when you sold your favors for short-term gains? Speak the truth. The person on the phone knew Jorge wasn't one to be fooled easily and immediately stammered. Mr. Mohammed, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to say it like that. Please understand us. We are just academics, powerless and poor. We dare not defy orders from above. Chapter 161, Someone dared to bypass Jorge's queue. Jorge immediately hung up the phone and made a direct call to higher-ups. He couldn't believe that someone would dare bypass his queue despite the promised investment funds from the Mohammed family. However, even after the call was connected, the response remained unchanged. Mr. Mohammed, even if you cut off our funding, I can't make the decision on this matter. Please understand. You promised so earnestly before, but now you can't fulfill it again and again. I'm also ashamed and feel unworthy to answer your calls. Jorge understood. There were other capable people in the country besides him. Since they found it so difficult, it seemed that the person who had bypassed his queue did have some background. It was futile to blame the academicians further. After some contemplation, he soon regained his composure. Since that's the case, I'll give you this one face, but it will be the last time. Professor Marvin, once you finish handling this matter, if you find another excuse to delay me, it won't just be a funding issue. After hanging up, he called Gwendolyn over. The surgery needs to be postponed further. Recently, don't do anything else, just focus on staying with Elida, take good care of her medication. I'll expedite getting the surgery scheduled as soon as possible. Gwendolyn felt her heart sink. She didn't expect it to be so difficult that even Jorge's influence wasn't enough, causing constant delays. If he couldn't solve the problem, she was even more helpless. What could she do besides cooperate? Elida's medicine is about to run out. I'll have the hospital prepare a new batch. Tomorrow, you can pick it up by reporting Elida's name. Jorge's instructions reached the hospital, and soon, word got to Mohammed's Viviana. With a sneer, she remarked, trying to fight against me, you're still too young and inexperienced. The next day, Gwendolyn easily picked up the medicine from the hospital owned by the Mohammed family as instructed. But after giving it to Elida, she noticed Elida wasn't responding well, she was lethargic, losing her usual vitality. Though Gwendolyn had a medical background, she hadn't specialized in this field and couldn't understand why this was happening, assuming it was a normal reaction to the medication. It wasn't until 3 days later, when Elida was listlessly lying in bed, barely able to wake up, that Gwendolyn realized the severity of the situation. To the hospital. Is her condition worsening? Let's check. Jorge immediately arranged for Elida to be admitted. After a series of tests, Elida's red blood cell count had dropped by over 30%, reaching a dangerous level. The doctors informed him that surgery must be arranged urgently, otherwise, they couldn't guarantee the outcome. Seeing the pitiful state of Elida and the worried Gwendolyn, Jorge decided to personally visit Shunqing to meet Professor Marvin and negotiate for Elida's surgery time. Meanwhile, Gwendolyn stayed at the hospital caring for Elida. That day, her grandfather called again, asking to see Elida. She managed to stall him. Elida caught a cold, and it hasn't improved much. Today she even has a fever, so I brought her to the hospital. Philippe, your health isn't good either. To avoid catching it from her, let's not see her for now. Once she gets better, I'll bring her back to see you. Her grandfather, who had already noticed something wrong with Elida 2 days ago, expressed concern. How could you be so careless? Only thinking of sending her to the hospital when she's this ill? Does Ian know? Did he contact the doctors? Make sure she receives proper treatment, don't let my Elida suffer too much. Gwendolyn reassured him, he knows and has arranged everything. Don't worry, Philippe. After the call ended, Mohammed's Viviana gracefully stood up. Dad, I have a tea appointment with friends. If there's nothing urgent, I'll step out for a while and come back later. With nothing much to say, Tracy waved her off, go ahead. Soon, Mohammed's Viviana arrived at the hospital. Elida, having taken the medicine, was fast asleep, while Gwendolyn sat beside her, studying a book on leukemia intently. Mohammed's Viviana approached her, snatched the book abruptly, and threw it to the ground. Startled, Gwendolyn instinctively flared with anger but suppressed it upon recognizing her. Caitlin, what brings you here? This is a hospital under the Mohammed family. You can come, but I can't. Standing high above, she looked down arrogantly. What are you doing here? Gwendolyn politely stood up. Better not tell the truth, or her grandfather might worry too much. Elida isn't feeling well, I brought her here to see a doctor. Mohammed's Viviana clearly didn't believe her. Is that so? What's wrong? What illness? Nothing serious, just a mild cold. Just a mild cold? Then why did Ian leave work to rush to Shunqing to invite the academy's professor and pay for medicine at other hospitals? Gwendolyn, you're embarrassed to tell me how much money you've spent from Ian's account? Do you have any shame left? Gwendolyn was speechless. You knew all along, yet you asked knowingly. What's the point? Mohammed's Viviana scoffed. If I hadn't checked Ian's bank statements, I wouldn't have known how impoverished my son has become. He doesn't go out for fun, doesn't socialize, doesn't buy luxury items, and doesn't indulge in lavish eating. Yet in just 2 months, he spent over 50 million. Gwendolyn, you truly have talent. Gwendolyn was stunned. True, she had spent some of Jorge's money since meeting him, but it certainly wasn't close to 50 million. Caitlin, what exactly do you want to say today? Furious, Mohammed's Viviana hurled her handbag at Gwendolyn. Shameless gold digger. Vixen. Do you know Ian's money comes from his hard-earned salary? These 50 million are his savings over the years. Even though Mohammed Corporation has substantial assets, they are tied up in various aspects and cannot be liquidated. This is his real spending capacity, and in just 2 months, you've almost drained it dry. Why are you here? Tell me why. I want to kill you. Who knows which disgraceful man fathered this child? She has nothing to do with Ian, right? For her sake, Ian runs around tirelessly, you have no conscience. I wanted to ask you what you plan to do. Didn't you promise to leave with your bastard child? Now you refuse to leave. Are you trying to drain Ian's finances before leaving satisfied? Gwendolyn knew Elida had no relation to Jorge, and she felt embarrassed making him go through all this trouble. She never intended to take advantage of Jorge, nor did she plan to deplete his savings. Mohammed's Viviana was framing her unfairly. Caitlin, if you claim I've drained 50 million from Ian, do you have evidence? Yes, I accepted help from Ian, but every transaction is recorded. I will repay him in the future. As for any amount beyond this, I cannot repay, nor will I acknowledge it. You shouldn't accuse me baselessly. Chapter 162, You have no choice. Even now, you still have the audacity to pretend with me? Veda regretted not bringing more bags. She should have smashed her to death right here. Without evidence, would I come find you? You dare to act but not admit it. Weren't you so confident before? So that's all you've got? Evidence? You want evidence from me? Alright, here you go. She picked up her bag angrily and pulled out a stack of bank statements, throwing them at Gwendolyn's face. Look clearly. This is irrefutable evidence, you can't deny it. If you didn't take anything, would you return it? Give me a date, when do you plan to pay it back? Gwendolyn caught the statements, unfolded them, and read through each one. She remembered the earlier entries, but when she saw a transaction for 40 million, she was stunned. The transaction was with Mohammed Corporation's real estate company, where Jorge bought 2 houses under his personal name. These houses, weren't they the ones she and her brother got by selling their old home recently? No wonder it felt off at the time. With their old house, so remote, dilapidated, how could anyone spend this much to buy it? Turns out Jorge deceived her. In an instant, Gwendolyn's face flushed. She had never mentioned wanting to buy a house in front of Jorge. How did he think to give her houses? Could it be because he thought the location of her brother's current house was too bad and couldn't bear to see it? Regardless, Jorge shouldn't have done this. If Gwendolyn had known these houses were his, she would have refused no matter what. But now, it was too late. Kira, What? With evidence right here, you're speechless? Feeling guilty? You shameless vixen, look at what you've done to my son. If you keep going, are you planning to seduce him into selling the corporation and cashing out all the stocks for your own benefit? How audacious. Gwendolyn was at a loss for words. Before seeing the statement, she thought she merely accepted a little help from him, nothing serious. But now, seeing her silence, Veda pushed her shoulder hard in anger. Are you deaf or mute? Why aren't you answering me? Are you determined to ruin the Mohammed Corporation and make A. Ainsworth a laughingstock in Fabiancheng? No, I haven't. Gwendolyn looked at her unconscious daughter on the hospital bed, shaking her head. She didn't know what else to do. Veda wouldn't let up. If you haven't, then take your bastard child and get lost. The farther, the better. Never let A. Ainsworth see you again. 50 million is enough for someone like you to live off for a lifetime. If you leave as I say, I won't pursue the money. Gwendolyn, you've already succeeded as a gold digger. Meeting us Viviana and son is your great fortune, be content. If Ollie's condition hadn't worsened over the past 2 days, if her surgery hadn't been postponed, Gwendolyn would have left without needing Veda to chase her away. However, with Jorge around, Ollie's life hung in the balance. Leaving him might mean losing everything. Gwendolyn wasn't afraid of death. From birth until now, she hadn't experienced many happy or memorable things. Brant leaving or dying meant little to her. But Ollie was different. She was still so young, and Gwendolyn couldn't bear the thought of her suffering 3 years of illness only to die prematurely. She had to fight for Ollie. I'm sorry, Kira, but I can't leave just yet. Sorry for causing you trouble. However, I promise once Ollie recovers and leaves the hospital, I will find a job and repay A. Ainsworth as soon as possible, even if it means not eating or drinking. You promise? What do you have to guarantee with? Your worthless character or your treacherous heart? I thought you knew your place, but you're insatiable. Not leaving, huh? Fine, don't blame me for being harsh. Kira, what are you going to do? Gwendolyn knew this hospital belonged to Mohammed Corporation, where Jorge and Veda held sway. She feared Veda would kick them out. I'll repay the money. I didn't know the house was paid for by A. Ainsworth. This 40 million remains untouched. I'll sell the houses and return the money to you. Please, don't discharge Ollie. Give me some more time, okay? Really? I swear to you. Once Ollie gets better, I won't bother A. Ainsworth anymore. If I don't keep my word, you can deal with me however you like. Seeing her sincerity and determination to repay the money immediately, Veda decided to give her one last chance. Alright, I'll give you one last opportunity and special treatment. Go to Mohammed Corporation's real estate broker now. I'll have them buy the houses at the original price. By 5 p.m., transfer 40 million to my account. For Gwendolyn, houses were mere possessions, easy to sell. She believed her brother would support her decision too. But who would take care of Ollie? Her concern turned to her daughter once more. Veda sneered. I'm not going to break the law or harm myself for people like you. I only want my son to be safe and healthy. Rest assured, I won't harm her, and you have no choice. Gwendolyn, either leave Fabiancheng with your daughter now or transfer the money to my account by 5 p.m. That's your only choice. Indeed, Gwendolyn had no choice, no matter how worried she was. She chose the latter. Then please wait here for a moment, I'll go right away. Gwendolyn grabbed her bag and hurried out of the hospital, calling her brother while taking a taxi to Mohammed Corporation's real estate office. Hearing about selling the houses, her brother was shocked. Why are you in such a rush to sell the house? It's only been a few days since we got it. Ollie is very sick, seriously ill. Come over first, and I'll explain later. Damien, it's hard to describe over the phone. Please help me, alright? When he heard Ollie was critically ill and needed money, her brother stopped asking questions and quickly went home to fetch the property deeds. His sudden return didn't go unnoticed by his wife. Why are you back at this hour? Is your leg bothering you? Did you ask for leave? You really have too many issues. We have a mortgage to pay every month, can't you hold off? It's almost quitting time, yet you keep thinking of taking leave. Not wanting to argue, he silently entered the bathroom, but his wife followed, relentless. I'm talking to you. Are you mute? What did you come back for? To use the bathroom? There are plenty outside, why here? Are you crazy? Chapter 163, Why are you hiding from me? At home, the brother had absolutely no privacy. To prevent his wife from discovering that he owned a house worth 20 million, he secretly hid the property deed in the bathroom ceiling panel. Now, with his wife standing there and not moving, he couldn't retrieve it, so he tried to speak to her gently. I messed up my stomach at lunch, I have to use the toilet every few minutes. It's really inconvenient outside, so I came back. Could you please go out first, let me finish using the bathroom, and then I'll leave immediately. Upon hearing this explanation, she finally reluctantly let him be. The brother locked the bathroom door, and when he felt that his wife was far enough away, he quietly climbed up onto the washing machine to remove the ceiling panel. But the panels were tightly fitted with narrow seams between them, and without proper tools, he struggled for quite some time but couldn't pry it off. After waiting for a few minutes, his sister-in-law, noticing no sign of him coming out and hearing rustling sounds from inside the bathroom, approached again. Are you on the toilet or taking a shower? Why does it sound strange inside? What exactly are you doing? Taking a shower. I accidentally got something dirty on my pants, I need to change them. Could you fetch me a pair of pants, please? How could a grown man soil his pants? The thought made her feel disgusted, and cursing under her breath, she walked away. He needed to act fast, so he quickly climbed down from the washing machine, found a knife his wife usually used to trim eyebrows, and managed to hurriedly pry the panel off. Just as he put the cover back, his wife returned. Open the door. Why lock it so tight? Afraid I'll see something? With your shabby body, what's there to see? How am I supposed to give you your clothes if you don't open the door? The brother hid the property deed under his armpit and opened the bathroom door. Initially, his sister-in-law believed that he had come back to change clothes because of diarrhea. But when the door opened, the floor was dry with no signs of a shower, and his pants were clean and odorless. Furious, she realized he had lied to her and was about to explode. But then she changed her mind. All right, hurry up and change. I'll go prepare dinner. What would you like for dinner tonight? Anything is fine. Whatever you decide is good. In a rush, the brother quickly changed his pants and washed them by hand. Honey, I'm going back to work now. The pants are already washed and put in the washing machine to spin dry. I can hang them out when I get back tonight. But as he stepped out of the bathroom, he saw that she wasn't preparing dinner. Instead, she was sitting on the sofa, waiting for him. Their eyes met, and his wife stood up with a stern face. Fulton, you've become quite bold, haven't you? Your sister found herself a capable husband, so you think you can defy me now? Did you just take a shower? The brother was not good at lying, especially after being married for so many years without ever deceiving her. He felt nervous. Yes. Didn't I tell you? You're treating me like an idiot. Before I lose control, explain yourself. What did you come back for? And why did you wash your own pants? Is there something on your pants? Not feces, perhaps evidence left by another woman? Are you fooling around behind my back? Before the brother could defend himself, his wife rushed up to him in a rage. Do you even realize what you are? When we were poor, and with your limp, if I hadn't married you out of kindness, would you have a wife and son, living such a comfortable life now? You haven't enjoyed it long before you start acting up. You're despicable. Feeling dizzy from her tirade, the brother took a step back. How could I possibly fool around behind your back? I'm busy working all day and sleep as soon as I get home. My phone doesn't even have a password, and you can go through it any time. I also don't have money, how could I mess around? Can you please stop imagining things? Am I the one imagining things? Or are you just too sneaky? Fine, I believe you didn't fool around. So tell me, why were you lurking in the bathroom so furtively? Speechless? You're definitely hiding something from me. Hand over your phone, let me check. Usually, I've been too lenient and never checked your phone thoroughly. Even if you did something behind my back, you could delete everything before coming back, and I wouldn't notice. Don't push me too far. The brother couldn't give her his phone. Gwendolyn had just called him, and it would easily connect to her, which he didn't want to involve her in. Honey, nothing's wrong. I really had a stomach ache. Still holding back for that little third party? If this can't continue, then you go with her. We're getting divorced. The brother didn't have much property, only one house registered under his wife's name. They only had one son, whom she had raised single-handedly. If they divorced and she took the child, he couldn't accept it. But if he didn't take the child, he would be unable to manage while working. Really, honey, nothing's wrong. Please don't imagine things. I'm in a rush to go back to work. Let me go first, and we can talk about it later tonight, okay? His wife persisted. Talk later tonight? By then, you'd have conspired with her, and there would be no way to find out anything. Do you think I'm an idiot? I want to check now, give it to me. She lunged at him to grab the phone. Fearing she might find the property deed, the brother dodged, and this enraged her even more. You say nothing's wrong? In the past, you never hesitated when I asked for your phone. Today you dared to dodge. Fulton, bastard, heartless one. When did you start hooking up with someone else? Explain yourself clearly. No job today until you do. Desperate, and with Gwendolyn still waiting, he gave her the phone. Fine, look then. What could I be hiding? As you said, who would even look at me except you? Whom would I hook up with? His wife took the phone, holding one hand on his shirt while flipping through it with the other. She found no strange items but noticed the call record from Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn called you? 20 minutes ago. What did she want? The brother sighed. Ollie is sick, and she's at the hospital. She couldn't handle it alone and asked for my help. So you came back just for this? Yes. My clothes were too dirty. I didn't want to embarrass her by wearing them. So I wanted to change my pants. But his sister-in-law still didn't believe him. She knew you were working, and I was idle at home. If she needed help, why didn't she call me? Moreover, you were helping your sister at the hospital. What couldn't you tell me directly, and why hide it? The brother was speechless. Come up with better excuses if you want to deceive me. Enough nonsense. Tell me the truth. What happened today? Chapter 164. You can't even brant-lie properly. Gwendolyn had already arrived at the real estate trading center. Caitlin Ian had called ahead, so everything was ready. They were just waiting for her brother to bring over the property deed. However, after waiting for more than half an hour, over an hour in total, her brother still hadn't come. Gwendolyn knew he was busy and might not be able to leave right away. She didn't want to rush him, but the bank would close in an hour. Worried that the payment wouldn't go through on time, she called her brother again. Her brother was being grilled endlessly by his wife and was feeling helpless when his phone rang. Seeing Gwendolyn's name on the screen, he felt a sudden pang of fear. What if Gwendolyn told the truth, revealing that he owned a house worth $20 million outside? That would be disastrous. He reached out to grab the phone, but his wife dodged. What are you doing? Are you saying I can't answer my sister's call? Or are you implying this isn't even Gwendolyn and you saved someone else's number under her name? Her brother was almost at his wit's end. Can't you stop watching those ridiculous TV dramas? What do you think all day? This is really Gwendolyn. She must be urgent because of the hospital. Let me answer her. But his wife held tight. Don't move. If it's really Gwendolyn, I can answer too. His sister-in-law answered the call but wisely did not speak immediately. On the other end, Gwendolyn said, Damien, I've been waiting for so long, why haven't you come yet? When will you arrive? Are you very busy today? Can you hurry up a bit? The bank will close in an hour, and I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Why aren't you answering? Is it that you can't hear me? Damien? Gwendolyn spoke to herself, seeing no response from her brother. She thought it was a poor connection and hung up. Her sister-in-law looked at the phone with a sneer. You need to hurry up because the bank is closing. Why? What's wrong with Ollie that requires you to help at the bank? Fulton, you really have some nerve. You say you didn't hide anything from me. Now you're helping at the bank, and you still say you didn't hide anything from me. Her brother was speechless and angry, thinking, Brantleaf can't go on like this. Maybe divorce is the only way. I've had enough of this tigress. Karina, let's be honest. Did we ever mistreat your sister while she lived with us? While we provided them a room, did she not pay rent? Did she not help with the mortgage and housework? She never slacked off while living here. After getting married, has she ever been stingy towards you? She never asked us for anything except now when Ollie is sick and needs money, and it's so difficult for her. He felt what he said made perfect sense and grew sadder for his sister, but his wife found it completely nonsensical. Helping with the mortgage and housework. So, Karina was born owing your family and deserves to do all these things? Is it helping you if your sister does it? Do you not have a share in this family? Does your nephew not have a share? Is everything mine alone? Her husband was speechless. She continued, you're incompetent and can't even pay the mortgage, so you have to rely on your sister. You have the audacity to blame me? Fulton, you're shameless. Speaking of your sister's marriage makes me angry. Do you think 180,000 renminbi dowry is much? Have you seen who she married? If she had 100 and gave you 50, it would show she values us. But if she has 1 million and still gives you 50, you should be grateful. Aren't you pitiful? 180,000 can't even buy half a wheel for her husband's car. If he's so wealthy, why can't he pay medical bills or hire a nanny? Why does he need your help? It's laughable that you and your sister tried to deceive me. Also, you say you don't have money. How could she ask you for money? Are you hiding money from me? Her brother was mentally and physically exhausted, unwilling to continue this argument. If you don't know whether I have money, who would? No matter how you put it, it's always your reasoning. Forget arguing. Can I at least send some financial help? I need to go, she's really anxious. Trying to push his wife aside, he reached for the phone. However, with mobility issues, he couldn't avoid his wife who was robust from years without work and carrying children. She pounced on him, pinning him down. Lying on the floor, Fulton held his armpits tightly with one hand grabbing his collar while pushing her off with the other. Will you ever stop? I'm going to lose my temper. You dare to lose your temper? I haven't even lost it yet. She slapped him hard across the face. You must have something to hide, otherwise, why are you acting like this? Release your hands. Not releasing. There's nothing. Keep this up, and you'll tear my clothes. Tear them if you must. Brantleaf is unbearable, why care about a piece of clothing? Attempting to pry his fingers open, she struggled as a woman lacking brute strength. Unable to budge him, she bit his hand. Ah. In pain, he loosened his grip. Taking the opportunity, she flung his jacket aside, exposing a red, crumpled property deed. Her eyes landed on the words, Resident Real Estate Certificate. Property deed? Whose is it? Ignoring the pain, he tried to snatch it back. It's Gwendolyn's. I'm temporarily holding it for her, give it back. But his wife quickly jumped up, fleeing to the kitchen entrance. Flipping through it, she saw the name, Fulton, glaringly obvious. Gwendolyn's? You expect me to be blind and illiterate? This character reads, Callan. You actually saved up a property without telling me, in this area too? Fulton, you. The story maintains the original tone and style, ensuring natural, fluent English translation. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Chapter 165, Gwendolyn's Machinations. It was over. After all this time of hiding it, she had finally found out. Knowing that divorce was now inevitable, Fulton got up from the ground with a heart like dead ashes and stared at her coldly. Yes, you've seen everything. I bought a house behind your back, I never intended to live sincerely with you, and I have someone else outside. Let's get divorced. For so long after marrying Fulton, though he wasn't very successful, he had always been diligent and devoted to their family. He also catered to her every need. Compared to others in the middle or upper class, they were modest, but among those from similar backgrounds and compared to other girls from her family, she lived a pretty good life. Though Karina often complained, she always appeared satisfied with her life when she visited her family. She never imagined that one day Fulton would betray her or that he would ever be this wealthy. This area, this house must cost millions. Her worldview collapsed, as did her entire world. Stuffing the property deed into her waistband, Karina sat on the ground crying loudly. Heavens! How terribly you deceived me. You ungrateful wretch. I took care of your home, raised your children, saved money with you, and gave you everything. Yet you betrayed me like this, you're not human. I'm calling my mom and brother to deal with you. You heartless traitor, wait till I finish with you. Fulton couldn't afford to consider her anymore, walking over and becoming rough. Give me the property deed, I need it now. As for your family, let them do what they want. I won't give it to you. Even if I die today, you can't take the deed from me. Karina huddled into a ball, tightly guarding the deed against her belly. Regardless of what happened with you and that third party, we are still married, so half of your assets belong to me. I say no means no. If you try to take it by force, I'll call the police and accuse you of domestic violence, making sure you leave with nothing. You. Gwendolyn called again, fearing his wife might call the police and accuse him of domestic violence, resulting in him losing everything. Reluctantly, he let go and answered Gwendolyn's call. Sorry, I can't make it right now. What happened? Gwendolyn hadn't expected this. Francesca was waiting at the hospital, and Ollie's life was at stake. He couldn't fail. What's going on? Where are you? Lying on the floor, Karina yelled towards Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn. After all these years of treating you like my own sister, you and your brother plotted against me like this. I won't let this go. This house is marital property between me and your brother, no one will take it without my consent. Stop dreaming. Your brother just hit me, now I'm accusing him of domestic violence and divorcing him. I'm making sure he leaves with nothing and having my family deal with him. You better wait. Hearing the shouting, Gwendolyn's heart sank. She knew getting the house back wouldn't be easy anytime soon. Though Ollie's life was crucial, her brother's and Adolph's lives were important too. Gwendolyn sighed. Sorry, Damien, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Stay home and calm down, Kira. Once I resolve things here, I'll explain to her. Don't act rashly. Her brother worried about her, what about you? Can you manage? I have to try. Time is running out. Gotta go. Ending the call, Gwendolyn sold her house and transferred 20 million yuan to Francesca's account before the bank closed. She then returned to the hospital. In the ward, Francesca lounged casually, playing on her phone. Gwendolyn approached her. Did you receive the transfer? Francesca glanced at her. We agreed on 40 million, why only 20 million? With everything on the line, Gwendolyn no longer hid anything. These 2 houses were bought secretly by A. Ainsworth. My brother and I each own one. Mine can be sold anytime, but... Francesca knew once money was in the hands of such people, getting it back would be tough. Gwendolyn was just showing off her righteousness. To make her give it back would mean her death. Is this a delaying tactic? Use 20 million to fool me and figure the rest out when A. Ainsworth returns? Machinations upon machinations, Gwendolyn, you've betrayed my trust. Seeing her misunderstanding, Gwendolyn knelt beside her, explaining earnestly. No, everything I said is true. Please believe me. Call A. Ainsworth if you don't believe me. I truly didn't know it was his money. I genuinely wish to repay you, but please don't harm Ollie. I'll go find my brother and get the other house back as quickly as possible. Trust me one more time, okay? Her acting was impeccable, looking genuinely tormented. Francesca enjoyed seeing her suffer. Glancing at the barely alive child on the bed, knowing she couldn't match her strength, Francesca found it amusing to push her further. I'll give you another half day. By 11 a.m. tomorrow, transfer the remaining 20 million. Any later. She smiled, tapping Ollie's 4-tube. Gwendolyn's heart skipped a beat. Francesca left, leaving Gwendolyn exhausted and resting beside Ollie until a nurse came to check on them. Having no one else to rely on, Gwendolyn asked the nurse, could you watch the child for me? I have something urgent to do and will be back shortly. The nurse nodded. Sure, but don't take too long. If the child wakes up looking for parents, it's difficult for us, and if there's an emergency, we can't proceed without a guardian's signature. I'll come back as soon as possible. Thank you. Leaving in a hurry, Gwendolyn took a cab to her brother's rented apartment. Before knocking, she heard Adolph's heart-wrenching cries and her sister-in-law's hysterical screams. She really didn't want to enter or argue but had no choice. Adolph opened the door for her. Seeing his tear-streaked face, Gwendolyn felt pity and wiped his face clean. Where's your father? In the room. Dad and Amina were arguing, and Amina was furious. Kira, I'm so scared. Picking him up, Gwendolyn asked, have you eaten? No. Amina said she wouldn't feed me and let me starve. Closing the door, Gwendolyn carried Adolph inside. At the room's entrance, she saw her brother sitting at the foot of the bed on the left and her sister-in-law on the right, both faces pale. Breathing heavily, her sister-in-law stopped cursing, clearly aware Gwendolyn had entered. ####Chapter 166, A Family of Wimps. Gwendolyn held Hendrix and entered the house. Damien, Eliana. Given how things had been going, she expected her sister-in-law to be aggressive and confrontational, lashing out at her in a fit of rage. Instead, as soon as Gwendolyn called out, her sister-in-law burst into tears with a wail. Jenna, you're finally back. Wah, your brother hit me today. After all these years of marriage, despite our ups and downs, he's never laid a hand on me before, but today. Wah. Gwendolyn was shocked and looked towards her brother. She never imagined that he would resort to violence for her sake. Regardless of the circumstances, it was wrong for a man to hit a woman. Damien, why did you? This time, Fulton lost his temper. She can beat me up every day, and when I finally stand up to her, she starts crying non-stop. Is she a human and I'm not? Does she feel pain and I don't? Every day, she belittles me, saying I'm useless, criticizing my job, complaining about following me has made her suffer. If that's how she feels, then let's divorce. You can have the house, Hendrik stays with me. You're still young, without a child and with a house, it won't hinder you from finding another partner. What do you have to cry about? Wah. Her sister-in-law cried even harder. Jenna, listen to what your brother is saying. Since you married someone successful, he's become bold. In the past, he would never dare speak like this to me. I followed him through thick and thin, and now he wants to kick me out, separating me from my son. My life is so bitter. Gwendolyn placed Hendrix beside her brother, who held him, while she approached her sister-in-law. Despite being annoyed, she tried to comfort her gently. He didn't mean it that way. You know how honest and loyal my brother is to you and Hendrix. It was just an argument, it wasn't intentional. Let me apologize on behalf of my brother. Eliana, please don't say things that could hurt Hendrix. He's growing up and understands everything. It's late, we should have dinner. I'll order some takeout, and we can eat together. As she reached for her phone to place the order, her brother stopped her. What are you doing? We need to talk about serious matters first. What happened to Ollie? Where's Ainsworth? Is Ollie sick, and why isn't he taking care of her? Why are you thinking of selling the house? This was also what the sister-in-law cared about most. She immediately stopped crying and stared at Gwendolyn with wide eyes. Gwendolyn had thought about this on the way over. To get her sister-in-law to give up the house, she had to tell her the whole truth. Ainsworth went out of town and won't be back for a while. Moreover, I can't rely on him anymore. We never officially got married. What? Let me finish, Eliana. Ainsworth is not an ordinary person. I didn't know this until recently when his Viviana came back from abroad. Turns out he's the president of the Mohammed Group. His family wouldn't allow him to marry me, especially since Ali isn't biologically his. Today, his Viviana came to me, demanding the money back. If I don't pay her, they'll evict Ali from the hospital and sue us. Her brother and sister-in-law exchanged glances, their shock evident. No wonder Jorge was so handsome, dressed well, drove a nice car, and looked so noble. He was the president of the Mohammed Group. Heaven. Gwendolyn actually managed to connect with the president of the Mohammed Group. The brothers' immediate reaction was to return the house. Their family couldn't aspire to such heights. Even if Gwendolyn hadn't brought along Ali, would they have had a good life? I always wondered why he spent so generously. He said some overseas Chinese wanted to buy our hometown house. Now I understand. Return it, return it. If you had told us he was from the Mohammed family, we wouldn't have taken a penny from him. How could he possibly have sincerely wanted to marry you? Jenna, you've been cheated again. Gwendolyn blushed, unable to respond, but her sister-in-law saw things differently. So what if he's from the Mohammed Group? They can bully people so easily. When we first met him, we didn't know who he was. He willingly pursued the relationship, and no one forced him. Why should we give everything back? This is called voluntary gift-giving. Being so wealthy, it's natural for him to spend money on girls during dating. But spending now and demanding repayment later, how can such a rich family say that? Her brother glared at her. So what are you saying? You don't want to return it? Jenna said Ainsworth's Viviana doesn't approve of her. Now it's his Viviana causing trouble. Even if she marries into the family, with such a Viviana-in-law, will she have a peaceful life? Eliana, we aren't saying we want to marry him. If he doesn't cherish it, we don't either. But we can't let him walk away without any effort after all this time. Isn't it unfair? Her brother. Her sister-in-law grabbed Gwendolyn's hand, trying to pull her up. Jenna, you're too naive, too easy to be taken advantage of. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. Forget the past, let's talk about now. Are you willing to return all the money, getting nothing in return? He'll use this money to marry someone else. Meanwhile, you'll struggle with Ali. Even if not for yourself, think of Ali. He has no shame, why should you? Gwendolyn. Eliana, you might not understand my situation. It's his Viviana. I know it's his Viviana. But in TV dramas, when rich families' Vivianas don't approve of a girl, they give her a check of 5 million or 10 million yuan. Why is this old lady from the Mohammed family so stingy? No matter what, you shouldn't return the money. You said it's not because Ainsworth disagrees but his Viviana. We won't return it, treating it as compensation for lost youth. It's a legal society, what can she do to you? Though her logic was skewed, it wasn't entirely illogical, but Gwendolyn couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Eliana, I have to return the house. Please don't try to dissuade me. The Mohammed family's influence is too powerful for me to challenge. If I truly anger his Viviana, she doesn't need to kill me directly, she has 100 ways to make my life unbearable. Consider this helping me. If they didn't know about the house, fine. But having known about it, her sister-in-law couldn't accept giving it up. From the moment she saw the property deed, she believed it belonged to her son. Even if Gwendolyn argued until she was blue in the face, she wouldn't give it up. Don't say so much. It's none of my business. Since the deed is under my brother's name, it's our joint property. Whatever happens between you and Ainsworth is none of my concern. Stop talking about it. Get up, I can't communicate with this wimpy brother and sister. I'm going to buy groceries. Translation ends here. This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring coherence with previous content while preserving paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 167, Gwendolyn's eldest Eliana arrives. As she spoke, her sister-in-law pushed Gwendolyn aside and was about to leave. Gwendolyn knew exactly what her sister-in-law was up to. Was it really for buying vegetables? This was clearly an attempt to escape with the property deed. While she's still inside this house, things are manageable. Once she leaves, it will be next to impossible to get her back. You can buy vegetables, but this house belongs to Gwendolyn, who urgently needs it now. Give her the deed. The brother placed Mohammed's Wang on the bed and lunged at his wife, but she dodged. Callan, if you touch me again, I'll call the police. It clearly has your name on it, how does it become hers? I don't care. You're my husband, and I won't give it. Move. The sister-in-law hid behind Gwendolyn, trying to force her way out, but Gwendolyn was infuriated. She slammed the door shut. Eliana, you can't leave. I've told you clearly, without returning the house, both me and Ali will die. Please don't be so greedy, think about us. You. The sister-in-law glanced at Gwendolyn, then looked back at Callan. What are you two trying to do? Rob me? Ganging up on me? Don't you have any shame? Fulton looked past her towards Gwendolyn. That's enough, she. Don't waste time with her. Lock the door and watch Mohammed's Wang. What are you doing? What are you planning, Fulton? Ah. Help. Someone. My husband is attacking me. Fulton shoved his wife onto the bed, and a scuffle ensued. The scene was too distressing, so Gwendolyn quickly covered Mohammed's Wang's eyes and ears as she embraced him tightly. Amidst the commotion, the brother finally managed to grab hold of the deed, only for the sister-in-law to fiercely clutch onto the other half. Ryup. The deed was torn in two. Amidst the sister-in-law's wailing and crying, Gwendolyn left her brother's house holding the damaged deed. The next morning at 7:30, Erin Ian had just come downstairs to prepare breakfast when she heard a security guard call Vanessa. Vanessa, is the young lady home? A woman is looking for her outside, claiming to be her eldest sister-in-law. Vanessa paused. Eldest sister-in-law? The young lady isn't here these days. What should we do? Should I ask her to come back another day? Considering this was the first visit from the young lady's family, and even though she wasn't home, others were present, it didn't feel right to turn her away. However, allowing her in without supervision posed risks. Afraid of making the wrong decision, she told the guard to wait. Let me check with the Jamie. Vanessa turned to head upstairs but saw Erin Ian. Erin Ian raised her eyebrows. What do you mean by young lady and eldest sister-in-law? Who are you calling? Vanessa had no choice but to explain. The young lady's eldest sister-in-law has arrived. Eldest sister-in-law? What does she do? Well, Master once praised her brother for being diligent and honest, working as a courier. Erin Ian's disdain was evident. It would be embarrassing if people found out that the prestigious Mohammed family was related to a courier. In such families, from the moment their daughters are born, their biggest hope is usually to marry them into wealthy families for mutual benefit. With Gwendolyn hospitalized with her child, her sister-in-law choosing to come here rather than visit her must not have good intentions. Stop calling her young lady. Ainsworth isn't married yet. From now on, don't refer to her like that. Marvin, have you been in the Mohammed family for so long and still don't understand the rules? How could you let such a person in? Did you need to consult the master? Vanessa flushed, lowering her head. Indeed, given the young lady's humble background, Erin wouldn't favor her family, nor treat them kindly. I understand, Erin. I'll inform the guard. As Vanessa turned to leave, Erin Ian remembered something. Wait. Let her in. Shortly after, the guard drove the sister-in-law to the entrance of the Jamie's villa. From the inquiry until reaching the Mohammed family villa, Emery felt utterly awestruck. She often watched dramas where the tycoons' homes were lavish and majestic. Despite claiming to be well-traveled, the difference between TV and reality struck her hard. It was too big and too beautiful. Big enough that cars were needed to reach living quarters from the entrance. Beautiful enough that every inch of the garden, including the stones lining the path, was breathtaking. Emery felt fortunate for her foresight in dressing up, applying makeup, and bringing gifts before visiting. Otherwise, she would look like a bumpkin in this environment. The Jamie had asked Vanessa to greet her. Seeing her inspect the surroundings upon alighting, Vanessa approached. Hello, you must be the young lady's sister-in-law. I'm the housekeeper here. Welcome. The young lady and young master aren't home today, but Minerva and the Jamie are expecting you. Please come in. Despite her age, Vanessa, having served the Mohammed family for over 20 years, exuded elegance and grace typical of high society. Emery smiled inwardly. Given the Mohammed family's wealth, even the security booth was worth more than her entire home. To quibble over a few million seemed laughable. Vanessa took the box of milk and bottle of wine from her, leading her inside. In the living room, by the dining table, Erin Ian cast a cold glance. Emery saw a graceful woman in her 30s, exquisitely made up and noble-looking, somewhat resembling Jorge but Ricardor of their relation. Polite introductions were made. Hi, I'm Gwendolyn's sister-in-law, Emery. And you are? She is the elder Hannah of our household, Ainsworth's Viviana. Vanessa introduced. Emery was inwardly shocked. Jorge's Viviana. Wow, she looks incredibly young for her age. Feeling awkward, Emery called her Misty anyway. So young and beautiful. This is my first visit, unsure what to bring. Thought the family lacks nothing, so brought some small gifts. Please don't mind. Erin Ian glanced at the presents, her disdain obvious. What brings you here early? Is there anything specific? She didn't invite Emery to sit nor stood to greet her, maintaining an air of superiority. Just because you're rich, acting all high and mighty. Emery sat opposite Erin Ian. It's just a minor matter. Dropped off my kid and thought I'd drop by. Haven't eaten yet? Please start eating. Minor matter? Just passing by. No one casually drops by the Mohammed family compound, she sure dares to say that. #### chapter 168, if you don't give me, I'll find a journalist to publish it. Minerva had completely lost her appetite and just wanted to get rid of her quickly. Just tell me what you want, she said bluntly. Karina hadn't expected her to be so direct without even making small talk. She had intended to be more polite, but since Minerva wanted her to get straight to the point, she would do just that. I know you're busy. Since you asked me to speak directly, I won't waste any more of your time. My younger sister Gwendolyn has been dating Ainsworth for quite some time now. Not long ago, Ainsworth even came over to our place for dinner. My family thinks he's a great match, and we fully support their relationship. Nonsense. Minerva only felt like rolling her eyes. Every famous lady in the upper echelons of Fabiansheng was competing to marry into the Mohammed family. For someone from their background, being able to latch on to Ainsworth, of course they'd think highly of him. Minerva struggled to contain her anger as she listened to Karina. But we didn't know about Ainsworth's true identity at first. We thought he was just an ordinary office worker. So, as long as he and Gwendolyn were happy together, we didn't ask for anything else. Recently, Ainsworth told my husband that a returning overseas Chinese person wanted to buy our ancestral home back in our hometown. He said it had good feng shui and was willing to pay a high price for it. So we sold it. We didn't realize it was Ainsworth who bought it with his own money. So it was about the house. Indeed, nothing comes without reason. 20 million yuan, it would take 2 lifetimes for a family like theirs to earn that much. Now that she wanted it back, of course they were all worried sick. So, what do you really want? Hannah, this is what I mean. Don't call me Hannah. Excuse me, how old are you? Karina was only 2 years older than Gwendolyn, just 25, but she was naturally a bit overweight with average looks. Although she made an effort to dress up today, all she did was paint her face whiter, darken her eyebrows, and color her lips red, nothing that made her look younger. Honestly, sitting next to someone as well-preserved as Minerva, it was embarrassing to call her madam. Caught off guard, Karina held back her retort for the sake of the money. I was thinking that since Gwendolyn and Ainsworth have been together for so long, and certain things have already happened between them, and being girls, if you don't approve of Gwendolyn and want them to break up, we understand because we know our limitations. But there should still be some compensation for her lost youth, right? Compensation for lost youth? Minerva laughed out loud. So you came here today to ask for money? Just because Gwendolyn is a girl, and Ainsworth supposedly took advantage of her, we have to pay you? Isn't that right? Karina retorted defiantly, looking at Minerva's sarcastic smile. Wouldn't you give us something? You come from such a wealthy family, it wouldn't be fair to bully us, would it? Minerva couldn't stop laughing. Excuse me, what's your name? My name is Karina. Karina, whether Gwendolyn got our address from you or found it herself doesn't matter. You can use your hands and feet to find out the truth. Who exactly took advantage of whom in their relationship? A woman who is unmarried and already has a child, following your logic, shouldn't you ask the biological father for more compensation? How rich you could have become by now. Why are you asking only Ainsworth? Karina was speechless. We aren't withholding payment. People need to have limits and know when to be satisfied. Gwendolyn received plenty of gifts and allowances during her time with Ainsworth. Even the expenses for this period alone would probably cover 10 dowries in your household. Talking about compensation for lost youth is really going too far. Gwendolyn had received many gifts and allowance from him. Karina had no idea. She instantly blamed Gwendolyn in her heart. Clearly reaping benefits while still complaining to her brother about being poor, how despicable. If it were someone with a thin skin, they would have backed down by now. But Karina wasn't just anyone. A 20 million yuan house. To let this opportunity slip away would mean never catching another big break in her life. It isn't about not being satisfied, it's about the principle. Ainsworth gave us the house as a gift during their relationship. There's no such rule that once a gift is given, it can be taken back. Minerva shook her head, finding this woman's audacity unbelievable. Greed will eventually lead to one's downfall. Let me make it clear. What if I insisted on taking back that gift? Then you're awfully stingy. At this point, Karina was also fuming. This marriage was doomed anyway, she had nothing to lose. I've checked, Mohammed Corporation is one of the biggest groups in Fabiansheng, worth billions. 20 million is peanuts to you. Still, you're trying to take it back? Too stingy. The logic of the poor is always self-serving. The poorer, the more righteous. Unfortunately for Karina, Minerva wasn't buying it. The wealth of Mohammed Corporation wasn't just dropped from the sky. Do you think we deserve to be treated like charities for working hard to earn it? Following your logic, would Mohammed Corporation even survive? Not every woman in Mohammed Corporation sleeps with Ainsworth. If you insist on taking it back, I'll find a journalist to publish it. Mohammed Corporation bullies people, sleeps with them, and then demands property back. See whose face will be ruined when this gets publicized. Minerva raised an eyebrow again. Was this woman threatening her? In all her years, this was the first time someone dared to threaten her. Finding a journalist to publish it? Only someone as desperate as her would think of that. Was it your idea or Gwendolyn's suggestion? Didn't she say she cared about reputation? Publishing it? She doesn't fear losing face anymore. Karina's tone softened a little. She's a single Viviana struggling to raise a child. At this point, what does face matter? Hannah, please, have pity on her and forget about the property. We can part ways amicably, never bothering you again. All right? If Minerva agreed, wouldn't she be letting a commoner get away with blackmail? Ridiculous. Kira Marving, please escort this guest out. Remember her face, block her, and don't let any riffraff in again. Find a journalist? Go ahead. I'm waiting. You. Kira Marving was surprised by Karina's boldness. She bargained openly with the madam and escalated the situation so quickly. She hurried to show her out, but Karina refused to leave. I've never met such a stingy rich lady. In TV dramas, when wealthy ladies disagree with their sons marrying someone, they just hand over a check. If you think 20 million is too much, I'll settle for less. Let's follow TV dramas, give me 5 million. Once I get the check, I promise never to come back. To be continued. Chapter 169, Brantley listened to this. Is this what a human would do? What, did she learn that from TV dramas? Giving her a 5 million yuan check too? This woman must be crazy. Had I known she was so unsophisticated, I shouldn't have let her in. Not even a word of nonsense should have been exchanged with her. Hannah Mohammed completely lost interest in dealing with her anymore and got up to leave the dining table, heading upstairs. Vanessa held Karina's hand. Without the young master and madam around, it's not good for you to shout like this. Go back first and call the madam if there's anything. Let's discuss over the phone. I'm not going back. If you don't give me a proper explanation today and provide us justice, I won't leave, even if I die. Not only did Karina refuse to leave, she also shook off Vanessa's hand and lay on the ground with a thud. If you have the guts, kill me. Isn't everything just a matter of money and power? Kill all of us and nothing would happen. Come on. Come on. Philippe hadn't woken up yet, but her shouting startled him. Vanessa was terrified and hurriedly knelt beside her. Let's talk when you stand up. Don't yell. Be a good girl and come outside with me. We can slowly talk there, okay? Karina shrugged off her hand. Do you think I'm stupid? Once I leave this door, would I ever get in again? I'm not leaving. And I say it again, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll live here. Hannah Mohammed had already walked to the corner of the second floor. Hearing this, she coldly barked at Vanessa. Why waste words on her? Call the housekeeper to bring in 2 security guards and toss her out. Vanessa had no choice but to call the housekeeper. Hannah Mohammed turned around, ready to continue upstairs, but unexpectedly ran into Philippe. What happened? Why all the noise early in the morning? Who's down there? Hannah Mohammed was afraid her shouting would alarm Philippe, but what you fear always happens. She hurriedly said nothing serious was happening, trying to coax Philippe back to his room, but downstairs, Karina not only didn't shut up, she started banging on the floor with both hands and cried out for justice as if appealing to the heavens. Philippe wasn't deaf. I'm not so deaf and blind that I can't hear or see. You want to hide it from me? What exactly is going on? I'll go down and see. Hannah Mohammed thought about it. Perhaps it was fine for Philippe to see the true nature of she's family. Dad, I was just worried that such uneducated people shouting early in the morning might upset you. Since you insist on hearing it yourself, let me tell you, it's Gwendolyn's sister-in-law, here to ask us for money. Oh. Philippe glanced back at her. Gwendolyn's sister-in-law? Just her alone? Philippe had a pretty good impression of Gwendolyn's brother and naturally assumed her sister-in-law was also kind and honest. Asked this way, Hannah Mohammed couldn't help laughing bitterly. Do you want more than one? One person has been troublesome enough. Philippe quickly went downstairs. As he reached the first floor corner, he saw a short and plump woman lying on the floor, wearing a flowered dress, shouting and banging on the floor furiously. This is Gwendolyn's sister-in-law. She says so herself. In a flash, the housekeeper led 2 security guards who rushed in. Without a word, they grabbed Karina's arms and were about to drag her out, but Philippe raised his hand to stop them. Stop. The guards looked up at Philippe. Go out first, I'll talk to her. Everyone left, leaving only Hannah Mohammed, Philippe, and Karina. Karina adjusted her dress and looked at Tracy walking towards her. Though silver-haired and wrinkled, he was tall and thin, dressed in beige casual clothes, tall and fit, with a spirited demeanor. She guessed this must be Jorge's grandfather. Are you Cyan's grandpa? Had I known you were here, I wouldn't have spoken so much with her. An elder must handle this kind of situation. Karina introduced herself fearlessly to Philippe. I am Gwendolyn's sister-in-law, here to seek justice for her. Philippe, you're a big shot and a man, with a statesman's broad mind. You wouldn't be petty like her, right? Ignoring Vanessa now and pointing at herself while calling Hannah Mohammed petty? This crazy woman. Philippe glanced sideways at Hannah Mohammed, whose face had turned green from anger, and gestured to Karina to speak. I'm Cyan's grandfather, sit down first. You don't need to shout, I'm not deaf. Sit down and speak calmly. What happened with Gwendolyn? Why are you seeking justice? Karina plopped down at the dining table and looked at Philippe. I bet you don't know, it's all because of her. She pointed at Hannah Mohammed, speaking with disdain. She doesn't approve of Gwendolyn, saying our family is too poor and unworthy of your family, insisting Cyan break up with Gwendolyn. Yesterday, Gwendolyn came home crying like a teary mess, asking for the deed to sell our house to repay your family's money. Tell me, is this what a human being would do? Even though we had a child without being married, we never hid it from you, did we? Since day one, you knew we were like this but still wanted to interact with us, meaning you weren't repulsed. After dating for so long, you suddenly dump us and demand repayment. Where in the world does this exist? Philippe listened, his eyebrows twitching, then turned to look at Hannah Mohammed. Is what she said true? Hannah Mohammed admired Annabelle's ability to twist things around. You know, Dad, I've always been clear about my opinion of Gwendolyn. There's no need to explain further. But regarding repayment, nobody mistreated Gwendolyn during her time with us, right? She's already gotten quite a bit, yet she secretly persuaded Cyan to buy her a 40 million yuan house. Dad, did you know this? Philippe was unaware. The Mohammed family clearly had its own real estate company and numerous developed properties, keeping several villas for themselves. Why would they need to buy houses separately? What exactly happened? Karina quickly explained the house purchase incident again. Philippe listened and handled it fairly. So it was Cyan who offered it on his own accord, and Gwendolyn wasn't aware. The kid, even if wanting to make up for Gwendolyn and make her happy, didn't need to go this far. With so many houses, he could just offer one directly. Why spend the money? Hannah Mohammed, Dad, aren't you missing the point? Gwendolyn obviously knew our family had plenty of properties and didn't need to buy more. Yet she kept insisting on accepting Cyan's gift. Doesn't that show ulterior motives? She seemed prepared to take advantage of the situation and retire whenever she wanted. You believe her claim of ignorance? Why trust her so much? Besides, just because she says she's Gwendolyn's sister-in-law, she is? True, listening to one side isn't enough to confirm the facts. Philippe resolved the issue swiftly. Alright, stop arguing. If you really want to figure out what happened, just call Cyan and Gwendolyn back. Wouldn't that clarify everything? Hashtag chapter 170, a country bumpkin in the Grandview Garden. Yes, call Ainsworth to ask him to come back. Karina had a good impression of Jorge and felt that he wasn't the type to be petty. If he came back and found out his Viviana was doing such things behind his back, he would surely support Gwendolyn. Maybe there's still hope for him and Gwendolyn. Karina quickly agreed, but Amaris disagreed. Ainsworth has business at the company, he's on a business trip elsewhere. Even if he weren't on a trip, can he really drop everything every time there's a bit of romantic trouble? Father, between the two of us, we're over 100 years old. Can't we handle this small matter without having to call Ainsworth back? That would be quite a laughingstock. Indeed. For a grown man to run home because of such trivial matters would be rather ridiculous. The elderly man dropped the idea. It was fine before, when Ainsworth and Jenna were getting along well. Why did so many problems arise once you returned? He shot Amaris a reproachful glance. If you don't want to cause trouble for Ainsworth, then let it go. In any case, these are our family properties. What difference does it make whose name is on the deed? Haven't you already gotten one back? Leave the other one alone. Let's just put this matter to rest. Amaris remained silent. Just as she was about to continue arguing with Tracy, her phone rang. Annoyed, she took it out, ready to hang up, but saw it was from the real estate company. She walked aside to take the call. The real estate company told her, Hannah, Gwendolyn brought another house deed, but it was torn in half. Even if we taped it back together, it wouldn't be usable. Reissuing a new deed will take about half a month. Should we postpone it by half a month? What? Gwendolyn brought the deed? But it was broken? What was the point of bringing it if it was ruined? Trying to mock them? They underestimate this family way too much. They have more schemes than anyone else. Thinking about being tricked by such common folk made Amaris furious. No way. Wait for me, I'll handle it personally. It must be taken care of today. With that, she ignored Tracy and Karina, coldly leaving the living room. Karina watched her storm off and shook her head at Tracy. At first, I was very supportive of Gwendolyn marrying Ainsworth, but now. No wonder Gwendolyn wants her own house. Look at how difficult it would be to live with a Viviana in-law like her. Philippe, what do you think? Not to speak ill of Hannah, but she underestimates people and is very domineering. The elderly man looked at Karina. Despite her loud voice and clumsy methods, her straightforwardness, which didn't hide anything, was quite endearing. She's always been like that, spoiled since childhood. Ollie is already grown up, how could Ainsworth and Gwendolyn break up so easily? Enough, enough. Let's not stir up trouble for them. Alright, I'll listen to you. You are a fair elder. With your support for Gwendolyn, I'm reassured. Karina smiled and complimented Tracy. Just now, who was she calling? Is she going to deal with our house? Philippe, please help us. Gwendolyn cried yesterday over the house, and if she finds out it's been snatched again today, she'll definitely be angry with Ainsworth. The elderly man remained calm. I know. I'll handle it. I need to eat breakfast. Have you eaten yet? Would you like to join me? Despite Karina's boldness, she knew it was time to leave after the conversation reached this point. No, no. I got up early to send my child to school and have already eaten. I'll be going. Philippe, remember our situation, okay? I will. Don't worry. I never go back on my word. Karina stood up smiling and was about to leave and she noticed Bird's Nest on the dining table. Hey, this is Bird's Nest, right? I've seen it on TV, but it's my first time seeing it in person. It looks great. Since Hannah went out and won't be eating it, it'd be a waste if it gets cold. Can I have it before I leave? The elderly man laughed and waved her on. Go ahead. If you like it, take some home. Karina wolfed down the bird's nest in a few bites. Delicious. Delicious. The elderly man called Vanessa. Do we have more bird's nest? Give her some to take home. Is there anything else you like? Deer antler? Ginseng? Take whatever you want. Anything we have, bring it back with you. Vanessa admired Karina's boldness. We do. Sister, come with me. I don't know what you like, so pick for yourself. Karina happily followed Vanessa to the kitchen and soon emerged with a large bag full of goodies. This big family has so many beautiful things. I like them all, hee hee. My Viviana has never seen such things in her life. I'll bring some back for her to try. Philippe, you won't laugh at me, will you? Why would I? Your filial piety is rare. I'll leave now, Philippe. I'll visit you again when I have time. Mohammed's Viviana personally drove off to the real estate company. Opening the door to the waiting room, she saw Gwendolyn sitting with a staff member. Glancing at Gwendolyn disapprovingly, she turned directly to the staff member. Which department is responsible for issuing deeds? I'll go greet them and ask for expedited service. Let's go. That would certainly speed things up. The staff member prepared to accompany her. Miss Chu, please stay here. We'll return soon. The deed is in your brother's name, so he needs to come in person with his ID. Gwendolyn regarded the house with indifference. Since she brought the deed here, it clearly meant nothing to her. Pulling out her phone, she was about to call her brother when the door opened again. The sales manager hurried in. Hannah, the Ismail just called. He glanced at Gwendolyn and Mohammed's Viviana, unsure how to proceed. Mohammed's Viviana expected this interference from Tracy and snapped. What did he say? He ordered us not to process your transaction with Miss Chu. Mohammed's Viviana was boiling with anger, reaching her limit. She slammed her Hermes purse on the ground. And if I insist on processing it? The manager and the clerk flinched. We are following orders, Hannah. Please don't make things difficult for us. Gwendolyn, who had worked before, understood the plight of employees. She didn't want to create trouble for them or watch Mohammed's Viviana get upset over a house. It's fine. Continue processing it. If the gentleman asks, I'll explain to him. Caitlin, you go ahead. As she was about to call her brother again, Mohammed's Viviana's phone rang. Checking the screen, she was almost ready to throw the phone. One was putting on an act here, while the other was putting on an act for Tracy. Collaborating to infuriate her? Fine. Wait until they cry later. Translation notes. Chapter 170, A Country Bumpkin Enters the Grand View Garden. Yes, call Jorge and ask him to come back. Karina had a good impression of Jorge and felt that he wasn't a petty person. If he came back and found out his Viviana did this behind his back, he would surely side with Gwendolyn. Maybe there was still hope for Jorge and Gwendolyn's relationship. Karina quickly agreed, but Mohammed's Viviana disagreed. Jorge has work at the company and is on a business trip out of town. Even if he weren't on a business trip, can he just neglect serious matters for these trifling personal issues every day? Dad, we are over 100 years old combined. It's laughable if we can't handle such a small matter without calling him back. Indeed, a man wouldn't run home for such trivialities. It would be ridiculous. The elderly man gave up the idea. There was nothing wrong originally. Jorge and Gwendolyn were getting along well. Why did so many problems arise after you came back? He gave Mohammed's Viviana a reproachful look. If you're so unwilling to trouble Jorge, don't fuss over this. It's all our family property. It doesn't matter whose name it's under. Haven't you already reclaimed one set? Leave the other alone. Let's put an end to this matter. Mohammed's Viviana was speechless. Just as she was about to continue arguing with Tracy, her phone rang. Irritated, she was about to hang up, but the screen showed it was from the real estate company. She stepped aside to take the call. The real estate representative told her, Hannah, Gwendolyn brought another property deed over, but it was torn in half. Even if taped together, it's unusable. It takes half a month to issue a new deed. Can we postpone it by half a month? What? Gwendolyn brought the deed over but tore it? What was the point of that? Trying to show off? Mohammed's Viviana was furious, thinking they were being toyed with by a bunch of city slickers. No. Wait for me, I'll handle it personally. It must be resolved today. Saying this, Mohammed's Viviana ignored Tracy and Karina, striding past them out of the room with a cold face. Karina watched her storm out and shook her head at Tracy. At first, I supported Gwendolyn's marriage to Jorge, but now? No wonder Gwendolyn wants her own house. Look at what kind of life you'd have living with such a Viviana-in-law. I'm not saying anything bad about your wife, but she really looks down on people and is too domineering. The elderly man looked at Karina. Although she was loud and tactless, her straightforwardness was refreshing. She's always been like this, spoiled since childhood. With Tingting grown up, how could Jorge and Gwendolyn break up so easily? Let's drop it and not cause more trouble for them. Alright, I'll listen to you. You're a reasonable elder. With you supporting Gwendolyn, I feel relieved. Karina smiled slyly, agreeing with Tracy. Who was she calling just now? Is she going to handle the house issue? Philippe, you must help us. Gwendolyn cried yesterday because of the house. If she finds out it's been taken again, she will definitely be upset with Jorge. The elderly man remained calm. I know. I'll handle it. I need to have breakfast. Haven't you eaten yet? Marvin to join me? Despite her thick skin, Karina knew it was time to leave. No, I woke up early to send my kid to school and have already eaten. I'll go then. Philippe, remember our matter, alright? Of course, I remember. Rest assured. I always keep my word. Karina grinned and stood up, ready to leave. She glanced at the bird's nest soup on the table. Wow, this is bird's nest? I've seen it on TV but never in person. It looks nice. Since Caitlin isn't here, she won't eat it, right? It would be a waste to let it get cold. Can I have it before I leave? The elderly man chuckled and waved his hand. Go ahead, if you like it, take some home. Karina devoured the bird's nest in 2 bites. Delicious. Delicious. The elderly man called Vanessa into the room. Do we have any more bird's nest? Give her some to take home. Do you like anything else? Deer antler? Ginseng? Take whatever you want from what we have. Vanessa admired Karina's ability to be so cheerful. We do have more. Sister, come with me. I don't know what you like, so choose yourself. Karina happily followed Vanessa to the kitchen and soon returned with a large bag of goodies. Rich families sure have plenty of things. They're beautiful, and I like every single one. My mom hasn't seen these things in her life either. I'll bring some back for her to try. Philippe, you won't laugh at me, right? Not at all. It's commendable you care for your parents. I'll go then, Philippe. I'll visit you when I have time. Mohammed's Viviana drove herself to the real estate company at high speed. Pushing open the door of the waiting room, she saw Gwendolyn and a staff member waiting. Glaring at Gwendolyn, she directly spoke to the staff member. Which department handles deeds? I'll personally ask them to expedite the process. Let's go. The staff member nodded, ready to follow her. Miss Chu, please stay here, we'll be back shortly. The deed has your brother's name on it, so he needs to come in person with his ID. Gwendolyn didn't value the property much. Since she brought the deed, it showed she didn't cherish it. She took out her phone to call her brother, but the door opened again. The sales manager hurriedly entered. Hannah, Tracy just called. He glanced at Gwendolyn and Mohammed's Viviana, looking troubled. Mohammed's Viviana knew Tracy was meddling and said irritably. What did he say? He instructed us not to proceed with the transaction between you and Miss Chu. Mohammed's Viviana's temper reached its peak. She slammed her Hermes bag on the ground. And if I insist? The manager and staff were startled. We are following orders. Hannah, please don't make things difficult for us. Gwendolyn understood the plight of employees and didn't want to see Mohammed's Viviana get so angry over a house. It's fine, continue processing. If Mr. asks, I'll explain. Caitlin, please hurry. As she prepared to call her brother, Mohammed's Viviana's phone rang again. She checked the screen and almost threw her phone in anger. One was acting here, and one was performing in front of Tracy. Were they teaming up to provoke her? Fine. Just wait and see who cries later. Maintained paragraph structure and style for narrative coherence. Provided a natural, fluent English translation ensuring grammatical accuracy and stylistic consistency. ##### Chapter 171. Isn't this sending her to her death? Francesca, fuming, stormed out of the real estate company and got into her car. She dialed Robert's number as she drove. When will President Mohammed be back? Robert, unaware of the issues between Francesca and Gwendolyn, thought she was calling for something important related to Jorge. He replied truthfully. He's coming back today. His flight was at 9 a.m., he should have arrived at the airport by now. Francesca glanced at the dashboard clock, 8:10, and immediately hung up on Robert before calling her old friend Mr. Brantley. When he answered her call, Mr. Brantley was surprised. Jia Hui? It's been such a long time since we last spoke. Why are you calling me now? How have you been? Francesca replied, to be honest, not too well. I'm in Fabiansheng right now, and I'm calling because I need your help. Brantley, you must agree. Seeing how serious her tone was, Mr. Brantley thought something major must have happened. Francesca explained, Cyan is currently in Shangcheng. No matter what, please find an excuse to keep him here for 2 days. At least 2 days, the longer the better. Can you do that? Mr. Brantley was taken aback. Did something happen, Jia Hui? I'll explain everything later. Suffice to say, this is very important to me. I'm doing this for my child's sake, Brantley. Please help me. Mr. Brantley had known Demi for most of his life. As parents, he knew she wouldn't harm her son. We're both parents. I understand how you feel. All right, I won't ask any more. Thank you, Brantley. I'll visit you once I handle this. Just as Jorge was about to go through security, he received a call from Bohan Brantley. 10 minutes later, he turned around and went back to the hotel. Bohan Brantley sent a WeChat message to Francesca, done. Francesca drove to the hospital. The vixen had bullied her this far. If she didn't show her strength, it would seem like she, Demi, had lived these 50 years for nothing. Cyan was confused and shouldn't have been given decision-making power from the start. While he was away, she would take decisive action and put an end to it all. Hannah. As she entered the department, she ran into a doctor who was making rounds. Francesca pulled him into the office. How is Gwendolyn Tion doing today? The same. Francesca looked toward the door, which was closed, but she still approached the doctor cautiously, lowering her voice to a whisper. Over the next 2 days, add all the drugs into her system. By the latest, by tomorrow night, I don't want to see her anymore. The doctor's eyes widened in confusion. Previously, when Gwendolyn Tion was diagnosed with leukemia, President Mohammed had rushed her here, showing great concern and even donating blood, which caused a hemolytic reaction. This doctor had handled that situation and suspected a possible father-daughter relationship based on blood type and hemolysis. But it wasn't his place to mention it since President Mohammed himself hadn't suspected anything, so the matter had been left unresolved. Unexpectedly, Gwendolyn Tion was brought back to the hospital again, still by President Mohammed, who showed immense worry and care. Seeing President Mohammed's pain, the doctor had hesitated about whether to share his suspicions, but then Hannah had gotten involved. She asked him to add a component that inhibits red blood cell division into Gwendolyn Tion's medication. With her already low red blood cell count, this was practically sentencing her to death. The doctor was terrified. He didn't understand what Hannah was up to, and now she was asking for something even more sinister. Even though this could be covered up if handled properly, it was highly unethical, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. Besides, Gwendolyn Tion was so lovely and beautiful. If President Mohammed found out afterward and pursued it. There are no secrets that can be kept forever. I'd risk my life for this. Hannah, why? Francesca stared at him. Why, are you scared? Dr. Marvin, you're a smart man. I chose you because I trust and value you. Just follow my instructions, and you won't regret it. The doctor knew Francesca's capabilities and that defying her once meant there'd be dire consequences later, but it's not that I'm scared. There's something you should know to avoid future misunderstandings. Francesca couldn't stand the hesitation of a grown man and urged him impatiently. What else? Speak clearly. This Gwendolyn Tion seems to have a blood relation with President Mohammed, but he doesn't know about it. What? The doctor recounted the hemolytic reaction incident to Francesca. Francesca didn't believe it and questioned him. You yourself said there are many causes for hemolytic reactions. Why are you so sure it's this one? If she really were Cyan's child, wouldn't Cyan know? And wouldn't Gwendolyn know? Dr. Marvin replied, that's why I've always been puzzled and haven't told anyone. But better safe than sorry, Hannah. After all, lives are at stake. We shouldn't act rashly. Perhaps you can give me some time and provide samples for a DNA test between you and Gwendolyn Tion? Francesca was momentarily hesitant. She never imagined Amy might actually be Jorge's daughter. No wonder the old man always said Amy resembled young Cyan. It might be a psychological effect, but her preconceived notions made her hate Amy and refuse to acknowledge her resemblance to Cyan. How quickly can we get results? I'll expedite it. 20 hours should be enough. A minute later, Francesca and the doctor appeared in Amy's ward. Gwendolyn hadn't returned from the real estate company yet, and Amy lay weakly in bed, her eyes closed tightly. She was so tiny, yet her features were so delicate. Despite her pale face and colorless lips, her large eyes, long lashes, high nose bridge, and slightly upturned mouth. The more Francesca looked, the more she saw similarities to young Cyan. Francesca's heart trembled. Could it be that Cyan's first child, the precious granddaughter of the Mohammed family, whom she had yearned for so long, was born to the vixen she despised the most? Hurry up. I want the results by this time tomorrow. The doctor clipped 2 strands of hair from Amy and, daringly, asked Francesca for a strand before quickly leaving the ward. Gwendolyn rushed back in a taxi, pushed open the door, and saw Francesca sitting beside Amy's bed, caressing her hand, nearly causing her heart to stop. Caitlin. Recalling Francesca's harsh words over the house yesterday and the recent scene at the real estate company, Gwendolyn thought she had come to settle accounts. She threw her bag to the ground and lunged at her. Chapter 172, Have the guts to aim for your son's success. She rushed to the bedside, spreading her arms weakly to shield Amy from Amaris. Amy is just a child, she's only 3 years old. She doesn't understand anything. If you have anger, direct it at me. I beg you, please don't make things hard for her. She hasn't had many good days since birth, and now she's so seriously ill. Gwendolyn's heart ached as she thought about her poor daughter who still had no surgery arranged. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. She hadn't intended to appear weak in front of Amaris, but this was her Achilles heel, and she couldn't control herself. I really have no fantasies about Ainsworth. I've never dreamed of marrying into the Mohammed family. I only want what's best for my daughter. Please give me some time. Once her surgery is done, we'll leave. You can send people to watch over me every day. If I don't leave by then, you can kill me. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. At this moment, seeing Gwendolyn sobbing and protecting her daughter, Mohammed's Viviana couldn't help but be moved. Although Gwendolyn was cunning and liked to play mind games, her love for her child didn't seem fake. Considering she had some redeeming qualities, Mohammed's Viviana decided not to be too harsh on her. After staring at Gwendolyn for a few seconds, Mohammed's Viviana silently left the ward. The whole day, Gwendolyn was on edge, and Mohammed's Viviana was preoccupied. It seemed that from the moment the doctor mentioned the possibility of Amy being Ainsworth's daughter, something subtle had changed in her heart. She no longer disliked Amy or found her irksome. Gwendolyn's plea kept echoing in her head. She's just a child, she's only 3 years old. She hasn't had many good days and is now so seriously ill. If she really were her precious granddaughter, just thinking about it made her heart ache unbearably. But then Amaris couldn't quite figure it out. If Amy truly was Ainsworth's daughter, why wouldn't Gwendolyn seize this perfect opportunity to cling to Ainsworth? How could Ainsworth and Gwendolyn, two intelligent people, not know Amy was their daughter? What happened? What occurred in the past? With nothing else to do and unable to bear her curiosity, Amaris began investigating personally. Before long, she discovered the existence of Kenzie. Turned out Ainsworth and Gwendolyn had only recently started interacting frequently. For several years before that, he had spent more of his time and money on a woman named Kenzie. After being fired from the People's Hospital for falsely accusing Gwendolyn in a shopping mall, Kenzie spent a few days in jail, leaving her with a criminal record. With no way to work at a regular job, she stayed home all day. Initially, returning home as a university graduate from abroad and Ainsworth's girlfriend, with such a decent job, her family welcomed her warmly. But as time passed, since she refused to work and the Mohammed family stopped visiting, and the supermarket business declined, they became dissatisfied with her. Today, waking up late again at around 10, Kenzie was greeted by a barrage of scolding from her Viviana. Look at you. A college graduate from abroad, yet you don't go to work, don't even wash your face, and just sleep all day. How disgraceful is that? My father and I are getting older and still have to support you. Business isn't doing well. We wanted you to ask Ainsworth to help us change our business direction, but you don't do it. My dear, when will you grow up? Kenzie felt confident because she knew everything her family had came from her relationship with Jorge. Without her, they were nobody. No one had the right to criticize her, so she dismissed her Viviana's complaints. Move away. You're stifling me. I need to use the bathroom, leave me alone. Each time she reacted like this, her Viviana grew increasingly frustrated. What's wrong with you? Why did you quit a good job? Were you uncomfortable in the hospital, or did someone treat you unfairly? If you feel bad, talk to Ainsworth. He can move you to an easier department. Missing work so much, you might lose your job. Not working is fine. Considering Ainsworth, do they still pay you? In essence, weren't they just complaining she wasn't earning money? Ignoring her Viviana, Kenzie sat on the toilet. They don't pay me. That crappy hospital, I don't like it and won't go back. Can you stop asking? Her Viviana's eyes nearly bulged out in shock. That excellent hospital that many people struggle to get into, you say you don't like? So, it explains why Ainsworth hasn't had anyone visit us lately. Could he be upset about this? Tien, how can I explain to you? If you don't know what to say, then don't. Apart from nagging all day, what other talents do you have? A village woman who barely knows how to read, preaching to me about life? Why not preach to your son? Brant like he's doing great. If you have any real skill, aim to make him successful. As they argued, her equally unmotivated brother walked out, dressed stylishly, chewing gum, ready for a date. Their Viviana shouted at him, "Stop. Where are you going?" "I won't be eating lunch at home today, I have a friend meeting me." "Stop. All you do is hang out with riffraff and freeload. When will you find a proper job? At your age, you should be dating and getting married, not just idling around." Interrupting her, her son dashed off. Unable to control him, her Viviana returned to scolding Kenzie. Just as another major fight was about to erupt, her son called from downstairs. "Amina, someone's buying something. Come down." Grumbling under her breath, her Viviana slowly descended the stairs. Downstairs, at the cash register stood a slender, elegantly dressed woman in sunglasses holding a bottle of water. She looked grim and casually said, "5 yuan." Mohammed's Viviana scanned 5 yuan, looking through the sunglasses at the hostile woman, pausing for a few seconds. Is Kenzie at home? Business had been slow, and the family hardly saw customers these days. Hearing this, Ariel's Viviana gave Mohammed's Viviana an incredulous look. "What did you say?" "I'm looking for Kenzie. Please have her come out." "You're looking for Tien? Why? Does she know you? Who are you?" Mohammed's Viviana gracefully removed her sunglasses, looking down at her. "I am Jorge's Viviana. Do you think she would recognize me?" Chapter 173, This is Fraud. The moment she heard that this woman was Jorge's Viviana, Pete Ariel panicked. She hurriedly tidied her hair and adjusted her clothes while flusteredly inviting her in. "So you're the Viviana-in-law. I'm really sorry, I didn't recognize you at first meeting. You should have let us know beforehand, so we could have met you at the entrance. I'm terribly sorry, please come in, come in." While fussing around, she shouted upstairs. "Dottie. Hurry up and get ready to come down. Monica has come to see you." I'm sorry, my daughter hasn't been feeling well recently and took a leave from school, so I didn't wake her up early. Give her some time to prepare. Would you like some tea? Let me make some for you. The sudden change in attitude made Monica feel not just amused but disgusted. She didn't sit down or acknowledge her, instead began walking around the supermarket. This wasn't an impressive supermarket by any means. Compared to large chain malls, it barely qualified as a supermarket. It looked like something only someone from a small county with limited experience would design, typical of a place where urban and rural areas blend together. It had everything, covered a large area, but lacked any class. Monica had already observed outside. Though not in the city center, this location was still considered one of the better areas in Fabiancheng. It comprised 3 storefronts, covering at least 400 to 500 square meters. Divided into several sections based on product type, it included fruits and vegetables, grains and oils, nuts, snacks, and beverages. Not mentioning the cost of these 3 storefronts, the goods alone were worth at least 2 million yuan. Monica felt deeply uncomfortable inside, almost driven mad by her love-deprived son's foolishness. Why did he become so willing to spend money on women after falling in love? If his willingness to spend on Gwendolyn was because she bore his child and had exceptional looks and figure, then what about Ophelia? Just looking at her Viviana, Monica wanted to see what Ophelia had going for her. Ophelia couldn't believe her ears. Jorge's Viviana had come to visit her? Jorge wasn't. But she quickly washed her face, brushed her teeth, put on light makeup, and changed clothes. Rushing downstairs, she saw a well-dressed woman standing there, sharing a few features with Jorge. It seemed she was indeed his Viviana. Thinking Jorge had changed his mind and wanted to meet her family, Ophelia nearly cried out of excitement. Kira. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you'd be coming. I didn't go out to welcome you earlier, making you wait. I'm really sorry. Sorry. Shall we go upstairs? I'll brew you some tea. Monica said nothing, scrutinizing her from head to toe. It was a sudden visit, understandable that they hadn't prepared. But by Jorge's standards, even without preparation, Annabelle standing before him should have been elegant and outstanding, like Gwendolyn, beautiful even without makeup. But this was just average. Are you Ophelia? Yes. Kira, did Ainsworth mention me? I often hear him talk about you. He says you're young and beautiful, just like he said. Clearly trying to flatter her, which made Gwendolyn look better by comparison. She had never lied like this. Ainsworth frequently mentioned her and praised her beauty. She'd be lucky if he hadn't said his Viviana was already dead. Thankfully, Jorge no longer had any contact with her. Still, seeing how blind her son once was, Monica couldn't help but get angry. She put back on her sunglasses and coldly told Ophelia. There's no need for such formalities. I came here today simply to chat. My car is outside, let's go for a ride. Her demeanor was too intimidating, and being a senior, Ophelia had no choice but to follow. Pete Ariel followed behind, bowing and making polite conversation, but Monica didn't say a single extra word to her. Monica drove, Ophelia in the passenger seat, sneaking glances at her nervously until finally daring to speak up. Kira, where are we going? What do you want to talk about? Monica ignored her, driving them to a deserted spot, turning off the engine, and then coldly looking at Ophelia. You're quite average looking. Ophelia. You should know yourself that you don't match up to Ainsworth, yet you stayed by his side for so long. Tell me why. Ophelia hadn't expected this confrontation. Though Jorge hadn't contacted her for a long time, still. Kira, I truly love Ainsworth. He's my first love, and I've given him my best feelings in years. Don't give me nonsense. Everyone has their youth. Blakeleys like you, wanting to give their youth and first love to Ainsworth, can be found all over Fabiancheng. Honestly, why did Ainsworth choose you? Kira. Ophelia, I know you're smart. Since I've come to find you, I must be prepared. Don't try any tricks on me. Ophelia was indeed smart. To Jorge, crushing her would be like squashing an ant. How much more so with his Viviana? Thinking she was caught, Ophelia broke down crying, shakily recounting how she replaced Gwendolyn at the club years ago. But she left out how Gwendolyn was later framed for theft and fired. Because only she and Gwendolyn knew about that incident, even Gwendolyn had no concrete evidence, and after so many years, what could anyone else do? At the time, I really loved Ainsworth so much. When he woke up and grabbed my hand, asking if I was the one, I was so excited, unable to resist wanting to be with him, so I admitted it in confusion. Now understanding everything, Monica felt a mix of frustration and guilt. Could this mess have been avoided if she hadn't irresponsibly left Ainsworth alone and gone abroad? This isn't admiration for Ainsworth, this is fraud. Ophelia, because of your lies, how much money have you defrauded from Ainsworth? A rough estimate puts it at 50 million yuan. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Transfer 50 million yuan to my account within 48 hours, and take your family out of Fabiancheng. I won't hold past events against you. 2. I send you all to jail for fraud. With such a high amount involved, your parents can grow old in prison. Chapter 174, do you Marvint to give Pearl a bright future? Kenzie was almost scared to death. She hadn't expected that Lady Mohammed would be so ruthless, and the cost of telling the truth would be this high. 500 million yuan? To repay it within 48 hours? She couldn't even if her life depended on it. Forget 500 million, she didn't even have 5,000 in her bank account. Don't. Kira. I really didn't mean to. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. Just don't make me pay back the money, I'll do anything. Even if you beat me to death, I can't come up with 500 million. She had no courage at all. The more she acted this way, the more Lady Mohammed would dislike her. Get out of the car. I don't want to hear another word from you. If you don't have the money, you can choose the second option. Don't think about running away, a lawyer will come over later to discuss the details. Talk to him if you have anything to say. After saying that, Lady Mohammed unlocked the car with a click. Kenzie wanted to say more, but one look from Lady Mohammed made her scramble out of the car in fear. Lady Mohammed drove off without looking back. Kenzie stood there, lost and confused, trying to replay what just happened. Was this real? Was she hallucinating? Just as she tried to convince herself otherwise, her phone rang. She picked it up, it was her mom. Amina. Tien? Where have you been? What happened today? Why did so many people come to our house looking for you? Can you come home now? A lawyer brought a group of people. Kenzie hailed a taxi and rushed home, panic-stricken. The lawyer had already explained everything to her Viviana. Seeing her return, Ariel's Viviana slapped her. Look at the mess you've caused. I wondered why Ainsworth didn't contact us recently. Tien, how could you be so stupid? Now what are we going to do? Our hometown house has already been sold. This store is all we have to live on, and now they want us to pay them. This life is unbearable. Oh, your brother was counting on this house for his marriage and children. Now it's all ruined because of you. Hurry up and call Ainsworth to ask him to let us go. If we lose the house, your father and I won't be able to live on. How could you do this? Kenzie felt both a headache from her Viviana's wailing and deep injustice. Although it was wrong of her to deceive Jorge, she did it for the family. They had relied on her for years, living comfortably, yet showed no gratitude when things went wrong and blamed everything on her. She prepared to argue with her Viviana, but the lawyer wasn't in the mood for their dramatics. The evidence is clear, the facts undeniable. If you cannot repay the debt within 48 hours, I'll start the legal process. This is what Minerva wants. Calling Mr. Mohammed won't help either. Save your time and start figuring out how to get the money. Checking his watch, the lawyer continued, it's already been 37 minutes. You have 23 hours and 27 minutes left. Kenzie was speechless. The whole Ariel family fell into chaos. Her father and Casimir returned, and after a round of accusations and arguments, they began to tally up their assets. They could barely gather 200 million yuan even if they sold everything. There was no way to reach 500 million. What were they going to do? Kenzie's number was already blocked by Jorge, leaving her with nowhere to turn. She thought of Mary Beth. Mary Beth was smart, maybe she could think of something. After helping Kenzie deal with Gwendolyn at the mall, Mary Beth ended up in the police station and hadn't spoken to her since. With Kenzie no longer being associated with Jorge, Mary Beth found her troublesome and detested her. Hearing her cries for help, Mary Beth felt a perverse joy and concocted a vicious plan. It must be Gwendolyn behind this. Think about it, besides her, who else hates you this much? She's Jorge's favorite now, it must have been her idea. There's no one else you can turn to except Gwendolyn. Kenzie also suspected Gwendolyn. But what good would finding her do? She wouldn't help. Then threaten her daughter to force her hand. Isn't it all because she bore Jorge a daughter that she's risen so quickly? Kidnap her daughter and see if she doesn't panic. But I don't even know where she is. Then find out. Are you just going to sit here waiting for disaster? Through old hospital connections, Kenzie managed to locate Gwendolyn. Desperate times called for desperate measures. For her family's safety, she had no other choice. Kenzie dug out her old white coat from the hospital, tied up her hair, put on a mask, and quietly made her way to the hospital. Meanwhile, Lady Mohammed, having confirmed Pearl's identity, had one more task to complete. Before Jorge returned, she needed to secure custody of Pearl and ensure Gwendolyn left Fabiancheng. She planned to raise Pearl abroad, keeping her true identity hidden forever. That way, Jorge would remain unmarried, appearing noble and respectable in public eyes. If Gwendolyn left, he could marry into the Meng family, ensuring the Mohammed Corporation remained unshaken. Gwendolyn, don't blame me for my ruthlessness. Blame yourself for your lowly status. You're not worthy of being the Viviana of the Mohammed family's heiress or standing beside Jorge. Lady Mohammed visited a cafe, sipped some coffee to collect her thoughts, and then headed back to the hospital. Inside the ward, Gwendolyn sat reading beside Pearl's bed when Lady Mohammed reappeared. Kira, why? Lady Mohammed appeared calm, gazing at her with a mild expression. I want to have a serious talk with you. The weather is nice today, let's go to the rooftop. Another talk? What more was there to say? More insults? Gwendolyn didn't want to go, but Lady Mohammed insisted. You wouldn't want Pearl to hear unpleasant things, right? I'm giving you respect. With no other choice, Gwendolyn followed her to the rooftop. The hospital had 8 floors. Despite the warm sunshine, the breeze on the rooftop was chilly. Lady Mohammed leaned on the railing, gazing at Fabianching's bustling scenery before speaking. Gwendolyn, do you want to give Pearl a bright future? Gwendolyn stood 2 steps away, puzzled. What do you mean, Kira? You and Jorge are mismatched, and you'll never enter the Mohammed family. That's a fact. But to be honest, I quite like Pearl. It pains me to think of her suffering a life of hardship because of you. Lady Mohammed turned slightly to face Gwendolyn. So I've decided to help her. Take this card, the 200 million from selling the house is untouched. You're young, single, childless, and with 200 million yuan, you can find another good man. Leave Pearl with me. I'll raise her as the heiress of the Mohammed family, send her abroad for education, personally mentor her, and give her a bright future. What do you think? Chapter 175, Gwendolyn's Intentional Murder. Gwendolyn didn't understand why Monica suddenly developed an interest in Ollie. Did she like her? Marvin to keep her as the Mohammed family's young miss? Take her abroad? Give her a bright future? Although her words sounded promising, to Gwendolyn, they seemed absurd. Monica looked down on her so much that she could hurt a child right in front of her. There was no telling what ulterior motive she had after being separated from her daughter. Gwendolyn knew she wasn't particularly accomplished, and Ollie might live an unremarkable life following her. But she was the real Viviana, prioritizing her child's health and happiness. As long as Ollie was safe and happy, she didn't wish for extravagant wealth or status. So when Monica finished speaking, Gwendolyn didn't hesitate for a second. Kira, I'd rather go out begging on the streets than hand over my child to someone else to raise. Rest assured, I'll leave once Ollie is done with her surgery as promised, so you don't need to go through such lengths just to make me leave. Was that all you wanted to tell me? Now that we've spoken, and I've given you my answer, can I go downstairs now? Monica was disappointed by her reaction. She considered her offer very attractive, but Gwendolyn was truly ungrateful. Do you think my offer is too small? Alright, she admitted, 20 million wasn't much for the Mohammed family, and with today's high property prices, Gwendolyn, having been accustomed to luxury from Jorge, had raised her standards and expectations. Rich rewards attract brave men. If she were generous enough, Gwendolyn wouldn't resist. She withdrew the card and proposed again. Then let's add more. 50 million, and I won't ask for your brother's house either. Should you be satisfied now? 70 million, someone like you would never earn this much in several lifetimes. All for a child, easily acquired. Isn't it impressive? Gwendolyn frowned deeper. She didn't understand what had spurred Monica to spend so much just to keep Ollie. Did she hate her so much? Did she really want to separate them? Gwendolyn sighed, feeling mentally and physically drained, reiterating her stance one last time. Do whatever you want, Kira, but I won't take any money, and Ollie won't go with you. That's all I have to say. You should do whatever you need to do, and I'm going downstairs. As Gwendolyn turned to leave, Monica angrily shouted at her. Stop. Gwendolyn, I've already given you a very generous offer and shown utmost sincerity. Do you think it's interesting to put on this high and mighty attitude with me? Don't refuse me after I've been so generous. Before I lose my temper, answer me one last time, will you agree or not? Gwendolyn had made it clear that she wouldn't sell her daughter for money. Did Monica expect her to give in just because she pressured her? What kind of bandit logic was this? Just because Monica had more money, did Gwendolyn have no basic dignity before her? Gwendolyn was annoyed. What do you mean by refusing generosity? If I don't agree, what will you do, Kira? Monica replied, I have 10,000 ways to make you kneel and beg me to let you go, but I only refrain for Ollie's sake. To be honest, Gwendolyn, I'm determined to keep Ollie. Whether you agree or not means nothing to me. Gwendolyn understood. This was a final ultimatum from Monica. Even if she didn't agree to leave Ollie behind, Monica would find despicable ways to separate them. Why did she insist on getting Ollie? If not for being Jorge's Viviana, Gwendolyn would have reported her for such unreasonable behavior. Kira, do you think Ainsworth wouldn't find it strange if I suddenly vanished while leaving Ollie with you? Would he tolerate your actions? Monica realized Gwendolyn was stubbornly set in her ways and stopped bothering. That's between him and me. It's none of your business. Since you refused a good deal, prepare yourself to be treated like vermin. That's all I have to say. Go downstairs. Gwendolyn trembled with anger. She'd never met anyone so unreasonable. Refusing to give up her daughter, she planned to kill her? Gwendolyn wouldn't back down. She decided to call Jorge and immediately leave with Ollie. Tap tap tap, Gwendolyn rushed downstairs, returned to the ward, grabbed her phone, and dialed Jorge's number, but it was off. No wonder Monica acted so fearlessly, demanding her to leave, knowing she couldn't reach Jorge. It worked out for her. Thinking about the inevitable separation, it saved trouble to just leave now. After removing the needle from Ollie's arm, Gwendolyn started dressing her up, preparing to leave. Just as Ollie was dressed, and Gwendolyn picked her up, the chief physician burst into the room with security personnel surrounding them. Stop. Where are you going? After committing murder, you think you can just walk away? Dream on. I've already called the police. You're not going anywhere. Gwendolyn stood dumbfounded. Was Monica already taking action? Murder? Who did she kill? Seeing her confusion, the chief physician pointed outside. Minutes ago, everyone saw you and Hannah go up to the rooftop. Soon after you came down, she fell from upstairs. If not you, who else? We have witnesses and evidence, so stop pretending. Gwendolyn's mind buzzed. Was she hallucinating? Monica falling from upstairs? Impossible. Gwendolyn placed Ollie back on the bed and ran to the balcony. Everyone thought she'd do something reckless and followed her. Gwendolyn leaned over the balcony to see many people gathered below, whispering in a circle, pointing to the person lying in a pool of blood. From the third-floor ward, it was hard to identify the person clearly, but the dazzling diamond bracelet reflected light unmistakably. Minutes ago, Monica had handed her that card using the same bracelet. Too surreal. Gwendolyn suspected she must be hallucinating due to rage. She hadn't touched Monica, hadn't even gone near her. With only two of them upstairs, how could she fall? Medical staff soon pushed through the crowd, lifting Monica onto a stretcher. Shaken, Gwendolyn turned to the chief physician, incredulous. You're sure it's Minerva? So now It's 8 floors. Falling from that height would result in death or a vegetative state. In broad daylight, how can you pretend after doing such an absurd thing? Restrain her. The English translation has faithfully adhered to the Chinese text, maintaining its original tone and style. The storyline and logic are consistent with previous content, and the translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The paragraph structure and line breaks are identical to the original text. Chapter 176, taking advantage to infuriate him. Caitlin too was lounging by the floor-to-ceiling windows in her home, basking lazily in the sunlight when Keisha suddenly rushed in, flustered. Amina. Something's happened. It's bad. Really bad. Ever since the incident with Chuck over her and Ebert, Caitlin too had been in a foul mood, and it extended to making her even more irritated by Keisha. Seeing her come in so anxiously, Caitlin too's temper flared up immediately. What could be so urgent that you're this panicky? No wonder Ebert doesn't like you, you have no poise at all. What can happen? Has someone died? Who? Your grandfather? I don't believe anything worse than his death can happen in this family. Keisha was caught off guard. You guessed it. Someone really did die. What? Caitlin too leapt up from her chair in excitement. You guessed right. My father-in-law really died? When? How? Where? Why didn't you tell me earlier? My grandfather hasn't offended Amina, why does she hate him so much, wishing for his death? Keisha was speechless again, unwilling to share the news anymore. Oh, it's not Philippe who died but Bella. She fell to her death from our hospital building, apparently pushed by Gwendolyn. The hospital has sealed the news and tried contacting Damien Mohammed first, but couldn't reach him. They reported it to Philippe, and I just happened to bump into them. She rattled on, leaving Caitlin too utterly shocked. She never imagined that Bella, who overshadowed her for most of her life, whom she was always helpless against, would die so quietly. And she was pushed down by her daughter-in-law from the hospital building, how absurd. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Meow, did you make this up to cheer me up? How surreal is this? Is it true? It's true. I feared Philippe would be too shocked, so they came here instead. Don't believe me? Let me bring him in. A minute later, the hospital director was led in by Keisha, explaining the situation to Caitlin too in a sweating hurry. Second Hannah, what should we do? Gary Mohammed can't be reached, and Mr. Mohammed's health isn't good either. Please step in and handle things. Jorge unreachable. How can he be unavailable at such a critical moment? Caitlin too really wanted to see how he would react knowing his wife killed her Viviana-in-law. Chuck usually doted on Gwendolyn and valued Bella highly, how would he react? Regardless of his health or whether he could handle it, she hoped the Mohammed family would fall apart soon, splitting up sooner rather than later. With a sly turn of her eyes, she said. Our Akil Mohammed is also out on a business trip and can't return anytime soon. Such a big event must be told to Mr. Mohammed. If he finds out later, who will take the blame? If you're afraid, go back and handle the situation at the hospital. I'll go find Mr. Mohammed. Soon, Caitlin too and Keisha rushed to where Chuck was. Chuck was loosening the soil in the garden, caring for the flowers and plants Amy had planted. Seeing Caitlin too and her daughter rush in breathlessly, he frowned. Broad daylight and you two act like you've seen a ghost? What are you running for? Breathless, Caitlin too stammered, and nothing is right, Dad. We've had a huge problem. What big issue makes you panic like this? Speak calmly. You aren't young anymore, show some composure. Caitlin too hesitated, Dad, you're not well, I'm hesitant to say. Seeing her flustered and hesitant, Chuck threw the spade aside. If you can't speak, then don't. When will you stop being so indecisive? As he started walking away, Caitlin too grabbed his sleeve. My sister-in-law is dead. Yen can't be contacted now, I had to tell you. Don't panic, please hold on. Caught off guard by the news, Chuck's head spun, and his body swayed uncontrollably. Fortunately, the Ives was nearby and caught him. Mr. Mohammed. Leaning on the ives, it took Chuck a long while to extend his trembling hand, pointing at Caitlin too incredulously. What did you say? Repeat that. I told you I shouldn't say it. Chuck's voice grew weak as he pointed at Keisha. See meow, you explain. Afraid of upsetting him further, Keisha hesitantly replied. Elder Misty passed away, Philippe. Big brother is out on a trip, unreachable. Please, stay calm. Cough, cough, cough. Chuck turned red, unable to catch his breath, coughing violently. The ives helped him lie down on the ground, patting his chest. Mr. Mohammed. Mr. Mohammed. Calm down. Your health is important. It took Chuck a while to regain his voice. Enraged, he slammed his fist on the ground. What happened? Explain clearly. Caitlin too recounted how Gwendolyn had pushed Bella from the hospital building, watching Chuck's expression intently, almost hoping to infuriate him. In fact, I've known for a while that Gwendolyn and my sister-in-law didn't get along. Gwendolyn is a bastard child, unworthy of An. Not only does my sister-in-law despise her, so do I. Now, she's gone, all because of a bastard child. Sigh. Chuck's face, which had just regained some color, turned dark purple again. He clutched his chest, looking agonized. What did you say? Bastard child? Who? Keisha, fearing Chuck would die from shock, tugged at Caitlin too's clothes. Caitlin too brushed her off, determined to push forward. Initially, it wasn't my business, hidden by An. But now. To be honest, Dad. Gwendolyn's child isn't An's. She had an affair in college with someone unknown. An met her recently, noticing Amy looked like him, brought her back to cheer you up. Otherwise, why would my sister-in-law, after staying abroad for so long, suddenly return and confront Gwendolyn everywhere? You. Chuck began panting heavily again. The ives, helping him, pleaded with Caitlin too. Please, second Hannah, enough. Mr. Mohammed can't take it. Call a doctor quickly. Mr. Mohammed might. Caitlin too ignored them, continuing venomously. All true, you can't handle the truth. Bringing a bastard into the house and plotting murder in broad daylight, how wicked can she be? You still favor her. Dad, aren't you confused? Cough, cough, cough. PHT. After a violent coughing fit, Chuck spat blood and lost consciousness in the Ives' arms. Chapter 177 Trapped in Desperation. Name? Gwendolyn. Age? 23. Home address? Gwendolyn's mouth was dry, her eyelids heavy, and she felt utterly drained. She suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to cry, to rage. Haven't you already asked me over 100 times? Have you not remembered yet? How much longer are you going to keep asking? I told you it wasn't me. Why don't you believe me? I didn't push her. I didn't even get close to her. I don't know how this happened either. No matter how many times you ask, another 100 times, 1,000 times, I'll still give the same answer. Can you please stop? I'm so tired, and I miss my daughter. I need to speak to Jorge. Can I? Click. Before she could finish venting, the door behind her opened. Several staff members ushered in a woman dressed entirely in black, wearing a white armband, with a cold expression on her face. Even in her mentally broken state, Gwendolyn recognized her immediately. Renata. Why did she come? At least seeing someone familiar at this moment, Gwendolyn clung to the hope of a lifeline, struggling to rise and pull her toward herself. Miss Meng. Miss Meng, why are you here? Has the investigation cleared up? Did Ainsworth send you to bring me out? Right? My daughter is still waiting in the hospital for help. I can't be locked up here forever. Please, tell them it wasn't me, really. Let me out quickly. Renata ignored her, as one of the staff offered her a seat. She sat down expressionlessly, her gaze coldly fixed on Gwendolyn. After a long pause, she finally spoke slowly. Yes, Ainsworth did send me, but not to release you. You killed his Viviana, the facts are clear, and the evidence is solid. You've made him the laughingstock of Fabian Cheng. How could he possibly let you go now? The law won't allow it either. He sent me to do something. Renata pushed a piece of paper towards her. Ainsworth wanted me to tell you that he's very disappointed in you. But considering our acquaintance, if you confess and cooperate fully in resolving this matter, he won't make things difficult for your daughter. If you refuse until death. After more than 4 hours of emergency treatment and a night's rest, Tracy finally left the intensive care unit. He was transferred to a VIP ward, and the doctor instructed the family. The patient is too old, and there were signs of a stroke before. Although this rescue operation was timely, extra caution is needed. No anger or fatigue should be tolerated, otherwise, a second stroke, paralysis, hemiplegia, or even death could occur anytime. Dietary precautions will be sent by a nurse later. Please pay attention. I'll go ahead with other tasks now. The moment the doctor left, the room erupted in uproar. Everyone was cursing Gwendolyn and complaining about Jorge until Robert called Jorge again and heard his familiar voice after countless attempts. Everyone, calm down. Mr. Mohammed's phone is connected. Mr. Brantley, who took Jorge's Viviana's request seriously, had detained Jorge for 2 days, claiming he needed time alone to fish at sea. Staying overnight, Jorge just returned to the hotel. Unaware when his phone had lost power, he charged it upon arrival and received Robert's call. 3 hours later, a weary Jorge appeared in the ward. The doctor had just finished examining Tracy, who regained consciousness but still spoke awkwardly. Upon opening his eyes and seeing his beloved grandson, tears instantly welled up in Tracy's eyes. Jorge furrowed his brows, tightly holding his hand. "Chuck, don't get upset, I'm back. You all, go out. I need to talk to Ainsworth." Seeing him wake up and wanting to speak privately with Jorge, the Ricardos and Mistys grumbled but complied. Sitting next to the bed, Jorge's solemn expression revealed his troubled mood. Yet, even in this state, Tracy struggled to sit up and slapped him weakly. "Wretch! Why did you deceive me? Why did you bring back a bastard child to trick me? Now look what happened. Your Viviana died because of this bastard child. Are you satisfied?" On the phone, Jorge learned from Robert about the events. Tracy was shocked and furious upon learning Ollie wasn't his biological granddaughter, but he didn't expect such a severe reaction. He also referred to Ollie as a bastard. Given how much he doted on Ollie, Jorge thought Tracy loved the child unconditionally. It turned out that like his Viviana, he couldn't overcome the deep-seated bias against bloodlines. This was indeed his fault, he deceived his grandfather. Jorge didn't like to argue or justify himself. "Sorry, Chuck, but this isn't the time to discuss this. Let me check on Velma first. Please don't get agitated. I'll see what I can do." For the first time, his grandfather hit him. Yet Jorge felt no shock or pain. His thoughts were entirely on Gwendolyn, Ollie, and his deceased Viviana. He desperately needed to understand what had truly happened. He couldn't believe Gwendolyn would commit such a heinous act. He had to find her and ask for answers. As he moved to leave, Tracy strained to hold him back. "Stop. I haven't finished speaking. What's your rush? Your Viviana is gone, that's a fact. Are you rushing off to help Gwendolyn? She killed your Viviana. Could you actually forgive her? Marry her?" Caught off guard by these words, Jorge hesitated. When he learned of the family's predicament via phone, he was anxious and deeply saddened. However, his mind focused solely on uncovering the truth and handling his Viviana's funeral arrangements. He hadn't considered his future with Gwendolyn. In his subconscious, Gwendolyn was already his wife. He never imagined being apart from her. "Chuck. No way. Ainsworth, I owe your Viviana an apology. This time she came back especially for you, trying to prevent you from making mistakes and raising a bastard child, making the Mohammed family a laughingstock. Not only did I not understand her, but I pressured her, blamed her. Now she's dead, and I feel so guilty. If I had known her intentions and realized you were deceiving me, Is Gwendolyn's conscience eaten by dogs? Since she came in, my affection for her and Ollie exceeded that for you. Yet, this is how she repays me. In my confusion, I was blinded. Now your Viviana's tragic demise has awakened me. I will not allow you to make further mistakes. You must cut ties with Gwendolyn immediately. If you dare protect her, you're my enemy, and we will never settle." If Gwendolyn really committed such an atrocious act, Jorge wouldn't have objections to his grandfather's words. But without fully investigating what exactly happened, wouldn't accusing her wrongly be unjust? Chapter 178, President Mohammed is back. Even though the incident involved his own Viviana, Jorge felt very heavy-hearted but believed that Gwendolyn would not do such a thing. "Chuck, please give me some time to find out the truth." Cough, cough, cough. Johnny was almost driven mad by Jorge. "You are usually so smart, how come every time you mention Gwendolyn, your brain turns as dull as it's covered with lard? What else is there to investigate? The facts are crystal clear, the police have already determined who's at fault. Are you really thinking of defending her? That's your biological Viviana. The one who gave birth to you and raised you for 12 years, yet she doesn't compare to a woman you've only known for a few months. No wonder your Viviana always said Gwendolyn is a fox spirit, bewitching all your senses. She really did say right. Ainsworth, you can't tell right from wrong now." But no matter how much his grandfather scolded him, Jorge refused to agree with him. "No matter what you say, I must go to the scene and see it for myself. If it was indeed Gwendolyn, I will not tolerate her. But if it wasn't, please don't get too worked up, I'll be back soon, okay?" As he spoke, Jorge swiftly got up. Seeing he couldn't hold him back, the old man became even more enraged and started coughing violently. "Reprobate, stop right there. Stop. You didn't listen to your Viviana, and now you don't even listen to me. Are you trying to kill me?" Cough, cough, cough. Jorge, enduring the heartache, quickly walked towards the door. He knew his grandfather would be fine. There were plenty of people outside the ward who would step in if he failed to attend. But it was different for Gwendolyn. If he didn't help her, she had no other way out. What about Ollie if she died? His hand touched the doorknob just as someone pushed the door open from the outside. Renata's face appeared at the doorway. She wore a black dress, her hair tied up, and a white flower pinned on her arm. Her makeup-less face looked tear-streaked, her eyes swollen like walnuts, red and puffy. Upon seeing Jorge, her tears instantly flowed again. With a rush, she surged forward and tightly hugged Jorge's waist. "Ah, Ainsworth, you're finally back. Caitlin couldn't see you one last time. She was so sad and regretful." "Woo." Caitlin was so pitiful. "Ah, Ainsworth, I'm so upset. Why was fate so unfair to her? Why did those she loved always hurt her? Woo, why?" Her sobs were truly moving and utterly heart-wrenching, making even the Misties in the corridor sob alongside. Indeed, people can't be compared. Some pour their hearts out only to stab you in the back later. Others, merely friends, mourn for you as if they were your own family. Sigh. Under normal circumstances, if Renata hugged him like this, Jorge would push her away without hesitation. But now, Renata's tears soaked through his shirt and chest, her nails digging into his waist and back, but he silently endured it all. Renata cried uncontrollably for a long time until she could barely breathe before finally letting go. Seeing her nearly broken down, Jorge pulled her into the ward and made her sit on a chair. "Don't cry anymore, drink some water and rest. I'll go see my Viviana." "No." Renata, voice hoarse from crying, grabbed his hand with teary eyes. "You aren't ready mentally. Let's go later. The beautician is stitching up the wounds. You know, falling from the 8th floor." She didn't finish her sentence, but Jorge could imagine the rest. Falling from the 8th floor must have left her unrecognizable. To pass on with dignity, the beautician had to stitch and mend her. As a biological son, although he hadn't shared deep feelings with his Viviana while she was alive, witnessing her tragic state after death, Jorge gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and closed his eyes. Johnny glanced at Renata and then Jorge, suddenly pulling both their hands and leaning forward slightly. Marvin, Chuck has wronged you. Your Misty once told me several times how beautiful, kind, and well-educated you are, coming from a good family background, and most suitable for Ainsworth, but I was confused. Now Chuck knows I was wrong. If I ask for your forgiveness, can you give me a chance?" Tears streamed down Renata's face. "Chuck, what are you saying? How could I be angry at you? That's good. With you saying this, I can die in peace." "Chuck. You're not allowed to talk like that." "Not cursing, but it's true. I feel my body won't hold on for much longer. Ainsworth, this is my last wish before I die, and it was also your Viviana's last wish. Come here and look at me." He used all his strength to pull Jorge, forcing him to turn around and face him with Renata. "I want you to cut ties with Gwendolyn completely, marry Renata, and build a happy family. Cherish her, love her. Can you do that?" Jorge's mind hadn't moved on from the horrific scene of his Viviana's fall. Now, his grandfather was proposing a marriage on his behalf? Absurd. "Chuck, do you think it's appropriate to say these things now?" "Appropriate or not, I must. Time is running out. Gwendolyn has no chance of escaping punishment. Don't even think of exonerating her. Even if you forgive her, you cannot justify it to the Jean family. If you dare protect the person who harmed your Viviana, Jorge, you are less than an animal." Jorge's expression darkened. "There's no need for me to protect her. I don't believe Gwendolyn will sign a confession for something she hasn't done. Clearly, you are judging her based on prejudice." With a grim face, Jorge stormed out of the ward. Robert hurriedly followed. "President Mohammed, are you all right?" Jorge rushed down the hallway, face stern and silent. Robert swallowed nervously. "After the incident, I brought in a professional team immediately. Both the surveillance and the crime scene point directly to Miss Chu." Still silent, Jorge raced down the stairs. As Robert continued explaining, Jorge stopped abruptly at a ward door. "Where's Ollie?" Only then did Robert remember Ollie. "I couldn't reach you, everyone was cursing, and with Mr. Elder in the hospital." Jorge glared at him, scaring Robert into stammering. "I'll find her right away." Just as he was about to run off, Jorge called him back in a deep voice. "Wait. What is it, President Mohammed? Where is Gwendolyn now?" "Huaibin District Detention Center. In 1 hour, bring Ollie there to meet me." Chapter 179, Gwendolyn is taken care of. In the detention center, after signing that interrogation record, with her heart in despair, Gwendolyn was specially taken care of and placed in a small room. As soon as she entered, she felt an immense pressure. On the cold, icy floor, 7 or 8 women of varying heights and builds were staring at her in unison. Gwendolyn's mood plummeted to rock bottom. She didn't want to speak to anyone, nor did she want anyone speaking to her. She quickly glanced at the women who were filled with curiosity about her and then swiftly diverted her gaze, retreating into a corner by herself. Unexpectedly, someone approached her just as she sat down. A tall, short-haired woman extended her foot right in front of Gwendolyn and tapped her chest. "Hey, what's your name? Why are you here? Is this your first time? Do you know the rules?" Gwendolyn didn't understand the rules and had no interest in learning them since she wouldn't be around much longer anyway. Ignoring Annabelle, she gently pushed the foot aside. The woman immediately became enraged. "Are you deaf or mute? Can't you hear me talking to you?" She squatted in front of Gwendolyn, roughly grabbing her chin and forcing her to look up. "I asked you for your name and why you're here." Why didn't you come pay respects to the Akil? Are you deaf? The woman had dark skin, a rough face, and yellow teeth. Whether it was due to limited resources or neglect, her breath reeked of sourness. Despite having no intention to move, Gwendolyn couldn't help but wrinkle her nose at the strong odor. What does it have to do with you? Not mute, huh? You've got fair skin and a nice voice, definitely a seductress. Seeing that Gwendolyn had spoken, Annabelle became even more interested. Did you break up someone's family and get reported? Or did someone important fall from grace, dragging you along with them? Huh. Disgusting. People like her never thought of anything good. Gwendolyn shoved her hand away forcefully and turned her face aside. I'm telling you one last time, it's none of your business. Please leave me alone. The woman laughed sarcastically upon being pushed away. Pretty independent, aren't you? Disdainful towards me? Sisters, come and see. Men love women like her, maybe your husbands were lured by her too. Come see this fox spirit. As soon as she spoke, the other women gathered around, except for the tallest and strongest one. Without caring whether Gwendolyn consented, they held her legs, grabbed her arms, pulled her hair, and forced her to lift her head. They scrutinized her as if she were a carrot on display at a market. Indeed, she has fair skin. So what? No matter how pretty she dresses, she can't hide the stench of a seductress. I despise women like her the most. They act as if they can't use their hands and feet and do nothing but lure men. Exactly. If not for her, I wouldn't be in this mess either. Looking at me like that? Think I won't gouge out your eyes? Everyone spoke as if they had witnessed Gwendolyn committing some scandalous act, luring their husbands. The more they spoke, the angrier they became. Some pinched her legs, others her waist, while someone else yanked her hair. Gwendolyn was in excruciating pain and felt humiliated, yet she refused to cry. She felt that the world was absurd, like a giant circus filled with jesters. After beating her for a while and seeing that she neither cried nor begged, someone grew even angrier and dragged her by the hair before the tallest woman. We've already beaten her up once, but she still won't submit. Seems like she doesn't respect your authority, Aiden. Should you give her a taste of your discipline? Or perhaps we shouldn't trouble the Aiden. Once her hair is cut and her clothes changed, making her truly part of us, watch me slowly teach her a lesson. With that, the person holding Gwendolyn pulled her hair hard from behind, lifting her face. Gwendolyn saw the tallest woman. The woman wore the same uniform as the others, with short hair and sat cross-legged. Though expressionless, her harsh demeanor was unmistakable. Under normal circumstances, Gwendolyn would instinctively avoid such a menacing person, but these weren't normal times. Her heart was dead, and nothing could scare her anymore. Let go of her. Gwendolyn fearlessly locked eyes with Annabelle. After a few seconds, Annabelle spoke, her voice unexpectedly gentle. Beside her, someone gasped. Aiden. I said let go of her. Reluctantly, the person released Gwendolyn, pushing her head brutally before letting go. Gwendolyn staggered forward but kept herself from falling. She shifted positions, sitting across from Annabelle and maintained a calm expression. The woman calmly met her gaze. After a few moments, she extended her hand gently. Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. Come closer. Her gesture resembled calling a kitten, puppy, or infant. Gwendolyn felt she would be embraced if she moved closer and resisted strongly. What do you want? I'm different from them. Seeing her resistance, Annabelle explained gently. You're beautiful, and I like you. Following me means you won't suffer. I need a companion now, and you arrived just in time. Come, let me take a good look at you. Gwendolyn felt so disgusted she almost vomited the food from the previous night. She never discriminated against people with orientations other than heterosexuality and could even bless them openly, but happening to her, and forcibly, was completely unacceptable. Thank you for your kindness, but sorry, I don't like women. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back a snicker. The originally gentle woman suddenly looked like a bloodthirsty demon, casting a venomous glance toward the source. Who's laughing? Is it funny? Thud. The person who laughed knelt on the ground in fright. No, not laughing. My throat is just a little sore. Sorry, Aiden, I didn't mean to. Sorry. Knocking her head a few times, she apologized profusely. Perhaps due to her submissive attitude or because Gwendolyn was there, Annabelle kicked her away without further inquiry. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. After dealing with her, Annabelle refocused on Gwendolyn. You seem smart and should understand things well. What did you say? I didn't catch it. The message was clear. You've seen my temper. I'm giving you a chance to step down gracefully. Gwendolyn was indeed clever and understood the message thoroughly but repeated clearly with disdain. I said I don't like women. Repeated 100 times, and I still won't like women. Got it? Chapter 180, Ainsworth. Just as Jorge entered the gates of the detention center, ambulances from the People's Hospital surged in. The security guard pointed the way to the ambulance driver while opening the gate. Turn left ahead, the yard at the back. What happened? I heard someone was stabbed during a fight, quite serious, hurry over there. Although Jorge had never been here before, he had heard some rumors about places like this. Where there were people, there was always conflict, those who came in here for various reasons often had flawed personalities and heavy airs of rivalry. Power struggles and brawls frequently occurred. This was precisely why he rushed here immediately after confirming that his grandfather was not seriously hurt. Gwendolyn didn't belong in such a place. He couldn't bear to imagine how poorly she would fare if confined here. Soon, Jorge entered the main hall. Not only did the lawyer, whom he had contacted in advance, wait for him, but his two Ricardos were also waiting in the lobby. Seeing him, his eldest Ricardo approached with evident displeasure. Ainsworth, what took you so long? Why are you only coming back now? The family needs you most right now, yet you... All right. Blaming won't help anything. You know he's always been a workaholic. Fortunately, the murderer has been caught and punished. At least this gives your sister a clear resolution, the second Ricardo interjected, trying to calm down the situation and spoke earnestly to Jorge. Ainsworth, my sister worked tirelessly her whole life, hoping that once you grew up, married, and had children, she could finally rest and focus on herself. But we didn't expect. Recalling the tragic death of his sister, the second Ricardo choked up. After this incident, you must grow up completely. Finish handling her funeral arrangements and fulfill each of your Viviana's last wishes. Jorge felt helpless. Everyone quickly concluded that Gwendolyn was responsible for his Viviana's death. If he defended Gwendolyn, wouldn't everyone condemn him for being unfilial? Yet if he didn't. A pang hit his heart, he faced one of the hardest decisions of his life. I understand you've both been through a lot. From now on, I will handle everything. You should go home and rest. What else is there to handle? It's been so long, we've taken care of it all. The eldest Ricardo gave him an irritated glance and waved the lawyer over, who promptly stood before Jorge. There's indeed nothing left for you to handle, Mr. Mohammed. Gwendolyn has signed a confession admitting to the crime in detail. The case is closed. She will be prosecuted for murder as soon as possible. Jorge's brows furrowed as his head buzzed again. What? She already signed a confession, admitting to the crime? The facts are clear, with solid evidence. There was no point in denying it. Here is the case closure document, take a look. The lawyer handed over a stack of documents, which Jorge quickly flipped through, unable to believe his eyes. In the confession, Gwendolyn detailed the crime. She pushed Bella impulsively, and it really was her. His heart felt pierced by 1,000 needles, and suddenly the documents slipped from his hands. Ainsworth? Ainsworth. 3 men hurriedly supported the unconscious Jorge. At the People's Hospital, Ebert finalized Dustin's discharge papers and accompanied him out. Hospital food may taste similar to outside, but it just doesn't settle well. Damien Ariel, after being hospitalized for so long, treat me to a feast today. Dustin had always felt indebted to Ebert for all his hard work during his hospital stay. Of course. Order whatever you like. As expected, you'd agree. Hee hee. I've already booked a place, let's go after picking up an. Ebert was a caring and competent assistant, always pleasant and attractive to work with. Impulsively, Dustin patted him on the shoulder, almost getting bumped by a rushing medical gurney. Fortunately, Ebert pulled him back, saying, careful. Phew. How come there are so many injuries every day? Look how busy the doctors are. Did I bump into you? Dustin was fine, but instinctively glanced at the passing gurney, his expression freezing. Was his vision impaired from prolonged hospitalization? Why did the person on the gurney resemble Gwendolyn so much? What's wrong? Are you hurt? Your face looks terrible. Seeing Dustin's silence, Ebert became worried, thinking he might have injured himself, hastily checking his legs. But Dustin pushed him aside and chased after the doctor. Excuse me, please move aside. The doctor maneuvered the gurney toward the elevator, impeded by the crowd. As people dispersed, Dustin caught up, recognizing Gwendolyn despite her pale and disheveled state. Gwendolyn? It was midnight when Jorge regained consciousness. The ward was dimly lit, contrasting with the brilliant city lights outside. Awakening, he found himself in a quiet room on a warm, soft bed, assuming he had experienced a long dream. Accustomed to having Gwendolyn and Ollie by his side, he instinctively turned his head to check on them. As he moved, 2 heads popped up from either side. Ainsworth. Mr. Mohammed. Instead of Gwendolyn and Ollie, it was Renata on one side and Robert on the other. Seeing their concerned expressions, Jorge's clear gaze darkened instantly. This wasn't a dream. Everything was real. Are you feeling better? Do you still feel unwell? Should I call the doctor again? Renata reached out to feel his forehead, but Jorge evaded, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. What time is it? 1:20 a.m. I'm fine. Renata, you can go home. No, you're unwell. I can't sleep either. I want to stay with you. Jorge wanted to talk to Robert and didn't want Renata around, feeling irritable. I don't want to see anyone. Please don't upset me, okay? Renata paused, then added. I know what you mean. You just want me to leave so Chin can tell you about Gwendolyn's situation. How can you still care for her after what she did to Kira? Jorge refused to believe Gwendolyn could harm his Viviana, even after signing the confession. He hated hearing Renata say such things and shot her a glare. She flinched but insisted. You don't need to ask. Let me tell you frankly, Gwendolyn is dead. She committed suicide out of guilt. Chapter 181, Get dressed, please leave. Miss Meng. Robert hurriedly interrupted Renata. He never expected her to announce Gwendolyn's passing at this moment. The Aiden was already weak, she shouldn't strike another blow. But the words were out. Renata looked resolute, her eyes firmly locked on Jorge's. Do you think it's right for you to look at me this way? Do you think what I said is wrong? She hurt your Viviana. She's your enemy. Are you going to mourn her death or plan to find and honor her? Would you blame me? Ainsworth, what are you thinking? Have you lost all sense of right and wrong? Have you forgotten basic ethics? Jorge didn't respond. He stared at Renata for a long time. Shock, pain, and anger were clearly visible in his eyes, as if flames were burning fiercely, making his eye sockets turn red. Even Robert couldn't bear to watch. Once, the Aiden had been arrogant and cold, like an impervious, mighty warrior. No one could harm him. But now... Is it true? Robert? Robert. He didn't say it outright, but his hesitation confirmed everything. Time seemed to freeze. Jorge became a statue. Robert dared not look at him, yet feared what would happen next. Since it has happened, Aiden Mohammed, maybe. He didn't know what to suggest. Marventing to console Jorge, he found every word inadequate. After an endless silence, Jorge neither exploded at Renata nor raged at Robert. Instead, he calmly lifted the blanket, as if getting ready for work, and spoke calmly to Robert. Bring me my clothes. Aiden Mohammed. Robert didn't know what he intended to do and pleaded with him in a pitiful tone. You're not feeling well. The doctor said you can't move around. I need to change. Please leave. Jorge, as if not hearing Robert, got off the bed, put on his shoes, and calmly repeated to Renata. Renata gave up. She had done what needed to be done. If he insisted on being stubborn, let his grandfather handle him. She left the room in anger. Seeing Robert still standing there, Jorge repeated. My clothes? Robert could only fetch them. Jorge changed in front of him, stripping off the hospital gown. Though his body was lean and muscular, his hands trembled slightly while dressing. Who knew what turmoil his heart endured? After changing, he returned to his usual dignified self. Where did it happen to Gwendolyn? I need to see. He didn't believe Gwendolyn was dead. He couldn't believe she had committed suicide, or that all of this was real unless he saw it with his own eyes. Robert knew he couldn't stop him and told the truth. People's Hospital. It's been several hours. Her remains may have already. Drive. Jorge left the ward first. The journey was silent. Robert drove to People's Hospital and spoke to someone on duty. They informed Jorge. Sorry, Aiden Mohammed. According to procedures, the body has been cremated and handed over to the police who brought her. The facts were clear. He couldn't even see her remains. Jorge finally seemed to accept reality, sitting silently on an iron bench in the hospital corridor. Robert remained silent beside him. Dawn approached. Jorge stood, seemingly exhausted, and asked. Where's Ollie? Robert knew once he calmed down, he'd ask about Ollie. His muscles tensed. After the incident, Sir had her sent to an orphanage. I tried to find her but couldn't. Couldn't find her? A faint anger showed on Jorge's pale face. How could she just disappear? Robert spoke with difficulty. They said she was taken by someone claiming to be her Ricardo. Procedures weren't completed when she arrived. The man had proper identification. So, it was her Ricardo. Jorge nearly forgot she had an Ricardo and felt relieved. You don't recognize her Ricardo? Go, call him here immediately. Robert almost cried. I went straight to his place after leaving the orphanage, but he knew nothing about the past 2 days. Ollie. Jorge's anger flared again. So what do you mean? I'm sorry, Aiden Mohammed. I failed. Ollie. Jorge closed his eyes, controlling his temper. You know I don't like hearing excuses. Find her. I want to see her by noon today. Robert's legs shook as he watched him. I've already searched. After leaving her Ricardo's, I went back to the orphanage, but it's small with poor facilities. No cameras inside, and the external ones are broken. I can't trace anything. The nearest intersection is 100 meters away, crowded and filled with vehicles daily. I simply can't. Jorge slammed his fist into the wall. He refused to believe it was this bizarre. He refused to believe things had gotten this bad in 2 days. He refused to believe Ollie had disappeared. Ollie was the only comfort left to him now. He must find her. Aiden Mohammed. Blood trickled down the wall from his punch. Robert was terrified. Luckily, Jorge controlled himself. Where's the orphanage? I'll go myself. Saying this, he turned and walked out. It was past 2 in the morning, and he was heading to the orphanage. But Robert followed. Unexpectedly, they encountered Mohammed's grandfather just 5 meters outside. Johnny sat in a wheelchair, flanked by Renata, Bohan 2, Bohan 3, and 2 doctors. Their eyes met. Jorge knew the old man came for him but continued walking. A shout stopped him. Stop. Do you wish I were dead? Are you trying to kill me? If you leave today, I disown you. Jorge paused. After the old man's stern words, everyone thought he'd back down. Instead, he ignored him and kept walking. Johnny clutched his chest, coughing furiously. Rebel. What curse does our family suffer? Grab him. Please note that the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Chapter 182, Autumn has passed, winter has come. A. Ainsworth. A. Ainsworth. As the words faded, second Bohan and third Bohan rushed forward, each grabbing one of Jorge's arms. It's not even dawn yet, what are you doing? Even if you don't consider yourself, think about your grandfather. He's already so old, and you're going to kill him with worry? Stop fooling around and come back with us. They used considerable force, but Jorge was stronger. He didn't want to return. His heart felt empty without Gwendolyn. Now that Ollie had been taken away by someone, he felt like he might go insane. Without a word, he shook his body forcefully, almost throwing off second Bohan and third Bohan. A. Ainsworth. You were always the most sensible. Why have you changed suddenly? Can't you stop this nonsense? Robert, why are you just standing there? Don't you dare help him? Robert hurried over, but he didn't dare restrain Jorge, only pleading desperately. Mr. Mohammed, I will search again when it's light. You aren't feeling well, please go back and rest. Jorge remained silent, his eyes dark and dangerous, glancing at them before shaking his body again. Second Bohan and third Bohan struggled to hold him back. He's too strong, we can't hold him for long, father. That's true. We can only hold him for a moment, not forever. This isn't a solution. The elderly man trembled, turning his wheelchair to face them and ordered the doctor. Give him a shot. Even if he dies today, bring him back. The doctor complied, taking out a prepared syringe. I'm sorry, Mr. Mohammed. 4 men rushed forward, pinning Jorge down as the needle went in, finally subduing him. Jorge neither ate nor drank and stayed in bed for another day and night. Early in the morning, Tia wheeled Tracy into his room. I've arranged everything. The guests will be arriving soon, and you only need to make an appearance. A. Ainsworth, it hasn't been easy for the Mohammed family to get to where we are today. How many enemies in Fabiansheng are waiting to see us fail and strike while we're down? As a man, you must understand the gravity of the situation. Having said that, he placed a set of clothes and a white flower at the foot of the bed, then left quietly, pushed by Tia. The villa was eerily quiet, everyone in black attire and wearing white flowers, waiting downstairs. Time ticked by, some hoping Jorge wouldn't show up. This would tarnish his image in Tracy's eyes and give them a chance to rise in power, while others anxiously waited for him to appear. Despite their various ulterior motives, Jorge did not disappoint Tracy. 2 minutes before they were to depart, he silently walked down from upstairs. Wearing a black shirt, suit, trousers, and shoes, the short span of days made him look noticeably thinner. The white flower on his chest made his complexion seem deathly pale, and his height appeared more pronounced due to the weight loss. He looked more and more like an ice sculpture. A murmur swept through the crowd, and once Jorge reached them, Tracy breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. The guests arrived quickly, and the memorial service began. The Viviana's funeral was completed in silence and solemnity. Returning to the villa, Tia rushed to Jorge. She carefully observed his expression, anxious. A. Ainsworth, I've cooked some of your favorite dishes from childhood. Please eat a little, your body can't withstand this any longer. The entire Mohammed family depends on you. Your grandfather lost his Viviana in childhood, his wife in middle age, and his son in later years. Now he's seen your Viviana off as well. He's had it harder than you. If something happens to you. Tia truly saw Jorge as her own son. Seeing him punish himself with silence and fasting, her heart ached deeply. Jorge glanced at her, seeing through her humility to the pain reflected in his grandfather's eyes. 2 seconds later, miraculously, Jorge nodded. Tia's eyes gleamed with joy. You're eating? It's good that you thought it through. That's wonderful. Should we eat downstairs, or should I bring it to your room? Jorge loosened his tie, speaking calmly. Downstairs. Where's Chuck? Didn't you prepare something for him? Of course. Of course. He hasn't eaten much lately. He'll be very happy that you've reconsidered. I'll go get him from upstairs. Jorge sat at the dining table, gracefully picking up his bowl of rice. Soon after, Tia wheeled Tracy out of the elevator. Seeing him eat, though emotionless, mechanically shoving food into his mouth, Tracy felt immense relief. Facing each other, the house was eerily silent. After finishing one bowl, Jorge asked Tia to refill it. Only then did his grandfather find an opportunity to speak. A. Ainsworth, don't hate me. I'll return to work tomorrow. Jorge interrupted him, his expression as calm as ever, showing no trace of emotion. I'm still Jorge. As long as I exist, Mohammed Corporation will remain first in Fabiansheng, and you will always be my grandfather. These words alleviated all Tracy's worries. Seeing his grandson finally recover, he felt moved to tears. Your words are enough. As Jorge had said, he was still Jorge, and Mohammed Corporation was still the industry leader, business continuing as usual. Those unaware wouldn't know anything significant had happened. But Robert could feel the profound change in Mr. Mohammed. Compared to his former aloofness and coldness, he now resembled an emotionless, cold robot. Work, eating, sleeping, his schedule was rigid, with no extra words spoken. The only thing different was his daily inquiry about finding Ollie, which was the only sign of life Robert sensed. The intense atmosphere eventually lifted with the end of late summer heat. A month later, a heavy rain brought the temperature in Fabiansheng down 10 degrees, marking the arrival of winter. At the Gu residence, Gwendolyn wore a black high-necked cashmere sweater, her long hair flowing smoothly. Slim and delicate, she sat by a large window reading a book, her legs covered with a blanket. Dustin walked in. "You're not fully recovered yet. Why dress so lightly? Put on a jacket." He draped a fluffy sweater over her shoulders. Gwendolyn held it closer to her chest. "The heating is sufficient, I'm not cold. Why are you back early?" "I couldn't leave you alone, so I came back to check on you." "Haven't you been reading too long? Be careful with your eyes." "Not for long." "Where are Ollie and Dom?" "They're building blocks in their room, looking quite happy. The visa has come through. Once I finish this project, we can leave before the new year." "Leave before the new year?" Gwendolyn's gaze shifted from her book to the yellowing trees outside. "Good." She closed her eyes, exhaling softly. Chapter 183, Pregnancy Test. A month ago, at the hospital, Dustin had spent $10 million to bring Gwendolyn back from the brink of death. He immediately arranged for her to stay at his house and hired a doctor to treat her. He would never forget the wretched and desperate look on Gwendolyn's face that day, despite her disheveled state. Upon seeing him, she kept muttering, "Elida," in shock. At the time, both Dustin and Ebert were shocked. How could she have turned into such a state after merely a few days? Dustin brought her home while Ebert found out what had happened. Soon, Ebert learned about Veda's passing and Elida being sent to the orphanage. He rushed to the orphanage, managing to retrieve Elida before she was sold to an older man. During this month, they stayed nowhere else as Gwendolyn gradually recovered under Dustin's meticulous care. However, she wasn't as joyful as before. When her injuries were severe, she spent her days either sleeping or in a daze. Now, though better, she spent all her time reading, with no smile ever gracing her face. Dustin knew that after such trauma, she could not remain in Fabiansheng and planned to take her abroad. It was also a chance for him to settle down, finding a little-known country to start anew. But Gwendolyn strongly resisted this idea. She had just escaped a chaotic relationship, nearly losing her life in the process. She did not want to get entangled again. Though Dustin was different from Jorge, she felt utterly exhausted, too tired to develop feelings for anyone else. Moreover, she believed she didn't deserve it. Dustin was too good, and each encounter made her feel guilty. Such a perfect man, she couldn't harm. Fortunately, Rachel needed someone to care for her, allowing Gwendolyn to feel some relief by taking care of her, thereby easing her guilt. Knowing Gwendolyn's current mood, Dustin tactfully maintained distance, not wanting to push her further. Seeing her calm demeanor and improved complexion today, Dustin felt reassured. "You can continue reading. Take breaks when needed. I'll check on the kids." He left the room. As soon as he exited, the doctor greeted him. "Shaw." "Yes. Dr. Ian, thank you for your hard work. How is Gwendolyn today?" "She's much better, but..." The doctor hesitated, glancing awkwardly at him. "There's something unexpected. I wanted to discuss it with you." Dustin tensed, fearing another unforeseen illness. "What is it? Please speak plainly." "Well, based on Miss Chu's recent symptoms, I suspected pregnancy, so I conducted a urine test. Here are the results." Dr. Ian handed over a white stick. Dustin, having been a father, recognized the red double lines instantly, his shock rivaling the moment he first saw Gwendolyn injured. "Gwendolyn is pregnant? How is this possible?" Dr. Ian sensed Dustin's deep affection for Gwendolyn and was equally surprised by the result. "Usually, it wouldn't be wrong. If you're unsure, we can conduct a blood test, but regardless, Shaw, you need to be prepared. Miss Chu has been taking too many medications recently." Dustin was stunned. Despite his disbelief, he couldn't ignore the reality. After a long silence, he clenched the stick in his hand. "I understand. There's usually no error. A blood test isn't necessary. Please leave now. I'll discuss it with Miss Chu and get back to you." The doctor left. Dustin stared at the stick, lost in thought, then pushed open the door again. Gwendolyn was still reading, afternoon sunlight casting a golden glow around her, making her appear warm and saintly. Dustin hesitated to blame her. Feeling his presence, Gwendolyn smiled faintly. "If there's nothing urgent, join me in reading. I've realized how captivating this book is." She offered him 100 Years of Solitude. Dustin glanced at the title, then sat opposite her, gently placing the stick in front of her. "Did you know?" Gwendolyn looked at the clear red lines on the stick, immediately recalling that night with Jorge at the club. Her mind raced, breathing suddenly erratic. "This is impossible. He's a devil. Why must he misty me like this?" I don't believe it. This can't be. Fearing for her safety, Dustin quickly discarded the stick, knelt in front of her, and held her head. Don't panic. It's all past now. We'll face this together. Face this? How? How could Gwendolyn not be upset? In the hospital, she was forcefully taken away, coerced into signing a confession, bullied, and stabbed. Each incident misted her. And these horrors came from Jorge. After trying to numb herself for her daughter, why did fate play such cruel tricks on her by making her pregnant with his child? Wasn't he just an undying demon? Gwendolyn broke free from Dustin's embrace, her eyes filled with disdain and hatred. I won't keep it. Never. Where's Dr. Ian? Have him prescribe medication. I need to sever ties with that devil immediately. Desperately pounding her stomach, she screamed. Remembering how Gwendolyn was previously injured by a sharpened toothbrush, Dustin feared further harm and quickly stopped her. I know. Let's deal with this calmly, okay? Dustin called Dr. Ian shortly after. We need to resolve this issue urgently. Can you come back? Dr. Ian paused. It might be tricky. Without proper equipment, I cannot determine Miss Chu's pregnancy duration and dare not prescribe medication rashly. We may need to go to the hospital. Not that Dustin didn't want to, but Gwendolyn's fragile state and circumstances made it unfeasible. Considering this, he responded. Then please arrange it. We'll meet you at midnight. Chapter 184, Jorge has no heart. At the Mohammed family residence. Though Jorge had returned to his usual self, living and working as normal, appearing untroubled on the surface, the Jamie still bore a heavy heart because of this. The cooling weather led to him catching a chill. He had just been discharged from the hospital when he was bedridden again. That evening, after work, Jorge went home and headed straight to the room to visit the Jamie. As usual, Renata was by his bedside showing filial piety. She greeted Jorge, who then sat down. The Jamie grabbed his hand, coughed a few times, and looked at Jorge with worry. Have you been eating properly? Why do you look thinner? Scion, while work is important, your health and life are even more so. You must take care of yourself. Jorge never doubted the Jamie's love for him. Though it sounded nagging, these were all he could do now. He nodded in agreement. However, the Jamie remained unsatisfied. You've lost all your spirit lately. Whatever I say, you agree, yet you don't follow through. Alas, my health is deteriorating day by day. How can I rest easy if I leave like this? Hearing the Jamie talk pessimistically, Renata moved to the other side of the bed and gently comforted him. Philippe, why are you saying such things out of the blue? Didn't the doctor check you today and say you're much better? Don't give me that. It's all psychological. I know what's happening. Old and hanging on to life only causes trouble for you all. Marvin Juan, you've worked so hard recently. Philippe, it's an honor to take care of you. My parents support me staying by your side. Your parents are sensible, which is why they've raised such a wonderful girl as you. Turning to Jorge, the Jamie continued. Scion, don't mind my nagging. My body can't hold on much longer. I just don't want to see you alone when I close my eyes. Your Bohan Meng and Caitlin came to see me a few days ago. We talked about you and Renata, and they have no objections. Not wanting to upset Philippe, but feeling disregarded, Jorge felt uncomfortable. They had only finished mourning his Viviana a month ago. Was talking about marriage not too early? Philippe, why are you bringing this up again? It was you who told me about the tradition of mourning for 3 years. The Jamie wasn't senile yet. Of course, you should mourn as per tradition. But you can get engaged within 3 years. I may not live past that time. I just wish to. Jorge loosened his grip on his hand and calmly interrupted him. Isn't that selfish of you? Just getting engaged and not marrying means Renata would wait 3 years. Is that fair to her? I know it's unfair, but what choice do we have? She can be compensated after marriage. Your Bohan Meng and Caitlin understand. Renata has no objections. No objections? Jorge glanced at Renata, who blushed shyly without any sign of refusal. Jorge felt indifferent. He didn't have feelings for Renata, not before, and especially not after Gwendolyn entered his life. With all the recent troubles, he had no interest in romantic matters. He couldn't hurt Renata. Philippe, I don't want to upset you, but agreeing to this would be unfair to Renata. I hope this is the last time we discuss this. Honestly, Philippe, I won't marry again. Renata is young, beautiful, capable, and can find someone better and more suitable than me. Don't let selfishness make me ruin her life. What? Never marry again? The Jamie choked, almost unable to catch his breath, coughing fiercely. Renata hurried to pat his chest. Philippe? Philippe. After a while, the Jamie's breathing finally steadied. What did you say? Are you deliberately upsetting me? Because of the Wild Bronson incident, are you resentful? Using this as punishment against me? Jorge, you. Jorge was speechless. Why couldn't Philippe understand his intentions? That's not what I mean, but if you choose to interpret it that way, I have nothing else to say. Renata patted the Jamie's chest and gave Jorge a disapproving look. Scion, how can you be so thoughtless? Everything Philippe does is for your own good. Even if you don't want to marry me, couldn't you lie to him? Speaking directly, aren't you afraid? People will die eventually. Philippe has seen many storms in his life. Must we get hung up on such small matters? Dying over something trivial would be senseless. Jorge, maintaining his usual calmness, looked at Renata and said, "From tomorrow, don't come here anymore. The Mohammed family can take care of their elder without you. If you enjoy caregiving so much, I'll pay you for it." Renata was almost driven to tears. For the past month, she had shown herself in front of Jorge and the Jamie, hoping he might soften up. Instead, shame, anger, and confusion flooded her mind. Seeing Jorge's expressionless face, Renata began crying. "Jorge, you have no heart. Bastard. If you won't come, then fine. I'll never speak to you again." She ran out of the room in despair. Once again, the Jamie's plan failed. Watching Renata storm out and his unmoved grandson, he angrily pounded the bed. "How could I have such a wretched grandson? Heartless and cruel. What are you waiting for? Get out and bring Renata back. I won't see anyone except her. If she doesn't show up tomorrow, I'll break your legs." Leaving the Jamie's room, Jorge didn't go after Renata. Instead, he went downstairs to the dining table. Pete Marving, accustomed to the household's somber atmosphere, served him dinner since he seemed to have an appetite. After dinner, Jorge robotically returned to his study and worked until 10 p.m., when his phone rang. Kian called. "Old Mohammed, what are you doing? Come over quickly. Renata has gone crazy, drinking non-stop. This needs to be stopped. You should come and handle it." Since Jorge's Viviana's passing, Kian hadn't dared call him. He wouldn't have called today either if Renata hadn't acted so erratically. But Jorge said nothing. After a moment of silence, he hung up. Jorge knew he had to be ruthless, not giving Renata any hope to avoid hurting her. Just as he returned to his room to bathe and change, Kian called again. "Renata is in bad shape, she's bleeding from her stomach. I'm taking her to the hospital. She keeps calling your name, insisting on finding you. Old Mohammed, are you human or not? Can't you come and see her? Why can't you clear things up in person?" Chapter 185, Gwendolyn. 40 minutes later, Jorge arrived at the outpatient building parking lot of the People's Hospital. He turned off the ignition and opened the car door. As he got out of the car with a composed expression, he was about to call Bert to ask for their exact location when his eyes caught sight of a man and a woman walking out from the diagonally opposite row of parking spaces. The man was dressed in black, his tall and upright figure unmistakable. The woman wore a loose, large black winter coat, with a hat on her head and a thick scarf wrapped around her neck. It was clearly early winter, and the temperature during the day was still around 15 degrees Celsius, yet she was dressed as if she were going skiing. Their heights and builds were very compatible. Standing together, they made quite an attractive pair just by their silhouette alone. However, what caught Jorge's attention wasn't their appearance but Thornton's build. Even though he couldn't see the face, it felt familiar to him, resembling Dustin. And Annabelle next to him. Gwendolyn? Jorge almost couldn't believe his eyes. Whether it was the posture or the height and build, it was unmistakably Gwendolyn. She didn't die. Not only did she not die, but she was also together with Dustin. A mixture of surprise and anger surged into his mind. Seeing the two about to turn a corner, Jorge quickened his pace to chase after them. Old Mohammed. Suddenly, Bert appeared from nowhere, grabbing his arm. "Why are you so slow? You've made me anxious. Renata drank too much and has gone crazy. The doctor needs to examine her, but she refuses any touch. Come on, hurry up, we have to get there before it becomes life-threatening." He tried to pull Jorge away, but Jorge wasn't listening. He turned his head, straining to see the direction the couple had left. "What are you doing?" "I'm here. Renata is over there." "What are you looking at?" "Let's go, I'm serious. If we delay any longer." In the brief seconds he hesitated, Dustin and Gwendolyn had already turned the corner and disappeared from view. Jorge pulled his hand away from Bert's grip to pursue them. "Let go of me." I saw Gwendolyn. Seeing that he was about to run in the opposite direction and looked distracted, Bert anxiously hugged him tightly. "Are you venting your emotions on me? For God's sake. Who did I offend? What did you see? What did you say? Who did you see?" Stuck to him like glue, Bert kept nagging, annoying Jorge, who shoved him off with a cold look on his face. "Gwendolyn. She was with Dustin and went in that direction. About Renata, you need to." Before he could finish, Bert dashed in front of him, putting a hand on his forehead. "Do you have a fever?" "No, I don't feel hot." Then he suddenly lowered his head, sniffing near Jorge's mouth. "Did you drink?" "No, I didn't." Bert's awkward actions disgusted Jorge, who pushed his face away hard. "Are you sick, Bert?" Bert thought Jorge was the one who needed help. Though he didn't know the specifics of what happened between Jorge, Renata, and Gwendolyn, he knew that Jorge's Viviana's death was caused by Gwendolyn, and she had committed suicide afterward. It had been a month, and now Jorge said he saw her here. Wasn't this absurd? Despite wanting to argue back, seeing Jorge's serious face, Bert refrained. Really? That's strange. We should really investigate. How about this, old Mohammed, you go comfort Renata while I follow them and check what's going on. Don't worry, I'll get back to you soon. Saying this firmly, Jorge remained frowning. No, I have to go myself. Oh, come on. My lord Mohammed. Ancestor. How many times have I told you, Renata is vomiting blood, she's dying, waiting for you to see her. Just go see her first. That's Renata. Can you afford to ignore her? Can I? Please consider this, if something happens to her because of drinking at my place, Bohan Meng will hold Dad responsible. He already disapproves of what I do, always forcing me to argue with him. Jorge finally regained some rationality. Seeing Bert sweating from anxiety in the night breeze, rare seriousness crept onto his usually careless face. Jorge pondered for a moment. All right. I'll go see Renata first, you find Gwendolyn. No matter what, you must find her tonight and bring her to me. Yes, I'll go right now, hurry up and go too. Jorge hurried to the emergency room. Watching his tall figure quickly disappear, Bert, worn out from the effort, sat down on the lawn, wincing in exhaustion. Find Gwendolyn? Bring her to him? What does he think of me? Go fetch a ghost for him? Ridiculous. These guys, falling in love turns them all crazy. Look at you and Renata, no trace of the top students you once were. Ah, speaking of ghosts, it feels so eerie here. I can't stay, or else I might really see one. I shouldn't meddle in these gods' affairs anymore, better avoid them from now on. Outta here. Entering the emergency room, Jorge immediately spotted Renata. Bert hadn't lied. A group of well-dressed women surrounded her, along with several doctors and nurses, all urging her to lie down for a thorough examination. However, she clutched her stomach, crouching on the ground, refusing to cooperate. Anyone who tried to assist her faced fierce protests, followed by violent coughing fits. Blood spatters dotted the white hospital floor where she had vomited, the scene incredibly disturbing. As if sensing his presence, Renata glanced towards the door while creating a commotion. Seeing Jorge approaching calmly, she immediately stood up, her hands pressed against her stomach, her face lighting up in surprise. A. Ainsworth. I knew you wouldn't leave me. You came to see me, A. Ainsworth. Due to being crouched for too long, coupled with her weakened state, she staggered forward, but Jorge took quick steps to catch her. Usually composed and meticulous, seeing Renata in such a disheveled state today unsettled him. Look at what you've done to yourself. I don't care. As long as you came to see me, I would do anything. A. Ainsworth, I miss you so much. With so many people watching, she would surely regret her irrational behavior when she sobered up. Jorge covered her mouth with his hand. You're drunk, don't say anything more. Let the doctor examine you first. Don't worry, I won't leave. With that, the doctors and nurses rolled a bed over, and Jorge gently lifted her and placed her on it. With me here, everyone else can leave. This translation captures the essence of the original text while ensuring it remains natural and fluent in English. It preserves the tone, style, and character dynamics present in the Chinese version, adhering to the structure and pacing of the original passage. Chapter 186, A. Ainsworth, Hug Me. Since Renata's stomach was too full of food for an endoscopy, the doctor could only provide conservative treatment. She was given some medicine and a few bottles of 4 fluids, with instructions to be hospitalized for observation. As she took the medicine and received the injections, Renata gradually regained some consciousness, but remained in pain lying on the bed. Hurts so much, feels terrible, I'm freezing, A. Ainsworth. The hospital blanket was indeed not very thick, so Jorge tucked it around her more tightly, planning to go out and ask a nurse for another blanket, but Renata held onto his hand tightly. Hug me. It's really unbearable. Please, A. Ainsworth, hug me. She didn't seem to be pretending. Sweat trickled from her forehead and hair, her face pale, coughing occasionally, sometimes even bringing up blood. Although Jorge had no romantic feelings for her, he wasn't heartless enough to leave her like this. He wiped away her sweat, lifted the covers, leaned back against the headboard, pulled Renata into his arms, and covered them both with the blanket. He gently patted her, you'll warm up soon. Sleep. Everything will be better after a nap. Feeling the warmth of his strong chest and listening to his steady heartbeat, Renata did feel somewhat relieved and soon drifted off to sleep. Jorge watched the 4 drip, unable to sleep, counting the minutes as he waited for Kian to return. Had they found Gwendolyn yet? It was a 3-hour wait. After the 4 ended and the nurse removed the needle, Jorge, who had been anxiously waiting, prepared to put Renata back to bed and call Kian to inquire where he had gone. But just as he moved, Renata opened her eyes groggily. A. Ainsworth, where are you going? Since she was awake now, Jorge told her the truth. The 4 is finished. Rest here while I go take care of something. No. Renata, like an insecure child, hugged him tightly around the waist. I feel terrible. I need you. A. Ainsworth, please don't leave me alone. I'm scared. Can you stay a little longer? Jorge gently patted her hand, I have some urgent matters to deal with. I'll get Kian to come and stay with you. No. No one else but you. If you leave, I'll die. Please, just stay a bit longer. Jorge felt slightly impatient. Renata, you're not a child anymore. Can you not act so spoiled? Not okay. You don't know how much I miss you. You don't know how much I depend on you. If you must go, I'll go with you. I won't disturb you, just let me be by your side. Can you do that? Please, A. Ainsworth. Jorge. She clung tightly to him, and being too weak, he couldn't bear to push her away. He had no choice but to call Kian in front of her. Kian was half asleep when his phone rang. Suspecting it was Jorge calling, he snapped awake. Sure enough, it was him. Trying to sound alert, Kian cleared his throat and slapped his own face twice. Hello, old Mohammed. Jorge barely suppressed his anger. Do you know what time it is? Where have you been all these hours? Why haven't you returned yet? How's the investigation going? Oh, I went to check. There's nothing as you said. Just looks similar, almost a misunderstanding. Think about it, how could something from so long ago happen now? Some people cause trouble here, which I'm dealing with urgently. Take good care of Renata, don't overthink it. Talk later. With that, he hastily hung up, took a deep breath, switched off his phone, and went back to sleep. Hearing the busy tone, Jorge was speechless for a few seconds before slowly putting his phone away. Just looked similar. In fact, during those waiting hours, Jorge also doubted it. The person had been dead for over a month, how could they suddenly come back to life? Grant likely, it was just a resemblance. He'd overthought it. Gwendolyn, do you know where your daughter is now? Do you know what kind of hardship she might endure after you're gone? Why be so foolish? Couldn't wait for me to return and handle things? Why choose this way to end your life? Dawn broke. Worrying about Renata all night, the old man called Jorge to question him. Where were you all night? Didn't you go find Marvin Juan? Don't think hiding will save you from consequences. Jorge, I mean it this time. If Marvin Juan doesn't appear by 8 a.m., I'll break your leg. Don't think I can't find you. Even if it means chasing you to the ends of the earth, I won't stop. In the quiet ward, Renata heard every word of the old man scolding clearly. Seeing Jorge being reprimanded, she hurriedly grabbed the phone. Philippe A. Ainsworth stayed with me all night. Please don't blame him. I'll come see you right away. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. A. Ainsworth stayed with her all night? What was happening between them? Johnny suddenly turned cheerful. No rush, no rush. What time is it? Since you two are together, I'm relieved. Get some rest first, then come over when you've had enough. Renata, we've rested enough. Philippe, you mustn't have slept well worrying about me last night. I'll come over to keep you company. After hanging up, Jorge disliked the smell of disinfectant and didn't want Renata clinging to him any longer. It would be better to go home sooner, so they left the clinic. But just as they reached the entrance of the emergency building, Renata's stomach began to ache again. She bent over, crouching on the ground, unable to stand up immediately due to the pain. Where did you park the car? Is it far? A. Ainsworth, can you carry me there? I can't walk. Worried about her condition, Jorge suggested, you should go back to the hospital. Renata shook her head. Can't. Philippe said if I'm not seen by 8 a.m., he'll never forgive you. I don't want you two to fight because of me. Dr. Sun visits Philippe every day, he can examine me too. It's more comfortable to rest at home than in the hospital. Just hurry up and carry me. Seeing her insistence, Jorge carried her. The early morning hospital was cold, and Renata shivered, clinging tightly to him, burying her face in his neck for comfort. They walked toward the parking lot when Dustin, supporting Gwendolyn who had just woken up after surgery, emerged from the inpatient building before dawn. Feeling a cold wind, Dustin adjusted her hat. It's getting colder. Be careful you don't catch a chill. Shall we wait here while I bring the car over? Chapter 187, Is President Mohammed developing psychological issues? I'm fine, I can walk. Let's go together. Gwendolyn didn't want to stay alone here, wasting time and feeling insecure. She insisted on accompanying Dustin. Dustin noticed the sky was getting brighter, and her one visible eye revealed obvious unease. He held her hand again. All right. Then take your time. The two went down the stairs, crossing behind a row of green plants towards the parking lot. Unexpectedly, as they turned from behind the greenery, they encountered someone coming their way. A tall, well-built man in black clothes carried a petite woman who had her hands around his neck, burying her face in his collar. The couple walked warmly and intimately right before them. Even though they didn't speak and Gwendolyn couldn't see Jorge's face, she instantly recognized him by his familiar posture. Jorge. At this hour, he was actually at the hospital with Renata. He finally ended up with Renata. Instantly, Gwendolyn felt an icy chill run through her body as she froze in place, unable to move. Although she knew about their relationship and understood that the marriage between the Mohammed and Meng families was inevitable and a trend, she hadn't truly realized it would happen. Previously, Jorge always gave her a sense of reliance, so Gwendolyn hadn't fully acknowledged it. Now that Mohammed Velma was dead and she was dead, this all seemed so natural. Indeed, it was natural. She shouldn't be so shocked or uncomfortable. But thinking about how Jorge and Renata had also entangled in bed, each time Jorge acted so engrossed and satisfied, and then compensated her as much as possible afterward while treating Amy well, but his disappearance, heartlessness, and complete severance when that incident happened, made Gwendolyn lose control. Just because she wasn't as privileged as Renata, her character was labeled bad, and without investigation, he immediately concluded she was guilty. Because she had Amy out of wedlock, she was not worth cherishing. He could forcibly keep her for amusement if he wanted, or just disappear if he didn't. Because of her low social status, even her daughter did not deserve basic human rights. She could be toyed with during boredom, or sold off when upset. Seeing him and Renata's intimate moment and recalling what he did to her and Amy, Gwendolyn deeply regretted her past greed and naivety. She felt utterly disgusted by Jorge's hypocritical facade and suddenly felt nauseous. Ugh. She quickly covered her mouth to avoid being discovered, still retaining some rationality. Dustin, seeing people ahead, instinctively tried to pull Gwendolyn back behind the green plants but was surprised by her sudden bout of nausea. What's wrong? He urgently lowered his voice to ask Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn retreated a few steps and ran to the trash bin outside the outpatient building, violently vomiting bile. I'm okay. Assuming Jorge had already left, she weakly waved. Maybe from inhaling too much disinfectant. It's better now. Will no one know about our visit to the hospital today? No. Dustin wiped her mouth with a tissue and gently supported her elbow. I've already arranged for it. All surveillance footage will be deleted once we leave. Bright daylight shone as Jorge, looking weary, arrived at the company. Robert followed inside, preparing to report the day's work schedule. Seeing him rubbing his eyes with a tired expression, Robert thought he had worked overnight again. President Mohammed, didn't you rest well? There's nothing particularly urgent today. Should we postpone things and let you rest for a day? Nothing important. Jorge couldn't help but think about encountering Gwendolyn last night. Pausing for a second, he stood up, all right. But I won't return home. Borrow a car and come with me. They arrived at Dustin's villa area, setting up binoculars. Jorge crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Watch this door and wake me immediately if anything unusual happens. Robert. Recently, Mohammed Group had been competing with GU Real Estate for the construction rights of the international airport. Robert knew how important this project was to the group and how much President Mohammed valued it, but there was no need to monitor someone over a project. Moreover, since GU Real Estate's focus wasn't even on the same plot of land, even if it were, what useful information could they get from spying? President Mohammed, previously confident and proud, had never been this bizarre even on major projects before. It seems the deaths of Minerva and Miss Chu hit him hard. Gwendolyn's old injuries hadn't healed completely, and after an abortion, her body was utterly weakened. Dustin feared something might happen to her, so he stayed home all day, neglecting his company duties. Robert sat dumbfounded in the car, straining his eyes but finding no abnormalities. However, Jorge was relentless. Starting tomorrow, switch cars and personnel every day. If anyone resembling Gwendolyn appears, report to me immediately. Robert again. He came here to stake out Miss Chu. Oh, it's almost 40 days since her death. This. Shouldn't we call a psychologist for President Mohammed? 10 consecutive days of no discoveries. Balancing monitoring Dustin's residence, searching for Amy, and handling daily work tasks, Robert felt utterly overwhelmed. He asked Jorge if they could withdraw the team watching Dustin's house. Dustin's lifestyle was very regular. Besides going to the office and returning home, the only visitors to his house were maids occasionally going grocery shopping. There was no need to continue observing. Yet, Jorge detected an anomaly in Robert's words. Besides the maid occasionally buying groceries, no one entered or left. Not even his son. Dom is school-aged. If he isn't attending, a tutor should be entering. With no one entering and no one leaving, it was quite strange. All right. After withdrawing the team, Jorge called Ebert, whom he hadn't contacted for a long time. Ebert had been sick lately. After learning about the harrowing events Gwendolyn endured at the Mohammed household and Amy nearly being sold, his entire worldview was shaken. Having followed Jorge since childhood and idolizing him, he thought Jorge, though aloof, was smarter than anyone else. Yet, faced with such significant matters, Jorge's actions were absurd. Even as an outsider, he didn't believe Gwendolyn would do such a thing. Jorge, claiming deep affection and having known Gwendolyn for so long, suspected her and pushed her into dire straits, making Ebert question his judgment of people. This wasn't the main reason for his illness. The primary cause was falling deeply in love with Dustin during their interactions. Though Dustin hadn't confirmed any feelings, Ebert sensed that he liked him. Looking at the perfect and gentle Dustin, sometimes he wondered if he should leave things ambiguous and remain friends forever. As long as Dustin didn't date others and needed him. But Gwendolyn's misfortune and Dustin's distress shattered his dreams. Chapter 188, Jorge's Scheme. Ebert was quite surprised to receive a call from Jorge. After all, throughout his life, Jorge rarely reached out to him unless he initiated it first. Especially considering his Viviana's recent passing, Jorge should be in low spirits. Yet, Ebert still answered the call. Hello? Jorge instantly detected the melancholy in Ebert's tone. Not feeling well? What have you been up to lately? Jorge actually called specifically to check on his mood and ask what he had been busy with. Ebert couldn't help but feel touched again. Regardless of what happened between him and Gwendolyn, Jorge's friendship with him seemed genuine. I haven't been busy with anything much, just not feeling too great. Lying at home. What's wrong? Are you sick? Have you gone to the hospital? Ebert felt a lump in his throat. Ever since he and Dustin parted ways, Dustin hadn't called him once. Ebert missed him so much every day, he restrained himself until he was emotionally drained and heartbroken. It was unexpected that Jorge still cared for him. You should come over and see me. Ainsworth. Soon, Jorge arrived at the Marvin residence. Ebert's room was spacious and bright, sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making it look stunningly beautiful. Despite the pleasant scenery, it felt chilly due to the owner's listless state. Jorge brought some sweets that Ebert used to love, sitting by his bed. Both had noticeably lost weight compared to a month ago. Why have you lost so much weight? Are you seriously ill? Ebert didn't answer but noticed the dark circles under Jorge's eyes. You're not looking too good either. Jorge met his gaze, suddenly smiling faintly. Still managing to crack jokes. Alright, seems like you're fine. Seeing him smile, Ebert felt more at ease and chuckled along. Aren't you busy? Why did you suddenly think of me today? Jorge replied, I've been busy for a while but realized a lot of things recently. Things have slowed down these past 2 days. I originally wanted to invite you for a game of tennis, but who knew you were moping around like Brantley Dayu? Well, I'm relieved to see you're alright. Continue resting. Chuck isn't feeling well, so I need to go back to keep him company. Both avoided mentioning the passing of Amaris. Ebert felt guilty, fearing that bringing up Gwendolyn might cause him to lose control. Jorge, on the other hand, simply didn't want to add to anyone's distress. Seeing him about to leave after only being there for a minute, Ebert felt reluctant and pulled at his sleeve. Why are you in such a rush? Just got here and you're already leaving. Stay with me a bit longer, how have you been lately? The conversation gradually veered toward what Jorge hoped it would. He appeared nonchalant as he spoke. Not bad. Recently, I realized some of your past comments were pretty accurate. Work is endless, and earning money has no limits. So, I've decided to let go of some things. Indeed, it's much more relaxed this way. Ebert looked at him intently. Really? You, a money-making machine, coming to this realization? So, what did you let go of? Tell me. The international airport project I mentioned before, I've decided not to pursue it anymore. My grandfather hasn't gone on vacation in a long time, so I plan to take him away for a few days to relax. They chatted for almost an hour, mixing work and personal life topics, before Jorge bid Ebert to rest properly and left the Marvin residence. No sooner had he left than Ebert could no longer hold back, dialing Dustin's number. He missed him so much, a longing that tried to escape from his mouth but emerged from his eyes instead. Over the past month, he often thought of calling him, even just to hear his voice for a moment, yet he found no excuse to do so. Now, with Jorge providing the excuse, Ebert could no longer contain himself. Dustin answered promptly, his tone as gentle as ever, offering apologies without hesitation. Zay, sorry I haven't contacted you recently, I've been extremely busy. And regarding that day, I didn't get a chance to thank you properly. She and I were in a hurry, especially her, always talking about meeting you before leaving to thank you personally. Can we talk after I finish up these next couple of days? Come over to my place, and we can chat properly. Ebert understood that following that incident, Gwendolyn had nowhere else to stay in Fabiancheng. Dustin would definitely send her away, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Already arranged? When will she leave? The visa has been approved, and it depends on my work progress. If the international airport project goes smoothly, it will be soon. If not, it might be by year-end. Though Dustin showed no romantic interest, as a friend, Ebert sensed his sincerity. Acknowledging his own self-imposed suffering, he accepted it. All right. I'll come over tomorrow. Tell her not to worry too much, it's enough that she takes care of herself and stays safe. Understood. Rest assured. Even if something happens, we won't drag you into it. With the conversation winding down, Ebert hesitated to end it. Actually, I didn't call just to talk about this. I just saw Ainsworth. He has recently put aside a lot of work to accompany his grandfather and doesn't care much about the international airport project anymore. For Dustin, this call from Ebert was timely, like a guiding light in the fog, calming his anxious heart. Mohammed Group wasn't planning to compete for the international airport project. A godsend. While the leading real estate company in Fabiancheng was Goose Properties, in terms of overall strength, they were far behind Mohammed Group. Previously, Jorge's relentless pursuit of the airport project gave Dustin headaches. Competing against him would mean being outmatched in both funding and social resources. Not competing, however, risked losing industry leadership, especially in tough times. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, Jorge chose to step back. Without hesitation, Dustin diverted all available funds to the airport project. The bidding for the airport land was the day after tomorrow, and now that Mohammed Group withdrew, this project belonged to Goose Properties. Sure enough, as Ebert mentioned, Mohammed Group did not participate in the final bidding. Smaller companies, knowing the competition was mainly between Mohammed and Goo groups, merely submitted symbolic bids. Goose Properties secured the land with a clear advantage, 4,000 acres at a cost of 4.8 billion yuan, plus future investments amounting to roughly 20 billion yuan. Following the shareholders' meeting, everyone basked in the glory of their success. However, within days, Dustin discovered something amiss. While Mohammed Group indeed didn't compete for the land, they were mobilizing significant manpower to negotiate a large-scale land acquisition in another town. Chapter 189, Jorge's Stratagem. Upon hearing the news, Dustin immediately took charge and led a team to investigate the town in question. The Mohammed family seemed determined to secure this plot of land, offering a whopping 4 billion yuan for what was still a poor and desolate area where the international airport's final location had yet to be announced. To the locals, 4 billion was an incredibly generous sum, but it sent shivers down Dustin's spine. If the airport's final site turned out to be this one instead of the one he had chosen, he didn't dare think about the consequences. But he couldn't avoid thinking about it any longer. A week later, the municipal government officially announced that a new international airport, fully equipped and comparable to global standards, would be constructed within the next 3 years, right on the land the Mohammeds had purchased. Jorge had lured the tiger away from the mountain and struck indirectly. Twice, he used Ebert to mislead Dustin about his true intentions, leading him to make the wrong choice of land. Now, with all his funds locked into the wrong project, Fabian Xing had no one left who could compete with the Mohammed family for the airport project. Not only would they secure it effortlessly, but also at a much lower price. The Mohammed Corporation would rise even higher with this project, while the GU Corporation. Dustin sat in the boardroom, facing a room full of shareholders who were boiling with frustration. This ridiculous investment mistake has landed right in our laps, making us a laughingstock. How can I face anyone after this? You, old Brantley, weren't you told not to rush and wait, yet you insisted. How could I have known it would turn out so badly? It sounds like I deliberately sabotaged the company. I was hesitant, afraid we'd miss out on a golden opportunity. GU General Bronson himself went to see a certain leader, who confirmed it back then. Who knew the leader's information could be wrong? AI Ariel, say something. What exactly did the leader tell you when you met him? Beyond the embarrassment, all the funds are tied up. Several projects under my jurisdiction rely on personal financing. Initially, I thought it was temporary. Once the project got off the ground, funding would gradually come through. But now, I can't hold on anymore, guys. We need to talk about disbursement. Don't you tell me you can't handle it alone. I'm also covering costs myself, chasing loans every day. Bank managers run away at the sight of me. If you want disbursement, I do too. Let's talk about disbursement. And me. Salaries are due soon, and I've been in arrears for half a year. Another delay and there'll be trouble. Send the money to me first if you have any. The cacophony made Dustin's head throb. He massaged his temples, raising his hand for silence before calling in the financial director. How much do we have in liquid funds? Only 500 million, GU General Bronson. Payday is the day after tomorrow. Old Brantley's face darkened. 500 million? Just that much? It's not enough to cover my expenses, let alone all these projects. Exhausted, Dustin looked at him and raised his voice. Wait. Let me finish. Silence fell as everyone focused on him. Dustin paused. Let's take the funds originally allocated for the International Airport project. How much was it? Financial Director, the International Airport project used 50 billion yuan in total, with another 150 billion in reserve from the 200 billion you allocated. Those funds won't be needed for now. Distribute them. He looked around the room. Tell me how much each of you needs. When you allocated 30 billion earlier, should get at least 40 now, or the bank gap won't be covered, making future loans difficult. The Financial Director noted this as another shareholder spoke up. When you allocated 35 billion, my situation isn't urgent, but I need the principal back for smoother operations. Give me 20 billion. I need 40. Brantley listened closely. In just minutes, the 150 billion vanished. Still, some felt shortchanged. Aren't we throwing 50 billion into oblivion without a word? We must act quickly to recoup the costs. Otherwise, interest alone will cripple us daily. AI Ariel, you bear primary responsibility here. Please give us a solution. Since the meeting began, he had to provide an answer. Indeed, the main fault lay with him, and he wouldn't let those 50 billion go to waste without action. I will develop a viable and profitable project based on this land's location and terrain. Please give me time. In front of you, I admit my mistakes and apologize for causing trouble. Everyone muttered as they left the boardroom, clearly unsatisfied. The Financial Director, watching Dustin rub his temples in exhaustion, hesitated to deliver more bad news. GU General Bronson, before you came in for the meeting, there was something I hadn't managed to inform you about. Dustin knew it wouldn't be good news. Taking a deep breath, he loosened his tie and threw it on the table. Go ahead. The Development Bank and Huiyao Bank called an hour ago. They won't renew contracts after this repayment cycle ends. Apparently, their internal leadership changed, and many policies need reevaluating. Once new policies are smoothly implemented, they might invite us to cooperate again. How much do we owe them? 17 billion from the Development Bank and 10 billion from Huiyao Bank. Dustin laughed humorlessly. Not just these two banks, other banks would likely call to terminate cooperation as loan terms approached. This was a ruthless move. Jorge wasn't just stealing his meal, he was crushing it. This had been planned from the start. Dustin, 3 years older, had underestimated his Casimir. If Jorge hadn't revealed his hand, Dustin wouldn't have noticed. I understand. I'll handle it. You may return to work. Dustin left the office early and headed home. As usual, he checked on the children and then visited Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn had been studying diligently to pursue an adult bachelor's degree, preparing for her self-sustenance abroad. Her strong foundation made the coursework easy. In her spare time, she studied traditional Chinese medicine. When Dustin entered, she was practicing acupuncture on a human model. Always gentle and serene, immersed in her world, seeing her every day reminded him of when they first fell in love. Their world contained only each other, they had everything they needed. Unfortunately. Hearing him enter, Gwendolyn turned and smiled as usual. You're back. Dustin approached, suppressing the urge to embrace her. Recently, I'll need you to take care of the children by yourself while I travel on business. Chapter 190, one troubled wave after another. As a businessman, business trips were commonplace. Gwendolyn understood that he had piled up much work while taking care of her recently, and she was very understanding. That night, Dustin was on the phone in his study. The small and large banks in Fabiansheng had already loaned what they could to the company, leaving little more to be borrowed. Now, with Jorge's interference, negotiations for loans became even harder, so he set his sights on other cities. There were people in Shangqing's commercial district whom he could collaborate with, and Dustin planned to go there first. He acted promptly and appeared in Shangqing the next day. Networking over dinners, meeting bank executives, building relationships, and going through procedures, Dustin shuttled between various social occasions daily, drinking himself sick every night. Yet, the loans he secured were scarce. It seemed as though Jorge was exerting influence behind the scenes. Each bank claimed not to lack business and hesitated to commit to loans easily. After a week, Dustin drank until his gastritis flared up, only managing to secure a mere 20 million in loans. This day, his assistant refused to let him attend any more events. Adolfo, you vomited blood last night and didn't sleep all night due to stomach pain. You absolutely can't drink today or something serious might happen. Let's go to the hospital first and talk after you're better. Dustin wanted to insist on attending the dinner, but his stomach clenched painfully the moment he stood up. Reluctantly, he had to head to the hospital first. In Fabiansheng, during the week Dustin was away, an incident occurred at one of the company's construction sites. A worker fell from a high platform while climbing scaffolding, landing on his head and dying instantly on a brick. The construction team had illegally hired underage workers to save costs, and the deceased was an underage boy. The boy's father, who also worked on the site, reacted intensely when he saw what happened to his son, demanding an immediate explanation from the company. The situation was urgently reported to Brantley Zone, the project manager, who was out of town handling several projects simultaneously. To prevent escalation and negative impact on the company, he ordered that the aftermath be handled while rushing back. The project manager gave the boy's father 10,000 yuan to handle the funeral and said further compensation would be discussed upon Brantley Zone's return. Believing the company intended to shirk responsibility, the father, distraught by the loss of his son and disappointed in the company, reported the incident to the police. Police arrived at the site, uncovering multiple illegal practices. Not only did they employ child labor, but they also hired retired individuals over 60 years old. Furthermore, wages were chronically overdue, and conflicts had erupted when workers demanded their pay. The site was immediately ordered to halt operations for rectification. By the time Brantley Zone returned, the project was stopped, facing a 1 million yuan compensation for the worker's death and a hefty fine. Brantley Zone, furious, convened an emergency meeting with all project managers, scolding everyone and ordering the dismissal of all non-compliant workers to prevent future issues. Thinking the matter was resolved with compensation and delayed schedules. Who knew the next day, a headline news story hit the national hot search list. Gu Real Estate was exposed for illegally hiring and firing workers, chronic wage arrears, and improper business practices. The report detailed the incident with the boy, previous instances of wage arrears, and even included audio of Brantley Zone's tirade against subordinates, portraying him as a greedy, exploitative akil. The article gained massive traction, racking up over 1 billion clicks and millions of comments online. Countless netizens condemned real estate developers for profiting off skyrocketing property prices, buying difficulties, and mortgage pressure. Gu Real Estate stock plummeted by 5% that day, and it received stern criticism from authorities for damaging the reputation of Fabiansheng's real estate market and city image. Dustin, who was receiving intravenous fluids in a hospital in Shangqing, received a call from an official leader who berated him. What have you done? As a 5-time recipient of our city's Outstanding Unit Award, I personally nominated you as an exemplary young entrepreneur. Look at the mess you've created. How am I supposed to show my face? Or Fabiansheng's entire construction industry? For such petty gains, making yourself a nationwide negative example is utterly disappointing. Where are you now? Come here immediately. You will join me at this afternoon's press conference and sincerely apologize to the nation. If they forgive you, great. But if this drags down the whole construction industry in Fabiansheng, you'll never do business here again. Not a single project will I trust you with. Dustin was bewildered. What exactly happened that upset the leadership so much? His assistant couldn't hide the truth anymore and confessed about shareholders calling to inform him. Adolfo, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just saw how ill you were and feared you'd get too anxious, so I thought I'd wait till you finished your 4. I'm sorry. Dustin was indeed worried. Gastritis or no gastritis, compared to the survival of the company, his health was negligible. He pulled out the 4 needle and rushed to the airport, flying back to Fabiancheng in a frenzy. Arriving just in time for the latter part of the press conference, he admitted to media oversight, promised strict adherence to regulations, and expressed sincere apologies to the victim and his family. Ebert watched the TV broadcast with his father and brother Marvin Jia, stunned by the humbled and exhausted appearance of Dustin. Was he sabotaged by competitors? Dad, wouldn't this be too much? Marvin Dad deliberately invited Ebert to watch the live broadcast together. He encouraged his son to learn from Dustin earlier but hadn't expected him to falter so quickly. Yes, you're growing up. You've started seeing beyond surface phenomena. Recognizing he was undermined by peers is good. Marvin Dad affirmed his son, then turned serious. I take back my previous words. Dustin isn't worth befriending, he'll soon step down from Fabiancheng's stage. Ewingy, stick closer to Cyan instead. Growing up together and knowing each other well reduces mistakes. Ebert was taken aback. What do you mean by stepping down? Dad, what's really going on? Hashtag chapter 191, me, despicable and shameless? I'm just speculating. In fact, you should know more about this than I do. You and Ainsworth are close friends. Mr. Marvin paused for a moment before continuing. Recently, the Mohammed Corporation has been competing with GU Real Estate for the International Airport project. GU Real Estate lost terribly, purchasing a barren piece of land for nearly 5 billion yuan. Business is like that. When someone is down, you push them further. GU Real Estate has dominated the real estate industry for so many years, Ainsworth probably saw this as his chance. I have reasonable grounds to suspect that all the recent turmoil at GU Real Estate is related to the Mohammed Corporation. Ebert stood there, stunned, unable to comprehend what his father was saying. What did it mean that GU Real Estate had spent 5 billion yuan on a worthless plot of land? Ainsworth had personally told him he didn't want to participate in the airport project anymore. How could Dustin lose? Father, I need to go out for a bit. Let's talk when I come back. Without even changing clothes, Ebert rushed out the door in his casual attire. He dialed Jorge while driving. At that moment, Jorge had just returned from a vacation with the Ismail and hadn't gone to the office yet. Seeing his name, he answered without hesitation. Ainsworth, where are you? At home. What's up? Ebert parked by the roadside, his expression serious as he asked. Have you heard about what happened to GU Real Estate? Jorge responded calmly, I was on vacation for a few days and just got back. I haven't been clear on everything. What's going on? Are you really unaware, or did you intentionally orchestrate everything to coincide like this? Only now did Ebert realize he had been used by Jorge. He couldn't believe the reality. You told me earlier you weren't going to compete for the International Airport project. Why did Dustin still lose? Jorge knew he would call about this. Ebert was far more naive and sincere toward Dustin than he expected. The company isn't mine alone. I spend a lot of money hiring executives each year who aren't just eating idle meals. If they see an opportunity to compete, I can't forbid them. So, it was true. He had indeed been used by Jorge. Jorge had never planned to give up the airport project. Instead, he pretended to step back to mislead Dustin through him. Ebert felt utterly betrayed, used completely by Jorge and then casually brushed off as something done by subordinates. His entire worldview was shattered. Back when Gwendolyn had issues, he still hoped their friendship could be salvaged due to a misunderstanding. Now it was clear, Jorge prioritized profits above all else, showing no mercy for anyone. You must have been planning this for a long time, right? From the moment I mentioned wanting to be friends with Dustin, you already had this all mapped out. It was terrifying how meticulously one person could plan such schemes, heartless enough to use his childhood friend. Ebert's voice trembled with agitation. Ainsworth, I don't understand. Isn't the Mohammed Corporation already flourishing enough? How much more money do you need to make before you're satisfied? Why do you have to drive others to the brink? Is your ultimate goal for all of Fabiancheng to bow before the Mohammed Corporation? Jorge stood up from his chair, walked to the window, and watched the gradually desolate scenery outside while lighting a cigarette. His tone remained calm. I don't know where your sentimentality comes from, but let me tell you, Zay. As a businessman, pursuing maximum profit is my nature. I don't intend to push anyone to their limits. I'm merely engaging in fair competition. This world has always belonged to the strong, the weak are eliminated. If Dustin lost, it means he lacks capability, and it's only right for him to step aside for someone stronger. Social progress has always worked this way. Should we let him win just because he's not as strong as me? Would Fabiancheng's economy still improve if we did that? Yes, logically, he wasn't wrong. But Ebert couldn't think rationally. This isn't fair competition. This is despicable and shameless. Not only did you snatch away someone else's project, but you also ruined their reputation. Do you hate Dustin so much? Jorge had assumed that, as a second-generation businessman and longtime friend, Ebert would understand his actions. Only now did he realize how wide the ideological gap between them was. Despicable and shameless? Snatching away his project? Ruining his reputation? Who said the international airport project must belong to Dustin? Wasn't my involvement in competition normal? Did I force him to illegally hire workers and withhold wages? Mr. Marvin. Before accusing me, please get your facts straight. I can only say that every action has its consequences. Whatever happens to Dustin is the result of his own doing. He can't blame anyone else. But you clearly told me face to face that you weren't going after the international airport project. This was what troubled Ebert most. If Jorge hadn't told him that, he wouldn't have specifically called Dustin to warn him. Dustin wouldn't have rushed to purchase the worthless land so quickly. Dustin's investment mistake and current deadlock were partly because of him. Ebert felt deeply guilty. Obviously, Jorge knew this was what bothered Ebert. He couldn't help but laugh coldly. I did tell you face to face, but I never asked you to relay the message to Dustin. As a close friend, was it appropriate for you to pass along my valuable information to a man you just met and who is also my competitor? Ebert was speechless at his words. True. They were childhood friends, but sharing key information with others seemed inappropriate. Ebert felt increasingly conflicted and guilty. He felt like he was losing his mind. Sorry, Ainsworth. I was foolish. Gu doesn't have the same capabilities as you. I knew that giving him one project wouldn't hurt you much, but it meant a lot to him. Jorge continued coldly, did you consider that there are many companies weaker than Gu Real Estate? Yet, Dustin didn't offer them any leniency. Why should he share his easily obtained benefits with those less capable? Is it because you like Dustin that he deserves the best things in the world? With these words, Ebert realized their friendship was over. Not only did he resent Jorge for using him, but Jorge also resented him for betraying their friendship. Sorry, I was wrong. I'm an idiot, the biggest fool in the world. Sorry. I shouldn't have made friends with anyone. Someone like me doesn't deserve friends. Go ahead and be your big CEO, conquer the entire business empire. From today, I no longer recognize you. Ebert hung up, trembling hands starting the car, and called Dustin again. However, the phone went unanswered multiple times. Finally, the assistant picked up. Mr. Marvin, I'm sorry, Adolfo is hospitalized. Is there anything specific you need? #### End of chapter 191. Chapter 192, her spirit is unbelievably strong. Adolfo is hospitalized? What happened to him? Adolfo hasn't been in good health lately. He's been drinking and staying up late every day. Today, after facing such an event and being harshly criticized by all levels of leadership at the press conference, he fainted as soon as it was over. The doctor said his blood pressure is low, and he has erosive gastritis and duodenal ulcers. In short, he's not doing well. Ebert rushed to the hospital. Seeing Dustin lying on the bed, pale and unconscious, Ebert felt his heart breaking into pieces. After 2 months without seeing him, how could he have become so thin and weak? Ebert waited for over an hour by Dustin's bedside, but he didn't wake up. His assistant, realizing Ebert had no intention of leaving anytime soon, spoke up hesitantly. Mr. Marvin, since you're here with me, could you handle something else for me? The doctor said Adolfo needs to rest in the hospital for a while. I want to go back and fetch some change of clothes for him. Having recently taken care of him in the hospital, Ebert knew the routine very well. Helping Dustin